relationship on terrorism and militancy with particular ambivalence. The close military and intelligence ties between the two countries meant that Pakistan played an invaluable role in helping Beijing to navigate the darker corners of the militant world, whether brokering China's dealings with the Taliban, discouraging groups operating under ISI influence from targeting China, or putting the squeeze on Uyghur militants in the wider region. Yet China had limited trust in Pakistan's willingness to pursue a Uyghur agenda with full conviction and was critical of the fact that the militant group that Beijing saw as its chief external terrorist threat, the Turkistan Islamic Party, TIP, continued to operate in North Waziristan. Beijing also grew increasingly concerned about the deteriorating security situation in Pakistan itself, which had direct implications for China's own personnel. For a period of time in the mid-2000s, attacks from Balak groups and the Pakistani Taliban made Pakistan the most dangerous country in the world for overseas Chinese workers. Particularly after the Mumbai terrorist attacks, China also saw real risks that Kashmiri militant groups would precipitate an Indo-Pakistani nuclear exchange. All of Beijing's anxieties reflected uncertainties about the extent and nature of Pakistan's control over groups operating from its territory and the sympathy and support that parts of Pakistan's security establishment had for jihadi agendas. While China was willing to provide diplomatic protection to favored militants at Pakistan's request, it was always clear that this was provisional and only offered as an explicit favor, which could be withdrawn if circumstances required it. Economic relations between the two sides were also weak. Trade flows between China and Pakistan were modest by comparison not only with India but with countries with comparable economic or population size to Pakistan. Even as Chinese investments accelerated elsewhere, those in Pakistan fell far short of the public promises. Of the $66 billion worth of financial assistance pledged from China to Pakistan between 2001 and 2011, only 6% of it came through Wolf, Wang and Warner 2013, 37-38. Most of the projects that were pursued were of a politico-strategic nature rather than strictly economic in scope, including the Karakoram Highway, which provided a direct road linkage between the two countries and extended Pakistan's route in Gilgit-Baltistan, the nuclear power plants, the military-industrial cooperation, and the initial development of Gwadar port. None of this was helped by the dire security situation in Pakistan from 2007 onward, by Pakistan's repeated economic cycles of boom, bust, and balance of payments crises, or by the energy crisis that seriously impinged on Company's ability to operate within the country. The net result of all this was a relationship where, although the nature and scope of the security ties had achieved a high level of trust when it came to the strategic essentials, earning China the moniker of Pakistan's all-weather friend and consistently high levels of political support in Pakistan, the limitations were also clear. The lack of broader economic ties, let alone cultural ties, meant that the relationship was managed by a relatively small number of security and political figures on both sides. There was little mutual depth of exposure among elites or the wider public. China did try to be as accommodating of Pakistan's interests as possible, putting them at the front of the queue for commercial deal approvals, offering political cover in international organizations, and trying to navigate any differences behind closed doors. But most elements of the bilateral relationship, beyond the basic structural calculus that underpinned the two India and the China-Pakistan relationship 413 sides ties, were also subject to negotiation, outside pressure, and pragmatic, case-by-case appraisals on Beijing's part. India was well aware that while the fundamentals of the Sino-Pakistani relationship may have remained unchanged, it was a far from fruitless endeavor to place Pakistan-related issues on the bilateral agenda with China. In many ways, New Delhi had sought to ensure that Beijing saw their relationship in more expansive terms than the context and confines of South Asian security. This ranged from the Sino-Indian economic relationship, vastly larger than China's commercial relations with Pakistan, to India's role as China's major developing world counterpart in negotiations on issues ranging from World Trade Organization (WTO) deals to climate change, India's dominant regional maritime position and influence in China's own neighborhood, and its broader trajectory as a global power, where Pakistan was far more regionally bound. On matters of security sensitivity, however, India felt obliged to raise its concerns, not least given the protective diplomatic role that China so often played for Pakistan. While Beijing was not always willing to move on issues such as terrorism listings, ensuring that China was at least required to spend political capital in this area meant that it may be prepared to shift at an opportune moment to press Pakistan through its own channels or to offer trade-offs elsewhere. Raising India's sovereignty concerns over Kashmir served to remind China that New Delhi's stance on questions such as Taiwan, Tibet, or Xinjiang may also be subject to revision if China tilted too far in Pakistan's direction. The very conduct of the China-Pakistan relationship reflected an awareness of all these sensitivities, with Beijing exhibiting a degree of sheepishness about how such a security-centric set of ties were perceived, particularly by India. Sino-Pakistani ties were generally kept discreet and low profile, with relatively few major visits that were invariably tied to broader regional trips. India typically appeared to be the primary destination and Pakistan the adjunct. The dehyphenation experiment, the turning point for China's approach to Pakistan, was Xi Jinping's April 2015 visit. Beijing sought to take advantage of what should otherwise have been a hit to the relationship. The postponement of Xi's previous attempt at a visit in 2014, which was derailed by large-scale protests in Islamabad on matters unrelated to Xi's appearance. The original trip itinerary saw Pakistan paired, as usual, with India. The revised date would be a standalone. In addition, the Chinese side was convinced that with the launch of CPEC, they now had a different story to tell, even to India. As the Sino-Pakistani relationship moved beyond its traditional security parameters and questions of regional balance, there was now an opportunity to embrace it more openly. Several considerations fed into China's approach. First, given Beijing's need for reliable partners to facilitate its global power projection capabilities, ties with friends and quasi-allies needed a qualitative upgrade. John 2012. Not only would this be useful in its own right, it should also achieve a demonstration effect, encouraging others to see the benefits of such a relationship themselves. Second, more openly displaying the Sino-Pakistan relationship would require casting off various prior inhibitions, where China had once trodden with greater care on issues that included the scale and scope of its nuclear plants, investments in sensitive locations, more visible forms of military cooperation, such as an expansion in naval activities, and more robust forms of diplomatic support and protection. These restrictions would be quietly abandoned. As in other areas 414 Andrew Small of Chinese foreign policy, this was also a byproduct of Xi Jinping's broader shucking off of old constraints. A more powerful China, it was believed, should be able to deepen ties with its friend without having to worry so much about other sensitivities. Interviews, Beijing, Islamabad, Washington, D.C., 2014, 2015, 2016. Third, the shift was a necessary corollary to India's own upgrading of ties with the United States. For many years, as governments and administrations changed in New Delhi and Washington, Beijing had hoped that there would be an opportunity to prize the two sides apart. Modi's own problematic relationship with the United States before becoming prime minister appeared to present precisely such a moment. His forward-leaning embrace of the strategic logic of U.S.-India ties looked like it might finally represent a level of consolidation too far to walk back. While China would seek to portray CPEC itself as neutral or even beneficial for India, Beijing was aware that the broader upgrade would be perceived by New Delhi as a reflection of deepening strategic competition. Krishnan in 2014, TTS 2018. The most visible manifestation of the dehyphenation was the large package of investments announced during Xi Jinping's visit under the auspices of CPEC. Not only was the initial figure of $28 billion the largest commitment made to date in the framework of the recently launched Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, it promised to run as high as $46 billion, and was explicitly dubbed the BRI's flagship by China's foreign minister. The symbolism of CPEC outran the substance, even at an early stage. The investments themselves were very heavily focused on the energy sector and a more limited set of road and rail projects in Pakistan itself, with few cross-border projects. There was no railway line, pipeline, or even significant road upgrades beyond those agreed prior to CPEC, and no major investments in gilded Baltistan, Rafik 2017. Only the resumption of the Chinese presence at Gwadar and the fiber optic cabling took the form of projects that might have direct security ramifications. Nonetheless, the language of the corridor evoked the notion, both in Pakistan and internationally, of a flow of energy, trade, and transportation links between Xinjiang and Balochistan via a set of physical connections. Few commentaries on the subject failed to mention China's access to the Indian Ocean or avoiding the Malacca dilemma. Despite the total absence of plans to attempt such an expensive and topographically challenging set of logistical connections, the development of greater strategic significance was the thoroughgoing effort on China's part to involve itself across virtually the entire gamut of the Pakistani economy. The first infrastructure-focused phase of CPEC was intended to move into industrial cooperation, followed by an even wider array of joint activities laid out in the CPEC long-term plan, from agriculture to tourism. The political salience of CPEC for Xi Jinping's signature foreign policy initiative also translated into considerably greater traffic between the two countries. Political and economic delegations, ministries that had spent little time dealing with one another in the past, business people, academic and cultural exchanges, and vastly greater attention in the two sides' respective media. The presence of Chinese in Pakistan was, for the first time, tangible. The presence of China itself in Pakistani political, economic, and security debates moved from the margins to the center. China attempted to sell CPEC to India as a means of stabilizing its western neighbor and directing its attention toward economic concerns. Chinese Prime Minister Li Keqiang's pitch to Modi was that it would wean the populace from fundamentalism. Good to 2015. Yet India understandably saw the effort through the traditional security prism that had acted as an accurate guide to the two sides' relationship for decades. It was India and the China-Pakistan relationship 415 skeptical, both of the notion that an economically bolstered Pakistan would not be more emboldened in Pakistan and that there would not be direct security ramifications, whether an adjustment of material presence in Kashmir or the use of Gwadar for naval purposes. China's new stance was also conjoined with a more forceful defense of Pakistani interests in other environments, blocking India's membership of the NSG, making a more intractable defense at the UN when it came to 1267 committee designations, and the deepening of China's economic presence in South Asia, where a military role in Colombo port in 2014, for instance, had swiftly followed a commercial one. As a result, not only was CPEC raised in critical terms in public, it was invoked directly by Modi in bilateral meetings with Xi, in meetings with senior U.S. officials, and used as grounds for India to refuse attendance at the inaugural BRI forum in Beijing in 2015. India also made a point of turning what might otherwise have been private battles over terrorism listings into public ones, raising China's handling of the Masood Azhar issue in the press rather than simply in discreet negotiations in New York. There were a number of other bilateral irritants in the relationship between China and India, but Pakistan-driven factors, all relating to Beijing's upgrade and dehyphenation push, occupied a more prominent role than they had in previous years, and where Beijing had previously shown flexibility, its position now seemed more intractable. Between 2015 and late 2017, both CPEC and the deepening Sino-Indian tensions continued along parallel and occasionally overlapping tracks. Elements of the original $28 billion package were being delivered at some speed, and the two sides moved into further negotiations on the long-term plan and on the modalities of the next phase of projects, with tens of billions of dollars in new investments under consideration. Meanwhile, with relations between Beijing and New Delhi deteriorating on multiple fronts, the two sides ultimately found themselves in one of the most serious border standoffs in decades over Docklam amid an atmosphere that was highly uncongenial to amicable resolution. The timing of the crisis was of high political significance for Beijing, with China going into a sensitive party Congress meeting where Xi was seeking to consolidate his long-term control of the Chinese Communist Party. A major, unexpected flare-up on China's western borders was a serious problem and embarrassment. Militarily, strategically, and politically, the situation was perceived internally to reflect errors of judgment and miscalculations on China's part that reflected poorly on its entire approach to the region. Interviews, Beijing, November 2017. China's broader geostrategic environment was also becoming increasingly difficult as the Trump administration pursued a more explicitly competitive approach not only in the traditional military realm but also in areas of trade and technology cooperation that Beijing had expected would remain untouched. Not only was there believed to be a specific need to realign China's South Asia policy, but also India became a focal point for Chinese efforts to stabilize relations with other major powers amid turmoil in U.S.-China ties, Japan and Europe being other prominent examples. Beijing's public attempt to draw a line under Docklam and arrest the slide in relations culminated in the Wuhan summit, where both sides effectively committed to stabilize their relationship and manage their emerging competition in a more predictable and judicious fashion. But one of the obvious ways to bring this about was by abandoning the dehyphenation effort. Instead, China would put elements of the relationship with Pakistan back on the negotiating table between Beijing and New Delhi. Late 2017 was also the point at which the more serious problems facing CPEC came into focus. China had already had to navigate a more complicated political environment 416 and too small than it had expected, including public criticism, heightened media scrutiny, and complaints about specific routes and projects, contract terms, and debt levels. But during the 2017 Joint Cooperation Committee meeting, the principal bilateral mechanism for managing CPEC, it was also clear that Pakistan's economic and political situation was heading into even more difficult territory. The first indications that the country was facing a balance of payments crisis and a potential weakening of other economic indicators, fiscal growth, and inflation, were combined with growing army pressure on the Nawaz Sharif and the Pakistan Muslim League Nawaz, PMLN. CPEC had been indelibly bound up with the PMLN's own infrastructure agenda, and Beijing had question marks over whether the lack of a second term would prove problematic for its investments. The second phase of CPEC, industrial cooperation, was also running into obstacles from Pakistani businesses, who lobbied to ensure that the proposed Special Economic Zones, SEZs, would not impinge on domestic industry, whether in their overall scale or the concessions for SEZ investors. The net result was a virtual freeze of CPEC, while the existing projects that had been agreed continued to move ahead. totaling $19 billion. All other major infrastructure projects that had been under negotiation were no longer on the table, given that it appeared Pakistan could not afford them and that it was unclear whether they were politically feasible or desirable. The election in July 2018 of Imran Khan's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf (PTI) cemented this development. The PTI had been the political party that had taken the most publicly critical position on CPEC in opposition and maintained many of the criticisms, some of which were repeated in public, in government, in its base in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. The PTI had also been the least enthusiastic about implementing CPEC on the ground. The new government also made clear that China would not occupy the same level of prominence as it did for its predecessor. This was partly a reflection of the fact that China was simply not as useful for an agenda focused on anti-corruption measures and socio-economic development as it had been for the PMLN's infrastructure building agenda. But the political symbolism went well beyond this. The traditional protocol for Pakistani leaders is for China to be the location of their first overseas visit. Imran Khan, by contrast, visited the UAE and Saudi Arabia before finally paying an ill-prepared trip to China. Given that the PTI's election was heavily assisted by the Pakistani army, Beijing has inevitably interpreted these developments as reflecting military views as well, even if they are not always directly expressed. The Pakistani army had specific reservations about its lack of oversight of the Sharif brothers' CPEC-related financial dealings and also channeled much of the grassroots discontent that it experienced about China's growing economic presence. Interviews, Islamabad, Karachi, September 2018 and January 2019. A slowdown, or freeze, would suit both sides, even if the public narrative that CPEC was a success still needed to be maintained for the sake of the BRI's wider image. At the April 2019 Belt and Road Forum, Imran Khan announced a modest new package of Chinese aid and progress on the stalled Guidar projects, but it was a far cry from the Waz Sharif's game changer. With CPEC, the supposed vehicle for the China-Pakistan relationship upgrade, stalling and pressures to stabilize ties with India growing, Pakistan found itself facing a different political environment. The first evidence came during the BRICS summit, hosted by China in Fujian in September 2017, when China agreed to wording for the declaration that named a number of Pakistan-based terror groups as a security threat. While this mirrored wording that had been agreed upon at another foreign ministerial India and the China-Pakistan Relationship 417 meeting where Pakistan was present, the absence of consultation on this occasion and the higher profile of the heads of state meeting meant that it was perceived at the very least as an indication that China's desire to smooth relations with India might come at Pakistan's expense. Interviews, Islamabad, November 2017. Even more problematic for Pakistan was the Financial Action Task Force meeting in February 2018, where China agreed to a deal with India. It would not attempt to block Pakistan's grey listing in return for Indian support to the Chinese candidate for the presidency of the body, Sharma 2018. This was followed in May 2019 by China finally acquiescing to the designation of Jaish-e-Mohammed leader Masood Azhar at the 1267 committee, which had been a subject of contention for years, following the Pulwama attacks. Notably, on each occasion where Beijing has been willing to adjust its position to reflect India's concerns, it has been on terrorism-related questions, where Chinese sympathies with Pakistan were already limited. China had warned Pakistan that it should not harbor indefinite expectations that China would spend political capital on the issue, not only with India but also with other Western powers at the UN Security Council, who ultimately took the lead on the Masood Azhar designation. And in the post-Wuhan environment, other political needs for China became more pressing. Conclusion: some of the structural factors that led China to attempt its de-hyphenation experiment still hold true. The need for deeper partnerships and alliances for Chinese power projection, alongside a demonstration of fact that China's friends receive clear economic benefits, but the Sino-Pakistani military and intelligence relationship can arguably be better augmented without the level of public fanfare that accompanied CPEC. While Pakistan is one of a number of Chinese friends who have questioned whether large-scale BRI investment packages represent such an economic boon after all, most of the benefits that China can extract from the China-Pakistan relationship are achievable without any de-hyphenation push, given that Pakistan's counterbalancing role is one that it plays of its own volition and that an open door to a Chinese military presence and cooperation only serves to reinforce those objectives. If CPEC is not going to catalyze an economic takeoff, the de-radicalization of Pakistan, a greater Pakistani focus on the economic dimensions of its national power, or any of the other more ambitious and, in some case, implausible goals that China contemplated, then the relationship can more sensibly be pared back to its prior fundamentals. Meanwhile, the factors that led to China's rethink of its South Asia strategy in late 2017 also look set to hold. Beijing has little expectation of a benign Sino-Indian relationship, but at least wants to mitigate the downside risks of an excessively contentious one, whether it comes to the depth and extent of Indo-US strategic cooperation in the region, the risk of escalation at the border, or the intensity of competition with India and third countries. As China prepares for a US-China relationship of a qualitatively more confrontational sort, the input is to ensure at least some degree of stability among its other relationships and to avoid the development of a full-scale counterbalancing coalition will also necessitate careful management of ties with New Delhi. This confluence of considerations points to a different trajectory for the China-Pakistan relationship than many analysts had expected. From 2015 on, it appeared that the two sides were embarked on an open-ended set of upgrades on almost all fronts. At one level, there will not be a full reversal. $19 billion of investments is considerably 418 Andrew small larger than during the prior economic relationship, and these and other economic linkages will continue on a higher level than before. The level of exchanges among elites on the two sides is also likely to maintain its expanded form, but the last few years have been a chastening experience for those on the Chinese side that had advocated a more comprehensive tilt in Pakistan's favor. Skeptics in the Chinese system pointed to the economic risk, the differences between the two sides on terrorism and Islam itself, which many Chinese officials view with suspicion and even prejudice, and the value of a more cautious approach to the regional calculus. Such skeptics are now likely to be in the ascendancy, and China's political leadership is likely to be wary of any calls for a repeat of the de-hyphenation push. If there is a precipitous plunge in Sino-US relations, with even more explicit need for side picking, it might appear that China would then lean more heavily on its friends. But even then, the value of ensuring a more no-moves or quasi-neutral Indian position is likely to outweigh the benefits of a further tightening in what is already a tight Sino-Pakistani relationship in the areas that matter most to China. Many of the lessons that fed into Beijing's approach to pre-2015 China-Pakistan ties have been learned over decades of experience in handling not only the relationship itself but also the delicate balance of relations in the broader region. These will now be internalized by another generation of Chinese officials and leaders. For India, which has sometimes been prone to see any talk from China about balance in its South Asia policy as so much fiction, the distinction between the 2015 and 2017 window in the prior dynamics is also likely to prove instructive. For Pakistan, this will represent another iteration of the periodic raising of hopes for the relationship with China and subsequent disappointment. But Pakistan also has to contemplate a counterfactual. If the Pakistani economy had not been steered into its usual boom and bust cycle, if the CPEC investments had been accompanied by a broader reform program, and if the opportunity had had been seized to translate China's enthusiasm for a relationship upgrade into a more successful set of outcomes, would it be facing the same scenario? There is reason to believe that such developments would still have proved insufficient, but there will be lingering questions about whether a rare opportunity to consolidate a de-hyphenated relationship with China was squandered. Bibliography Gauhar, A. 1993, Ayub Khan, Pakistan's first military ruler, Lahore, Oxford University Press. Gupta, S. 2015. Government makes it clear, India has not forgotten Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Hindustan Times, 24 May. Available online at www.hindustantimes.com/India/government-makes-not-has-not forgotten-Pakistan-occupied-Kashmir/sorry-UIGF-U-Roots-40 Jiang, Z. 1996. Carrying forward generations of friendly and good neighborly relations and endeavoring towards a better tomorrow for all. Speech at Islamabad, Pakistan. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China. 2 December. Available online at www.mprc.gov.cn/mfa_6653855/ZYJH_6653991/T24909.html. Krishnan, A. 2014. Has India-China relations reached an inflection point? India Today, 12 September. Available online at www.indiatoday.in/magazine/the-big-story/20140922 India-China relations Narendra Modi 805,211,014.0912. Rafik, A. 2017. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. Barriers and Impact. United States Institute of Peace. Peaceworks number 135. October. Available online at www.usip.org/sites/default/files 20170/BW135-the-China-Pakistan-Economic-Corridor.pdf. India and the China-Pakistan relationship 419 Sharma, S. 2018. U.S. won the Japan for FATF slot. India backed Beijing. The Tribune, 4 March. Available online at www.tribuneindia.com/news/world/1-Japan-4-FATF-India-back-Beijing/55258.5.html. Sisson, R. and Rose, L. E. 1990. War and Secession, Pakistan, India, and the Creation of Bangladesh. Berkeley, University of California Press. Tellis, A. 2001. South Asia, U.S. Policy Choices, in F. Carlucci, Ari Hunter and Z. K. Khalilzad, EDS, Taking Charge, a bipartisan report to the President-elect on foreign policy and national security, Santa Monica, C.A. Rand, 8391. Tellis, A. 2018. Narendra Modi and U.S.-India Relations, in B. Debroy, A. Ganguly and K. Desai, EDS, Making of New India, Transformation under Modi Government, New Delhi, Wisdom Tree, 525-535. Wolf, C. Jr., Wang, X. and Warner, E. 2013. China's Foreign Aid and Government-Sponsored Investment Activities, Scale, Content, Destinations, and Implications, Rand. Available online at www.rand.org/content/dam/rand/pubs/research_reports/RR100/RR118/rand_RR118.pdf. Zhang, F. 2012. China's New Thinking on Alliances, Survival 54-5, 129-148, 26 across the Himalayas. China and India's neighborhood. Constantino Xavier. China's recent rise in South Asia has been widely interpreted as leading to an inevitable clash with India, which has traditionally been the predominant power in the region. One popular approach refers to China's alleged string of pearls strategy to surround and isolate India regionally, done in 2017. In fact, while India has refused to join China's massive Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, all of its neighbors embraced it, further fueling speculation about a regional rivalry. Such simplistic readings, however, ignore that beyond just competition and conflict, India and China share a far more complex relationship in South Asia's third countries. Their past and present interactions also feature more benign modes of coexistence and cooperation across the region. There is no doubt, however, that India's traditional role in the region is being increasingly challenged by China's expanding presence. India's central geographic location and asymmetric capability advantage over its neighbors have made it the regional hegemon for much of the past 7 decades since its independence in 1947. One of the most quoted sources on India's regional security competition with China and South Asia, the American scholar John Garver, thus notes that Beijing often saw India as a regional hegemonist, which presumes to block the natural and rightful expansion of China's relations with its own neighbors, Nepal, Bhutan. Garver 2001, 31. Critical narratives from the neighboring small states have frequently accused the Indian government of interference and bullying in its allegedly obsessive quest to control the region. De Silva 1996, Subedi 2005. Explaining such a posture, one scholar notes that, although it was never enunciated explicitly or officially, successive Indian governments have systematically pursued an active policy of denial in South Asia similar to that applied to the Western Hemisphere by the United States in the 19th century. Haggerty. 1991, 363. The most frequent comparison is between an alleged Indian Indira Gandhi doctrine and the American Monroe Doctrine of the 19th century. Mohammad Ayub thus interprets that India's quest for predominance in South Asia, especially since the 1970s under Indira Gandhi, derives from the Indian elite's perception that it inherited the Raj's strategic and political legacy. Ayub 1989, 109. Similarly, another scholar infers that as a quintessential successor state, India is keen to retain the status quo which its leaders understand in terms of its relative power and territorial boundaries that it was privy to prior to the end of colonialism. Mitchell 2003, 400. Beyond such broad inferences, however, very little evidence-based work exists on how India has operated in the neighborhood and how it has dealt with China. In particular, most of the literature has focused on the Pakistan angle, including the 1971 war in Bangladesh, Rafaven 2013. On the rest of the region, there is only sparse China and India's neighborhood 421 scholarship on Indian perceptions of China's relations with its neighboring states until the 2000s, and mostly based on secondary sources. Jane 1981, Garver 2001, Muni and Tai 2012. Lindner 2015. Recent years have seen a rising interest among a new generation of South Asian scholars to examine the history and sectors of China's relations with their respective countries, but the output remains limited. 1. There is also a new generation of Chinese scholars specializing in South Asia, but due to travel restrictions and language barriers, their work has had limited exposure and remains mostly focused on India and Pakistan. 2. This limited pool of scholarship and evidence-based research about India-China relations in South Asia's third countries, India's South Asian neighbors, may also explain why simplistic narratives about conflict have dominated current analysis, refuting this alarmist reading of Sino-Indian relations, allegedly from a dynamic of friendship and cooperation in the 1950s, to today's inevitable competition and future conflict. This chapter explores the more nuanced and diverse range of interactions, with reference to both historical and contemporary case studies in Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives. The following 4 sections examine 4 different modes of Sino-Indian interaction in South Asia: cooperation, coexistence, competition, and conflict. The concluding section argues that these 4 modes will continue to operate simultaneously, but that China's expanding presence in the region is fueling a logic of competition that risks escalating to conflict. Delhi and Beijing will, therefore, have to invest in managing their relationship more carefully, especially through greater communication that can enhance the chances for regional coexistence and cooperation. Cooperation. While much emphasis has been placed on the hostile relationship after the 1962 war, India and China also have a tradition of cooperation in the region. This shows that Delhi and Beijing have at times realized the importance of investing in a dialogue about developments in third countries. Such exchanges have seen occasional alignment of policies and even cooperation, especially in the 1950s and also since the 1990s. With today's increasing focus on regional connectivity and interdependence, there is a renewed emphasis on exploring Sino-Indian joint initiatives involving third countries. While progress has been limited, there is a growing realization on both sides that competition in the security and political realm should not preclude both countries from engaging in economic cooperation in the region. The early 1950s saw India and China coordinating their policies in South Asia. Prime Minister Jawaharlal cultivated a cooperative approach to China, and in some cases even supported China's diplomatic outreach to its neighbors. For example, while he emphasized India's special relationship with Nepal, Nehru also recognized the importance of engaging China on key decisions, including the specific timing and objectives of bilateral visits to Kathmandu. Similarly, India was also supportive of Ceylon's pursuit of a rubber rice agreement with China, despite Western opposition. While India tried to fend off any extra regional power from penetrating its sphere of influence, it recognized China's special stakes due to geographic proximity. Xavier 2016, 110-135. Confiding to his ambassador in Kathmandu, in 1954, Nehru assessed that, while there is no present or near danger to Nepal from the so-called Chinese and Nepalese communists, a far greater danger is from the Americans. A few months later, he would 422 Constantino Xavier confide to his Chinese counterparts UNII that American agents are particularly active creating anti-India propaganda and that America is creating a lot of trouble in Nepal. Based in 2005 47. The cooperative regional dynamic between India and China was formalized at the Bandung Conference in 1955, but then gradually weakened until breaking down with the War of 1962. Sino-India positive engagements in South Asia's third countries returned in the 2000s after bilateral relations normalized in the 1990s. One of the earliest attempts related to the Bangladesh-China-India-Myanmar Economic Corridor (BCI-MEC), which began informally as the Kunming Initiative in the late 1990s. Beijing and Delhi jointly adopted it as an intergovernmental project to increase connectivity between the 4 countries and link the Bay of Bengal region to Asia's hinterland. The BCI-MEC has gone through several ups and downs in recent years, and despite rejecting it as part of the BRI, Delhi has continued to pursue the project in its bilateral relations with Bangladesh. A second cooperative dimension relates to how India and China have interacted in South Asian multilateral fora. In 2005, for example, India voted to approve China as an observer member of the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation (SAARC). As joint founders and largest subscribers of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank (AIIB), China and India have collectively been funding projects in Sri Lanka and Bangladesh since 2015. Finally, in 2016, India also hosted an outreach summit between leaders from BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and neighboring leaders from countries that form the BIMRTEC, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation. The BRICS-BIMRTEC Outreach Summit also saw an unprecedented trilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi, President Xi Jinping, and Nepal's Prime Minister Pushpa Kemal Dahal. A third and lesser-known cooperative dimension relates to Sino-Indian political consultations about third countries. These are rarely acknowledged in public but reflect the existence of a silent cooperative mode between their diplomats. In January 2014, for example, India and China closely coordinated their positions to support the re-election of Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, thus overriding American and Western pressure to call the elections null. Bami 2017. Similarly, during the 2005-2006 regime crisis in Nepal, the Indian ambassador to Kathmandu recalls sharing Indian assessments with his Chinese counterpart and that Beijing preferred to have India rather than any Western country, especially the U.S., playing the principal role in Nepal. Sarin 2017, 171. The prospects for China-India cooperation in South Asia have been increasing as both countries emphasize the economic dimension of their relations and pursue greater connectivity and interdependence. This has been particularly apparent in the aftermath of the Wuhan Summit in 2018, at which Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping normalized bilateral relations after a period of tensions. In its aftermath, China's Vice Foreign Minister Kang Zuanwu thus emphasized that, when it comes to connectivity, my impression is China and India do not have any principal disagreements and that both countries will enhance policy coordination in their neighborhood to discuss cooperation in the form of China-India plus 1 or China-India plus X. Creation in 2019. This new cooperative mode has been tested successfully in Afghanistan, where China and India jointly trained a batch of diplomats, but it is clear that Beijing wishes to replicate such initiatives in other South Asian countries, with Bhutan, Nepal, and the Maldives being identified publicly as options. Midlai 2018. One particular area in which China and India's neighborhood 423 China has been willing to work with India is the India-Nepal-China (INC) trilateral corridor, with China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi emphasizing that Nepal stands as a natural beneficiary from cooperation from China and India. Varma 2018. While overall reluctant to engage China and third countries in the recent past, the cooperative approach has been gaining traction in Indian government and strategic circles. Analyst C. Raja Mohan, for example, has been advocating for many years that beyond strategic differences in the border dispute, India can work with China on a case-by-case basis, evaluating the merits of each specific connectivity or infrastructure project. In 2018, he thus argued that Delhi and Beijing have an incentive to reduce their differences on the BRI and find ways to work together on at least a limited agenda of connectivity. Mohan 2018. This view seems to guide the Indian government's tentative openness to accept Chinese investments in its northeast region to facilitate linkages with Bangladesh and the Bay of Bengal. Dawes to 2018. It also indicates that India is warming up to working with China on developing intra-regional and interregional connectivity for mutual economic benefit, despite its opposition to the BRI. For example, an Indian official attended the China-South Asia Cooperation Forum held in Yunnan, which fosters links between Chinese and South Asian business and industrial stakeholders. Murthy 2018. Coexistence between the extremes of cooperation and hostility. India and China have also often learned to coexist in South Asia's third countries. This contradicts the popular understanding that India always felt threatened by any Chinese presence and, by default, worked to deny Beijing space in South Asia. In fact, both countries often operated side by side in different sectors across the region, reflecting a surprising Indian degree of tolerance. These instances were not just reflections of Indian incapacity to prevent China from setting up shop in its regional backyard. Instead, in such instances Delhi could have used its diplomatic, military, or economic clout to deny or dislodge Chinese presence, but instead decided to permit it. In some cases, China's presence was even encouraged because it was perceived to facilitate India's own interests. The spirit of peaceful coexistence between both countries is at the heart of the Panchsheel Agreement signed together with Burma in 1954. It prevailed through much of the 1950s, when India and China were invested in their respective spheres of influence, which sometimes overlapped, as in the cases of Tibet, Nepal, Sikkim, Bhutan, and Burma. Delhi and Beijing often saw these and other areas as frontier zones where either one or the other would have special but not necessarily exclusive prerogatives. Roy 2011, 194-252. This indicates that, at least in the 1950s before their relations deteriorated, India and China often coexisted peacefully in and around South Asia, rather than competing or conflicting with each other. Coexistence was based on the idea of reciprocity. They tolerated the other country's presence in spheres of influence that were not exclusive. On the Chinese side, this included Tibet and Xinjiang, where India maintained diplomatic and commercial missions to pursue its interests well into the 1950s. On the other hand, India initially also tolerated limited direct contact between China and Bhutan and Sikkim. Matt 2013, 390-396. With China and India normalizing their relations since the 1990s, the space for coexistence has, once again, opened up across South Asia. The most telling example relates to China's predominant role in Bangladesh's defense and security sectors over 424 Constantino Xavier. The past 3 decades, Beijing's emergence since the 1990s as the country's main military supplier defies the popular logic that India has determinedly opposed security and defense ties between its smaller neighbors and extra-regional powers, especially China. That HRG 2018. While India may have been unable to match Chinese defense supplies, it certainly uses its leverage to impede Bangladesh from developing close security links to China. The first ever visit of an Indian defense minister in 45 years of bilateral relations took place only in 2016, reflecting how Delhi had, at least until then, learned to coexist with a Chinese security presence in its immediate periphery. In other cases, Chinese defense and security relations are even seen as complementing Indian interests in neighboring countries, beyond incapacity to deny. Such instances do not only indicate Indian toleration, but also positive acceptance. During the final phase of the civil war in Sri Lanka, between 2006 and 2009, India deferred to Sri Lanka's request for Chinese military assistance to defeat the Tamil insurgents. While India was unable to deliver ammunition and other critical supplies requested by Sri Lanka, it cleared such extra-regional military support as long as Colombo kept Delhi informed about the nature and terms of such assistance. Chandrapuruma 2012, 295-296, 428-430. By outsourcing to Beijing the dirty job of supporting the Sri Lankan military offensive against the Tamils, India was, at the same time, also effectively sanctioning China's presence as a security actor in the region. Finally, India's comfort levels with China's political presence in the region can also be gauged from its silence about Beijing's mediation between Myanmar and Bangladesh during the 2018 refugee crisis. Delhi has been traditionally wary of any external mediation attempts in the region, and in the 2000s had only reluctantly permitted Norway's mediation in the Sri Lankan peace process, as well as the United Nations' role in supporting disarmament and reconciliation in post-war Nepal. Martin 2012, Xavier 2016, 240-241. While India expressed its discomfort in both these cases, it did not express any public reservations about China's involvement during the 2018 refugee crisis between Bangladesh and Myanmar. Delhi's choice to stay away from political involvement and, instead, pursue a crisis response focused on relief and rehabilitation may be seen as indicating its tacit approval of China taking on the burden of mediation and conflict resolution between its two neighbors. India and China have a history of overlapping presence in South Asia's third countries. This mode of coexistence has gained ground in recent years as China expands its footprint on the subcontinent. Coexistence should not be seen as a mere expression of Indian inability to oppose China's expanding footprint. The cases discussed here indicate an Indian tolerance, and in some cases even encouragement, of China's presence in the periphery. Such cases of coexistence are expected to increase and may include, for example, a growing Chinese presence in Bhutan, where China was largely excluded in the past. At the same time, there are only thin lines separating Sino-Indian coexistence from either cooperation or competition. Coexistence with coordination may be positive in that it enhances division of labor, reducing redundancies and encouraging India and China to focus on their respective comparative advantages. Coexistence with competition may, however, have negative repercussions on third countries, dividing their territory or sectors into separate Indian and Chinese spheres of influence. This would hinder national developmental strategies and weaken the governance structures of South Asian states. China and India's neighborhood 425 informally. Such arrangements are already influencing policymakers. In Nepal, India tends to see the southern Terai Plains as its primary area of operation and is often willing to concede the northern border regions to China and its Tibet-focused security interests. In Sri Lanka, on the other hand, Indian officials see the northern and eastern areas as critical and are conversely more willing to tolerate China's presence in the south. 3. Competition. The third mode of Sino-Indian interaction in South Asia is marked by competition. As China stepped up efforts to intensify political, economic, and security relations with India's smaller neighbors in the 2000s, Delhi has begun to respond with alternatives, seeking to match and counter Beijing's inroads. Especially after the announcement of the BRI, India has upgraded its regional policies to increase interdependence with its neighboring states. This has created a competitive dynamic, often intentionally fueled by smaller states who seek to benefit from playing off Delhi against Beijing. Such small state balancing, however, has also increased the risks of greater rivalry and conflict between the two giants. Sino-Indian relations in the past were not always about just cooperation or conflict. Beyond coexistence, examined earlier, Delhi and Beijing also interacted through tacit competition, mutually adjusting their behavior reflexively. In the 1960s, for example, besides open hostility based on attempts to undermine each other, China was also involved in an implicit ideological competition that played out in South Asia's smaller states. Driven by the Maoist zeal of its cultural revolution at home, China invested in a variety of outreach initiatives to attract India's neighbors. In Sri Lanka, for example, Beijing cultivated the communist movement through political and cultural propaganda and also invested in public diplomacy, for example by supporting the construction of a new convention center in Sri Lanka in the 1960s, Navarat in 1976. In Nepal, China cultivated King Mahendra but, at the same time, also reached out to the communist movement in the country, leading to student protests in 1968 67, Bottle 2012, 197. India's own outreach initiatives to the neighbors in the 1960s were at least partially shaped by the need to respond to such Chinese soft incursions and contributed to a Sino-Indian Cold War competition in the region. In 1963, India's Ministry of External Affairs decided to reconstitute its external publicity division as an information division to better respond to anti-Indian propaganda emanating from Peking and Karachi, singly and in collaboration. MEA 1963, 67. In the specific case of Nepal, for example, the Indian Information Service's annual report for 1964 called for more resources to counter what it described as an anti-Indian Nepali press, guided not only directly by China's silver pieces, but also by Pakistani agents who do not mind giving a helpful hand to China in this game. And AI 1964, 27. Beyond this ideological competition for South Asian hearts and minds in the past, the current race for regional connectivity follows a similar dynamic. China has taken the lead by offering India's neighbors vast grants and loans for infrastructure development under the BRI. Despite Delhi's opposition, all of India's neighbors except Bhutan have joined the BRI. China's rapid incursions into the region forced Delhi to refocus its attention to the periphery it had neglected for so long. The new Neighborhood First and Act East policies announced by Prime Minister Modi in 2014 are driven by the understanding that India must offer an alternative to its neighbors. This is Space 426 Constantino Xavier on a set of principles that Delhi articulates as a different approach to sustainable connectivity. Burua 2018. It is acknowledged openly by Indian officials and underlines the importance New Delhi attaches to educating neighboring countries about the dangers of Chinese connectivity plans as well as the advantages of working with India. JA 2018. India's current competitive approach to China is often visible when it shapes decisions about its own infrastructure investments in the region. For example, Delhi's interest in purchasing the Matala Airport in southern Sri Lanka was reportedly influenced by its proximity to the port of Hambantota, leased out to a Chinese company for 99 years. As reported by a senior journalist, the leasing makes sense from a security strategic point of view as it will give India eyes on Hambantota. Bagchi 2017. China's expanding presence in Sri Lanka's port sector has also rekindled India's old interest in developing the Trincomalee port on the island's eastern coast. Paras Har 2017. Similarly, India's public offer for a stake in the Dhaka Stock Exchange in 2018 was reportedly driven by the need to stem China's own bid, which ended up prevailing. Stacey 2018. Beyond infrastructure and finance, there are also growing indications that China and India's focus on disaster response and relief to South Asian states is driven by an increasing competitive logic, as illustrated in the aftermath of the Nepal earthquake in 2015. Jan 2017. China has also not shied away from exploring its role as a regional newcomer to its own advantage. When India pressured Nepal in 2015 to adopt a more inclusive and democratic constitution toward its minorities, and permitted an economic blockade on the landlocked country, Beijing came readily to Kathmandu's rescue. While it did not want to directly challenge India in Nepal, according to one official, it will not let an anti-India crisis in Nepal go to waste. Bottle 2016. China's projection in South Asia has thus not shied away from exploiting anti-India sentiments in the region. Speechly through timely and implicitly critical statements of India, Beijing has galvanized local support and further rubbed salt into Delhi's many hegemonic wounds, some self-inflicted, as in the case of the 2015 blockade on Nepal. Gang 2016. Overall, however, the Sino-Indian competitive dynamic has been beneficial to all parties involved. China has been able to make inroads by focusing on connectivity, infrastructure, and economic development. At the same time, its economic entanglement has also allowed China to improve its image and increase political influence. India, on the other hand, has woken up from its regional slumber and been more focused on its immediate periphery. Under the Neighborhood First policy since 2014, the Indian government prioritized issues of connectivity and development cooperation with its neighbors. Realizing its limitations to counter China individually, India has partnered with Japan, the United States, and several multilateral organizations that it had traditionally shunned in the region. Xavier 2017. No longer able to sustain its exclusivist and outdated policy of right of first denial, Delhi also moved to focus on expanding its capacity to deliver more, better, and faster to its neighbors. Finally, and maybe most importantly, Sino-Indian competition has benefited the developmental agendas of South Asia's smaller states, which have increased their bargaining power and alternatives. Countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, or the Maldives have been making the most of playing off China, India, and also other extra-regional powers against each other. Recognizing the advantages of a non-aligned policy that hinges on diversification, these states often proclaim an India first policy in public but, in practice, have effectively balanced Delhi and Beijing, China and India's Neighborhood 427. At the same time, India-China competition can have unintended negative effects. Increasing competition will naturally reduce the scope for cooperation, with both countries embracing a reactionary posture, doing more of the same in parallel, and therefore is bound to increase redundancies. There is thus a fine line between a healthy Sino-Indian competition that benefits the economic development of South Asia's third countries and a conflictual Sino-Indian rivalry that escalates into turf wars and destabilizes the region. Conflict. A final and fourth mode of interaction between India and China and South Asia's small states is marked by conflict. These are cases where Delhi and Beijing adopt policies that clash or seek to undermine each other. This divergence, however, is not always pursued intentionally, especially when third countries undergo regime crises and transitions. China and India will often find themselves on opposing sides, with initially subtle policy differences getting rapidly locked into antagonistic escalation and open conflict. Similarly, third countries can actively fuel Sino-Indian clashes by playing one off against the other. With China's expanding presence across the subcontinent and a variety of new sectors where India and China are coming into contact for the first time, the risk of conflict has thus increased in recent years. In the past, conflicts have occurred during the period of hostile relations from the 1960s to the 1980s. China used East Pakistan and then Bangladesh after 1971 to fight the proxy war against India by supporting a variety of insurgencies operating across the northeastern states. Bami 2009, 157-163. Lindner 2015, 336-345. Beijing and Delhi sometimes also clash during regime crises in the neighborhood. In Nepal, in the late 1980s, China supported King Birendra's military modernization plans despite Indian opposition and then openly sided with the monarch against Delhi during the ensuing Nepal-India bilateral crisis. The Sino-Indian standoff in Kathmandu ended in 1990, with the king stepping back and caving into Indian pressures to adopt a democratic constitution. Garver 1991. Despite bilateral normalization since the 1990s, China and India have on some occasions clashed again in the region. In a remake of the 1987-1990 crisis in Nepal, Delhi and Beijing adopted contrasting postures when King Birendra declared an emergency and absolutist rule to pursue a military offensive against the Maoist insurgency. In February 2005, India immediately froze the bilateral relationship, stopped military assistance, and pressured the monarch to reinstate state parliament, hold elections, and pursue negotiations with the insurgents. Delhi also pursued consultations with Beijing and initially agreed to coordinate and share information. Xavier 2016, 203-221. Just 2 months later, however, indicating growing divergences, India's senior-most foreign policy official Shyam Saran expressed hope that China, as a good friend of Nepal, will give the right kind of advice to the Nepalese, based in 2005 b. 512. But just a few days later, the Chinese foreign minister became the first high-level foreign official to visit Nepal after the coup and did not make any effort to pressure the king to heed Indian advice. The Sino-Indian split became apparent in the following months, as Beijing rejected India's policy to pressure King Gyanendra to democratize and, instead, engaged and supported his regime through a variety of diplomatic, economic, and military initiatives. China's stance, in turn, factored into India's decision to get even further. 428 Constantino Xavier involved in pressing for regime change. An Indian government official recalls Delhi's concern. Here was someone who had trampled on democracy, deepened the conflict in his own country, and now was playing strategic games with China that directly impinged our interests. 2014, 101. The 2005-2006 policy conflict in Kathmandu did not escalate into open hostility, but it was a preview of a succession of similar South Asian regime crises where Indian and Chinese policies would clash more intensively. With China's growing economic stakes in the region, it has naturally become more politically invested in certain political factions or governments to protect its investments. The Nepal crisis thus signaled the beginning of a period in which China and India found themselves on different sides during elections or regime transitions. First, during the 2013 parliamentary election campaign in Bhutan, India reportedly interfered to signal its displeasure with the incumbent prime minister's attempts to foster closer relations with China. Delhi's abrupt decision to cut subsidies on gas and kerosene exports to its neighboring country reportedly undermined the re-election prospects of the ruling Bhutan Peace and Prosperity Party (DPT), installed Chinese outreach initiatives to the kingdom, stopped in 2014. Similarly, in the run-up to Sri Lanka's 2015 presidential elections, India allegedly facilitated the creation of a complex coalition to oust ruling Mahinda Rajapaksa because of his close links to China. Chalmers in Migli 2015. In the 2017 elections in Nepal, China and India once again found themselves supporting opposing coalitions. 2017. While in these cases different preferences did not lead to escalation in conflict, they do indicate how India and China are increasingly working at cross purposes when it comes to political change in South Asia. The tension became particularly apparent in early 2018, in the Maldives, when President Yemen declared an emergency and received Chinese support to stall Indian pressures to hold elections. In an implicit reference to Delhi, Beijing noted that the international community should play a constructive role on the basis of respecting the sovereignty of the Maldives rather than take actions that may further complicate the situation. Permanent mission of the People's Republic of China to the UN 2018. While China kept extending political, economic, and military support to Yemen's increasingly autocratic rule over the next months, India's pressure and coordination with the United States and other partners of Bantu allies succeeded in forcing him to hold fresh elections, where he had to concede defeat. In 2018, while the China-India border dispute is restricted to certain areas along the Himalayas, the 2017 military standoff between China and India and Bhutan further reflects how the relationship can play out in conflictual terms to affect third countries in the region. Responding to Chinese military incursions in road building to change the status quo in its disputed territory with Bhutan, Indian forces crossed the border to intervene in defense of the neighboring country. The Bhutanese government came under pressure from both Beijing and Delhi but tried to play safe and please both sides. It did not condemn the Chinese incursion and indicated willingness to make concessions to solve the border dispute through negotiations, but at the same time, it also did not publicly acknowledge or condemn India's military intervention. J. Shankar 2017. Such border incidents could repeat themselves in the disputatory junction points that China and India share with Nepal. Despite persistent attempts to strengthen bilateral relations between India and China, there are growing indications that their initiatives in third countries are clashing, and China and India's neighborhood 429 leading to heightened risk of conflict. This antagonism was apparent when, in 2019, India reportedly communicated to Nepal that it was not going to purchase downstream electricity generated by any Chinese-supported hydropower projects on the Himalayan slopes. Malhasher 2018. These are still intermittent and limited clashes, but one should not discard a worst-case scenario where India and China target each other's infrastructure and other assets across the region. Such hostility could deeply destabilize the smaller states of South Asia and divide them into different spheres of Indian and Chinese influence. Beyond a territorial focus on third countries, Sino-Indian conflicts could also play out in regional and non-territorial commons that are becoming securitized, including the cyber, maritime, and space domains. As these areas remain mostly unregulated, clashes could have a devastating impact on South Asia's stability and development prospects. Conclusion. Managing increasingly complex Sino-Indian interactions. As the preceding examples show, India-China interactions in South Asia are not irreversibly locked into competition and conflict. Across different time periods, countries, and sectors in the region, Beijing and Delhi have interacted in a variety of ways. This contradicts linear narratives about India as a regional power, always bent on excluding China from its periphery. Delhi's circumstantial assessments have dictated different approaches, which have not always been hostile. At the same time, however, the space for coexistence and cooperation is decreasing. This is driven by the rising asymmetry in Chinese and Indian abilities to deliver support for infrastructure and other developmental projects in third countries. It is further complicated as interdependence increases across the Himalayas, with China establishing itself as a resident power in what used to be India's predominant sphere of influence. China's superior abilities in delivering infrastructure and development projects and its growing economic presence in South Asia are opening up new fronts for China-India interaction across the region, which will inevitably strain the relationship. Greater connectivity is shrinking the region and raising the risks of friction between the two countries across a variety of areas that require harmonization, from military assistance to railway gauge standards. Finally, while China emphasizes the strictly economic and win-win aspects of its deepening relations with India's neighbors, it is naturally also increasingly involved in deepening political, security, and cultural ties with these countries. Whether it leverages these intentionally or not, Beijing's regional presence in Asia is inevitably shaping the domestic balance of power and external security alignments of South Asian states. China and India have, therefore, become entangled in an increasingly complex relationship in third countries, which will have different and simultaneous levels of interaction, from cooperation to conflict. This will require careful management, including 3 sets of specific challenges for India and China. For India, the first challenge will be to give up its unsustainable hegemonic approach to its smaller neighboring states. The traditional policy of denial, based on a prerogative, right of first refusal, is no longer enforceable and only fuels anti-Indian sentiment. Instead, Delhi will have to keep investing in increasing its institutional and financial capacity to deliver first, more, and better in terms of connectivity and economic. 430 Constantino Xavier assistance. Having an alternative in China and other powers, countries like Nepal will no longer wait for India India to implement its promises and will, instead, adopt a first-come, first-served policy. Second, while all forms of connectivity have strategic implications, India will have to refrain from defining Chinese projects as a blanket threat to its security interests, unless there are substantiated reasons of concern. Delhi should not merely oppose a Maldives-China free trade agreement or a Chinese investment in electricity distribution in southern Nepal because they are allegedly sensitive to its security interests. Instead of this zero-sum prism, India will have to do a better job at defining which specific projects pose a threat, communicate clearly why they affect Indian interests, and then offer reliable alternatives to the concerned neighbor. India's third challenge will be to deepen cooperation with like-minded countries in the region without instigating a security dilemma with China. By working together with Japan, the United States, and other extra-regional actors who implement its different vision of sustainable connectivity and a free and open Indo-Pacific, Delhi may unintentionally fuel competition with China that risks escalating into conflict. While the India-China structural dynamics and India's democratic identity are likely to further deepen its Indo-Pacific partnerships in South Asia's third countries, Delhi must also take care to keep communicating with Beijing and explore opportunities for parallel partnerships with China in the region. For China, the first challenge will be to moderate its pace in South Asia and learn to avoid specific sectors where its involvement is bound to escalate negative Indian regions and encourage competition. India remains a central and predominant player in the region and, due to geographic proximity and other factors, including an open border with Nepal, will always have greater stakes than China in the domestic affairs of its neighbors. To assuage Delhi's concerns, Beijing must focus on economic connectivity and, conversely, seek to refrain from excessive military and security cooperation with India's immediate neighbors. Second, Beijing will have to take special care not to let South Asia's small states play China and India off against each other. In the past, countries like the Maldives or Nepal have attempted to use the China card to extract greater concessions from India, with some success. But in the current competitive environment, this will increase the risk of conflict. To avoid these risks, China must invest in communication channels with India about regional developments, in particular to share information and assessments. While this will not automatically translate into cooperation, it will help avoid surprises and increase India's comfort with China's presence in the region. China's final challenge in South Asia is to move beyond an idealistic win-win approach and show greater responsiveness to reducing the negative impact of its infrastructure development initiatives. The location, timing, and implementation of Chinese projects naturally reflect Beijing's economic and strategic interests. They have also had a disruptive impact on the financial, political, ecological, and social balances in the host countries, the most notorious of which are known as debt traps. China cannot be held responsible for the lack of regulations or corruption surrounding some of its projects, but it will have to be more responsive to the domestic concerns and preferences of local actors by focusing on the terms of its economic assistance and stressing its openness to a dialogue to increase long-term accountability and good governance in South Asia's small states. Beijing will also pave the way for a more cooperative relationship with India. China and India's neighborhood. 431 notes. Bibliography ADUIOBOOK 1989, India and South Asia, The Quest for Regional Predominance, World Policy Journal 71, 107-133. Bagchi, I. 2017, Lankan PM to visit as India is leasing airports near Hambantota. The Times of India, 21 November. Available online at https://timesofindia.india.times/lankan-pm-visit-as-india-is-leasing-airport-near-hambantota/article/6173250.cms. Barrel, B. 2016, India's blockade has opened the door for China in Nepal. The Wire, 2 March. Available online at https://thewire.in/diplomacy/India-blockade has opened the door for China in Nepal. Barrel, L. R. 2012, Nepal, Nation State in the Wilderness, Managing State, Democracy and Geopolitics, New Delhi, Sage Publications. Barua, D. M. 2018, India's Answer to the Belt and Road, A Roadmap for South Asia, Carnegie, India, 21 August. Available online at https://carnegieindia.org/2018/08/21/India's Answer to Belt and Road Roadmap for South Asia Pub 77071. Basin, A. S. 2005-8, Nepal, India and Nepal-China Relations, 1947-2005 Documents, Volume 1, New Delhi, Geetika Publishers. Basin, A. S. Ed. 2005b, India's Foreign Relations, 2005 Documents, New Delhi, Geetika Publishers. Bat HRG, J. 2018, India-Bangladesh Defense Cooperation, Coming of Age, Ed Last, Observer Research Foundation, 26 July, available online at www.orthonline.org/research/India-Bangladesh-Defense-Cooperation-Coming-of-Age-Last/ Baumik, S. 2009, Troubled Periphery, The Crisis of India's Northeast, New Delhi, Sage India. Baumik, S. 2017, Behind the RAW Tirade, The Daily Star, 18 March, available online at www.thedailystar.net/op-ed/politics/behind-the-raw-tirade-13777514. Bien, M. P. 2018, India helped in restoration of democracy in Maldives. Malmunadulgayayum, The Week, 28 October, available online at www.theweek.in/wire-updates/national October 28, 2018, Del 7-Maldives-GAYOM-interview.html. Chalmers, J. and Miglani, S. 2015, Indian spies role alleged in Sri Lankan president's election defeat. Reuters, 18 January, available online at www.reuters.com/article/SDH-Lankan-insight/Indian-spies-role-alleged-in-Sri-Lankan president's-election-defeated USKBN 0KR030201501118. Chand, B. 2017, Disaster Relief as a Political Tool, Analyzing Indian and Chinese Responses After the Nepal Earthquakes, Strategic Analysis 41-6, 24 October, 535-545. Chandrabrahma, C. A. 2012, Gadi's War, The Crushing of Tamil Tiger Terrorism in Sri Lanka, Colombo, Ranjamiharayan Foundation. Dasgupta, S. 2018, Government Seeks China Role in Northeast Connectivity Plan, The Times of India, 16 August, available online at https://timesofindia.india.times/world/china/government-seeks-china-role-in-northeast-connectivity-plan/article-6541764.8.cms. De Silva, K. M. 1996, Regional Powers and Small State Security, India and Sri Lanka, 1977-1990, New Delhi, Vikas. Ding, G. 2016, Blockade Shows Nepal's Connectivity Dilemma, Global Times, 2 March, available online at www.globaltimes.cn/content/967223.html. 432 Constantino Xavier Dutta, P. K. 2017. Can China really encircle India with its string of pearls? The Great Game of Asia. India Today. 15 June. Available online at www.indiatoday.in/India/story/China encircle India string of pearls 982,932,017 Garver, J. W. 2001. Protracted contest. Sino-Indian rivalry in the 20th century. Seattle. University of Washington Press. Haggerty, D. T. 1991. India's Regional Security Doctrine. Asian Survey 31-4. 351-363. Jane, R. K. 1981. China-South Asian Relations. 1947-1980. New Delhi. Humanities Press. J. Shankar, D. 2017. China miscalculated how to handle India. Allowed face-saving exit. NDTV Online. 29 August. Available online at www.ndtv.com/opinion/China-miscalculated how to handle India. Allowed face-saving exit 1743081 Ja. P. 2014. Battles of the New Republic. A Contemporary History of Nepal. New Delhi. Olive Book Company. Ja. P. 2017. Nepal Elections. An India-China Battle at the Ballot Box. Hindustan Times. 25 November. Available online at www.hindustantimes.com/world-news/nepal-elections-and-india-china-battle-file-html Ja. P. 2018. How India is Dealing with China. Improved Ties. Watch Day Alert. Hindustan Times. 21 July. Available online at www.hindustantimes.com/India-news/how-India-is-dealing-with-China-improved-ties-let-stay-alert/story-EJ6193RF-NCR5QHO-XJ4PI.HTML. Krishnan, A. 2019. China and India look to cooperate despite belt and road disagreements. South China Morning Post. 25 April. Available online at www.scmp.com/week-asia/opinion article 3007588 belt and road differences aside China and India agree disagree. Lindner, B. 2015. Great Game East. India, China and the struggle for Asia's most volatile frontier. London. Yale University Press. Malhotra, J. 2018. If China builds or dams, India won't buy energy. PM Narendra Modi to tell KP Oli. The Indian Express. 6 April. Available online at https://indianexpress.com/article India. If China builds or dams India won't buy energy PM Narendra Modi to tell KP Oli 5125566/ Martin, I. 2012. The United Nations in support to Nepal's peace process. The role of the UN mission in Nepal. In SVI and CEDAW. D. Malone and S. Pran. EDS. Nepal in transition. From People's War to Fragile Peace. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. 201-231. Matt Hu, T. 2013. Bhutan-China Relations. Towards a new step in Himalayan politics. In Kayura and Eskingla. EDS. The Spider and the Piglet. Proceeding to the first seminar on Bhutan Studies. FIMFU. Center for Bhutan Studies. 388-412. Available online at http://crossasia-repository.ub.uni-heidelberg.de/2625/1/19_SPDRPGLT.pdf. MEA. Ministry of External Affairs. 1963. Annual Report 1963-1964. Access to 15th of May 2019. Available online at https://maillib.nic.in/question PDF 2490 question 000. Miglani, S. 2018. India, China launch joint training for Afghanistan. Planned more projects. Reuters. 15 October. Available online at https://in.reuters.com/article/India-China-Afghanistan/India China launch joint training for Afghanistan. Planned more projects at INKC and 1MP1 kilobyte. Mitra, S. K. 2003. The Reluctant Hegemon. India's Self-Perception in the South Asian Strategic Environment. Contemporary South Asia 12-3. 399-417. Mohan, C. R. 2018. Rajamandula. India's China Reset and BRI. The Indian Express. 10 April. Available online at https://indianexpress.com/article/opinion/columns/India-China-foreign-policy-trade-relations-G-10-Narendra-Modi-OKLAM-5130866/ Murthy, N. S. 2018. SAARC in Coma. China throws another challenging regional initiative. Observer Research Foundation. 10 July. Available online at www.orphanline.org/expert-speak/SARC-another-challenging-regional-initiative/Muni. SD and Tai. Y. T. 2012. A Resurgent China. South Asian Perspectives. New Delhi. Routledge. NAI. National Archives of India. 1964. Annual Reports from Kathmandu for 1964. File number HI 1011-4565. Navaratan, G. 1976. The Chinese Connection. A Study of Sri Lanka-China Relations in the Modern Period. Colombo. Sandisa News Agency. China and India's Neighborhood 433 Parishar. S. 2017. Sri Lanka to offer India core development to balance out China. The Economic Times. 19 April. Available online at https://economictimes.india-times.com/news/politics-nation/sri-lanka-port-development-to-balance-out-China/article show 5825322.cms. Permanent mission of the People's Republic of China to the UN. 2018. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Gang Shuang's regular press conference. 7 February. Available online at www.china-un.org/ang/fyrth-T15327336.htm. Access to 15th of May 2019. Ravabin, S. 2013, 1971. A Global History of the Creation of Bangladesh. Cambridge, M.E. Harvard University Press. Roy, N. 2011. A Study of Deviant State Behavior. Indian Foreign Policy. 1947-62. PhD dissertation. Carleton University. Samaranag, N. 2019. China's Engagement with Smaller South Asian Countries. United States Institute of Peace. 10 April. Available online at www.usip.org/publications/2019/04/China's Engagement Smaller South Asian Countries. Saran, S. 2017. How India Sees the World. From Kautilya to Modi. Kautilya to the 21st Century. New Delhi. Juggernaut Books. Stacy, K. 2018, India and China Groups Clash Over Dhaka Stock Exchange Stake. Financial Times, 18 February. Available online at www.feet.com/content/5D15E718-12F 7-118-ACB6-B9CCC4C4DBBB. Stimson Center, NB South Asian Voices. Available online at https://southasianvoices.org/China-South-Asia/ Stoughton, P. 2014, India and Bhutan. The Strategic Imperative, IDSA Occasional Paper Number 36, September. Available online at https://idsa.in/occasional papers/ob_India and Bhutan _PSTOBDN_260914. Sub-eBay, S. P. 2005, Dynamics of Foreign Policy and Law. A Study of India-Nepal Relations, London. Oxford University Press. Varma, K. J. M. 2018, China moots India-Nepal China Economic Corridor through Himalayas. Live Mint, 18 April. Available online at www.livemint.com/politics/KUBM7SKB8BBD-SB26VYAK. China-moots-India-Nepal China-Economic-Corridor-3-HIMA.HTML. Xavier, C. 2016, From Inaction to Intervention, India's Strategic Culture of Regional Involvement, Nepal, Sri Lanka and Myanmar, 1950S2000S. Doctoral dissertation, Johns Hopkins University, School of Advanced Studies. Xavier, C. 2017, India's Like-Minded Partnerships to Counter China and South Asia, India in Transition, Center for the Advanced Study of India, University of Pennsylvania, 11 September. Available online at https://casi.sas.upenn.edu/iit/Constantino Xavier. 27 Unequal Rivals China, India, and the Struggle for Influence in Southeast Asia. Sharon Lee. Both the People's Republic of China, PRC, and India harbor expanding aspirations of great power status in the Indo-Pacific, and having the power to influence in Southeast Asia is part of that vision. Within Southeast Asia, however, the countries that form the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, share a common objective of retaining independent foreign and defense policies to keep Southeast Asian states from becoming entrapped in great power rivalries. Murphy 2017, 173. This objective is being challenged by Sino-US strategic competition, the perception of American decline, and disengagement in Asia, long-standing maritime territorial disputes in the South and East China Seas, and increasing wariness among many countries of China's capabilities and intentions. An increased Indian presence in Southeast Asia could provide a like-minded counterweight for some countries to balance the build-up of Chinese resources. Faced with increasing uncertainty, individual countries are strengthening politico-economic affiliations and shoring up their defense capabilities through security partnerships with larger powers. This has heightened the region's vulnerability to the actions of powerful external political and economic forces. Peace in 2002, 549, and weakened ASEAN's mandate of consensus and the principle of non-interference. An examination of China and India's presence in Southeast Asia involved understanding how states wield power to influence the behavior of others for their own interest, as Robert Dahl, 1957, 200-203, seminally argued. Underlying these concepts is the intuitive idea that A has power over B to the extent that he can get B to do something that B would not otherwise do. Evelyn Go, 2016, 1, makes a definitive distinction that power should be understood as resources and latent capability, and influence is thus the effective exercise of this power, or the act of modifying or otherwise having an impact upon another actor's preferences or behavior in favor of one's own aims. For Beijing, influence in Southeast Asia involves, on the one hand, the use of its geo-economic leverage, which is largely gained through its trade and investment relationships as a reward for favorable behavior. Congressional Research Service 2018, the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, has found particular success in using infrastructure projects and development assistance as mechanisms to gain political influence in developing economies. It also uses its military capabilities to intimidate and deter undesirable behavior and defend its maritime territorial claims. Congressional Research Service 2018, for New Delhi, influence involves evoking India's historical and cultural ties to Southeast Asian civilizations and a sense of shared norms. This is a defensive response, as compared with the approach taken by China, and certain countries are encouraging India to engage more proactively with Southeast Asia. India does not have any disputes with the region and has a burgeoning economic and security potential. China's unequal rivals in Southeast Asia 435 encroachment into continental South and Southeast Asia has also necessitated that New Delhi upgrade political and security relations to conserve its great power ambitions. This chapter first discusses the geostrategic and politico-economic significance of Southeast Asia for China and India. 1 second, it examines the PRC's strategy and politico-economic objectives for its Southeast Asian presence. Third, it examines India's response and capabilities vis-a-vis China in contesting power and influence in Southeast Asia. Finally, it discusses the implications for evolving Sino-Indian relations in Southeast Asia. The PRC has accumulated significant resources and political influence in mainland Southeast Asia, and Beijing has found long-term success in undermining ASEAN cohesion. India's power and influence in Southeast Asia relative to China will remain limited for the foreseeable future due to inconsistent investment and inadequate resources. Consequently, those Southeast Asian countries wary of Chinese intentions will continue to encourage other extra-regional major powers, such as Japan, to remain engaged. The significance of Southeast Asia for China and India. Although Chinese and Indian leaders play down any sense of competition, Southeast Asia presents a specific region to test whether China and India have enough space to both be great powers in the broader Indo-Pacific. Scott 2013, 52. The significance of Southeast Asia for China and India is twofold: the region's geography and their politico-economic stakes in the region. First of all, the region's importance is in its maritime and continental geography. Southeast Asia's sea lanes constitute the principal maritime corridors for energy supply and other commercial traffic between the Indian and Pacific Oceans. Lifer 1983, 16. The Strait of Malacca is the key choke point in Asia. Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia are located along the strait. Southern Thailand and India's Andaman and Nicobar Islands are located at the northern entrance to the strait. The contested South China Sea is located to the northeast of the strait. Congressional Research Service 2018, China, India, and maritime Southeast Asia thus have vested interest in securing these sea lanes for the transport of oil and raw materials, as well as control of local resources in disputed territories, both of which are critical for economic growth. Ho 2006, 574. China and India are, respectively, the second and fourth largest energy consumers in the world and are heavily reliant on oil, coal, and gas imports via Indo-Pacific sea lanes. Both China and India are also involved in offshore energy development projects in the South China Sea. Key South China Sea claimants, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Vietnam, have all expressed concerns over developments in the South China Sea and the Chinese militarization of the Spratly Islands. This has not only impacted the the major trading route through the Strait of Malacca, but also tilted the regional military balance in the PRC's favor. Consequently, India and certain Southeast Asian countries have increased the tempo of their defense cooperation and dialogue. In contrast, the majority of mainland Southeast Asian countries are concerned with the territorial integrity of shared land boundaries, which heighten the sense of strategic vulnerability between neighbors. One of the key countries is landlocked Laos, which 436 shared borders with China, Cambodia, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam. The use of Laos' pivotal location was demonstrated during the Vietnam War. For China, Thailand, and Vietnam obtaining influence over Vientiane would result in a safe buffer zone. Friedman 2000, 340-355. Similarly, the strategic value of mainland Southeast Asia to southwestern China and to the north and northwestern boundaries of India has led to increased Chinese and Indian investment in Myanmar. Beijing leverages its investments for political influence via large infrastructure projects and funding, broader international development financing, IDF, and overseas development assistance, ODA. It is important to note that despite the fact that China's international development portfolio has grown to a similar size as that of the United States, the majority of its commitments are composed of commercially oriented projects with less concessional finance. It is unclear whether the finance is backed by the state or by private corporations. ADUIOBOOK 2017. Point 2. Laos and Myanmar view Beijing's expansive economic diplomacy as largely welcome. Myanmar maintains a distinct pro-China stance due to China's willingness in providing assistance during the country's international isolation. It would also be one of the main beneficiaries of the Bangladesh-China-India-Myanmar Economic Corridor, UBOI 2016. 1944. Such infrastructure investments and economic inducements have provided Beijing with political influence in South and mainland Southeast Asia, thus maintaining a strategic buffer to China's land borders. In turn, this has heightened New Delhi's strategic vulnerability as Beijing's increasing resources in Bangladesh, Laos, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka encircle India. India has thus announced rival infrastructure projects and upgraded existing partnerships in Southeast Asia to counter China's influence in its immediate neighborhood. Second, China and India both have strong politico-economic stakes in Southeast Asia. ASEAN's population of approximately 640 million makes the region a significant market for goods and services, destination for investment, and source of imports. In 2017, ASEAN had a combined gross domestic product (GDP) of almost $2.8 trillion and was ranked as the world's fifth largest and Asia's third largest economy. ASEAN Secretariat 2018 A27. However, due to the individual nature of 11 sovereign foreign policies and significant variation in the country's geography, economies, population, and political systems, the region is highly vulnerable to major power interference, and the institution of ASEAN has always struggled with an internal divide. Late Thursday, 2018. 21. This is demonstrated by the GDP per capita of individual ASEAN countries, in which Singapore and Brunei's economies significantly outpace all their neighbors and are approximately 3 to 4 times larger than Malaysia, Vietnam, and Indonesia. ASEAN Stats 2018. Singapore is the only Southeast Asian country to not have a Belt and Road Initiative (BRI) project. Instead, it plans to cooperate in infrastructure and project financing. Moreover, Singapore, Brunei, and Malaysia all have a GDP per capita higher than China, which was $7,755 in 2018. The World Bank 2019. Despite significant developments in their industrial and modern service sectors, Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam remain below China in terms of GDP per capita. In Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, post-independence economic development was severely affected by conflict with both internal and external enemies, and as a result, their economic growth comes from a very low base. Booth 2011. 3. Consequently, small and developing Southeast Asian countries have been unable to resist the PRC's $1 billion of loans and investments on offer. Unequal rivals in Southeast Asia 437. Therefore, it is not surprising that Southeast Asian states have responded in differing ways. Countries such as Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, and Vietnam are increasing public and defense diplomacy to secure India as a possible counterweight to the increasing Chinese influence in Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, and Myanmar, and to Chinese military developments in the South China Sea and adjacent waters. In the 2019 State of Southeast Asia survey, a majority 43% expect 2019 to be a time of uncertainty for Southeast Asia. However, of these respondents, 69% of Laotians polled viewed the region as stable or very stable, whereas 67% of Singaporeans polled viewed the region as uncertain and increasingly turbulent. Tang et al. 2019. 4. China's strategy in Southeast Asia and examining the PRC's strategy in Southeast Asia, it is important to first clarify the objectives of China's ruling regime. The one-party system of the CCP is motivated primarily by a commitment to preserve its monopoly on domestic political power over mainland China. The majority of China's banks, firms, and enterprises are state-owned, and the People's Liberation Army, PLA, is the armed wing of the CCP. As argued by Friedberg, it is impossible to make sense of the ambitions, fears, strategy, and tactics of China's present regime without reference to its authoritarian, illiberal character and distinctive Leninist roots. Friedberg 2010. 7. Under the banner of President Xi Jinping's concept of a community of shared future for mankind, the CCP aims to transform the international environment to make it compatible with China's governance model and emergence as a global leader. Tobin 2018. This involves exploiting gaps, ambiguities, and the lack of consensus in alliances, partnerships, institutions, and forums. Sino-US competition has further heightened China's desire for influence and overt coercion in Southeast Asia. Huxley and Schreier 2015. 129. Therefore, Chinese objectives for Southeast Asia include maintaining a stable political and security environment along China's periphery to facilitate China's economic growth in the southwestern regions, maintaining and expanding trade routes transiting Southeast Asia, increasing influence in the region to defeat perceived attempts at strategic encirclement or containment by U.S. partners and allies, and maintaining trade relationships for politico-economic purposes. Vaughan and Morrison 2006. 7-8. To achieve these objectives, China's strategy is twofold. First, Beijing uses preferential economic agreements and large-scale infrastructure projects in developing countries. This charm offensive began in the wake of the 1997-1998 Asian financial crisis, when Beijing resisted pressure to devalue the yuan while the currencies of its neighbors were in free fall. In November 2004, ASEAN and China agreed to create the ASEAN-China Free Trade Area, which by 2011 was the largest free trade area in the world with a combined market of $1.94 billion and GDP of $9.5 trillion. ASEAN Secretariat 2019. China remains ASEAN's top trading partner. In terms of foreign direct investment, FDI, into Southeast Asia, China came in third behind the European Union, EU, and Japan in 2017, on the back of a 15-fold increase since 2008. ASEAN Secretariat 2018 B. 142. Indeed, much of the strong economic growth in Southeast Asia has been powered by the Chinese economy. Preliminary data demonstrate that Chinese development and connectivity projects have reduced economic inequality within and between regions, with spillover effects apparent in both rural and urban areas. Bloom et al. 2018. 3031-Beijing's current flagship mechanism is President Xi's BRI, which finances infrastructure throughout Asia, Europe, Africa, and beyond in order to boost economic integration. 438 Sharon Lee and connectivity. Domestically, such projects assist Chinese industries suffering from overcapacity, spark growth in the outlying regions of western and southwestern China, significantly expand export and investment markets, and assist Chinese technological development into dominant positions in areas such as high-speed rail, regionally and globally. These projects are used for financial diplomacy purposes, that is, support with diplomatic intent. The PRC is targeting mainland Southeast Asian states via the Maritime Silk Road portion of the PRI, see Table 27.1, encouraging the perception that China's rise as regional hegemon will, overall, benefit them too. In Cambodia, BRI-backed projects, including the Sihanoukville Special Economic Zone, Phnom Penh-Sihanoukville Expressway, and the construction of a new airport in Phnom Penh, have provided the country with essential upgrades to aging infrastructure without imposing major conditions on improving the rule of law or its human rights record. However, such growth comes with concerns that access to Chinese capital and markets depends on political alignment with Beijing. Indeed, China has a long history of using public diplomacy tools to bolster its status internationally, through infrastructure, people-to-people exchange, cultural symposia, official visits, and information broadcasting. Custer et al. 2018. 1. As evidenced in parts of Africa, the South Pacific, and South Asia, Beijing uses its ITF, ODA, and infrastructure investments to extract diplomatic and security concessions. In addition, Chinese-backed loans often come at higher interest rates than loans from other major donors such as Japan, the EU, and the International Development Agency, IDA, and may burden host countries with unanticipated debt. Escalating costs and corruption may also hurt host countries. For example, the Chinese construction of Laos high-speed rail, conceived in 2001 and now part of the BRI, cost $6 billion, of which Beijing will pay $1.6 billion. It remains unclear how Vientiane will finance the remaining debt. Myanmar, despite close ties to China, has scaled back plans for a BRI-backed project to develop the Gawakbeo deepwater port off Rakhine State, which was originally slated to cost $7.3 billion. Malaysia has also suspended 3 of its BRI projects, worth $22 billion, including the East Coast Rail Link. Chinese loans in 2 companies are also implicated in Malaysia's One Malaysia Development Berhad money laundering scandal. Table 27.1 Chinese official finance with diplomatic intent, 2000-2016, US dollar million, deflated to 2014 constant US dollar. Rank recipient amount, US dollar million. 1 Malaysia 13,402 Cambodia 9,103 Indonesia 9,004 Laos 4,705 Vietnam 3,707 Myanmar 1,908 Philippines 1,115 Brunei 217 Timor-Leste 118 Thailand 15 No FT Singapore 0. Source, based on data compiled from ADUIOBOOK, 2017. FD equals financial diplomacy, unequal rivals in Southeast Asia 439. The second part of China's strategy of politico-economic leverage is to decouple mainland countries from the maritime states' concern over China's behavior in the South China Sea. Beijing uses financial diplomacy to coerce neighboring countries into political acquiescence and acceptance of its growing military dominance. It utilizes the divisions between developed and developing states and the maritime and mainland states to drive the wedge through ASEAN. This was demonstrated when ASEAN failed to conclude any binding agreements to a code of conduct in the South China Sea with Beijing. Cambodia blocked ASEAN statements condemning Chinese actions in the South China Sea in 2012 and 2016, and both Cambodia and Laos backed Beijing in rejecting the 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling, which sided with the Philippines and invalidated historic Chinese claims within China's 9-line. Former Indonesian Foreign Minister Martin Natalegawa later warned of an ASEAN torn apart due to China's growing influence and its ability to divide Southeast Asian countries on critical issues which should be of mutual concern, such as the South China Sea, reared in 2016. Even the Philippines is internally divided. President Rodrigo Duterte's assertion that China was already in possession of the entire South China Sea was later countered by the Philippines Chief Justice Antonio Carpio that Chinese control accounts for less than 8%. Lima Rio 2018. Beijing has made some progress in bilateral defense diplomacy with Southeast Asia, but still faces many barriers. This is due to a lack of trust regarding the management of territorial disputes, the poor quality of Chinese arms, and the desire for some Southeast Asian countries to maintain defense ties with Washington. Sorry 2012. Consequently, Chinese military doctrine focuses on modernizing its power projection capabilities, militarizing its claimed islands, and establishing greater sea control and area denial over the South China Sea. The State Council of the People's Republic of China 2015. In the 2016 edition of the Chinese journal Naval Studies, 3 PLA Navy officers argued that the struggle in the South China Sea is not just about contention over rights and interests. More than that, it is a struggle for dominance in regional security affairs. Translated in Martinson and Yamamoto 2017. The Pentagon's 2016 Asia-Pacific Maritime Security Strategy highlighted that since 2013, China has reclaimed 17 times more land in 20 months than the other claimants combined over the past 40 years, accounting for approximately 95% of all reclaimed land in the Spratly Islands. U.S. Department of Defense 2015-16. This amounts to more than 3,200 acres of land and includes the construction of military installations such as airstrips, some 30 kilometers long to accommodate a range of military aircraft, helipads, air defense batteries, berthing areas for large ships, barracks, radars, and other surveillance equipment. The plus broader military modernization for anti-access/area-denial also applies, and PLA operations have taken place in Southeast Asian exclusive economic zones. See Office of the Secretary of Defense 2018. Defending its maritime route of commerce and energy supplies through the Indian and Pacific Oceans and preventing foreign interference are PRC priorities. China imports approximately 80% of its oil through the Strait of Malacca and is vulnerable to interdiction by American and other regional forces. China Power Team 2017. Consequently, wariness over Chinese intentions has manifested to varying degrees in Southeast Asia. The former permanent secretary of Singapore's foreign ministry, Bilahari Kausukan, warned that Singaporeans should be aware of when Beijing is trying to manipulate them. He added that China doesn't just want you to comply with its wishes, it wants you to do what it wants without being told. China will always 440 Sharon Lee enjoy significant influence in this region, but significant influence is not dominant or exclusive. Quoted in Young 2018. Vietnam has openly supported American freedom of navigation operations in the South China Sea, and in 2018 hosted an U.S. aircraft carrier group. There is also growing awareness in Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, and Thailand that China's Mekong River projects, hydropower stations and river widening plans, will destroy local communities and make such countries beholden to Beijing. Go 2006, 225-246. In the 2019 States of Southeast Asia survey, whilst China was ranked the most influential in Southeast Asia economically by 73% of respondents and politically and strategically by 45%, of respondents believed that China will be a revisionist power in the region. This was the top response in Cambodia, Indonesia, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. In addition, 70% of respondents believed that their governments should be cautious and avoid unsustainable financial debt burdens, with the strongest sentiments in Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Thailand. Yet, even in the least concerned country of Laos, 46% still agreed that the government should be wary of negotiating BRI projects. Tang et al. 2019-20. India reacts. India's engagement in Southeast Asia comes at a time when regional countries, such as Indonesia, Singapore, and Vietnam, are looking for partners to balance Chinese power and the perception of American decline. Southeast Asian countries traditionally have not had any disputes with India, as compared to China and Japan, and India's historical, cultural, and ideological impact on Southeast Asian civilizations is highlighted in its 2015 Maritime Doctrine, Ministry of Defense, Navy, 2015, 1-2. India is also the world's fastest-growing large economy and third largest contributor to global growth. Most importantly, New Delhi's great power ambitions are challenged by China's successful isolation of India in its own region of South and Southwest Asia, in particular in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. See Chung 2018, 315-332. For instance, in Sri Lanka, the Chinese upgrading of ports and other maritime facilities came with $8 billion debt. Desperate for debt relief, Sri Lanka handed over to Beijing the major Hambantota port on a 99-year lease, intensifying China-Pakistan ties, which includes not just infrastructure and energy projects worth $32 billion but also civil nuclear cooperation, have left India politically detached and strategically vulnerable to its key opponent. The PRC has also constructed Wadar port in Pakistan and Communication facilities in the Cocoa Islands in Myanmar. Brewster 2010-5. Consequently, India's engagement in Southeast Asia is driven by necessity and not by a comprehensive strategy like that of the PRC. New Delhi bases its presence on a historical legacy and similar post-colonial experience with Southeast Asia, as Mohammad Ayub 2003 has argued. The first generation of India's post-independence leaders had perceived the anti-colonial struggles in Southeast Asia as indivisible from their own fight for freedom from colonial subjugation. The Congress leadership, with Jawaharlal Nehru, was convinced that the future of India was indivisible from the future of Asia, and particularly of Southeast Asia. Second, the strategic importance of Southeast Asia to India was evident to India's prospective policymakers and strategic thinkers even before the transfer of power from British to Indian hands. The events of the unequal rivals in Southeast Asia 441 Second World War, especially the dramatic Japanese sweep through Archipelagic and mainland Southeast Asia in a remarkably short time, had driven home the lesson to India's nationalist elite that India's eastern flank and the seaward approaches to the subcontinent were as important for India's defense as the land boundaries of the northwest and the north, which had been the traditional concerns of strategists during the days of the British Raj. India is capitalizing on its economic engagement with the region and promoting strategic partnerships and military cooperation to enhance its own interactions vis-a-vis gravis China. When Narendra Modi took office as Prime Minister in 2014, he updated the long-standing Look East policy of the 1990s to Act East and unveiled a vision for the Indian Ocean named Security and Growth for All in the region, abbreviated to SAGR, meaning sea or lake in Hindi. Roy Chaudhary 2018. Using the SAGR concept, Modi emphasized the shared norms of India and Southeast Asia. He commented that India and ASEAN should work together to keep our seas safe and secure, and that India's relations are free from contests and claims, with a common vision for the future built on commitment to inclusion and integration, belief in sovereign equality of all nations irrespective of size, and support for free and open pathways of commerce and engagement. Modi 2018. He further commented on the strategic nature of India's role in Southeast Asia. To the east, the Malacca Straits and South China Sea connect India to the Pacific and to most of our major partners, ASEAN, Japan, Republic of Korea, China, and the Americas. Our trade in the region is growing rapidly, and a significant part of our overseas investments flow in this direction. Modi 2018. As part of the Act East policy, New Delhi has announced rival infrastructure projects in response to China's BRI. However, such initiatives remain at the discussion stage, with inconsistent planning and minor budgets compared to Beijing's BRI. For example, the ASEAN-India Connectivity Summit aims to support flagship plans such as the India-Myanmar-Thailand Trilateral Highway. The project was initiated in 2002, and in 2017 India proposed to extend the highway to Cambodia and Vietnam. However, progress remains slow due to a lack of consistent financial and institutional support. The Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, BIMSTEC, connects the littoral states of the Bay of Bengal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Myanmar, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Thailand in order to enhance connectivity in 14 areas: trade, technology, energy, transport, tourism, fisheries, agriculture, public health, poverty alleviation, counter-terrorism, environment, culture, people-to-people contact, and climate change. Despite the hope that such a grouping can address overdependence on China's IDF and provide access to consumer markets in India and rising BIMSTEC economies, BIMSTEC is broad in its remit and remains one of the least integrated subregions in the world. Hussein 2018. Similarly, the Mekong Gang Cooperation, comprised of India, Thailand, Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam, aims to enhance areas of cooperation in tourism, culture, education, and transportation, but remains firmly in the capacity-building stage. When comparing ASEAN trade and goods by trading partners, see Table 27.2. Since 2010, China has been ASEAN's top trading partner, with increasing two-way trade, whereas India is seventh and fluctuating annually. In addition, a comparison of China Table 27.2 ASEAN trade in goods by trading partners, 2012-2017, US dollar million. Trading partner 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. ASEAN 1 500 2,864 582,938 605,000 640 617,000 752 608,000 114 535,380 516,000 575 590. Rank trading partner 1,491,968 1,806,793 1,865,437 1,903,785 1,913,965 1,737,481 1,722,025 1,984,062. 1 China 234,296 293,103 316,984 348,325 362,645 363,497 368,694 441,009 2 28 202,008 238,401 240,708 243,896 245,277 230,655 233,564 261,402 Free Japan 218,700 255,998 264,035 239,942 228,486 202,800 202,408 219,000 258 4 microseconds 179,220 195,879 198,087 203,000 127 200 9,290 210,582 211,807 234,269 5 ROK 101,744 124,403 130,974 134,400 130,925 120,567 124,455 153,686 Australia 57,399 67,443 70,379 68,975 73,289 57,493 52,879 59,147 India 56,006 165 74,145 71,133 68,169 67,836 30,166 58,597 73,638 Russia 12,667 16,803 18,091 19,925 22,525 13,969 11,957 16,799 Canada 10,455 12,280 11,932 13,064 12,809 12,655 12,632 13,817 10 NZ 37,605 9,039 9,200 83 9,783 10,698 8,753 7,900 9,524 Rest of the world 410,000 417 519,300 533,831 554,000 178 550,000 185 456,000 340 5 437,000 133 501,000 542 Total 1,994,831 2,389,731 2,471,077 2,521,237 2,522,078 2,272,862 2,238,601 2,574,288 Source. Based on data compiled from ASEAN Secretariat, 2018 B. 64. 1 Association of Southeast Asian Nations 2 Republic of Korea 3 New Zealand Unequal Rivals in Southeast Asia 443 and India's trade, FDI, and free trade agreements, FDA. Via engagement with ASEAN demonstrates that while India is significantly integrated into Southeast Asia, its economic integration in the region does not match that of the PRC. Chinese FDI inflows to ASEAN were worth $11 billion in 2018, approximately 8 times that of Indian inflows. Beijing also eliminated 90% of all FTA tariff lines by 2015, whereas India's FTA with ASEAN only eliminates 78% of tariff lines and will only be accomplished by 2020. The combined ASEAN-China FTA area was worth $444 billion in 2017, whereas the ASEAN-India area was $74 billion. Des and Shira and Associates 2017, ASEAN Secretariat 2018 B. 147. This is in large part due to India's limited resources despite its economic growth. In particular, New Delhi's transition from aid recipient to donor has not been realized. This affects its capacity to invest in Southeast Asia compared to the economic weight of the PRC. In 2016, India remained the 8th highest recipient of ODA, receiving approximately $2.7 billion mainly from Japan and the IDA. Since 2005, its ODA as a ratio of gross national income has decreased, and since 2014, its FDI outward flows have also decreased. Its 2018-2019 foreign aid budget was also revised down to $900 million, which is minimal compared to the approximately $350 billion committed by China between 2000 and 2014, data 2017. In addition, India's development assistance is mainly targeted to South Asia, with 66% allocated to Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, the Maldives, and Mongolia. Myanmar is the largest Southeast Asian recipient at 5%. Ministry of Finance 2018. In comparison to China's power projection capabilities and land reclamation activities, Indian military modernization is also haphazard. Its 2015 maritime doctrine identifies that it needs an assured energy supply to sustain its economic growth. To this end, it harbors unfulfilled ambitions for a power projection capability that extends across the western Pacific Ocean through the Strait of Malacca into the Indian Ocean. Ministry of Defense, Navy 2015, 49. As part of its great power ambitions, there is also growing recognition to invest in Indian naval modernization. However, such strategic thinking is constrained by India's famed lack of coordination in strategic planning, its focus on nuclear arms technology vis Pakistan, inadequate logistics and maintenance, and shortages of ammunition and spare parts. IISS 2018b. Also, the majority of policymakers support strategic autonomy and India's continental land power status, and have no desire to provoke Beijing with maritime rearmament. Code in Dawsga to 2012. 28. The 2015 Maritime Doctrine does not articulate how India would defend its maritime supply lines and identifies the sea routes to the Pacific Ocean and the South and East China Seas as being of secondary interest. Ministry of Defense, Navy 2015, 68. Moreover, despite an increasing defense budget, only 25% of India's FY 2018-2019 outlay of $16 billion is for defense and investment, with over 70% allocated to pay, allowances, and pensions. IISS 2018b. In contrast, in the PRC, the total outlay for FY 2018-2019 is $45 billion, with 33% allocated to defense investment. This has impacted India's ability to meet defense requirements in the Eastern Indian Ocean, and the 2017 report for India's Controller and Auditor General raised major questions about the preparedness and capabilities of all its armed services. CCAG 2017, 1145. In comparison, the PLA has adapted its defense requirements to deter foreign intervention in its claimed territories, including organizational and operational changes. In 2017, the PLA Navy had 83 principal surface combatants, compared to the Indian Navy's 27. 57 conventional submarines, compared to India's 15, and 4 nuclear-powered submarines, SSBN, compared 444 sharing lead to 1 Indian SSBN still being tested. The PLUS naval expansion plans include 4 aircraft carrier battle groups in service by 2030, significantly ahead of India's wish list of 3 aircraft carrier groups, IISS 2018A, 2018B, Nuance 2018. In the absence of substantive power projection capabilities, New Delhi has focused on defense diplomacy in Southeast Asia, where it has made progress. Prime Minister Modi's Act East policy and Sagar concept have provided a base for India to upgrade many of its economic ties in Southeast Asia to political and security ones. Young and C. 2009, 34. In September 2017, India and Myanmar signed agreements related to maritime security cooperation, sharing white shipping information, and India providing a coastal surveillance system. In 2017 and 2018, the two countries also held the first India-Myanmar bilateral military exercise and the first India-Myanmar Navy bilateral exercise in the Bay of Bengal. In May 2018, India and Indonesia signed 15 agreements pledging to double bilateral trade by 2025, boost defense cooperation, and support the rule of law and freedom of navigation and overflight in the Indo-Pacific region. Approximately 6 weeks later, India and Singapore signed 10 pacts, elevating relations to the Straight Gig Partnership level. The pacts elevated the defense dialogue to the ministerial level, agreed on collaboration in defense technology and exploration and co-development in the defense industry, and agreed to expand cooperation in maritime security through white shipping information sharing and greater bilateral Coast Guard cooperation. In addition, the Singapore Armed Forces is the only military to have agreements with India for all its service arms. In July 2018, India and Vietnam agreed to upgrade ties to a comprehensive strategic partnership, with India extending a $500 million line of credit to Vietnam to facilitate deeper military cooperation. The two countries also agreed on the construction of offshore patrol vessels as one of the concrete steps to solidify the relationship, yet it remains uncertain whether such initiatives have had any effect. Only 0.1% of those polled in the 2019 States of Southeast Asia survey believe that India had the most influence economically, politically, and strategically in the region, ranking behind China, Russia, the EU, Japan, and the United States, tying it out. 2019. 21. Upgrading India's presence in Southeast Asia also faces a broader foreign policy challenge. Like many countries in the Indo-Pacific, India strikes a delicate balance between economic engagement with China and supporting security ties with Washington and like-minded partners. In 2017, Indian exports to China, including Hong Kong, were worth approximately $24 billion, approximately 9% of its total. By 2018, two-way trade was worth $90 billion. Beijing's ability to bring its economic heft to bear has resulted in attempts to resist Chinese political interference whilst maintaining economic interdependence. India and Southeast Asia both seek to avoid the perception of a coalition of states containing China. For instance, India and Indonesia's statement on upgraded defense ties was careful not to mention concerns over China's military expansion in the South China Sea as a motivation. In addition, to avoid the appearance of a military containment of the Chinese presence in the Indian and Pacific Oceans, New Delhi did not agree to elevate the quadrilateral security dialogue to secretary-level consultations with the US, Japan, and Australia. It also has been reluctant to support the free and open Indo-Pacific concept. See Politics and 2018. Conclusion: the evolving contest for power and influence between China and India in Southeast Asia is not over, but instead involves each country seeking to strengthen ties with smaller regional states to secure their respective security and economic interests. Both unequal rivals in Southeast Asia. 445 Beijing and New Delhi's presence is tied to broader aspirations for great power status. China has successfully exploited existing divisions within the region and maintains political influence in mainland Southeast Asia. China's financial diplomacy, along with its moves to aggressively prosecute its maritime claims in the South China Sea and extend its reach into the Indian Ocean, is causing concern in New Delhi and maritime Southeast Asian states. India is thus responding to the challenges in continental South and Southeast Asia, and especially to growing Chinese resources being invested in Myanmar, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Countries such as Indonesia, Vietnam, and Singapore continue to encourage Indian engagement to prevent China from leveraging power into influence. This has resulted in a messy patchwork of competitive interests, agreements, and partnerships as the Southeast Asian states attempt to maintain independent foreign policies and strengthen security partnerships to prevent the PRC's dominance. The situation is further complicated by India and Southeast Asia's desire to continue amicable commercial ties with the PRC. There are 3 key implications. First, as maritime Southeast Asian countries become increasingly wary of Chinese influence, they will increase their attempts to keep India engaged as a political, economic, and security counterweight. Second, Beijing will continue its militarization of the South China Sea and its financial diplomacy with mainland Southeast Asian states. As Indian actions in Southeast Asia have been defensive and many commitments are not yet fulfilled, the military balance of power has already shifted toward China. Finally, Southeast Asian countries will find it increasingly difficult to forge independent foreign policies. India is one of many major powers being courted by certain Southeast Asian states to check the expansion of Chinese influence. Due to India's largely inconsistent investment and unfulfilled great power ambitions, many Southeast Asian countries will continue to encourage other actors such as Australia, the EU, Japan, South Korea, and the United States to upgrade their regional presence. In the future, India's Southeast Asian engagement will likely take on a multilateral nature. Notes. Bibliography 8 Data, 2017, Global Chinese Official Finance Dataset, version 1.0, October, available online at http://adata.org/data/chinese-global-official-finance-dataset, access the 18th of January 2019. Ali Mario, A. 2018, Carpio to Duterte, China not in possession of South China Sea, CNN Philippines, 16 November, available online at https://cnnphilippines.com/news/2018/11/16/ARPIO-UTERTE-China-South-China-C.html, access the 10th of January 2019. ASEAN Secretariat, 2018 ASEAN Key Figures 2018, Jakarta, ASEAN Secretariat, 2018 B. ASEAN Statistical Yearbook 2018, Jakarta, ASEAN Secretariat, 2019, ASEAN China Free Trade Area, Invest in ASEAN, available online at http://investasian.asean.org/index.php/view/free-trade-areas/view/734/newsid/776 ASEAN China-free-trade-area.html, access the 8th of January 2019. 446 sharing the ASEAN stats, 2018, gross domestic product, GDP, per capita in ASEAN, at current prices, nominal, in US dollars, annually, ASEAN stats data portal, available online at https://data.aseanstats.org/ access the 8th of January 2019. ADUIOBOOK 2013, India and Southeast Asia, Indian Perceptions and Policies, London and New York, Routledge Revivals, Baldwin, D. A. 2013, Power and International Relations, in W. Carlsnaz, TTS and B. A. Simmons, eds, Handbook of International Relations, 2nd ed., London, Sage, 273-298. Beeson, M. 2002, Southeast Asia and the Politics of Vulnerability, Third World Quarterly 23-3, 549-564. Bloom, R. Drever, A. Fuchs, A. Parks, B. Strange, A. and Tierney, M. 2018, Connective Financing, Chinese Infrastructure Projects and the Diffusion of Economic Activity in Developing Countries, A. Data Working Paper 64, 11 September, available online at www.adata.org. Publications Connective Finance Chinese Infrastructure Projects. Booth, A. 2011, China and Southeast Asia, Political and Economic Interactions, Journal of Current Southeast Asian Affairs 32, 35. Brewster, D. 2010, An Indian Sphere of Influence in the Indian Ocean. Security Challenges 6-3, 120. CAG, Controller and Auditor General of India, 2017. Report of the Controller and Auditor General of India for the year ended March 2016. Report number 24. Indian Air Force. Available online at https://cag.gov.in/sites/files/report_report_air/of_defense_services.pdf. China Power Team, 2017. How much trade transits the South China Sea. China Power. Last updated 27 October. Available online at https://chinapower.csis.org/much-trade-transits-south-china-sea/access to 21st of August 2019. Chung, C. P. 2018. What are the strategic and economic implications for South Asia of China's Maritime Silk Road Initiative? The Pacific Review 31-3, 315-332. Cohen, S.P. and Dawsgupta, S. 2012. Arming Without Aiming. India's Military Modernization. Washington, D.C. Brookings Institution Press. Congressional Research Service. 2018. China-India Great Power Competition in the Indian Ocean Region. Issues for Congress. Congressional Research Service Report for Congress. R45194, 20 April. Available online at www.everycrsreport.com/reports/R45194.html. Access 20 January 2019. Custer, S. Russell, B. DeLorenzo, M. Cheng, M. Foes, S. Sims, J. Turner, J. and S.I. H. 2018. Ties to Bind. Quantifying China's public diplomacy and its good neighbor effect. ADATA, June. Available online at www.adata.org/publications/connective-finance Chinese infrastructure projects. Dahl, R. 1957. The Concept of Power. Behavioral Science 2-3, 201-215. Desenchira and Associates, 2017. ASEAN's Free Trade Agreements. An Overview. ASEAN Briefing, 7 December. Available online at www.aseanbriefing.com/news/2017/ASEAN-free-trade-agreements-and-overview.html. Access the 14th of January 2019. Emerson, D. K. 2018. Singapore and Blythe. Journal of Democracy 29-2, 7682. Friedman, L. 2000. Kennedy's Wars, Berlin, Cuba, Laos, and Vietnam, New York and Oxford, Oxford University Press, 340-355. Friedberg, A. L. 2010. Competing with China, Survival 63, 764. Go, E. 2006. China in the Mekong River Basin, the regional security implications of resource development on the Langkangjiang, in M. Cobley, Anthony and R. Emmers, eds, Non-Traditional Security in Asia, Dilemmas in Securitization, London, Routledge, 225-246. Go, E. 2016. Introduction, Iniko, ed. Rising China's Influence in Developing Asia, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 123. K. Mabry, S. and Jones, L. 2018. China Challenges Global Governance. Chinese International Development Finance and the AIIB. International Affairs 94-3, 573-593. Unequal Rivals in Southeast Asia 447. Ho, J. H. 2006. The Security of Sea Lanes in Southeast Asia. Asian Survey 46-4, July-August, 558-574. Halsey, K. J. 1964. The Concept of Power in the Study of International Relations. Background 7-4, February, 179-194. Hussein, N. 2018. Is BIMSTEC remodeling for a bigger role? East Asia Forum, 23 November. Available online at www.eastasiaforum.org/20188/11/23/is-BIMSTEC-re-modeling-for-a-bigger-role/ access the 10th of January 2019. Huxley, T. H. Career, B. 2015. Standing Up to China. Survival 57-6, 127-144. IISS, the Institute for Strategic Studies, 2018 A. China, the IISS Military Balance Plus Database. Available online at www.iiss.org/publications/the-military-balance-plus. Access 21 January 2019. IISS, the Institute for Strategic Studies, 2018 B. India, the IISS Military Balance Plus Database. Available online at www.iiss.org/publications/the-military-balance-plus. Access the 21st of January 2019. Kurlansik, J. 2018. China's Risky Play for Global Power. Washington Monthly, September-October. Available online at https://washingtonmonthly.com/magazine/September-October-2018/China's-risky-play-for-global-power/ access the 9th of January 2019. Late Thursday, H. 2018. China's Dual Strategy of Coercion and Inducement Towards ASEAN. Pacific Review 32-1, 2036. Leifer, M. 1983. The Security of Sea Lanes in Southeast Asia. Survival 25-1, 1624. Malik, J. M. 1995. China-India Relations in the Post-Soviet Era. The Continuing Rivalry. The China Quarterly 142, 317-355. Martinson, R. and Yamamoto, K. 2017. Three plan officers may have just revealed what China wants in the South China Sea. The National Interest, 9 July. Available online at https://nationalinterest.org/feature/3-plan-officers-med-have-just-revealed-121,458. Access to 10th of January 2019. Ministry of Defense, Navy, 2015. Indian Maritime Doctrine. Available online at www.indiannavy.nic.in/content/Indian-maritime-doctrine-2015-version. Ministry of Finance, 2018. Grants and loans to foreign governments. Union Budget 2018-19. India Info Line. Available online at https://content.indiainfoline.com/budget/2018/stat20.pdf. Access the 18th of January 2019. Modi, N. 2018. Shared Values, Common Destiny. The Straits Times, 26 January. Ava Illegally online at www.straitstimes.com/opinion/share-values-common-destiny. Access the 9th of July 2018. Murphy, A. M. 2017. Great Power Rivalries, Domestic Politics and Southeast Asian Foreign Policy. Exploring the Linkages, Asian Security 13-3, 165-182. Nunes, M. 2018. China and India, Competition for Indian Ocean Dominance. IISS Military Balance Blog, 24 April. Available online at www.iiss.org/logs/military-balance/2018/04/China-India Competition. Access the 21st of January 2019. Office of the Secretary of Defense, 2018. Annual Report to Congress. Military and Security Developments Involving the People's Republic of China 2018. Washington, D.C. U.S. Department of Defense. Polit, A. Insano, S. 2018. The Free and Open Indo-Pacific Strategy and Uncertainties for India and Japan. Asia Pacific Bulletin 442. Available online at www.eastwestcenter.org/publications. The Free and Open Indo-Pacific Strategy and Uncertainties India-Japan. Reardon, P. 2016. Martin Italiawa says ASEAN being torn apart as China gains upper hand. Australian Financial Review, 15 December. Available online at www.afr.com/newspolitics. Marty-Natalegawa says ASEAN being torn apart as China gains upper hand 2016-1215 GTBQSW. Access the 10th of January 2018. Roy Chaudhary, R. 2018. Understanding Modi's Vision for the Indo-Pacific. IISS Voices, 14 May. Available online at www.iiss.org/blogs/analysis/2018/05/Modi-Vision-INDO-Pacific. Access the 9th of July 2018. 448 Sharon Lee Scott, D. 2013. India's Role in the South China Sea. Geopolitics and Geoeconomics in Play. India Review 12-2, 5169. Singh, A. 2016. India's Undersea Wall in the Eastern Indian Ocean. CSIS Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative, 15 June. Available online at https://anti.csis.org/indias-undersea-wall-eastern-indian-ocean/ Access the 10th of January 2019. Story, I. 2012. China's Bilateral Defense Diplomacy in Southeast Asia. Asian Security A3, 287-310. Tan, TYNC, C. M. 2009. The Evolution of India-ASEAN Relations. India Review 81, 2042. Tang, S. M. Thuzar, M. Hone, T. H. Shaler Palanyapap, T. Fem, TPT and Kian, A. S. 2019. The State of Southeast Asia. 2019 Survey Report. ASEAN Studies Center. ISEAS Yusof Ishak Institute. 29 January. Available online at www.iseas.edu.sg/images/pdf/ The State of SEA Survey Report _2019.pdf. The Heritage Foundation. 2018 Index of Economic Freedom. Available online at www.heritage.org/index/ranking. Access the 10th of January 2019. The State Council of the People's Republic of China. 2015. China's Military Strategy. Last updated the 27th of May 2015. Available online at http://english.gov.cn/archive/y_paper/2015/content_2814751156108333.htm. Access the 21st of January 2019. The World Bank. 2019. GDP per capita. Constant 2010 US dollar. Data. Available online at https://data.worldbank.org/indicator/ny.gdp.pcap.kd. Question. Most _recent_value_ disk equals true and view equals map. Access the 21st of August 2019. Tobin, L. 2018. Xi's Vision for Transforming Global Governance. A Strategic Challenge for Washington and its Allies. Texas National Security Review 21 December. Available online at https://tnsr.org/2018/Xi's-vision-for-transforming-global-governance-for-transforming-for-Washington-its-allies/ Access the 8th of January 2019. Ubray, P. 2016. Problems and Prospects of the BCIM Economic Corridor. China Report 51-1, 1944. U.S. Department of Defense. 2015. The Asia-Pacific Maritime Security Strategy. Achieving U.S. National Security Objectives in a Changing Environment. 27 July. Available online at https://dod.defense.gov/portals/1/documents/pubs/nda%208-underscore security_strategy_13015-130-final format.pdf. U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Rules. 2018. H.R. 6157. Department of Defense Appropriations Act. 2019. 25 June. Available online at https://rules.house.gov/bill/115/HR-6157. Access the 9th of July 2018. Vaughn, B. and Morrison, W. M. 2006. China-Southeast Asia Relations, Trends, Issues, and Implications for the United States. Congressional Research Report for Congress RL 32688, April 4. Available online at https://fos.org/sgp/crs/row/rl32688.pdf. Young, C. 2018. Esporans should be aware of China's influence ups. Bilahari. The Straits Times. 28 June. Available online at www.straitstimes.com/singapore/sporan-should-be-aware of China's influence ups. Bilahari. Access the 20th of January 2019. Young, TTNC, C. M. 2009, The Evolution of India-ASEAN Relations, India Review 81, 2042, 28 China and India in the Middle East, the rivalry moves west. Nicholas Bilateral. China and India's unprecedented involvement in the Middle East over the last decade opens a series of important questions. Will the growing economic and strategic interests of India and China in the Middle East lead to more activist foreign and security policies in the region? How will regional actors perceive China and India's increasing investments? And how will India and China manage their relations in this particular region? Over the past century, the Middle East has experienced welcoming and withdrawal of various external great powers. Today, there is the semblance of a new shift in the region with the perceived strategic disengagement of the United States and the undeniable emerging economic role of Asian powers. As of 2018, 45% of Middle East trade was with Asia, whereas only 14% was with the United States. In 2019, China surpassed the United States as the world's leading energy consumer and net importer of oil from the region in 2013, EIA 2013, Johnson 2015. Trade patterns with oil-rich Gulf states also shifted by 2013 as China pushed the United States into second place, while India moved Japan out of third place, in 2019, Dorsey 2019. As a result, it is unlikely that China and India's dependence on Middle East oil and natural gas, and their engagement with regional economies, will decline anytime soon. Some have coined the CHIME concept, China, India, and the Middle East, to characterize the emergence of a complementary ecosystem linking the capital surpluses and infrastructure needs of the oil-exporting Middle Eastern economies with the developing industrial capacities and consumer markets of China and India, Pictures 2017. Furthermore, China and India's significant economic and security interest in the Middle East, a key global junction, impact not only their energy security but also their regional postures, their relations with other global players like the United States and Europe, and, increasingly, their own domestic political situations. Regions like Kerala and India have developed and maintained strong and interdependent trade, cultural, and societal links with the Gulf states through decades of migration patterns and remittance flows, while China has progressively demonstrated concerns over how the religious divisions in the Middle East could impact the Uyghur community in its northwestern province of Xinjiang. Consequently, the protection of burgeoning interest in the Middle East has incited India and China to review their foreign and defense policies toward the region. Camp 2010. The Middle East definitely has a much larger strategic weight in Chinese and Indian long-term planning than Latin America or Africa, but it has historically attracted little attention from policymakers and scholars. While there has been a growing literature on China's relations with the Middle East, Adeshami and Miyagi 2015, Scudbale and Nader 2016, Horesh 2016a, Itashami and Horesh 2018, Reardon Anderson 2018, 450 Nicholas Blair Dorsey 2019. There have only been sporadic studies looking at India's Middle East policies. Ward 1992, Mudium 1994, Abiyankar 2008, and the nexus between the Middle East, India, and China has been completely neglected. In spite of the important stakes, there is a surprising lack of scholarship examining India-China relations in the Middle East. This stands in stark contrast to the important literature analyzing ties between India and China and other subregions of Asia. Kovalsky 2012, 2018, A. Carrier 2017, Carrera 2017. This chapter seeks to contribute to a better understanding of the increasingly complex and multi-layered relations between China and India in the Middle East. Since the 19th century and the gradual disintegration of the Ottoman Empire, the Middle East has been a contested geographical area between various global rivals, from Britain and France to Britain and Imperial Russia, Britain and the United States, and finally the United States and USSR until the early 1990s. Bled 2003, Primakov 2009, Takey and Simon 2016, Barr 2018. Most of these rivalries led to zero-sum contests for resources and allies in the region. Chen 2018. Given that China and India's economies have been increasingly dependent on resources and trade opportunities in the region, there are numerous points of potential friction between the two Asian powers that have emerged over time. However, shared concerns and interests in strategic stability and safe access to resources have also led to some degree of convergence and limited cooperation. In addition, despite growing investments in the region and deepening ties with all Middle Eastern actors, both India and China have been reluctant to get involved in regional politics, especially in the context of perceived U.S. disengagement. The remainder of this chapter is organized in 4 sections. I first offer a brief historical background of the involvement of the two Asian powers in the Middle East from 1947 to the 1990s. I then discuss how economic and energy interests over the last 25 years have been driving India and China's gradual strategic involvement into Middle Eastern politics. Building from this, I highlight in the third section the possible points of friction, but also of cooperation, linked to joint initiatives by both India and China to support their investments in the region. In the fourth section, I consider how this increased involvement has been perceived by major actors within the region. Finally, I conclude with a discussion of whether we can expect a competitive or collaborative relationship between China and India in the coming years. 1947-1992, limited and sporadic engagement. The history of the two Asian powers' engagement with the Middle East has been fairly different. Given its geographical location, the Indian subcontinent historically was the center of a sophisticated network of commerce between Middle Eastern and South Asian merchants. Ratnaber 2004, Bose 2006. Cultural and commercial ties were then reinforced by the settlements of Indians in the Arab world and of Arabs on the western coast of the Indian subcontinent. Starting in the second half of the 18th century, the British East India Company built on the pre-existing trading networks and adapted them to its own commercial and strategic needs, notably by connecting these trade lanes with the larger British Empire. Bled 2003. However, with the growth and scale of British political control of India, the spread of direct British political and administrative influence on the Middle East became necessary. Darwin 2009. Britain created a series of outposts and buffer zones along the Gulf Coast in what was called the Trucial-sized Tem, whereby British India signed a series of treaties with the Gulf Shiites on late 2007. Following World War I, the British Empire again expanded in the region as China and India in the Middle East. 451. Britain was given the mandate to administer Iraq and Palestine in 1922 by the League of Nations. As a result, the Middle East maintained an important position in political and commercial designs for successive polities in India. By contrast, China had less direct exposure to the Middle East until the 1950s. The present Chinese leadership often advertises its old commercial ties through the maritime Silk Road and the expeditions of Zheng He, the Muslim Chinese explorer, in the 15th century. Findlay 1991. Musgrave and Nexon 2017. However, while Muslims rather established enclaves in Chinese ports, there was no long-term presence of Chinese traders in Middle Eastern cities, and pilgrimages to Mecca by Chinese Muslims were limited. Dorsey 2019, 11. Starting from the late 1940s, new political entities in India and China redefined their ties with the Middle East. The newly independent Indian government under Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru aimed to differentiate its policies from the imperialist practices exercised under the British. In this context, India viewed the Middle East and newly decolonized countries as partners in this new international movement. India took a strong stance in support of Palestinians and Arabs in their struggle for liberation. China's diplomatic relations with Arab states in the 1950s and 1960s were similarly driven by shared anti-colonial and anti-imperialistic concerns and rhetoric. In the early days of the Arab-Israeli conflict, both India and China developed robust pro-Palestinian stances. Neither country established diplomatic ties with Israel until the 1990s, bilateral 2015. As a result, India and China were involved in Middle Eastern affairs, albeit in a sporadic and reactive fashion. The two Asian powers condemned the Anglo-French-Israeli attack during the Suez Crisis in 1956, as well as the 1,958 microsecond intervention in Lebanon. While Nehru and India were perceived as an important extra-regional actor involved in the settlement of regional issues like the Suez Crisis and the Lebanon Crisis of 1958, bilateral 2015, Nehru 2018, local governments perceived China to be a distant player at the political, military, and economic levels. As a result, with the exception of Egypt, many new Arab states did not recognize the communist regime in China and favored ties with the Soviet Union or the United States. Shisher 1979. India's involvement in Middle Eastern affairs during this period was also related to matters such as facilitating trade through guaranteeing access to sea lanes and to the Suez Canal, Bishku 1987. Indian elites were concerned about the security of key strategic choke points such as the Straits of Hormuz and the Suez Canal and adjusted India's regional policy in order to preserve its economic and trade interests. This dependence on trade lanes led India to actively participate in the negotiations following the Suez Crisis of 1956. While India supported Egypt's decision to normalize the Suez Canal, Nehru's priority was to keep the canal open to international shipping. Bilateral 2015. In the late 1960s, oil became a vital necessity to India's growing industrial sector. Since independence, India's major suppliers had been Iraq and Saudi Arabia. India also developed relations with other Gulf states, including the United Arab Emirates, UAE. The events accompanying October 1973 and the oil crisis further pushed India to harmonize its Middle Eastern policies with its oil and trade interests. By contrast to India, China had small economic and strategic stakes in the Middle East for most of the Cold War. In spite of China's economic reforms of the late 1970s and its promotion of new open trade policies, the Middle East remained a marginal region in its foreign policy agenda. Until 1985, the total volume of trade between China and the Middle East was only $1.7 billion. June 1999. Beijing's assumption of the United Nations Security Council seat in the 1970s led it to slowly be recognized 452 Nicholas bilateral by all the Middle Eastern states, but Saudi Arabia and Israel only normalized ties with China in the 1990s. Calabrese 1990. Given its limited interest and stakes in the region, China promoted the resolution of Middle Eastern conflicts through direct negotiations between the parties without third-party interference. Shisher 2013. A series of domestic economic and political developments in the early 1990s encouraged India and China to reorient their Middle East policies. Initially, both countries reacted quite differently to geopolitical changes in the region. While China voted in the Security Council in favor of sanctions against Iraq in the wake of the invasion of Kuwait, India was more reluctant to directly condemn the Iraqi regime, with which it had developed strong energy and strategic ties. Medium 1994. India opposed the use of force to solve the Kuwait problem, and the External Affairs Minister I.K. Gujral was even sent to Baghdad to support a negotiated settlement of the conflict. Barrel and Mohanty 1992. By contrast, China broke with its traditional stance on non-interference and indirectly endorsed military action by abstaining in the Council on the vote to authorize military force to drive Iraqi troops out of Kuwait. Shisher 2013. The Gulf War and the Oslo peace process further revealed important divisions and realignments within the Arab Muslim world that left both India and China with unprecedented diplomatic leeway to engage all regional actors without any concern of diplomatic repercussions. One major indicator of this policy shift was the establishment of diplomatic relations with Israel in January 1992 for both India and China. Humorals Wami 2010. Bilateral 2015. The normalization of ties not only helped the two Asian powers develop stronger defense and economic relations with Israel, but also led both states to move past old ideological configurations and engage a wider number of Middle Eastern actors, notably to further their energy and economic interests. The quest for energy and trade over the past 2 decades, China and India's dependence on petroleum and other raw materials from the Middle East, as well as their sustained economic growth, has gradually made the two countries a major destination for exports and a venue for investments from Middle Eastern states. China's primary economic interest in the Middle East has been to ensure stable access to the region's energy resources. China became a net petroleum importer in the early 1990s, and the Middle East has been China's main source of imported petroleum since 1995. Alderman and Garver 2008. In 2014, the Middle East supplied 52% of China's gross imports. New 2014. Over the last decade, China has also become the most important trade partner for most countries in the region, mainly as a supplier of goods. Faizelli 2018. As an example, trade between China and the Gulf Cooperation Council (GCC) increased from just under $10 billion in 2000 to $114 billion in 2016. Taken as a group, the GCC ranks as China's 8th largest source of imports and its 8th largest export destination. Scobell and Nader 2016. Sino-Israeli economic relations have also progressed over the last decade, now exceeding $8 billion, up from $12.8 million in 1992, while China reportedly invested a total of $12.9 billion. Evron 2017. Efren et al. 2019. Finally, China has invested $100 billion in infrastructure projects in the region as part of its One Belt, One Road (OBR) initiative, now known as the Belt and Road Initiative, or BRI, and more than 500,000 PRC citizens are reportedly now living and working in the Middle East. New 2014. Iteshami 2018. India has equally boosted its economic and political relations with various regional actors, including Israel and the GCC states. The region remains the source of more than China and India in the Middle East 453.60% of India's oil and gas requirements and is therefore critical to the country's energy security. While India only represented 3% of the GCC's total trade in 1992, by 2016, India had become the GCC's third trading partner after the European Union, EU, and Japan. Calabrese 2017. India's trade with the GCC, which represented $5.5 billion in 2001, rose to $137.7 billion in 2014-2015, with you go to 2017. In 2017, the UAE was India's second largest trading partner after the United States and India's largest source of investment from the Arab world. 80% of GCC investments in India. The UAE had also committed to investing $75 billion more in India's infrastructure sector. Calabrese 2017. While Indian investments in the UAE during the same period increased to $55 billion, but Rawi 2019. India's relationship with Saudi Arabia is also particularly strong. In March 2019, Saudi Arabia announced investment opportunities worth more than $100 billion in India following Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's visit to New Delhi, mid-July 2019. In August 2019, Saudi Arabia's state-owned oil giant Aramco purchased, for $15 billion, a 20% stake in the hydrocarbon and chemical businesses of Indian conglomerate Reliance Industries, July 2019. As a result, in terms of demographics, industrial and technological capacities, and resulting economic opportunities, India has been able to offer the GCC a promising market for its oil exports and is expected to overtake China as the world's largest energy market by the mid-2020s, PTI 2019. India's relations with the Middle East have also been enhanced by the existence of a sizable Indian diaspora. The region is home to approximately 8.9 million Indians who contribute about $35 to $40 billion in remittances every year and account for about 3% of India's gross domestic product (GDP) INS 2017. The strong historical transnational ties between this important diaspora and the populations of specific Indian states, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, reinforce the need for Indian leaders to see events and ties with Gulf states as directly affecting the welfare of parts of its society. As the Middle East's increasing importance to both India and China has become evident, the leadership in both countries has gradually begun to design policies to limit their exposure to the geopolitical risks in the region. For various reasons, the two Asian powers had traditionally been reluctant to publicly articulate any strategy toward the Middle East. Both Beijing and New Delhi have maintained the status of outside powers that are on relatively amicable terms with most regional actors, and have tried to not jeopardize this balancing act by not formulating explicit strategies. In addition, both states have historically been able to depend on the U.S. security umbrella in the region. Nevertheless, the mismatch between their growing interest in the Middle East and the limited resources deployed to defend these interests has been gradually and publicly recognized by both powers since 2015. For instance, in January 2016, the Chinese government published its first white paper dedicated exclusively to the Middle East. This document emphasized China's efforts to establish and deepen economic engagement within the greater Middle East and focused on exporting China's industrial capacity, notably its port and trade logistics infrastructure. With a total investment of $29.5 billion, compared to $7 billion by the United States, China emerged in 2016 as the Arab world's top foreign investor, down 2017. While there is no formal mention of an economic corridor passing through the Arabian Peninsula, China has also considered how cooperation with Middle Eastern partners can be formally or informally integrated within the broader BRI initiative and China's ambitious infrastructural projects. Fulton 2017. Funding for projects such as the fast rail connection between the Red Sea port of Eilat and the Mediterranean port 454 Nicholas Blairell Bashdad, for example, has gradually been provided by the newly established Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank, AIIB, Shishir 2018. Most Middle Eastern states have also become members of the AIIB, and Chinese banks and financial institutions have increased their transactions, activities, and foothold in the Gulf region in order to fund and support BRI activities in the Middle East, Rakimat 2019. In order to protect these investments and to ensure access to this economic corridor, China has increased its military and naval activity throughout the Indian Ocean, illustrated by the establishment of the country's first foreign base in Djibouti. During the same time period, India has pushed its Think West policy to further institutionalize its rapprochement with the Middle East, which has increasingly been presented as being part of India's extended neighborhood. Jaishankar 2015. Since 2015, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has focused his attention on promoting ties with the GCC states as well as Iran and Israel, with the clear goal of building on existing business-to-business contacts. For instance, Modi chose the UAE as his first destination in the Middle East in August 2015, and then visited Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Qatar in 2016, as well as the UAE again and Oman by the first half of 2018. Modi was also the first Indian Prime Minister to visit Israel and the Palestinian territories, in 2018. New Delhi has also promoted stronger strategic ties with Middle Eastern states. India has developed a robust defense partnership with Israel, which has involved the purchase of important weapons platforms and the joint production of defense systems. Blairell 2015. India also signed strategic partnerships with Saudi Arabia in 2010 and the UAE in 2017, developed high-level strategic security dialogues, UAE, interstate defense cooperation agreements, Qatar, Oman, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and intelligence and counter-terrorism cooperation, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, and promoted convergence in enhancing maritime security in the Indian Ocean region through bilateral activities and in multilateral fora such as the Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, and the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, IONS. This latest set of initiatives coincided with India's redefinition of the geographic scope of Indian Navy missions to its western flank and to multiple choke points in the western Indian Ocean denoted as primary maritime interests, LIMI 2017. The simultaneous economic involvement of India and China in the region has created conditions for tensions between India and China. Given the lingering border disputes between the two countries, New Delhi has notably been historically mistrustful of China's intentions. Shen 2018. Naval and port deployments in the Indian Ocean and the Gulf have been one example of this security dilemma. The Chinese Navy has stepped up its presence in the Indian Ocean, even if it has yet to match that of the United States and India. However, there has been a more sustained engagement, including regular calls on Gulf ports, Dorsey 2019. In addition, China has increasingly relied on logistical bases as technical stops in the Middle East and the Indian Ocean at large. India, for its part, has perceived the establishment of Chinese ports along the Indian Ocean littoral, including Gwadar in Pakistan, and Djibouti, as possible threats to its own vital sea lanes and access to regional resources. Gwadar in particular is a central node in China's BRI strategy, as it is supposed to link the Gulf with China's northwestern province of Xinjiang, and thereby provide, once operational, a crucial and more direct land sea supply line from the Gulf to China. India has been particularly concerned by China's development of ports with dual-use capacities, namely commerce and naval power deployment, saying 2015. China and India in the Middle East 455. The competitive dimension of Sino-Indian relations regarding the BRI has notably been acute in Iran, where the two Asian powers have struggled for control over access to the Shah Bahar port project. For China, Chabahar's geographic position is key. Iran is the only state in the Middle East that can potentially export oil and gas to China entirely by land, circumventing the Strait of Hormuz, the Indian Ocean, and the Strait of Malacca. However, India had historically backed the development of the Shah Bahar deep sea port to create access to Afghanistan and Central Asia, and to break Pakistan's regional maritime monopoly. As a result, Prime Minister Modi pledged a $300 million credit line for the Shah Bahar port soon after Iranian President Hassan Rouhani invited China to invest in the Shah Bahar economic zone and hosted a business delegation from Beijing, Ramachandran in 2019. Furthermore, China and India have access and commercial stakes in ports in Oman and UAE, and in 2018. This battle over the access to and control of strategically important Middle East ports such as Gwadar and Shah Bahar demonstrates a potential for regional rivalry. However, the highly realist security dilemma can be assuaged if India and China clearly define their security roles, commercial and strategic interests, and thereby possibly shared responsibilities in the Middle East. In this scenario, international cooperation in Gulf security could prove beneficial for all the regional stakeholders, both Asian and Middle Eastern, given China and India's dependence on the Gulf for energy resources and lack of alternative competitive suppliers, both countries need to take a more active stake in regional security arrangements. For instance, India and China have sought to put in place a joint working group to identify possible issues of cooperation in the energy sector, notably mechanisms to mitigate the risks of crude oil price volatility, and to assert their joint weight in discussions with OPEC, the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, January 2019. This was a unique cooperative initiative which followed a decade of competition between the two Asian powers for oil and gas resources in the Middle East. In addition, as U.S. interest in the region gradually declines, the Gulf states have been looking east to the two Asian powers as credible new global actors that can play a practical role in managing conflicts and ensuring some degree of stability in the region, even if neither power has the military capacity to replace the United States in the short term. January 2017. The tensions in the Straits of Hormuz in the summer of 2019 have demonstrated that the possibility of a naval changing of the guard could happen more precipitately than expected. In light of the recent attacks on oil tankers, U.S. President Donald Trump called on Asian countries to protect their own ships and to share more of the naval burden when it comes to the Middle East. Graham 2019. India quickly responded to the crisis and the possibility of a disruption in access to oil resources by sending 2 warships to the Gulf to secure its interests, while, at the same time, refusing to be involved in regional disputes by joining any military coalition spearheaded by the United States. May 2019. By contrast, China signaled through its ambassador to the UAE its possible willingness to participate in a U.S.-led maritime coalition to secure and escort commercial vessels in the Gulf. Cornwell 2019. Until recently, both India and China have worked separately to preserve their interest in the Gulf oil imports and secure shipping lanes, but it is not impossible to envisage the two powers cooperating in collective and multinational initiatives to contribute to Gulf security in the future. China's 2016 white paper mentioned the expansion of military exchanges and the need to create a regular mechanism for security cooperation and joint anti-terrorist activities, including maritime activity like the international counter-piracy operations in the Gulf 456 Nicholas Blair Vaden and the waters of Somalia in 2009 in what some labeled China's biggest naval expedition since the 15th century, with you go to 2017. At the time, Washington and the international community welcomed China and India as responsible stakeholders and contributors to security provision. Lu 2012. In this context, Djibouti has been an important base for rapid naval deployment to the Middle East to protect key trade routes to Africa and Europe, but there has been little projection of Chinese military power in the Gulf itself. Seeking to placate India and U.S. concerns about the construction of a military facility in Djibouti, China has reaffirmed its two aims in the Indian Ocean: to preserve its economic interest and the security of sea lanes of communication. The Chinese Navy further emphasized that, unlike in the Pacific Ocean, China has no territorial disputes in the Indian Ocean and there is space for cooperation. Bo 2014. The absence of a clearly defined Chinese or Indian security strategy in the Gulf that goes beyond limited joint exercises and sales of weapons systems limits, at present, further opportunities for cooperation that could be driven by shared concerns in the Indian Ocean such as the threat of piracy and terrorism in the world's busiest shipping lanes and the Straits of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb connecting Asia and Europe. As India and China revise their roles, moving from free riding on the U.S. security architecture to being actual security stakeholders, it will be essential to observe how both powers manage their relationship in the Middle East in light of some converging interests. It remains to be seen how a possible security vacuum can be filled by the two Asian powers. The India-China relationship also needs to be understood as a multifaceted and dynamic process. Relations between India and China in the Middle East should not solely be evaluated through the angle of the quest and contest for energy resources and for naval import presence. They are also shaped by factors such as local and regional dynamics and how China and India's increased presence has been perceived by local actors. As a result, it is important to look at how both Asian powers have managed their competition for leadership, status, and legitimacy in the region. Role change in regional perceptions over the last 2 decades. China and India's engagement with the Middle East has been strategically grounded in an American police regional architecture. Both Asian powers have benefited since the 1990s from the U.S. management of regional crises. This also entailed that the United States was de facto arbiter of Chinese or Indian interactions with regional actors. For instance, in the 1990s, the United States criticized and blocked the Israeli transfer of Israel's PHLCON airborne warning and control system (AWACS) technology to China and then supported a similar deal between Israel and India in 2003, Blair 2015. In addition, while criticizing U.S. actions in the region such as its interventions in Iraq or Syria, China and India have never actively sought to undermine American regional primacy. Until recently, the two Asian powers, and especially China, meant little to this region, which has been, and to a large extent remains, focused on its own problems and beholden to its main patron and protector, the United States. However, it has become increasingly evident that the United States has been withdrawing from traditional regional leadership. The crisis of U.S. global leadership has never been as apparent as in its management of Middle Eastern crises such as the 2003 Iraq War, the Arab Spring, the Syrian and Yemen crises, and the rise of ISIS, Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. In December 2018, the United States also announced its abrupt decision to withdraw military troops from Syria. This decision was perceived as a further China and India in the Middle East 457 signal that a more cost-conscious United States is no longer looking to unconditionally participate in multilateral efforts and to play a mediator role in regional disputes. Carlin and Wood 2019. As mentioned previously in this chapter, India and China's growing interest in the Middle East have been forcing them to rethink the tools they can develop to support their interests and roles in the region in a more expansive way. This readjustment is further being compounded as regional powers like Saudi Arabia and Israel are looking for alternative partners and markets as confidence in unconditional U.S. support waivers. Horesh 2016 v. Hubbard and Hernandez 2019. It is therefore critical to understand this role transition and how it interacts with the aspirations of various Middle Eastern states. Both Asian powers are therefore faced with a dilemma over their role redefinition toward the region. As noted earlier, both India and China have generally been commitment averse when it comes to Middle Eastern politics. China's foreign policy in the region has historically been driven by an explicit attempt to not be perceived as dominant as the United States was. Shikhar 2013. As a result, it is crucial that China not appear as if it is interfering in the domestic affairs of Iran, Saudi Arabia, or other regional actors. Similarly, since the early 1990s, India's foreign policy toward the region has been recalibrated from supporting specific actors and issues such as Egypt or the Palestinian cause to engaging all relevant parties in the Middle East such as Israel, Iran, and Saudi Arabia to promote its own economic and strategic interests. Blair 2016. India has since then carefully shied away from commenting on domestic and regional political issues to protect its regional interests, including access to energy resources, military deals, and the welfare of its diaspora in the region. Both actors have also generally been reluctant to be too involved in Middle Eastern affairs for fear of direct consequences on their own domestic politics. China has been concerned that the growing connections and interdependence through its BRI could link sectarian disputes and unrest in the Middle East and the situation in Xinjiang, with jihadist groups like the Islamic State fueling unrest and radicalization among the Uyghurs. Gramer 2017. Beijing has also been concerned about the consequences of its treatment of the Uyghur minority on its image across the Islamic world. The Xinjiang issue has complicated China's relations with its Middle Eastern partners as there has been growing international attention and concern regarding the rights of Muslims in China to practice their religious and cultural traditions. Finley 2007. Dorsey 2018. China has therefore been publicizing its efforts to promote economic development in Xinjiang and has successfully lobbied Arab partners to limit their open criticism of Chinese policies in Xinjiang by promising economic investment. Cafiero 2019. Gaoi 2019. To some degree, Indian policymakers have also been concerned that increasing instability in the Middle East will directly impact the welfare of India's diaspora and indirectly impact sections of its own domestic population which directly receive remittances from the Gulf states. India's past inability to influence geopolitics in the Middle East, combined with its lack of a security presence in the region, has led to costly evacuations of its diaspora. Xavier 2017. Given the important societal links through its trade and diasporal connections, India has equally been worried about interreligious disputes in the region and the possible implications for India's domestic politics. Disagreements between Western and Indian diplomats over the Iraq wars of 1991 and 2003, Lebanon in 2006, and recently in Syria and Yemen are therefore the result of different interpretations of the consequences of certain Middle Eastern crises. Contrary to distant extra-regional powers like the United States, Indian leaders perceive Middle Eastern conflicts 458 Nicholas Blairell to have direct implications for India's own internal well-being. For instance, India has been directly concerned about the impact that the rise and fall of the Islamic State will have on its own domestic and regional security interests. Tanja 2018. India has also been critical of Arab states commenting on its domestic problems such as the Kashmir insurgency. Al-Solami 2018. However, Middle Eastern countries have been increasingly more neutral when it comes to condemning New Delhi's policies in Indian-administered Kashmir, including a noted silence following the Indian government's decision to strip the state of Jammu and Kashmir of its limited autonomy. Batrawi 2019. These muted reactions to the Kashmir situation from the Middle East and especially the GCC can be explained by the region's important annual trade with India. As a result, both Asian powers have been reluctant to abandon their approach of balance and neutrality, a position that has served their interests well. However, the shared principle of non-interference is increasingly hindering the potential of both Asian powers to play more important regional roles commensurate with their growing economic clout. Until recently, China and India had mainly emphasized the need to develop mutually beneficial economic and commercial relations, banking on the fact that Middle Eastern states are pivoting east. Gulf states are increasingly vulnerable because of their energy wealth, small population size, and proximity to and involvement in protracted conflict zones, as well as the perception that the United States is no longer an active player in the region. While China and India have sought access to oil and gas, the major oil producers in the Gulf have simultaneously pursued access to the Indian and Chinese markets. China has built on this economic relationship to project soft power and emphasize its cultural and historical ties with the region through the BRI framework, as well as through the development of Confucius institutes in most Middle Eastern states. China's economic model has appealed to regimes and elites in the Middle East who have been disillusioned by past U.S. leadership. Kamarava 2018. As China lacks any colonial legacy and has suggested its own economic model with no strings attached. Fulton 2018. In parallel, India has also built a rhetoric of long-term historical, commercial, and people-to-people ties, arguably dictated more by markets than by policy. Indian diplomacy has openly suggested that the country build on the combination of human and energy connectivity and general positive perceptions of India and Indians in the region to develop further ties. J. Shanker 2015. As mentioned earlier, China and India have been reluctant to get enmeshed in local conflicts and disputes despite their growing ties with the region. Nevertheless, the two Asian powers have seen their rhetoric slightly evolve over the last decade. China has gradually adopted a quasi-mediation diplomacy, a shift in strategy which implied a limited attempt to manage rather than resolve problems in the region. Sun and Zhaobier 2017. Chiziza 2018. China was, for instance, directly involved in encouraging Iran to seek an agreement with Europe and the United States limiting its nuclear weapons capability in exchange for the lifting of economic sanctions and the possibility to develop non-military nuclear research. Garver 2018. Likewise, India has occasionally been involved in multilateral forums over the Palestine-Israel peace process or the settlement of the Syrian civil war, but it has yet to develop a systematic and principled political strategy toward the Middle East. Pathiago 2018. More recently, both India and China exploited U.S. President Trump's promise to move the U.S. Embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem by reiterating a call for the establishment of a Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital. While China and India enjoy enduring popularity due to their historical backing of the Palestinian cause, few Palestinians believe that either China and India in the Middle East 459 Asian power can supplant the United States or even Europe and Russia in resolving the territorial dispute. Burton 2018b. In addition, with the normalization of ties with Israel, both India and China have become more tepid in their support of Palestinian nationalism. Blairell 2015, U 2018. As a result of these ongoing shifts, Middle Eastern perceptions of India and China have reflected a number of contradictory attitudes. China has gained respect and interest for its economic and political model, but there have been concerns about its economic expansion. Kamarava 2018. For instance, the Chinese political and economic model is not seen as directly applicable to the Middle Eastern economies, which have very different histories of development, institutional capacities, and channels of public accountability. Dorsey 2019, Chapter 7. In addition, Beijing's BRI has not widely been perceived as a mutually beneficial partnership. There have been concerns about the one-sided nature of the plan and the entrenchment of relations of dependence vis-a-vis gravis the Chinese economy. Faizelli 2018. Furthermore, China's strategy of mediation in international issues like the Iran nuclear question, the Israel-Palestine conflict, and Syria's civil war has been perceived as self-serving, as these efforts were mainly intended to preserve China's commercial interests. In these cases, China has also followed rather than led multilateral initiatives and has thereby rarely set the agenda. For instance, China has primarily been backing Russia's rhetoric supporting President Bashar Assad in Syria. O'Connor 2018. As a result, China has not been able to wield its growing economic influence to shape regional politics. Cook 2018. Indian policymakers have also hesitated in redefining India's role toward the Middle East, as India has maintained strong ties with all regional actors since the early 2000s. In the last decade, as India developed stronger trade and defense ties with Israel and with the Gulf monarchies, it continued to maintain its traditional relationship with Iran despite its rivalry with the Saudi-led Sunni bloc in the region. Blairell 2016. India also refused to openly take sides in anti-RAGCC divides. Unlike China, India has not articulated a new strategy through a white paper and has instead maintained a flexible position. In addition, China's more recent pivot to the Middle East has led to a wide series of reactions in the region. In contrast, India's more limited and less centralized economic involvement has generated more goodwill among local actors. India's symbolic invitation as a guest of honor to the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Foreign Ministers meeting in March 2019, which was widely supported by Middle Eastern states like the UAE, illustrates this recognition of India's global stature and of its historical and cultural connections with the region. Showtime 2019. Conclusion. This chapter aims to better understand the evolving nature of India and China's relations with and within the Middle East. There are a number of conditions, such as the quest for energy and influence, which could potentially lead to competitive relations. For instance, India has expressed concerns with the growing naval Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean and in the Gulf. However, the India-China relationship has not yet moved to an irreconcilable zero-sum contest for resources and allies in the region. In fact, both actors have managed to simultaneously develop strong economic and strategic ties with all relevant actors. Unlike previous historical periods of great power involvement, there has been no clear emergence of alliance blocks with quasi-exclusive allegiances tilting 460 Nicholas bilateral toward one or the other extra-regional power. The two powers also have converging interests and potential opportunities for cooperation in light of the gradual U.S. disengagement from the region. However, any discussions on security coordination also require a better definition of the shifting roles of both Asian powers in the Middle East. Until recently, Indian and Chinese policies in the Middle East have signaled short-term, tactical moves to reassure the United States and other Middle Eastern stakeholders about their commitment to the region, while laying the groundwork for much more ambitious economic initiatives like BRI for China. As explained in this chapter, historical legacies and role transition management can explain the mainly cautious and incremental strategy from both powers. That is, maintaining good relations with most parties while maximizing economic benefits and access to natural resources, and limiting the impact of regional disputes and crises on their own domestic politics. Xinjiang, Kashmir, Kerala. While these policies have been successful over the short term, they will be increasingly challenged as Middle Eastern events could progressively draw the two Asian powers to become proactive, especially to defend their investments and their overseas workforces. The future roles of India and China in the Middle East will largely depend on the nature of their involvement in the region during these transitional stages. For instance, if India and China can maintain their positive relations with the Gulf states despite their diplomatic support for Iran, this would serve as a positive signal that both powers can manage conflicts among their interests in the region. Alternatively, the problems linked to Iran's nuclear aspirations and the possible diplomatic and economic isolation of Tehran, as well as heightened tensions in the Straits of Hormuz, might push India or China to swing toward other regional actors. However, these realignments will likely happen slowly, as both Asian powers will continue to hedge their bets rather than stake out an explicit strategy toward the region or unequivocally choose sides in regional conflicts. If we look more closely at both Asian powers' future involvement, one can also identify a more transactional partnership between China and the Middle East. China sees the region mostly as a market for resources, where its military force can sporadically be deployed to safeguard geoeconomic interests. For instance, China does not seem to openly seek to establish hard military bases on the model of past extra-regional powers' involvement in the region, like the United States, United Kingdom, and France. As a result, China's military presence and role as security provider in the Middle East will mostly be ad hoc. By contrast, a more benign perception of India's increasing presence in the Middle East has led countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Oman, and Israel to actively promote economic relations and to invest in India, but also to develop strategic and defense ties. However, it will become a greater challenge for India, as it has been for China, to remain removed from conflicts in the Middle East and to remain equidistant to the different poles of the regional system. Notes 1. The disengagement has been the result of a combination of President Obama's Pivot to Asia initiative, America's increasing energy self-sufficiency due to the shale gas revolution, and the Trump administration's apparent reluctance to confirm its commitment to past alliances and peace processes in the region. Some notable exceptions are Kemp, 2010, and Zhao, 2012. Other studies have analyzed and compared India and China's ties with specific actors in the region. Burton, 2018 A. Fulton, in 2019. China and India in the Middle East, 461. Bibliography of Yankar, R. ed. 2008. West Asia and the region. Defining India's role. New Delhi. Academic Foundation. Akaria, A. 2017. East of India, South of China. Sino-Indian Encounters in Southeast Asia. New Delhi. Oxford University Press. Al-Solami, M. 2018. Organization of Islamic Cooperation Rights Commission slams Indian violations in Kashmir. Arab News, 7 May. Available online at www.arabnews.com/node1298326world. Page equals 112. Alderman, J.B. and Garver, J. W. 2008. The Vital Triangle, China, the United States, and the Middle East, Washington, D.C., Center for Strategic and International Studies. Barrel, J.K. and Mohindi, J. N. 1992. India and the Gulf Crisis. The Response of a Minority Government. Pacific Affairs 65 3. 368-384. Barr, J. 2018. Lords of the Desert. Britain's Struggle with America to Dominate the Middle East. London. Simon & Schuster. Batrawi, A. 2019. Indian Business Ties Underpin Muted Arab Response to Kashmir. Associated Press News Middle East, 16 August. Available online at https://apnews.com 50C001271445DB955A09B8673269. Good day. R. 2019. Indian Navy deploys 2 warships to Gulf region amid U.S.-Iranian tensions. Jane's Defense Weekly, 24 June. Available online at www.janes.com/article/89462/ Indian Navy deploys 2 warships to Gulf region amid U.S.-Iranian tensions. Bishku, M. 1987. Personalities and Perceptions. Political and Economic Factors which led to India's involvement in the Suez Crisis of 1956. Journal of South Asian and Middle Eastern Studies 10-4. 1732. Bilateral, N. 2015. The Evolution of India's Israel Policy. Continuity, Change, and Compromise since 1922. New Delhi. Oxford University Press. Bilateral, N. 2016. Recalibrating India's Middle East Policy. Carnegie Endowment of International Peace Paper. 15 April. Available online at https://carnegieindia.org/2016/04/15/recalibrating India's Middle East Policy Pub 63344. Bled, R. 2003. The Empire of the Raj. India, Eastern Africa and the Middle East 1858-1947. New York. Palgrave. Bo. Z. 2014. The String of Pearls in the Maritime Silk Road. China U.S. Focus. The 11th of February diary. Available online at www.chinausfocus.com/foreign-policy/the-string-of-pearls-on-the-maritime-silk-road/ Bose, S. 2006. 100 Horizons. The Indian Ocean in the Age of Global Empire. Cambridge, M.E. Harvard University Press. Burton, G. 2018 A. Rising Powers in the Arab-Israeli Conflict since 1947. Lanham, M.D. Lexington Books. Burton, G. 2018 B. How do Palestinians perceive China's rise? In Tashami and N. Horesh, EDS, China's presence in the Middle East, the implications of the One Belt, One Road Initiative, New York, Routledge. Caffiero, G. 2019, Arab Gulf States silent on China's Xinjiang crackdown, Middle East Institute, 22 January, available online at www.mag.edu/publications/Arab-Gulf-States-silent- China's XINJIANG crackdown. Calabrese, J. 1990, From Fly Swatters to Silkworms, The Evolution of China's Role in West Asia, Asian Survey 39, 862-876. Calabrese, J. 2017, Linking West in Unsettled Times, India GCC Trade Relations, Malaysia Project, Middle East Institute, 11 April, available online at www.mag.edu/content/linking-west-unsettled-times-India-GCC-economic-trade-relations #FTNREF13, access the 24th of August 2017. Shotari, D. R. 2019, India's Global Stature and Islamic Component, Albert Ghetto IC Invite, The Economic Times, 25 February, available online at https://economictimes.india times, 462 Nicholas Blairell Com News, politics-stature-India's-global-stature-own-islamic-component-help-IDAS-get-oic-invite/article-show/681458227.cms question from =MDR. Jaziza, M. 2018, China's mediation efforts in the Middle East and North Africa, Constructive Conflict Management, Strategic Analysis 42-1, 2941. Shen, C. 2018, China and India's Quest for Resources and Its Impact on the Rivalry, in TV Paul, ed. The China-India Rivalry in the Globalization Era, Washington, D.C., Georgetown University Press, 117-136. Zhao Atari, S. 2019, India, China set up joint working group to tackle crude volatility, The Economic Times, 1 May, available online at https://economictimes.india-times, Com Industry Energy, Oil-Gas/India-China-set-joint-working-group-to-tackle crude-volatility article show, 6912046.cms. Cohen, A. 2018, Will China replace the U.S. as the Middle East hegemon? Forbes, 14 February, available online at www.forbes.com/sites/Ariel Cohen/2019/02/14/will-China-replace-the-U-S-the-Middle-East-hegemon/#223149255 CD1. Cook, S. 2018, The Middle East Doesn't Take China Seriously, Foreign Policy, 13 September, available online at https://foreignpolicy.com/2018/09/13/the-Middle-East-EOES-anti-take-China-seriously/ Cornwell, A. 2019, China might escort ships in Gulf under U.S. proposal, Envoy, Reuters, 6 August, available online at www.reuters.com/article/S-Mideast-Iran-tanker-China/China might escort ships in Gulf under U.S. proposal, Envoy USKCN1UW1DR. Darwin, J. 2009, The Empire Project, The Rise and Fall of the British World System, 1830-1970, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Dung, F. 2017, China becomes largest investor in Arab region, The Global Times, 23 July, available online at www.globaltimes.cn/content/1057664.html. Dorsey, J. M. 2018, China's Uyghurs, A Potential Time Bomb, in J. Reardon Anderson, ed. The Red Star and the Crescent, New York, Oxford University Press, pages 249-259. Dorsey, J. M. ed. 2019, China and the Middle East, Venturing into the Maelstrom, London, Palgrave Macmillan. Afrin, S. Schatz, H. J. Chen, A. Haskell, E. Morris, L. J. and Scudale, A. 2019, The Evolving Israel-China Relationship, Santa Monica, C.A. Rand Corporation. Itashami, A. 2018, Gold at the End of the Rainbow, The BRI and the Middle East, Global Policy 93, 387-397, doi, 10.1111/1758-5899.12552. Itashami, A. and Horesh, N. EDS, 2018, China's presence in the Middle East, the implications of the One Belt, One Road Initiative, New York, Routledge. Itashami, A. and Miyagi, Y. EDS, 2015, The Emerging Middle East Asia Nexus, New York, Routledge. EIA, Energy Information Administration, 2013, China poised to become the world's largest net oil importer later this year, 9 August, available online at www.eia.gov/todayin-urgy, detail.php question = 12471. Evron, Y. 2017, The Economic Dimension of China-Israel Relations, Political Implications, Roles and Limitations, Israel Affairs 23-5, 828-847. Finlay, J. S. 2007, Chinese Oppression in Xinjiang, Middle Eastern Conflicts and Global Islamic Solidarities Among the Uyghurs, Journal Contemporary China 16-5, 627-654. Finlay, R. 1991, The Treasure Ships of Wanqi, Chinese Maritime Imperialism in the Age of Discovery, Darien Committee 23-1, 112. Fulton, J. 2017, The GCC Countries in China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, Curbing Their Enthusiasm, Middle East Institute, 17 October, available online at www.mag.edu/content-GCC Countries in China's Belt and Road Initiative, access the 15th of July 2018. Fulton, J. 2018, China's Power in the Middle East is Rising, The Washington Post, 9 August, available online at https://www.washingtonpost.com/news/monkey-page/wp/009/China's-rise-in-the-middle-east/question no redirect equals on. Fulton, J. and Sim, L.C. EDS, 2019, External Powers and the Gulf Monarchies, New York, Routledge. China and India in the Middle East 463 Gao A.C. 2019, Chinese President and Saudi Crown Prince hold a win-win meeting, The Diplomat, 23 February, available online at https://thediplomat.com/2019/02/Chinese-president-and-Saudi-crown-prince-hold-a-win-meeting/ Garver, J. 2018, China and Iran Nuclear Negotiations, Beijing's Mediation Effort, in J. Reardon Anderson, ed. The Red Star and the Crescent, China and the Middle East, London, Oxford University Press. Faizelli, A. 2018, China and the Middle East, Growing Influence and Divergent Perceptions, Middle East Institute, 17 April, available online at www.na.edu/content/map/China-and-Middle East Growing Influence and Divergent Goals, access the 15th of July 2018. Graham, E. 2019, Should China Help Secure the Straits of Hormuz? The Strategist, Australian Strategic Policy Institute, 2 July, available online at www.spystrategist.org.au/should-China-help-secure-the-strait-of-hormuz/ Gramer, R. 2017, The Islamic State pledged to attack China next. Here's why. Foreign Policy, 1 March, available online at https://foreignpolicy.com/2017/03//the-Islamic-state-pledge-to-attack-China-next-here's-why/ Greer, F. 2017, India Turns East, International Engagement and U.S.-China Rivalry, New Delhi, Oxford University Press. Horesh, N. ed. 2016 A. Toward Well-Oiled Relations, China's Presence in the Middle East Following the Arab Spring, Basingstoke, Palgrave. Horesh, N. 2016 V. Does Likud have a Look East option in an Horesh, ed. Toward Well-Oiled Relations, China's Presence in the Middle East Following the Arab Spring, Basingstoke, Palgrave. Hubbard, B. and Hernandez, J. C. 2019, Amid Trouble with the West, Saudi Arabia Looks East, The New York Times, 20 February, available online at www.newyorktimes.com/201/02/20/World Middle East, Saudi-Arabia-Pakistan-India-China.html, INS, 2017, with 16 million, India tops world in number of migrants abroad, in Dustin Times, 19 December, available online at www.hindustan-times.com/India-news/@most-migrants-abroad-over-5-million-India-of-5-5-million-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5-5- Affairs, Government of India, 2 March, available online at https://maya.gov.in/speeches-statements.htm question dtl/26433/speech_by_foreign_secretary y_at_ri_sina_dialogue_new_Delhi_2015. Jonathan, N. 2017, Into Chinese Cooperation for Gulf Security, Asian Journal, Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies 11-1, 4764. Johnson, K. 2015, China tops U.S. as biggest oil importer, Foreign Policy, 11 May, available online at https://foreignpolicy.com/2015/01/China-tops-U-s-biggest-oil-importer-middle-east-OPEC-S-log/ Kamarava, M. 2018, The China Model in the Middle East, in G. Reardon Anderson, ed. The Red Star and the Crescent, China and the Middle East, London, Oxford University Press, 5982. Carlin, M. Entwoods, T. C. 2019, America's Middle East Purgatory, The Case for Doing Less, Foreign Affairs 98-1, January-February, available online at www.foreignaffairs.com/articles, middle-east/2018-12-11/America's-Middle-East-Purgatory. Kowalski, E. 2012, Central Asia and the Rise of Normative Powers, Contextualizing the Security Governance of the European Union, China, and India, New York, Bloomsbury Academic. Kowalski, E. 2018, The Puzzle of India's Relations with Central Eurasia, Asian Security, doi, 10.1080/147985.2018.14639990. Kemp, G. 2010, The East Moves West, India, China and Asia's Growing Presence in the Middle East, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institution Press. Swami, P. R. 2010, India's Israel Policy, New York, Columbia University Press. Limai, S. 2017, Weighted West, focused on the Indian Ocean and cooperating across the Indo-Pacific, the Indian Navy's new maritime strategy, capabilities, and diplomacy, 464 Nicholas Blurrell Center for Naval Analyses, April, available online at www.cna.org/cna_files/pdf/dr/2016-u-013939-final2.pdf. Liu, C. 2012, U.S.-India-China Relations in the Indian Ocean, A Chinese Perspective, Strategic Analysis 36-4, 624-639. Miglani, S. 2019, Saudi Prince Expects Investment Worth More Than $100 Billion in India, Reuters, 20 February, available online at www.reuters.com/article/Asia-Saudi-India/Saudi-Prince Expects Investment Worth More Than $100 billion in India at USKCN 1290M9. Medium, P. R. 1994, India and the Middle East, London, British Academic Press. Musgrave, P. and Nexon, D. 2017, Wang Pi's Voyages and the Symbolism Behind Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative, Big Diplomat, 22 December, available online at https://thedip-lomati.com/2017/12/the-voyages-the-symbolism-behind-Xi-Jinping's-Belt-Road Initiative. Naudu, S. K. 2018, In the Very Eye of the Storm, India, the UN, and the Lebanon Crisis of 1958, Cold War History 18-2, 221-237. New, X. 2014, China's Interest and Influence Over the Middle East, Contemporary International Relations 24-1, January-February, 3758. O'Connor, T. 2018, China looks for new ways to help Russia and Syria as the U.S. backs Israel against Iran, Newsweek, 14 May, available online at www.newsweek.com/China-looks-new ways help Russia Syria us backs Israel Iran 924,712. Only, J. 2007, The Arabian Frontier of the British Raj, Merchants, Rulers in British in the 19th Century Gulf, Oxford University Press. Panda, A. 2018, India gains access to Oman's Duck Port, putting the Indian Ocean geopolitical contest in the spotlight. Big Diplomat, 14 February, available online at https://bigdiplomat.com/2018/002/India-gains-access-to-Oman's-EU-QM-port-putting-the-Indian Ocean-Ocean-geopolitical-contest-in-Ocean spotlight/. End H. 2018, India's Nuance Middle East Policy, Big Diplomat, 15 December, available online at https://thediplomat.com/2018/12/India's-nuance-middle-east-policy/ Yagoda, K. 2017 A. Western dominance on the global stage is coming to an end. We are now entering the era of Chinese influence. The Independent, 29 January. Available online at www.independent.co.uk/voices/China-middle-east-conflict-Russia-Donald-Trump-populism-intervention-Trump-populism-intervention-Russia-Donald-Trump- Yagoda, K. 2017 B. India's shifting role in Middle East affairs. The National, 24 April. Available online at www.thenational.ae/opinion/India-s-shifting-role-in-middle-east-affairs-1.50968. Yagoda, K. 2018. Is it time for India to play a role in Israeli-Palestinian peace? The Diplomat, 17 February. Available online at https://thediplomat.com/2018/002/time-for-India-to-play-a-role-in-Israel-Palestine-peace/ Peters, J. N. 2017. Multipolar Globalization, Emerging Economies and Development. London, Routledge. Primakov, Y. 2009. Russia and the Arabs, Behind the Scenes in the Middle East from the Cold War to the Present. New York. Basic Books. PTI, 2019. India to surpass China as world's largest energy growth market. BP, The Economic Times, 15 February. Available online at https://economictimes.india.times/indus-tri-energy oil-gas/India-to-surpass-China-as-world's-largest-energy-growth-market-BP/article show 680108222.cms. Rakimat, M. Z. 2019. Belt and Road brings Chinese finance to the Gulf. The Diplomat, 17 May. Available online at https://thediplomat.com/2019/05/belt-and-road-bring-Chinese-finance-to-the-Gulf/ Ramachandran, S. 2019. India doubles down on Chabahar Gambit. The Diplomat, 14 January. Available online at https://thediplomat.com/2019/01/India-doubles-down-Chabahar Gambit. Ratnagar, S. 2004. Trading Encounters. From the Euphrates to the Indus in the Bronze Age. New York. Oxford University Press. China and India in the Middle East 465. Reardon Anderson, J. 2018. The Red Star and the Crescent. China and the Middle East. London. Oxford University Press. Scudale, A. and Nader, A. 2016. China and the Middle East. The Wary Dragon. Santa Monica. C. A. Rand. Shisher, Y. 1979. The Middle East and China's Foreign Policy. 1949-1977. New York. Cambridge University Press. Shisher, Y. 2013. Fundamentally unacceptable yet occasionally unavoidable. China's octaeons of external interference in the Middle East. China Report 49-1. 2541. Shisher, Y. 2018. Vision, Revision and Supervision. The Politics of China's OBOR and AIIB and their implications for the Middle East. In Adachami and Enhoresh, EDS. China's presence in the Middle East. The implications of the One Belt, One Road Initiative. New York. Routledge. Singh, A. 2015. China's maritime bases in the IOR. A Chronicle of Dominance Foretold. Strategic Analysis 39-3. 296-297. Sun, D. and Zalbir, Y. 2017. China's participation in conflict resolution in the Middle East and North Africa. A case of quasi-mediation diplomacy. Journal Contemporary China 27-110. 224-243. Taghi, R. and Simon, S. 2016. The Pragmatic Superpower. Winning the Cold War in the Middle East. New York. W. W. Norden. Tanja, K. 2018. Uncovering the Influence of ISIS in India. ORF Occasional Paper. July. Available online at www.orphanline.org/WP-content/uploads/2018/RF_occasional_paper_158_ISIS-India.pdf. Ward, R. E. 1992. India's Pro-Arab Policy. A Study in Continuity. New York. Praeger. Xavier, C. 2017. India's expatriate evacuation operations. Brining the diaspora home. Carnegie Endowment for International Peace Paper. 4 January. Available online at https://carnegieindia.org/01//01/004/India-expatriate-evacuation-operations-bringing-diaspora home pub 66,573. U. W. 2018. Economic and Cultural Interactions Between Israel and China. Opportunities and Challenges. In Adachami and Enhoresh, EDS. China's presence in the Middle East. The implications of the One Belt, One Road Initiative. New York. Routledge. 137-157. John, X. 1999. China's Interest in the Middle East. Present and Future. Middle East Policy 6-3. 150-159. Zhao, H. 2012. China and India. The Quest for Energy Resources in the 21st Century. London. Routledge. 29. China and India's Engagement with Africa Seeking National Interest. Wu Fuzuo. China and India, two of the most important rising powers in the international system, have been undertaking a variety of measures to engage the African continent since the end of the Cold War, especially in the 21st century, including political, economic, military, and cultural measures. In addition to both countries' newly initiated schemes, China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, and India and Japan's Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, AAGC. The rationale for China and India's multifaceted engagement with Africa lies in both countries' desires to pursue their national interests. Specifically, China needs Africa's support for its One China policy, while India needs Africa's support to acquire permanent membership of the United Nations, UN, Security Council, UNSC. Both China and India need Africa's rich natural resources, especially oil, to fuel their economic growth, in addition to Africa's markets for their investments and exports. Finally, both China and India intend to enhance their rising great power status in the international system through their contribution to Africa's development and their increased influence on the continent. This chapter first explores the various measures China and India have adopted to engage Africa, investigate China and India's national interest in such an engagement with Africa, and then examines the implications of China and India's engagement for Africa. A brief conclusion is presented in the final section. China and India's engagement with Africa since the end of the Cold War, especially in the 21st century. China and India have deepened their engagement with the continent through a variety of political, economic, military, cultural, and connectivity initiatives. China's BRI and India's AAGC. Political engagement. China and India have been conducting frequent high-level official visits to politically engage Africa. China's high-level official visits were initiated by Chinese President Jiang Zemin's state visit to Africa in 1996, which laid the foundation for China's engagement with Africa. More specifically, in 1996, Jiang Zemin visited Kenya, Ethiopia, Mali, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. China Daily 2014. During this visit, Jiang put forward a 5-point proposal to develop Sino-African relations, which included sincere friendship, treating each other equally, unity and cooperation, common development, and looking into the future. MOFA 2004. The proposal became the foundation of China's policy toward Africa. In the 21st century, top-level Chinese leaders have visited Africa more frequently. Take China and India's engagement with Africa 467. The year 2006 as an example. In January, Chinese Foreign Minister Li Jiaoqing visited 6 African countries. MOFA 2006A. In April, Chinese President Hu Jintao paid a state visit to Nigeria, Morocco, and Kenya. MOFA 2006B. In June, Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao visited 7 African countries, including Egypt, Ghana, the Republic of Congo, Angola, South Africa, Tanzania, and Uganda. MOFA 2006C. In February 2007, Hu Jintao visited 8 African countries, including Cameroon, Liberia, Sudan, Zambia, Namibia, South Africa, Mozambique, and Seychelles. Xinhua 2007. 2 years later, in February 2009, Hu Jintao visited Mali, Senegal, Tanzania, and Mauritius. China Daily 2014. Chinese incumbent President Xi Jinping followed suit. According to Chinese state news agency Xinhua, Xi has attached great importance to China-Africa relations. For example, he chose Africa as the destination of his first foreign visit both after he was first elected Chinese president in 2013 and after his re-election in 2018. Xinhua 2018c. In March 2013, Xi Jinping visited several African countries, Tanzania, South Africa, and the Republic of Congo, on his maiden foreign visit as the Chinese head of state. Xinhua 2018c. 5 years later, in 2018, on his first overseas state trip since the beginning of his second term as leader in July 2018, Xi Jinping visited Senegal, Rwanda, and Mauritius, 3 small African countries, in addition to South Africa where he attended the BRICS summit. Xinhua 2018a. According to one commentary, Beijing's top leadership, the president, premier and foreign minister, have reportedly made a total of around 80 visits to more than 40 different African countries over the past 10 years. Hammond 2018. When it comes to India's high-level official visits to Africa, India's former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh visited Africa 5 times within his 8-year premiership, Foy 2011, including the 2005 visit to Mauritius and the October 2007 visit to Nigeria and South Africa, which was the first high-level Indian dignitary to visit Nigeria after Pandit Jawaharlal's trip in 1962, PTI 2007, the November 2007 visit to Uganda, MEA 2012, the May 2011 visit to Ethiopia and Tanzania, Foy 2011, as well as the March 2013 visit to South Africa to attend the 5th BRICS summit held in Durban, MEA 2017b. On 7 and 9 July 2016, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi paid an official visit to South Africa, MEA 2017b. In March 2015, in order to enhance India's ties with the African Indian Ocean Rim countries, Modi visited Seychelles and Mauritius, and signed agreements with these 2 small island countries to develop their infrastructure. Roy 2015. In June 2016, Modi visited 4 African countries, Mozambique, South Africa, Tanzania, and Kenya, which was his first visit to the African mainland. Raj 2016. In May 2016, Indian President Pranab Mukherjee visited Ghana, Ivory Coast, and Namibia, and in May June Indian Vice President Hamid Ansari visited Morocco and Tunisia. Raj 2016. In July 2018, Modi visited Rwanda, Uganda, and South Africa. According to a commentary on the frequency of India's top officials' visits to Africa in the 21st century, there have been 23 outgoing visits to Africa by the President, Vice President and Prime Minister in the last 4 years, INS 2018. According to India's Ministry of External Affairs, MEA 2017a. 16 outgoing visits have taken place in the last 5 years by the Troika, 3 by the President, 7 by Vice President and 6 by the Prime Minister. President Pranab Mukherjee has visited Namibia, Ghana and Ivory Coast. Vice President Hamid Ansari has been to Morocco, Tunisia, Nigeria, Mali, Algeria, Rwanda and Uganda, and PM Modi has traveled to South Africa, Mozambique, Tanzania, Kenya, Mauritius, and Seychelles. Under the extended political outreach of MEA, ministerial visits have taken place to all the countries of the African continent. 468 will view apart from high-level official visits to African countries. Both China and India have institutionalized their engagement with Africa. More specifically, in 2000, China established the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, FOCAC, at the ministerial conference in Beijing, as a triennial collective dialogue platform for cooperation between China and Africa. In November 2006, China hosted the first summit of FOCAC in Beijing, which was attended by the political leaders of 48 out of the 54 African countries, MOFA 2060. During this summit, the Chinese government proposed a new type of China-Africa strategic partnership featuring political equality and mutual trust, economic win-win cooperation, and cultural exchange. Xinhua 2015. At the second summit of FOCAC convened in Johannesburg, South Africa, in December 2015, Xi Jinping announced an upgrading of China and Africa's new type strategic partnership to a comprehensive strategic cooperative partnership and put forth 10 major China-Africa cooperation plans that cover a variety of areas. MOFCO in 2015. On 3-4 September 2018, China held the third summit of FOCAC in Beijing. Almost all of Africa's 54 top leaders, either the presidents or prime ministers except from Eswatini, formerly Swaziland, attended this summit, SHOP in 2018. During this summit, Chinese President Xi Jinping stated clearly China's unique approach in its engagement with Africa, namely a 5-no approach, that is, no interference in African countries' pursuit of development paths to fit their national conditions, no interference in African countries' internal affairs, no imposition of our will in African countries, no attachment of political strings to assistance to Africa, and no seeking of selfish political gains in investment and financing cooperation with Africa. Xi 2018. Xi also announced that China would launch 8 major initiatives in close collaboration with African countries in the next 3 years and beyond. Xi 2018. Like China, India has institutionalized its engagement with Africa through the India-Africa Forum Summit, IAFS. The first IAFS was held in New Delhi in April 2008. At this summit, two declaratory documents were adopted, the India-Africa Framework for Cooperation Forum and the Delhi Declaration, which set out MBTONs of South-South cooperation, capacity building, and pursuit of mutual interest. Taylor 2012, 784. At the second IFS held in Addis Ababa in May 2011, India and African relations were upgraded from a closer partnership to a strategic partnership, Gokarn, Sidhu and Gadbul 2015. The third IFS, held in New Delhi in October 2015, was attended by the representatives of all 54 African countries, including heads of state government from 41 countries and the African Union. At this summit, two documents, the Delhi Declaration 2015 and the India-Africa Framework for Strategic Cooperation, were adopted, focusing on political, security, and socio-economic issues. Body 2015. Economic engagement. China and India's deepening economic engagement with Africa includes growing trade, investment, and aid assistance. In terms of trade, Sino-African and Indo-African bilateral trade has been increasing significantly since the beginning of the 21st century, with China and India being, respectively, the largest and the fourth largest trading partner. China and India's engagement with Africa. 469 of Africa. China became Africa's largest trading partner in 2009, Xinhua 2015, and by 2017, China-Africa bilateral trade had reached $170 billion, MOFCO in 2018. In India's case, according to a joint report issued by the African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, and Exim Bank of India, Exim India, trade with Africa increased more than eightfold from $7.2 billion in 2001 to $59.9 billion in 2017, making India Africa's fourth largest national trading partner, accounting for more than 6.4% of total African trade in 2017, up from 2.7% in 2001. Afrexim Bank and Exim India 2018. 6. Both China and India are key investors in Africa. With regard to China, Xinhua reports that by the end of 2016, China's investment in Africa reached over $100 billion, growing over 100 times in a dozen years, making China became the single largest contributor of foreign direct investment, FDI, in Africa, with investments of $66.4 billion and the creation of 130,750 jobs from 2005 to 2016. Xinhua 2018b. Regarding India's FDI in Africa, according to the above-mentioned report by Afrexim Bank and Exim India, India's FDI in Africa rose from $11.9 billion in 2010 to $15.2 billion in 2014. Afrexim Bank and Exim India 2018. 21. India's Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, notes, India is now the fifth largest investor in the African continent, with investments over the past 20 years amounting to $54 billion, MEA 2017a. According to the World Investment Report 2018 by the UN Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, in the period 2011-2016, China was the fourth largest investor in Africa, after the United States, the United Kingdom, and France, while India ranked 8th, UNCTAD 2018. 38. To facilitate their trade with and investment in Africa, both China and India have employed development aid assistance to Africa in the form of loans and grants, as well as debt relief and cancellation. China has doubled its financing pledges toward Africa at its FOCAC meetings from $5 billion in 2006 to $10 billion in 2009, $20 billion in 2012, and $60 billion in 2015. Sunday 2015. At the third FOCAC summit in September 2018, Chinese President Xi Jinping announced a package of new aid to Africa. China will extend $60 billion of financing to Africa in the form of government assistance, as well as investment and financing by financial institutions and companies. This will include $15 billion of grants, interest-free loans, and concessional loans, $20 billion of credit lines, the setting up of a $10 billion special fund for development financing, and a $5 billion special fund for financing imports from Africa. Xi 2018. Moreover, Xi said his government would encourage its companies to make at least $10 billion of investment in Africa in the next 3 years, and announced that China would cancel the debt of Africa's least developed countries that have diplomatic relations with China. Xi 2018. As for India, according to the MEA, the Indian government has been providing aid to African countries through its development partnership assistance schemes such as grant and aid projects and lines of credit assistance. A case in point of grant and aid projects is an Africa e-network project, PANAP, on TELE education and TELE medicine covering 48 countries in Africa, which has completed its first phase. India is planning to initiate a second phase. India has given Rs 855 crores, roughly $7.2 billion, as aid in financial year 2016-2017 to African countries. 152 lines of credit have been extended to 44 countries for a total amount of nearly $8 billion for developing infrastructure, public transport, clean energy, irrigation, and agriculture and manufacturing. 470 will fuse capacity across Africa. MEA 2017a. At the third IFS in 2015, India announced lines of credit of $10 billion for development projects and grant assistance of $600 million spread over 5 years. MEA 2017a. Military engagement. Both China and India have forged military and security cooperation with Africa, including actively participating in UN peacekeeping. In 2016, China deployed 2,496 peacekeepers, most of which were in Africa, across 6 missions in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Liberia, Lebanon, Sudan, Mali, and South Sudan. Guambale 2016. China has also increased its financial and personnel contributions to UN peacekeeping in Africa. In his September 2015 to the UN General Assembly, Chinese President Xi Jinping announced that over a 5-year period the African Union would receive $100 million in military aid toward an African standby force. Martina and Brunstrom 2015. With regard to India's peacekeeping in Africa, according to India's Deputy Permanent Representative to the UN, Tanmay Lal, by July 2018, Indian peacekeepers had served in 8 UN peacekeeping missions on the African continent, and the first ever female-formed police unit was provided by India and deployed in Liberia, PTI 2018. In addition, both China and India have exported arms to Africa. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, in 2013-2017, Africa accounted for 21% of Chinese arms exports. Between 2008-2012 and 2013-2017, China's arms exports to Africa rose by 55%, and its share of total African arms imports increased from 8.4% to 17%. A total of 22 sub-Saharan African countries bought major arms from China in 2013-2017, and China accounted for 16% and 27% of sub-Saharan African arms imports in 2008-2012 and 2013-2017, respectively. Wieseman et al. 2018, 5.7. India has also been selling arms to African countries. For instance, in December 2014, India sold the offshore patrol vessel, OPV Barracuda, India's first indigenously manufactured warship, to the Mauritius Coast Guard for $60 million, Ranjan 2016, 408. Between 2000 and 2015, India sold one maritime patrol MP aircraft Du-228, one OPV Barracuda, and one Niger-class patrol craft to Mauritius, 3 helicopters, 1 Cheetah and 2 Shetak to Namibia, 2 seaward defense boats, SDBs, Mk5 patrol vessels, 2 Dornier aircraft Du-228 MP, and 1 LM 2022 radar 4 MP aircraft to the Seychelles, Ranjan 2016, 411. Moreover, both China and India's navies have participated in anti-piracy patrolling in the Gulf of Aden. In June 2006, India deployed a ship in the Gulf of Aden for anti-piracy missions, which safely escorted 19 merchant ships including 6 Indian flag ships through October 2017, Indian Navy 2017. Since December 2008, China has deployed People's Liberation Army Navy plan ships to participate in anti-piracy operations in the Gulf of Aden and waters off Somalia. Over the past decade, its naval fleets have escorted 3,400 foreign ships, around 51% of the total escorted, and supported anti-piracy and other missions. The plan established its first ever foreign military base in Djibouti on the 11th of July 2017, the Maritime Executive 2019. Furthermore, both countries have their own unique measures to militarily engage Africa. For example, China held the first China-Africa Defense and Security Forum, CADSF, in Beijing from the 26th of June to the 11th of July 2018. The forum, attended by HIGH-ranking military officials from 50 African states, was regarded by some commentators as evidence of China's ambitions for familiarizing its growing influence in Africa. Fisher 2018, China and India's engagement with Africa 471, and as a sign of China's growing military ties with Africa, Ben Abdallah 2018, India's defense cooperation with Africa has included joint exercises of different types, a variety of defense and security dialogues, and the offering of military training programs. India has also established crucial security relationships with Seychelles, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique, and South Africa, the Indian Ocean littoral countries, to fight against piracy and terrorism. NADU 2013, 200-203. Cultural engagement. Both China and India have deepened their cultural engagement with Africa. Specifically, China has initiated educational cooperation with Africa under both FOCAC and the development of China-Africa Education Cooperation, 2000-2011. FOCAC's initiatives have included increasing scholarships for African students from 2,000 to 4,000 before 2009, distributing 33,866 Chinese government scholarships in the period 2010-2014, promising to train 30,000 professionals in China as part of the African Talents Program between 2013 and 2015, and disbursing 18,000 government scholarships, and in 2015, instituting 30,000 additional scholarships and 2,000 postgraduate and doctoral placements at leading institutions in China, 2017. In addition, in 2009, China started the 20+20 Cooperation Plan. The plan, spread across 17 African states, entails partnerships between 20 Chinese and 20 African higher education institutions. China also promised to provide $2 million annually under the framework of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization UNESCO Trust Fund to support education development programs in Africa, 2017. As a result of China's various programs, the number of African students studying in China has grown from under 2,000 in 2003 to over 50,000 in 2015. In 2017, China surpassed the United States and United Kingdom as the top destination for English-speaking African students, then Chile in 2018. By 2018, China had already established 70 Confucius Institutes in 40 African countries to provide Chinese language training programs for African students, then Chile in 2018. Likewise, India has also established some educational programs for Africa, including a number of scholarships for African graduates and training positions under the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation (ITEC) program. At the second IFS in 2011, then Indian Prime Minister Manmohan Singh announced that India's total commitment for the next 3 years by way of scholarships to Africa students would stand at more than 22,000. PIB 2011. Beginning in 2015, a total of 50,000 scholarships over a period of 5 years have been offered to African students. May 2017. BRI and AAGC. China and India have created unique connectivity initiatives. China's BRI and India's AAGC, to strengthen and broaden their engagement with Africa. Both initiatives seek to connect Asia and Africa through large-scale infrastructure projects. The BRI involves investing billions of dollars in infrastructure, and Silk Road Count tries to link China with a network of countries in Europe, Asia, and Africa. The State Council 2015. Originally, the BRI focused on East African countries such as Kenya and Tanzania, since these countries form a more natural geographic link with China's 21st century maritime Silk Road, which stretches from East Asia westward through the Indian Ocean. TIC 2018. Later on, China began to extend the BRI 472 of Fuzuo to West and Central Africa. Specifically, during Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit to 4 African countries in July 2018, Senegal and Rwanda signed Memorandum of Understanding (MOU) with China on the BRI, making them the first West African country and the first Central African country, respectively, to sign a Belt and Road Cooperation document with China. Xinhua 2018. C. By the 6th of September 2018, China had signed MOUs on the BRI with 37 African countries. Xinhua 2018. D. With regard to India's AAGC, its conceptualization was first put forward by India in November 2016. In 2017, at India's invitation, Japan joined the AAGC, which is mainly a maritime corridor that connects several ports in India and Africa. Brinza 2018. The AAGC vision document lists 4 areas as its focus: development cooperation projects, quality infrastructure and institutional connectivity, enhancing skills, and people-to-people partnership. RIS, ERI and IDEJTRO 2017. 1. According to Global Times, a Chinese official newspaper, the route of the AAGC has extensive geographic overlap with that of the BRI, so it is regarded by China as a deliberate counterbalancing of the BRI. ZA 2017. Compared with China's BRI, India, and Japan, AAGC is new and still needs more policy design and implementation. A news commentary has noted that, despite ambitious statements and an abundance of media reports reports, the AAGC is still a vague vision and at an early stage of development. It further reports that during their October 2018 summit, Indian Prime Minister Modi and Japanese Prime Minister Abe even did not mention the AAGC at all, but instead held discussions on establishing the platform for Japan-India business cooperation in Asia-Africa region, which implies that India and Japan have adjusted their AAGC downward to be a business-oriented project. Pajang in St. Mazur 2018. Another commentary explicitly points out that the AAGC is capital-constrained and unlikely to gain much traction. Stratford 2018. In sum, China and India have been undertaking multifaceted measures to engage Africa. Politically, both countries' top leaders have frequently visited the continent, and both have institutionalized their engagement with it through China's FOCAC and India's IFS, respectively. Economically, both countries have enhanced their trade with Africa, accompanied by increased investment and aid assistance. Militarily, both countries have not only actively participated in UN peacekeeping in Africa, but have also sold arms to Africa and participated in anti-piracy operations in the Gulf of Aden. Culturally, both countries have provided scholarships to African students, and China has established Confucius Institute in Africa to provide Chinese language training for African students. Moreover, China and India have created the BRI and AAGC, respectively, to enhance Africa's connectivity. China and India's interest in Africa. The motivations behind China and India's multidimensional engagement with Africa have been driven by both countries' national interest in Africa. Politically and diplomatically, both China and India need Africa's support on specific issues. China needs Africa's support for its One China policy with respect to Taiwan, so as to isolate the latter internationally. This diplomatic need has been stated clearly in China's white papers on its Africa policy issued in 2006 and 2015. In the former paper, China states that the One China principle is the political foundation for the establishment and development of China's relations with African countries and regional organizations. The Chinese government appreciates the fact that the overwhelming majority of China and India's engagement with Africa, 473 African countries, abide by the One China principle, refuse to have official relations and contact with Taiwan, and support China's great cause of reunification. China stands ready to establish and develop state-to-state relations with countries that have not yet established diplomatic ties with China on the basis of the One China principle. Xinhua 2006. In the latter report, the Chinese government reiterates the One China policy as the political precondition and foundation for it to establish and develop its relations with African countries and regional organizations. Xinhua 2015. With China's prioritization of its One China policy and its multidimensional engagement with Africa, by May 2018, 53 of the 54 African countries except Eswatini had officially recognized China rather than Taiwan. Blanchard 2018. For its part, India needs to secure African diplomatic support in its quest to gain a permanent seat on the UNSC, which it has long sought. India formed a group of 4, with Brazil, Japan, and Germany, to jointly seek to reform the UNSC so as to obtain a permanent seat. 2018. 54. The African continent, with its 54 member countries in the UN, would play a key role in influencing the result of India's efforts. Sina 2010. 78. Economically, both China and India need Africa's rich natural resources, especially oil, to sustain their economic growth. China and India, with their fast-growing economies over the past 2 to 3 decades, have become the world's second and third largest energy consumers, after the United States, and the world's second and fourth largest oil consumers. Both countries have relied heavily on oil imports, especially from the Middle East, EIA 2015, 2016, in order to achieve energy security, especially oil security. Both countries have encouraged their national oil companies, NOCs, to procure oil and gas assets in energy-rich countries and regions across the world, including Africa, to diversify supply sources. 2018, 106-176. According to the U.S. Department of Energy's Energy Information Administration, EIA, the Chinese NOCs, China National Petroleum Corporation, CNPC, China Petroleum and Chemical Corporation, CNOPEC, and China National Offshore Oil Corporation, CNOOC, are participating in upstream activities in 42 countries. Half of their overseas oil production stems from the Middle East and Africa, especially Angola, Sudan, and South Sudan. EIA 2015, 9. The two Sudans had become significant oil exporters to China until 2012, when the Civil War terminated supplies. Since 2014, China's oil imports from these two countries have resumed at a reduced level. EIA 2015, 10. Apart from the Middle East, African countries, particularly Angola, have contributed significantly to China's oil imports. For instance, in 2014, Angola, accounting for 13% of China's oil imports, was China's second largest oil supplier, after Saudi Arabia. EIA 2015, 11. According to the annual report 2017-2018 issued by the Indian Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, MPNG, India's dependence on oil and natural gas imports has been over 80% and nearly 40%, respectively. As a result, the Indian government has encouraged its NOCs, including the Oil and Natural Gas Corporation, ONGC, Videsh Limited, OVL, and Oil India Limited, OIL, to seek overseas equity oil and gas assets across the world. MPNG 2018, 82-83. India's NOCs have at various points of time owned equity oil and gas assets in 26 countries. Out of these, 11 are in Africa, including Sudan, 1, South Sudan, 2, Libya, 2, Mozambique, 1, Nigeria, 2, Gabon, 1, Namibia, 2, MPNG 2018, 93-97. In addition, India 474 Wufuzuo is importing oil from African countries, including Algeria, Chad, and Angola. According to the EIA, Africa is India's second largest source of oil imports, accounting for 19%, with most of the crude oil coming from Nigeria. EIA 2016, 10. Moreover, India built a 741 km long Khartoum-Port Sudan pipeline in Sudan, MPNG 2018, 93. In this regard, China and India's engagement with Africa has been filled with both competition and cooperation. On the one hand, China and India have engaged in fierce competition for Africa's oil assets. For example, in October 2004, when India's OVL almost reached a deal with Shell Oil to buy the latter's oil assets in Angola, the Chinese and Angolan governments reached an agreement at the last minute to force Shell to sell its oil assets to the Angolan state-owned company Sonangol. To win this bid, China offered the Angola government $2 billion of economic assistance, which overshadowed India's offer of $200 million of assistance to Angola to build railways, the GIU in 2004. On the other hand, both countries have also cooperated with each other in exploring Africa's oil, especially in Sudan and South Sudan. Sudan's oil sector. Specifically, China's CNPC has been involved in Sudan's oil sector since the mid-1990s and played an important role in making Sudan into an oil exporter. India's OVL entered Sudan's oil sector in 2003 when it was invited by the Sudanese government to participate in the Greater Nile Oil Project, GNOP, a consortium jointly shared by China, Malaysia, and Sudan. Since then, Chinese and Indian NOCs have cooperated in Sudan's and later South Sudan's oil sector, with shares of 40% CNPC and 25% OVL in the Greater Nile Petroleum Operating Company, GNPOC, Blocks 1, 2, and 4 in Sudan and Nile Petroleum Corporation, Greater Pioneer Operating Company, GPOC, Blocks 1, 2, and 4 in South Sudan, MPNG 2018, 93-94. In addition to seeking Africa's raw materials, especially oil, to fuel their economic growth, China and India have also tried to access Africa's markets for exports and investments. According to a report by Ernst & Young, EY, a professional services firm, Africa remains on track to be a $3 trillion economy by 2030, making it a potentially lucrative market for China and India's export industries, EY 2017. In the security area, China and India need Africa's support to eradicate piracy and ensure maritime security, especially the safety of commerce along the international shipping lanes or the sea lines of communication, SLOCs, off the coast of Africa. Most of China and India's imported raw materials from Africa, including oil, and their exports to Africa, are shipped by sea. Clearly, seaborne trade is strategically important for both China and India. It is therefore vital to protect the SLOCs along the coast of Africa. In this context, China has forged extensive maritime links with Eastern African countries such as Seychelles and Mauritius, in 2018, in addition to establishing a military base in Djibouti as mentioned earlier. Likewise, India has built close maritime ties with African littoral countries, especially those along the Indian Ocean, NADU 2013. Moreover, China and India's engagement with Africa has been driven by a desire for higher status in the international system. On China's part, its engagement with Africa is to project itself as a responsible great power in the international system by facilitating Africa's industrialization and modernization. In its second Africa policy issued in 2015, the Chinese government explicitly pointed out it would use its comparative advantage to help Africa's industrialization and modernization. China's comparative advantages in development experience, applied technology, funds and market can help Africa overcome the two major bottlenecks constraining China and India's engagement with Africa. 475 its development, backward infrastructure and inadequate professional and skilled personnel. They can also help Africa translate its natural and human resources advantages and potential into a driving force for development and benefits for people's livelihoods, thereby speeding up industrialization and agricultural modernization, and doing a better job in pursuing economic independence as well as self-reliance and sustainable development and achieving lasting peace and stability. Xinhua 2015. Infrastructure projects in Africa developed under China's BRI can obviously help fulfill its economic promises. India, like China, is a status seeker in the international system, Cohen 2001, Nair and Paul 2003, and it intends to seek great power status by facilitating Africa's development. Not surprisingly, India has mimicked China's BRI in initiating the AAGC, with an aim to play a role in facilitating Africa's development through enhancing interconnectedness between and within Asia and Africa for realizing a free and open Indo-Pacific region, RIS, ERIA and IDEJTRO 2017, 1. However, due to its limited financial and political resources, India's influence in Africa is obviously limited compared to China's. To sum up, China and India's multifaceted engagement with Africa has been motivated by their desires to seek material interests, including political, economic, and security, as well as status. In Chairman Abai's words, despite the rhetorical statements of friendship and solidarity that are implicit in the official Africa policy documents of both China and India, competition over African resources and markets, and the quest for influence and support, are the principal motivation for both countries in their engagement with African nations. Chairman Abai's 2010, 7. Implications for Africa. China and India's multifaceted engagement with Africa has profound implications for the continent. Economically, since most African countries are underdeveloped, China and India's engagement can positively lead to African development. For instance, according to a report by the World Bank more than a decade ago, China and India's economic engagement with Africa presents a significant, and in modern times, rare, opportunity for growth, job creation, and the reduction of poverty on the sub-Saharan continent. Broadband 2007, 43. In the same vein, a report by RAND points out that China's investment in Africa alone accounted for the continent's economic growth between 2005 and 2009 in the period leading up to the global financial crisis, and China's $13 billion of investment in Angolan infrastructure shortly after Angola's civil war contributed to its recovery and stability. For all 2015, 81. In particular, African countries stand to benefit from China's BRI and India and Japan, SAAGC, as these two initiatives are aimed at enhancing the continent's connectivity, a necessary precondition for its rapid economic growth. For instance, the Export-Import Bank of China has funded the Addis Ababa-Djibouti Railway, which is the first transboundary railway line in Africa. It links Ethiopia, which has no outlet to the ocean, to the maritime routes of the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. This was in Jada 2018. China is also constructing the Madaraki Express, connecting the 476 Wufuzuo Canyon port of Mombasa to Nairobi. This has substantially reduced transportation time and costs. This was in Jada 2018. Similarly, India's AAGC's priorities such as healthcare, pharmaceuticals, agriculture, food processing, and disaster management are critical to Africa's development. If the goals of the initiative in these sectors are reached, Africa's value chains will be upgraded, new channels of production will be created, the movement of people between Africa and Asia will be expedited, and infrastructure will be improved. Richter 2018. Moreover, the AAGC could provide African governments with a mechanism for diversifying risk and reducing their potential over-reliance on China as their principal source of finance for development. Richter 2018. Geopolitically, China and India's competition for Africa's natural resources, markets, political and diplomatic support, as well as their competition to enhance their influence in Africa, can significantly increase African countries' ability to play China and India against each other in order to get the deals that most benefit them. Moreover, China and India's engagement with Africa can play a role in increasing peace and stability in the region. Commensurate with their increased economic stakes in Africa, especially their increased interest in natural resource supply and diversification, China and India have a growing interest in peace and stability. In these circumstances, China and India have begun to engage in maintaining peace and stability. For instance, China played an important role in mediating conflict between Sudan and South Sudan and between rival factions in South Sudan. Thus, China tacitly interfered in the peace process of the two Sudans and the domestic stability of the two countries. 2018, 144-150. Conclusion. China and India have been engaging Africa in various ways since the end of the Cold War, especially in the 21st century. Both countries have employed political tools of engagement, especially high-level official visits, and economic means such as trade, FDI, and aid assistance. They have also used military means such as participation in UN peacekeeping and arms sales, as well as cultural diplomacy including providing student scholarships and, in China's case, establishing Confucius institutes throughout the continent. Moreover, China and India have undertaken initiatives to enhance the connectivity of Africa through the BRI and AAGC. China and India's multifaceted engagement with Africa has been driven by national interest, politically and diplomatically. Both countries need Africa's support. China needs Africa's support for its One China policy, while India needs Africa's support for permanent membership in the UN Security Council. Economically, both need Africa's rich natural resources, especially oil, to sustain their economic growth, in addition to gaining access to Africa's markets for exports and investments. They also need African support to maintain the safety of the SLOCs. Finally, the two Asian powers seek to enhance their international status by facilitating Africa's development and increasing their influence on the continent. These interests fit well with China and India's ambitions to become great powers. While the two powers seek to benefit from their presence in Africa, their engagement with African countries can raise living standards in the continent, increases importance in global affairs, and promote peace and stability. In sum, even as they pursue their own interests, China and India can promote the interests of others. China and India's engagement with Africa. 477 Bibliography. African Bank and Exim India, the African Export-Import Bank and the Export-Import Bank of India, 2018, Deepening South-South Collaboration and Analysis of Africa and India's Trade and Investment, Export-Import Bank of India, available online at www.eximbankindia.in/assets/dynamic/pdf/publication-resources/special publications/deepening-south-Africa-collaboration_AN-Analysis-Africa-India-Trade-investment.pdf. Access the 5th of January 2019. Alum M. B. 2018, In the Shadow of Maritime Security, India, Japan in the China Factor, India Defense Review, 8 January, available online at www.indiandefensereview.com/in-shadow-of-maritime-security-India-Japan-China-Factor/ access the 11th of January 2019. Ben Abdallah L. 2018, China-Africa military ties have deepened. Here are 4 things to know. The Washington Post, 6 July, available online at www.washingtonpost.com/news/monkey-cage/wp/2018/07/06/China-Africa-military-ties-have-deepened-here-dash-r-4-things-to-know/question UDM_term=R 2018 Qualia R. 2015, 3rd India-Africa Forum Summit, a critical evaluation, Indian Foreign Affairs Journal 10-4, October-December, 368-382. This was AK and Torjeva C. 2018, Unpacking China's New Silk Road, The Herald, 23 August, available online at www.herald.co.zw/unpacking-China's-new-silk-road/ access the 17th of January 2019. Blanchard, B. 2018, China wins back Burkina Faso, urges Taiwan's last African ally to follow, Reuters, 26 May, available online at www.reuters.com/article/us-China-Burkina/China wins back Burkina Faso, urges Taiwan's last African ally to follow in USKCN1IR09W, access the 10th of January 2019. Brinza, A. 2018, Japan's Belt and Road Balancing Act, The Diplomat, 8 November, available online at https://thediplomat.com/2018/11/Japan's-Belt-and-Road-Balancing-Act/ access 9 January 2019. Broadband, H. G. 2007, Africa's Silk Road, China and India's New Frontier, Washington, D.C., The World Bank. Bombale, T. 2016, China to expand peacekeeping role in Africa, New Vision, 25 August, available online at www.newvision.co.ug/new_vision/news/143364/China-expand-peacekeeping role Africa, access the 19th of January 2019. Carew, F. and Obi, C. 2010, Introduction, Africa in the 21st Century, Strategic and Development Challenges, in F. Carew and C. Obi, eds, The Rise of China and India in Africa, Challenges, Opportunities and Critical Interventions, London and New York, Z Books, 19, China Daily, 2014, Chronology of China-Africa Relations, 5 May, available online at www.chinadaily.com.cn/world/2014 Lead Visit Africa/2014-05/content_174835008.htm, access 3 January 2019. Cohen, S. 2001, India, Emerging Power, New Delhi, Oxford University Press, Djiayuan, Epoch Times, 2004, Zhangyin and Liu China and India fiercely fighting for West African oil, India being defeated in the competition for Angolan oil fields, 19 October, available online at www.epochtimes.com/gb/4/10/19/n6946991.htm, access the 11th of January 2019, EIA, Energy Information Administration, 2015, China, International Energy Data and Analysis, 14 May, available online at www.eia.gov/beta/international/analysis_include/countries_long/China/China.pdf, access the 10th of January 2019, EIA, Energy Information Administration, 2016, Country Analysis Brief, India, 14 June, available online at www.eia.gov/beta/international/analysis_include/countries_long/India/India.pdf, access the 10th of January 2019, EY, Ernst & Young, 2017, EY's Attractiveness Program Africa, Connectivity Redefined, May, available online at www.ey.com/za/on/issues/business-environment/EY-attractiveness-program Africa 2017, access the 11th of January 2019, 478 Wolfuzuo Fisher, R. D. Jr., 2018, China militarizes its influence in Africa, The National Interest, 25 November, available online at https://nationalinterest.org/feature/China-militarizes-influence Africa 36667, access the 20th of January 2019. Foy H. 2011. India PMI's trade. Catch up with China and Africa. Visit Reuters. 23 May. Available online at www.reuters.com/article/India-Africa-Sing/India-PM-Is-trade- Catch up with China and Africa. Visit USTRE74M14B20110523. Access to 22nd of January 2019. Gokarn S. Sidhu. WPS and Godpool S. 2015. India and Africa. Forging a strategic partnership. Brookings India. October. Available online at www.brookings.edu/wp-content/uploads 2015-10. India-Africa-briefing-book-brookings-india.pdf. Access to 22nd of January 2019. GU M. 2017. The Sino-African Higher Educational Exchange. How big is it and will it continue? World Education News and Reviews. 7 March. Available online at https://winr.west.org/2017/03/the-sino-african-higher-educational-exchange-how-big-is-and-will-continue. Access to 7th of January 2019. Hammond A. 2018. Why Africa is in World Power Spotlight. Golf News. 2 September. Available online at https://golfnews.com/opinion/up-eds/y-africa-is-in-world-power-spotlight 1.2273755. Access to 22nd of January 2019. IANS. 2018. Modi's visit to reach out to Africa. Golf News. 22 July. Available online at https://golfnews.com/world/asia/India/Modi's-visit-to-reach-out-to-Africa-1.2255365. AC says the 30th of December 2018. Indian Navy. 2017. Anti-piracy operations. Gulf of Aden deployment. 8 November. Available online at www.indiannavy.nic.in/content/anti-piracy-operations-gulf-aden-deployment. Access the 19th of January 2019. Martina M. and Brunstrom D. 2015. China's Xi says to commit 8,000 troops for UN peacekeeping force. Reuters. 28 September. Available online at www.reuters.com/article/US on Assembly China USKCN 0RS1Z120150928. Access the 19th of January 2019. MOFCOM. Ministry of Commerce. People's Republic of China. 2015. The interpretations of the Johannesburg Summit of the FOCAC and the 6th Ministerial Conference on the 10 major China-Africa cooperation plans in economic and trade domains. 16 December. Available online at http://english.mofcom.gov.cn/article/policy release/cocoon/201512/201512012012190036. SHTML. Access the 31st of December 2018. MOFCOM. Ministry of Commerce. People's Republic of China. 2018. Statistics on China-Africa bilateral trade in 2017. 26 January. Available online at http://english.mofcom.gov.cn/article/statistic land Asia Africa 201,803 201803027196113.html. Access the 3rd of January 2019. MEA. Ministry of External Affairs. Government of India. 2012. India-Uganda Relations. January 2012. www.mea.gov.in/portal/foreign relations/Uganda-January-2012.pdf. AC says the 18th of January 2019. MEA. Ministry of External Affairs. Government of India. 2017 A. Question. NO.153. India aid to African countries. 26 July. Available online at www.mea.gov.in/lock-sabha. HTM. DTL 28705. Question plus NO153 plus Indian plus AID plus TO plus African plus countries. Access to 5th of January 2019. MEA. Ministry of External Affairs. Government of India. 2017 v. India South Africa Relations. December. Available online at www.mea.gov.in/portal/foreign relations/36_South_Africa_December_2017.pdf. Access the 18th of January 2019. MOFA. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. People's Republic of China. 2004. China's policy toward Africa. 1 January. Available online at www.fmprc.gov.cn/CZA/ang/ZGHFZ/ZFGX/T165330. HTM. Access the 3rd of January 2019. MOFA. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. People's Republic of China. 2006 A. Senegalese PM meets Chinese FM on ties. 16 January. Available online at www.fmprc.gov.cn/ZFLT/ang/ZD/LZXFF/T231174.htm. Access the 3rd of January 2019. MOFA. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. People's Republic of China. 2006 B. Hu Jintao kicks off visit to Nigeria. 29 April. Available online at www.fmprc.gov.cn/ZFLT/ang/ZXXX/T249621. HTM. Access the 3rd of January 2019. China and India's engagement with Africa 479 MOFA. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. People's Republic of China. 2006 C. Chinese Premier returns home after visiting 7 African nations. 26 June. Available online at www.fmprc.governor.cn/ZFLT/ang/ZD/WJBFF/T259985.htm. Access the 3rd of January 2019. MOFA. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. People's Republic of China. 2006 D. Action Plan adopted at China-Africa Summit. Mapping Cooperation Course. 5 November. Available online at www.fmprc.gov.cn/ZFLT/ang/ZXXX/T279811.htm. Access the 22nd of January 2019. MPNG. Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Government of India. 2018. Annual Report 2017-2018. Available online at http://petroleum.nic.in/sites/default/files/apr_e_171.8.pdf. Access the 21st of January 2019. Naidu G. V. C. 2013. India, Africa and the Indian Ocean. Journal of the Indian Ocean Region 9-189-207. Nanchelia P. 2018. Grand Strategy and China's Soft Power Push in Africa. Africa Center for Strategic Studies. 30 August. Available online at https://africacenter.org/spotlight/grand-strategy-and-China's-soft-power-push-in-Africa/. Access the 14th of January 2019. Nair, B.R. and Paul T. v. 2003, India in the World Order, Searching for Major Power Status, Cambridge University Press, Pajon, C. and St. Messard, I. 2018, Asia-Africa Growth Corridor at the Crossroads of Busyness and Geopolitics, East Asia Forum, 8 November, available online at www.eastasiaforum, or November 8, 2018, Asia-Africa-Growth-Corridor-of-Business-of-Geopolitics / access the 9th of January 2019, PIB, Press Information Bureau, Government of India, 2011, address by the Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh at the plenary session of the Second Africa-India Forum Summit Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, 24 May, available online at http://pib.nic.in/news site/print release. Asks, real equals 72,281. Access the 14th of January 2019. PTI, 2007. PM Manmohan Singh to visit Nigeria, South Africa. The Times of India, 13 October. Available online at https://timesofindia.india.times/pm-manmohan-sing-dash-to-visit-nigeria-south-africa/article/show/24546993.cms. Access the 22nd of January 2019. PTI, 2018. UN peacekeeping deployments in Africa have mixed record. India, The Economic Times, 12 July. Available online at https://economictimes.india.times/news/defense/on-peacekeeping-deployments-in-Africa-Africa-have-mixed-record-in-India/article show/5243021. CMS. Access the 19th of January 2019. Ranjan, S. 2016, India-Africa Defense Cooperation against the backdrop of the Make in India Initiative, African Security Review 25-4, 407-419. Richter, F.J. 2018, The Alternative to Chinese Debt for Africa from Japan and India, Nikkei Asian Review, 23 November. Available online at https://asia.nikkei.com/opinion/the-alternative to Chinese Debt for Africa from Japan and India. Access the 17th of January 2019. RIS, ERIANIDEJTRO, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia and Institute of Developing Economies Japan External Trade Organization, 2017, Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, Partnership for Sustainable and Innovative Development, a Vision Document, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN, 30 May. Available online at www.asia-africa-growth-corridor-document.pdf. Access the 14th of January 2019. Raj, E. 2016, Narendra Modi's Africa Visit, Key Takeaways, LiveMint, 11 July. Available online at www.livemint.com/politics/JAMA3LK6PAHXV9T609SI/Narendra-Modi's-Africa-trip-key-takeaways.html. Access the 30th of December 2018. Roy, S. 2015, India to develop strategic assets into Mauritius, Seychelles Islands, The Indian Express, 12 March. Available online at https://indianexpress.com/article/India/India-others, India-Seychelles-sign-4-pact-to-boost-security-cooperation/ access the 30th of December 2018. Shaban, A. R. A. 2018, handful African presidents not attending 2018 FOCAC Summit in China. Africa News, 3 September. Available online at www.africanews.com/2018/09/03/handful-African presidents not attending-2018-Summit in China/ access the 31st of December 2018. 480 Wufuzu Osina, P. K. 2010, Indian Development Cooperation with Africa, in FCARU and COB, EDS, The Rise of China and India in Africa, Challenges, Opportunities and Critical Interventions, London and New York, 7793, Stratfor, 2018, India Struggles with its Strategy for Becoming a Great Power, 23 March, available online at https://worldview.streetratfor.com/article/India-struggles-its-strategy-becoming-great power, access the 21st of January 2019. Sun, Y. 2015, Xi and the 6th Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, Major Commitments, but with Questions, Brookings, 7 December, available online at www.brookings.edu/blog/Africa-focus/2015/Xi-on-the-Sexty-Forum-Major-Commitments-with-questions/ access the 31st of December 2018. Taylor, I. 2012, India's Rise in Africa, International Affairs 88-4, 779-798. The Maritime Executive, 2019, China celebrates growing naval capabilities, 1 January. Available online at www.maritime-executive.com/article/China-celebrates-growing-naval-capabilities. Access the 20th of January 2019. The State Council, 2015, full text, Action Plan on the Belt and Road Initiative, 30 March. Available online at http://english.gov.cn/archive/publications/2015/30/content_2814750802490035. HDM. Access the 14th of January 2019. Thrall, L. 2015, China's Expanding Relations with Africa, Implications for U.S. National Security, RAND. Available online at www.rand.org/content/dam/rand/pubs/research_reports/RR900RR905, RAND_RR905.pdf. TIC, S. 2018, China's Belt and Road Makes Inroads in Africa, The Diplomat, 31 July. Available online at https://thediplomat.com/2018/07/China's-belt-road-makes-inroads in Africa. Access the 9th of January 2019. UNCTD, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, 2018, World Investment Report 2018. Available online at https://unctad.org/on/publications library/fear2018_on.pdf. Access the 5th of January 2019. Wieseman, P. D. Florent, A. Kolimova, Etienne, N. and Wieseman, S. T. 2018, Trends in International Arms Transfers, 2017, Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, Fact Sheet, March. Available online at www.sipri.org/sites/default/files/2018-03/FSSIPRI_at2017_0. PDF. Access the 7th of January 2019. Wu, F. 2018 Energy and Climate Policies in China and India, a two-level comparative study, Cambridge and New York, Cambridge University Press. Xi, J. 2018, full text of Chinese President Xi Jinping's speech and opening ceremony of 2018 FOCAC Beijing Summit, Xinhuanet, 3 September, available online at www.xinhuanet.com/English 2018-09/03/C_129946189.htm, access to the 31st of December 2018. ZAX, 2017, India-Japan Growth Corridor Magazine Division, not connectivity for Asia, Africa, Global Times, 1 August, available online at www.globaltimes.cn/content/1059129, SHTML, access to 9th of January 2019, Xinhua, 2006, China's African Policy, full text, the State Council, the People's Republic of China, 12 January, available online at www.gov.cn/missy/2006-01/12/content_1564990.htm, access to 10th of January 2019, Xinhua, 2007, Chinese President Hu Jintao wraps up successful African tour, People's Daily Online, 12 February, available online at http://english.cpc.people.com.cn/77958/77959/5389821, HTML, access to the 3rd of January 2019, Xinhua, 2015, full text, China's Second Africa Policy Paper, China Daily, 4 December, available online at www.chinadaily.com.cn/world/Xi attends Paris Limited Conference /2015-12/05/content_2263287.htm, access to the 13th of January 2019, Xinhua, 2018 A Chinese President arrives in South Africa for state visit, 24 July, available online at www.xinhuanet.com/English/2018-07/24/C_137344271.htm, access to 22nd of January 2019, Xinhua, 2018 B Factbox, China Africa Economic and Trade Cooperation, 25 July, available online at www.xinhuanet.com/English/2018-07/25/C_137348097.htm, access to 5th of January 2019, China and India's engagement with Africa 481 Xinhua, 2018 C Spotlight, Xi's visit deepens South-South cooperation, upholds multilateralism, 29 July, available online at www.xinhuanet.com/English/2018-07/29/C_137354347, HTM, access to the 31st of December 2018, Xinhua, 2018 D, Wogao Yu 5037 Guo Ji 50 Lian Menqian Chu Gongjian, Yida Yilu Liang Ji Baiang Lu. China has signed Memorandum of Understanding on the Belt and Road with the 37 African countries and the African Union, 7 September, available online at www.xinhuanet.com/fortune/2018-09/07/C_11233395763.htm, access to 17th of January 2019, 30 Beyond Triangulation Latin America and the Caribbean's relations with China and India in the era of the Belt and Road Initiative Adriano Erdal Abdiner. With the intensification of the political crisis in Venezuela in early 2019, analysts of Latin America and the Caribbean (LAC) began to parse out the region's broader geopolitical dynamics, including the split among other states backing for the regime of Nicolas Maduro or for that of the self-appointed president, Juan Guaido, elected in January of that year. Scholars and media outlets noted the crucial role of Chinese support to Venezuela, especially the generous loans for the purchase of crude oil. Far less attention was paid to the role of India, which had quietly begun to increase its purchases of Venezuelan oil to support its growing economy, and which vastly increased its procurement as U.S. sanctions created hurdles for U.S. imports from Venezuela. 2 weeks after Washington announced the sanctions, the president of the Venezuelan state oil company, PDVSA, traveled to New Delhi for a surprise visit with Indian government officials to offer India a wide range of payment forms for its oil. As a result, in March 2019 India became the single largest buyer of Venezuelan oil, purchasing 600,000 barrels per day, BBC Brazil 2019. The International Relations Scholarship on Rising Powers helps to shed light on the dynamics of cooperation and competition that are emerging as the international order undergoes profound structural transformation, including the proliferation of trans-regional ties among geographically distant parts of the world. Much of the literature has focused on the rise of China and its fast-expanding cooperation across the global south, through economic flows presented by Chinese leaders as South-South cooperation. Despite the predominant focus on bilateral flows between China and countries in Africa and, to a lesser extent, China and countries in LAC, some scholars are analyzing the coincidence and interaction of these rising powers and third spaces. The idea of triangular relationships presumes that broader geopolitical dynamics between rising powers shapes the behaviors of rising power actors, not only the state but also private sector companies and civil society entities, in other parts of the world. This chapter adopts a comparative perspective to analyze the relations of China and India, respectively, with LAC, focusing on the period 2009-2019. The spike in India's purchase of Venezuelan oil must be understood not only with reference to Indian energy security debates but also, more broadly, in light of India's goals as a rising power, and those of China. Do the two countries compete for influence in Latin America? How, and to what extent, are their ties with the region shaped by the fast-changing geopolitical context in Asia, as well as the sweeping political changes taking place in LAC? For the most part, the two Asian powers do not directly compete for influence in the region. Instead, the geographic overlap in their cooperation has increased. In addition, far from operating in a vacuum, China and India's relations with LAC are shaped by global and Latin America and the Caribbean 483 regional dynamics that promote a number of divergences, especially in light of the Belt and Road Initiative (BRI) and sweeping political changes in LAC, both domestically and internationally. The chapter is divided into 3 sections. The first part offers background on the changing geopolitical and geoeconomic landscapes in both Asia and LAC and discusses how these tectonic shifts shape the behaviors of the rising powers. The second part analyzes the bilateral relations of China and India, respectively, with LAC states, as well as their interaction within the region. The conclusion notes key takeaways and offers some directions for future research on the role of external rising powers in LAC. Rising powers and trans-regional cooperation in the past 10 years have brought about a surge in the international relations scholarship on rising or emerging powers, generally defined as states whose increasing material capacities and status-seeking strategies may potentially have an impact on the international system and also affect the dominant position of the hegemonic powers therein. Winter 2017. Interest in the behavior of these states is propelled in part by the growing recognition of, and sometimes concern with, the transformation of the world order in the direction of an asymmetrical multipolarity. The emergence of new poles of economic growth, political influence, and geopolitical rivalry has cast the U.S.-led liberal world order into doubt, prompting international relations scholars to unpack the efforts of rising powers to cooperate as part of their ascension strategies. Maudsley 2012. Within this scholarship, there has been a strong focus on China's rise, underscored by the country's unprecedented economic expansion and the speed of its internationalization. From the go-out policy of the 1990s, when the Chinese government encouraged its enterprises to invest overseas, to the progressively expansive reach of its defense policy, as reflected in its white papers, State Council 2015. This literature has shed light on China's discourse related to South-South cooperation, which stresses win-win situations in the fact that China does not impose political conditionalities in alignment with the horizontal cooperation practices of other Southern actors and often in contrast to the norms of Northern aid as codified through the Development Assistance Committee (DAC) of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development (OECD). Concurrently, Chinese and Western scholars have debated the extent of China's reformist impulse in global governance, as well as the impact its rise has had on the role of global powers, especially the United States. Eikenberry 2008, Yang 2010. As China becomes a more active player in established institutions such as the United Nations (UN) and the Bretton Woods organizations, as well as loose coalitions such as the G20, John 2016, it becomes bolder in proposing and even leading alternative platforms, for instance via the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank (AIIB), or the initiatives emerging out of the Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa (BRICS) coalition, Ebner 2014, and the BRI. The study of rising powers has extended to other regional actors, including Brazil, India, and Turkey, and has often focused on their roles in trans-regional cooperation. Some of this scholarship has adopted a comparative perspective, asking how different cooperation partners, for instance China and India, engage with counterparts in third spaces such as African countries and subregions. Thumbu 2018. Only a minority of these studies, however, have analyzed these engagements from the perspective of the cooperation partners, including the strategic considerations of their leadership. However, Sageru 2016 and Fernandez Gilberto and Helgenboom 2010, 484 Adriano Erdal Abdiner. This neglect of context and agency is particularly true of the triangular relationship approach, in which three actors are analyzed in isolation from broader regional and trans-regional dynamics. This geometric approach has appeared in particular with reference to the U.S.-China-Latin America relationship. Gilhan Albuquerque 2014, Leon Manriquez and Alvarez 2014. With respect to China and India in LAC specify Cali, recent scholarship continues to consider the United States as a fulcrum on which these countries' relations with Latin American states pivot. Roed and Paz 2016. It is also telling that most of this literature cites the Asian powers before LAC, reflecting the primary preoccupation with the entrance of Asian power into the region rather than the experience of local states and other actors in those cooperation ties. Lederman, Olariga and Perry 2009. This triangular, Asia-first approach to analyzing LAC's cooperation with China and India, or any other external actor, for that matter, has three problems. First, it tends to overlook what is happening in the cooperating partners' own regions and the ways that changing dynamics of cooperation and rivalry affect their individual trans-regional efforts. The intensification of Chinese and Indian cooperation in Latin America takes place against the backdrop of deep political changes sweeping across LAC, as well as broad geopolitical and geoeconomic transformations triggered by the BRI. Second, the triangular relationship approach tends to treat the third spaces as mere staging grounds for geopolitical rivalries and other dynamics. For the most part, this literature tends to overlook or minimize the agency and perceptions of national and local actors in the countries where South-South cooperation initiatives are implemented, treating them as passive recipients of cooperation or as geopolitical chessboards where global powers and rising powers dispute influence. Finally, this literature remains heavily state-centric, particularly when a realist AP approach is adopted. Yet cooperation is also implemented by civil society actors and private sector firms, whether in isolation or through partnerships with government and across sectors. It is thus necessary to consider multiple geometries of power, rather than honing on a narrow triangle, and to open up the analysis to the role of non-state actors. China-India cooperation and competition in the Asia-Pacific. The question of whether China and India compete for influence and resources in LAC presupposes that there is indeed geopolitical rivalry between these states. This dynamic is most visible within the Asia-Pacific region due to the importance of territory and borders to their respective processes of state building. Interconnections between what is now referred to as the People's Republic of China and India have taken place for thousands of years, including through the networks of exchange known as the ancient Silk Road. Despite the formidable barrier of the Himalayas, people, goods, and ideas, including Buddhism, crossed the passes of the mountain range and interconnected communities in the region. Yet modern China and India have had a complex relationship since the two states were established in 1949 and 1947, respectively. Despite an auspicious beginning to bilateral ties and periods of cordiality, border disputes have frequently recurred and fed broader geopolitical rivalries that include nuclear weapons programs by the two countries, as well as neighboring Pakistan. Despite these tensions, streams of exchange and even interstate cooperation, whether bilaterally or through multilateral arrangements, have taken place between the two regional powers, the world's most populous countries. Since the end of the Cold War, Latin America and the Caribbean 485 China and India have increasingly interacted through regional platforms such as the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, and the Bangladesh China-India-Myanmar, BCIM, Economic Cooperation Corridor. These different strands of multilateral and regional cooperation promise to warm ties between China and India despite the persistence of the Kashmir dispute and other border disputes that have periodically erupted in minor skirmishes. In addition, China and India are bound by a number of commonalities within the international system. Starting in the 1990s, the two regional powers began to be referred to increasingly as rising powers. This trend intensified when the BRICS coalition was created as BRIC, Brazil, Russia, India, China, in 2006, when these five with the addition of South Africa in 2010, geographically, politically, and historically disparate countries began working toward the adoption of a common language of contestation to the U.S.-led world order and a call for deeper reform of its main global governance institutions. Through BRICS, China and India found common purpose in their status as rising powers with global aspirations, as well as a platform for selectively needling the United States and, more broadly, Western powers. They also found in BRICS an additional channel through which to strengthen ties to LAC, albeit in a highly selective manner, through Brazil's membership in the grouping. The BRICS coalition was able to advance cooperation among its members on several areas, including development financing and education, and to launch new institutions institutions that both compete with the established counterparts and create new pressures for change. The BRICS New Development Bank, NDB, and the Contingency Reserve Agreement, CRA, offer BRICS member states new spaces in which to cooperate on concrete initiatives, not only within the 5 member states but also in other developing countries. In other words, through these new institutions, the BRICS states could move beyond rhetorical flourishes and normative debates to implement new structures and launch new initiatives that would, at least in theory, embody the ideas behind the grouping. BRICS also began to form links and increasingly be recognized by a variety of established institutions, from the World Bank to components of the UN system. Despite our geopolitical differences, both China and India have remained vocal supporters of BRICS. However, even before BRICS became consolidated as an alternative power hub capable of pushing through major changes within the global governance system, another initiative began to change the geopolitical and geoeconomic landscape of Asia. Unlike BRICS, this new initiative was based on a contiguous geographic space that, at least initially, encompassed both China and India, as well as Russia, but not the distant rest of the BRICS member states. The New Silk Road, now referred to as the BRI, shorthand for the Silk Road Economic Belt and the 21st century maritime Silk Road, quickly surpassed the BRICS in visibility and reach. The China-led, multi-billion-dollar initiative, nominally focused on infrastructure and connectivity but in fact entailing a trans-regional cooperation platform with its own governance structure, has expanded beyond Asia to include not only parts of Africa, the Middle East, and Europe but also, more recently, countries in LOC. BRICS has not disappeared, but the sheer scale and scope of the BRI, as of May 2019, comprising 152 countries and international organizations, 30% of global gross domestic product (GDP) and 62% of the world population. The World Bank 2018 have outpaced the efforts of the 5-state coalition. 486 Adrian Erdal Abdiner as the BRI eclipses BRICS as the world's major rising power-led platform. The sharpening geopolitical rivalry between China and India has affected the two countries' abilities to interact via multilateral platforms, and, by extension, any harmonization in their efforts in LAC. South Asia has emerged as one of the BRI's priority areas, so the stakes are high on all sides. Like China, India has long aspired to be a global power, including through its bid for a permanent seat at the UN Security Council, something that China already possesses. Although Indian perceptions of the BRI have evolved across time, such that in 2018, India has been a vocal opponent of the BRI from the start. In 2017, India boycotted the First Belt and Road Forum, BRF, due to concerns over the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, which is China's flagship BRI project in Pakistan. Calendar 2019, Indian leaders have argued that the BRI infringes on its sovereignty and territorial integrity because CPEC runs through Gilgit-Baltistan, a part of Jammu and Kashmir that is claimed by India yet remains under Pakistani administration. Although China has maintained that relations between China and India remain insulated from differences arising over the BRI, it has treated Pakistan as an all-weather partner sharing core interests, a relationship that threatens India. These tensions sometimes spill over into disputes over China's claim to Arunachal Pradesh. In 2017, less than 2 months after India's initial boycott of the BRI, there was a 73-day standoff on the Daklan Plateau bordering India, China, and Bhutan over Chinese construction of a road. Since then, relations between China and India have been calmer, but rivalry continues through other channels. Some observers consider that the BCIM project has been subsumed under the broader umbrella of the China-dominated BRI. Indian perceptions of the threat have increased, with members of its strategic community often repeating that the BRI includes 5 of India's neighbors, not only Pakistan but also Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, the Maldives, and Nepal, as well as many of India's major trade partners in Africa and elsewhere, granting Beijing greater influence in those capitals. This has heightened fears among some stakeholders in India of encirclement by China, especially given China's advances along the Indian Ocean. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has promoted a nationalist Hindu discourse, has worked to promote India as a major global economy, including via BRICS. Joshi 2018. India has built on its previous Look East orientation to pursue an Act East policy, which focuses on expanding Indian soft power within its extended neighborhood in the Asia-Pacific region through bilateral, regional, and multilateral ties. This policy puts the Indian Ocean at the center of India's Indo-Pacific strategy in an effort to counter China's maritime Silk Road and, in particular, Beijing's growing role in the Indian Ocean, where India fears encirclement. The deepening regional rivalry has also led India to focus more on its own connectivity plans, individually or with other partners, including with Japan, another regional power outside the BRI. The Indian leadership has also stepped up efforts to convince other states in the region to turn down BRI offers, calling the initiative that trap diplomacy, especially after Sri Lanka, facing difficulties in repaying debts to Chinese institutions, in June 2018 handed over the deep-sea port at Hambantota along with 15,000 acres of land to China for 99 years. Indian leaders were also absent from the second BRF, held in Beijing on 26th to 27th of April. 2019, their non-attendance signaled that, even as the BRI expands in other parts of Asia and well beyond the region, including to LAC, as examined below, China and India's competition in South Asia has intensified. The extent to which these geopolitical and geoeconomic dynamics spill over into the countries' respective cooperation efforts Latin America and the Caribbean 487 elsewhere in the world, however, is mediated by their regional policies, approaches, and trajectories, as well as by domestic-level drivers. While the geographic distance between Asia and LAC means that Asian powers like China and India can pursue their Latin American interests relatively insulated from the rivalries they face in their own neighborhood, their use of soft power in other regions of the world, including LAC, is shaped by broader politics that includes relationships with LAC regional powers and with global powers present in the region, in particular the United States. The changing Latin American landscape and relations with Asia-LAC is a culturally, linguistically, and politically heterogeneous region that has been undergoing important political changes and turmoil since the mid-2010s. In the 2000s and the first half of the 2010s, the pink tide phenomenon, a wave of left-leaning governments that coincided with and benefited from an increase in global commodity prices, changed not only the political landscape but also the socio-economic dynamics in much of the region. Since LAC states are primarily commodity exporters, whether of agricultural products or natural resources such as metals, this panorama opened up new windows of opportunity to engage with Asia, by then the world's fastest-growing region. In particular, China's booming economy, with its skyrocketing demands for raw materials, helped to boost LAC economic economics. China surpassed the United States and European countries to become the top trade partner for many of the region's countries, as well as an important source of foreign direct investment. Chinese trade with LAC surged from $12 billion in 2000 to almost $306 billion in 2018, Carvalho 2019. Yet China was far from the only economic partner for LAC states. Japan continued to be a significant investor and trade partner, and ties also multiplied with smaller economies such as South Korea, Taiwan, and Indonesia. The effect of this surge in trade and investment was felt broadly across the LAC. In parts of LAC, the resulting boom in revenues was used to finance progressive social policies such as conditional cash transfer programs that lifted millions out of poverty and improved living standards. Extreme poverty decreased and inequalities narrowed across much of LAC even as corruption, violence, and crime persisted. Yet there were also negative aspects to the influx of trade and investment. Countries like Brazil and Mexico underwent a degree of deindustrialization, and fears of Dutch disease and land grabs spread in many parts of the region. Corruption continued to be a problem, facilitated by the lack of transparency and foreign direct investment by both LAC and external partners. The surge in LAC-Asia ties was not driven by economic interests alone. There were also political and cultural dimensions, although at the state level ties remained by and large constrained to the sphere of development cooperation. Many of the left-leaning governments in LAC promoted a discourse of South-South cooperation based on ideas of solidarity with other developing countries. This discourse sought to differentiate South-South cooperation from Northern assistance, which associated aid with colonial and neo-colonial dynamics. For many countries in LAC, this discourse facilitated the diversification, not just the intensification, of ties with China because of its resonance with the win-win and non-interference principles championed by the Chinese government in its cooperation efforts with developing countries. In addition, economic cooperation opened up more space for LAC-China exchanges among civil society actors. Universities and think tanks expanded their educational and 488 adult dinner exchange programs, and researchers began taking part in a wider variety of collaborative type projects, including via the BRICS think tank and academic networks. As Chinese overseas communities in LAC began expanding with new flows of migrants, still not yet compared to the same phenomenon in Africa, but nonetheless vastly expanded since the 1980s, Chinese cultural products, including movies and books, became more common in LAC. Although Indian cinema has not found similar success in the region, there is an increased interest in Indian culture, including greater LAC tourist flows to India and a widely viewed Brazilian soap opera, Kim Min-ho Dawes India's The Path of the Indies, that was set in part in India, with Brazilian actors playing Indian characters. LAC civil society presence and influence in China have remained low, however, in part due to the more closed nature of the Chinese single-party political system, and in part due to the relative lack of resources on the Latin American side. Although most LAC ties to Asia remain at the bilateral level, there has also been an increase in efforts to create new multilateral platforms that would stretch across these regions. Apart from BRICS, whose reach into LAC was highly selective and contested by other countries in the region, there is the Pacific Alliance, a trade bloc formed by Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru. Some LAC countries, namely Chile, Mexico, and Peru, also looked to Asia-Pacific trade arrangements and had entertained hopes of joining the now-defunct Trans-Pacific Partnership (TPP). Trans-regional platforms such as the Forum for East Asia-Latin America Cooperation (FEALAC), created in 1999 at the initiative of Chile and Singapore, promoted regular dialogue across a wide variety of issues and expanded its membership to 37 countries in the 2000s and 2010s. Sub-regional bodies such as the Caribbean Community (CARICOM), the Southern Common Market, known as Mercosur, and the Union of South American States (UNASUR), recently disbanded in favor of the nascent Forum for the Progress and Development of South America (PROSUR), have also attempted to engage with Asian partners. Despite these collective efforts, however, LAC has consistently failed to formulate a uniform regional policy either for Asia or, more specifically, for China and India. This surge in LAC-Asia ties, following the traditional bilateral channels, was boosted in the mid-2010s by changes in world leadership. With the November 2016 election of Donald Trump to the United States presidency, the U.S. adopted an official discourse of open disregard for multilateralism and globalization, especially after Xi Jinping defended globalization from the Davos stage in January 2017. Perceptions increased in LAC that Beijing, rather than Washington, had become the new beacon of liberalism and globalization. The Trump administration's attacks on multilateralism and globalization, juxtaposed onto China's embrace of capitalism and international exchanges, reinforced the sense among many Latin Americans that China, and, more broadly, the Asia-Pacific, offered attractive new alternatives to partnerships with the United States and, among the more reformist groups in LAC, possibly to the U.S.-led liberal world order. Starting in the mid-2010s, however, most of LAC's major economies, including Argentina, Brazil, and Chile, all of which had highly visible leftist governments, underwent major political shifts. The drop in global commodity prices triggered economic crises and recessions in parts of the region, and millions who had been lifted out of extreme poverty began to sink back down. Persistent frustration of crime, violence, and corruption added to the discontentment with leftist governments, combined with right-wing influences from the United States and Europe and a lingering nostalgia Latin America and the Caribbean 489 among many conservative Latin American groups for the military dictatorships of the 20th century. The political pendulum in LAC swung back to the right, with conservative or neoliberal governments replacing the progressive leaderships that had prevailed in the previous decade. This shift has been evident throughout a number of government transformations, from impeachments, notably of Paraguay President Fernando Lugo in June 2012 and of Brazil Workers' Party President Dilma Rousseff in May 2016, to elections across Central and South America, including the victories of Mauricio Macri in Argentina, December 2015, Sebastián Pinera in Chile, March 2019, Pedro Kaczynski in Peru, July 2016, Juan Carlos Varela in Panama, July 2014, and far-right candidate Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil, October 2018. When Bolsonaro promised to break off ties with Beijing during his presidential campaign, arguing that China was still communist, Beijing issued a thinly veiled warning via an editorial in the government-owned China Daily, titled, "No Reason for Tropical Trump to Disrupt Relations with China," China Daily 2018.2. At the same time, the region began facing new turbulences. Colombia's peace agreement with the Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias de Colombia, FARC, signed in 2016, began to encounter major implementation challenges, including due to lingering political opposition to the peace deal from conservative groups. This was significant for cooperation with Asian partners because the peace agreement had generated vast optimism about Colombia's capacity to grow economically and to expand, and perhaps even lead, part of LAC's cooperation efforts abroad. At the same time, Venezuela, a main Asian partner, especially for China and India, began spiraling into a humanitarian crisis that has spilled across borders, with 3.4 million Venezuelans, 10% of the total population, fleeing the country. In addition to the turbulence in Venezuela's internal politics, with the embattled regime of Nicolas Maduro clinging to power through its coup action of the military leadership, Venezuela's instability has been fueled by the growing interest and presence of external actors. Two blocks of support have emerged, with the United States leading a group of more than 60 countries that, as of May 2019, officially recognized Juan Guaido as president, and, on the opposing side, Russia, Cuba, and Iran leading a bloc in support of Maduro. This means that, as the next part of the chapter shows, China and India began interacting more sharply within the same spaces in LAC, some of them increasingly turbulent and subject to broader geopolitical tensions. Comparing LAC's ties to China and India. LAC China ties under the BRI. China has historical ties to LAC dating back centuries, including due to the arrival of Chinese workers during the colonial period and the establishment of small Chinese descendant communities in parts of South and Central America and the Caribbean. In the modern era, this presence became more varied with the expansion of trade and especially with the growth of Chinese investment in LAC. Latin American markets have been flooded with Chinese goods, from low value-added products such as plastic toys and buckets to, more recently, highly sophisticated technological innovations, including communication systems. Since 2009, China's trade with LAC has grown more than 20 times, and the Latin American countries have signed hundreds of agreements in areas such as infrastructure, COP 2019. Subnational units such as state and provincial 490 intergovernments, as well as cities, have also struck deals with Chinese counterparts in a fast-expanding decentralized cooperation flow. For most LAC countries, China came to represent an opportunity to diversify consumer products, but also to help fill the immense development financing gap, a deficit that was exacerbated due to the elevation of LAC states to middle-income country (MIC) status, which makes them ineligible for certain lines of financing from the World Bank and other Western-led funding sources. 3. From China's perspective, the region is primarily important for economic reasons, especially due to growing concerns among the Chinese leadership with food and energy security. LAC exports include both food and energy in abundance, including soybeans, meat, and crude oil. Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Grenada 2016. China's growing concerns with food and energy security and its goal of diversifying sources and securing long-term access to inputs from abroad have led to a shift from largely financial investments, especially through the acquisition of Latin American companies, to a greater number and wider variety of joint and greenfield projects, especially in areas such as natural resources extraction and energy. As a result of this change, Chinese investments and their impacts have become more visible across Latin America, including through Chinese proposals for mega projects such as a new canal cutting across Nicaragua or bioceanic railway interconnecting ports along Brazil's Atlantic coastline and Peru's Pacific littoral. For some actors, China appears to bring to LAC a distinct advantage: the ability to implement whole package initiatives that combine financing and construction. Carvalho 2019. The fact that umbrella agreements between China and LAC are negotiated at the state level but are then executed by companies, both state-owned and private, also promotes within some LAC circles the idea that Chinese cooperation is better coordinated and more long-term than Western alternatives. In addition, there is appetite within the region for cooperation that does not include the sorts of cross-sectoral conditionalities imposed by Western institutions such as the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund (IMF). For some actors, Chinese cooperation has entailed an increasing level of engagement with technology, beginning with the China-Brazil Earth Resources Satellite (CBERS) program, which dates back to the early 1990s. For Latin Americans eager to see their countries join the BRI, cooperation with China appears to be a channel toward technology integration. For instance, the Chinese Academy of Sciences South America Center for Astronomy (CASSACA) has launched a joint project implemented by the National Astronomical Observatory of China and the University of Chile. Chinese officials have located this as part of the BRI. Zhou Dan and Fraser 2019. In another example, though not BRI related, a $50 million Chinese-funded satellite and space mission control center is being implemented in Argentina's Patagonia region under a bilateral agreement signed in 2012. Londono 2018. China is now LAC's third largest investor in Denner 2017, with loans now surpassing the financing LAC receives from the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank (IADB). Carvalho 2019. Since the mid-2010s, the Chinese government has made concerted efforts to diversify its investments in LAC. In 2014, Xi Jinping outlined a 1+3+6 cooperation framework for the region, calling for 1 plan, 3 engines, trade, investment and financial cooperation, and 6 fields, including scientific and technological cooperation. MOFA 2018. Chinese state-run banks have lent approximately $140 billion for LAC projects. Myers and Galbraith 2019. At the same time, Latin America and the Caribbean 491 LAC has a trade deficit with China of over $60 billion, and there is an imbalance in the composition of these flows, with soybeans, metals, and minerals and hydrocarbons making up 70% of LAC exports to China. COP 2019. In general, the Chinese government has remained reluctant to overtly engage with LAC at a political level, despite regular visits by high-level officials and some exchanges among political parties and politicians. Beijing has steadfastly insisted on its principle of respect for national sovereignty. If anything, this discourse has found added sympathy in LAC as the new wave of conservative leaders, including military-led governments such as that of Bolsonaro, step up their own sovereignty discourse. One area in which China has deviated from this approach is in its efforts to further its One China policy by converting LAC countries from maintaining diplomatic relations with both the mainland and Taiwan to switching over to exclusive ties with the mainland. Panama and the Dominican Republic were the most recent to sever diplomatic ties with Taiwan in favor of China in 2017 and 2018. In recent years, as competition between Beijing and Washington and other Western actors intensifies in certain arenas, these efforts have acquired new geopolitical weight, in part because many of LAC's recently elected governments either reject or de-emphasize South-South cooperation and have instead focused on deepening ties to Washington. In addition to its bilateral channels of exchange and influence, China has also made inroads into the region through cooperation with multilateral regional platforms. It has focused primarily on ties to the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC, through which China has called on LAC states to join the BRI. Starting in 2018, China also began to reinforce this call by extending individual invitations to LAC countries to be formally part of the initiative. Opinions about the BRI and LAC, however, are far from homogeneous. Too many countries in the region joining the BRI represents an opportunity to finance infrastructure and energy, industry, and services projects at a time when capital is scarce. A number of LAC leaders attended the first BRI forum in 2017, and Panama was the first to sign on to the scheme in 2018, jangling nerves in the United States. Since then, 18 LAC countries have endorsed the BRI. As of May 2019, Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Bolivia, Chile, Costa Rica, Cuba, Ecuador, El Salvador, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Grenada, Guyana, Peru, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, you rename Uruguay, Venezuela. The list includes countries that have long had close ties to the United States, including Panama, with whom Washington has enjoyed a special relationship in part due to the long period during which the United States operated and provided defense for the Panama Canal, as well as Costa Rica. Some in the region view this as a positive opportunity in other respects. In addition to filling a major gap in infrastructure and energy financing in particular, some in the region view this as a positive opportunity in other respects. An official at the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, has argued that the BRI facilitates compliance by LAC states with the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the realization of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, in the region because both the 2030 Agenda and the BRI seek sustainable development and reduction of inequality and poverty, without contradicting the proper model of each country, Gang in June 2019. At the same time, LAC has also sent mixed signals about the initiative. During the January 2018 Santiago ministerial meeting, CELAC approved a joint, yet vague, 492 Adriano dinner declaration on BRI, in which the ministers of foreign affairs of CELAC welcomed, with interest, the presentation of the Chinese foreign minister on the Belt and Road Initiative for deepening cooperation among Latin American and Caribbean countries and China in the economic, trade, investment, cultural and tourism sectors, among others, CELAC 2018. The following year, however, only one top leader, Chile's Sebastián Pinero, attended the second BRF in April 2019. What is more, despite Chile's adherence, the major economies of LAC, Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico, have not joined the BRI despite China's intensifying efforts to integrate them into the platform. When Brazil's Vice President, Hamilton Maurao, visited Beijing in May 2019, the main result was not an announcement that Brazil would join the BRI, as some had expected, but rather an umbrella declaration focusing on bilateral ties with China, and specifically plans to strengthen the Sino-Brazilian Commission for Coordination and Cooperation, Harris, Scipani, Hornby and John 2019. Criticism of the BRI centers not only on bilateral ties with China, but also specifically of the idea of joining the BRI. Observers note that both Ecuador and Venezuela have borrowed heavily and found themselves indebted to China, Jenner 2019. See also Gallagher and Myers 2019. There are growing concerns, including by LAC civil society actors and some politicians, over the environmental and labor practices of Chinese companies, as well as human rights issues more broadly. Carvalho 2019. Individual Chinese projects in LAC from Costa Rica to Argentina and Peru, especially those related to natural resource extraction, have faced backlash due to pollution and impact on local populations. Carvalho 2019. There are also accusations of land grabbing and of lack of transparency around Chinese financing and projects. Some of these criticisms are magnified by U.S. pressure to counter Chinese influence in LAC, which include open references to the alleged risks of cooperating with China. See Jordan 2018. An additional concern that has gained momentum since 2017 is that leading Chinese technologies may be used for political purposes, especially surveillance of the general population. Several LAC states, including Ecuador, have bought Chinese facial recognition technology packages, and in 2016, Venezuela used Chinese technology to introduce the Fatherland Card, an identity document used by the Venezuelan government that, according to human rights activists, can be used for surveillance or to infringe on privacy. Carvalho 2019. With respect to the BRI, there is also a widespread perception that the terms of joining are unclear and, in some countries, that the potential benefits must first be weighed against the risks. Finally, some actors feel that the speed of China's expansion in LAC is very fast, leaving local stakeholders little time to prepare or even understand the changes being proposed, whether bilaterally with China or via the BRI. Barrios 2018. LAC relations with Modi's global India. Although most LAC countries and India share a common history as former colonies of European powers, LAC states and India have found themselves in very different situations after independence. Most LAC countries became independent from Portugal, Spain, and other European countries in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, much earlier than India, under the 1923 Monroe Doctrine, a U.S. policy of opposing European colonialism in the Americas. LAC countries remain subject to the heavy influence of U.S. hegemony and specifically of the U.S. perception of LAC as its geopolitical backyard. During the Cold War, the Monroe Doctrine acquired in Latin America and the Caribbean 493 anti-communist bent and was invoked to justify several U.S. military disputes and interventions in LAC, from the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 to the Central Intelligence Agency (CIA's) covert training of Contra guerrillas in Honduras. India, meanwhile, followed a very different path. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, in 1962, the recently established state pushed for the formation of the Non-Aligned Movement (NAM). In 1971, it signed the Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation with the Soviet Union. These efforts imposed a political distance between LAC, many of whose states were under military rule, often with U.S. backing, and India, as the latter pursued a path inspired by socialism and maintained a more closed economy. This political distance remained in place even though many LAC countries eventually joined the NAM and India supported LAC countries at the UN against outside intervention. High-level visits, including Nehru's visit to Mexico in 1961 and Prime Minister Indira Gandhi's tour of the region in 1968, a trip which she called a voyage of discovery, were unable to overcome this gap, and these visits were not followed up by any significant expansion of ties between LAC and India for decades, although individual LAC states did pursue mostly limited relations with India. Ross 2013. In addition to the geographic distance separating India and LAC, the countries pursued different domestic and international priorities, and the linguistic, cultural, and diasporal connections were weak. A moderate deepening of ties finally began to take place during the 1990s with the end of the Cold War, the decline of U.S. hegemony in the Americas, a wave in democratization in LAC, and India's economic liberalization starting in 1991. Starting in the mid-2000s, parts of LAC have converged with India in several aspects. First, India is politically more similar to most of LAC than other external cooperation partners in that it is a multi-ethnic democracy, like all of the region's countries. In addition, India, too, has a large and growing middle class, and the fact that the Indian economy has been growing at a rapid rate, as of May 2019, around 6.6% annual GDP growth, makes it an attractive economic partner for LAC states. Indeed, many countries in the region began to actively seek to deepen ties with India. There have been a total of 5 high-level visits by Latin American leaders to India since the Bharatiya Janata Party came to power in 2014. New ties were also established through trans-regional groupings. These included not only BRICS but also the India-Brazil-South Africa IBSA Dialogue Forum, established in June 2003 and based on the member states' common characteristics as large, multi-ethnic democracies in the developing world. This common political identity in theory allowed the three countries to address issues of internal governance, democracy, and human rights that were implausible to pursue through the BRICS agenda due to the presence of China and Russia, both authoritarian states. However, as BRICS gained strength, IBSA was progressively weakened despite some continuity in trilateral naval exercises, the IBSA MAR initiative, and the IBSA Fund, which finances peacebuilding and reconstruction in conflict-affected settings via the UN. Modi's predecessor, Manmohan Singh, visited the region and had promised to renew Indian diplomatic missions in the region, in the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, and Uruguay, but these were not created, even after Modi visited Brazil in 2014 to attend the BRICS summit. Since Modi promised during this period that his government would open 18 new embassies in Africa, there were some expectations that India would also expand its interactions in LAC. Agarwal 2018. The lack of attention by India's top leadership generated a degree of frustration in LAC regarding the Modi administration's commitment to deepening ties with the region's states. 494 at Riyadh Abdinur in November 2018. Modi visited Argentina to attend the Group of 20 G20 meeting. The Indian Prime Minister used the occasion to meet several LAC heads of state and pledged greater Indian engagement with LAC. Because this deepening of ties meant aligning with one of the main objectives of his foreign policy, to strengthen India's economy, the focus remained heavily on economic cooperation. India's presence in LAC, compared to that of China, has been both more recent and less visible. This is partly because LAC has not been a priority for India, whose geopolitical concerns are within its own region and whose foreign policy focuses on ties with the United States, the European Union, Middle East, China, Southeast Asia, and even Africa. India's trade with LAC stands at $50 billion, less than one-fourth that of China's, but nevertheless a formidable leap from the minimal trade flows between LAC countries and India during the Cold War, such as AE 2016. In addition, a number of Indian companies have increased their investments in LAC. Although here, too, India lags behind China. Chinese investments in LAC total $50 billion, whereas India's amount to $20 billion. The investment represents a significant change, both qualitatively and quantitatively, compared to the 1990s, such as AE 2016. In addition to the expansion in value, Indian investments in LAC over the past decade have encompassed a wide variety of sectors, from agribusiness to pharmaceuticals and energy. India's investments in the region are much more diversified than those of China, with only 18% focused on raw materials extraction, compared with 57% for China, such as AE 2016. This diversification is especially important to LAC given the drop in global commodity prices. In addition, Indian investments do not entail bringing in labor from abroad. In 2016, it was estimated that Indian information technology companies employed around 25,000 people in Latin America, nearly all locals, such as AE 2016. A good example of how Indian companies have generated jobs is the case of Tata Consulting Services, TCS, that established a global delivery center in Montevideo, Uruguay, which later expanded to Chile. It expected to employ up to 10,000 local personnel. Shivapriya 2007. India's presence in LAC is also different from that of China because the flows are led by private sector actors, with the state playing a relatively less visible role. At the same time, LAC has gained strategic importance under Modi's government thanks to the region's significance in the area of energy security, combined with geopolitical risks in other areas that supply India's oil, especially the Middle East. India currently obtains 20% of its crude oil from LAC countries, especially Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, and Venezuela, such as AE 2016. This means that there is increasing overlap in the geographies of cooperation by Asian actors in LAC and a few instances where Indian cooperation has outpaced China's. In 2012, for example, India overtook China as the largest buyer of Venezuelan oil. Some experts expect these purchases to increase in the future, provided there is a minimum of stability in Venezuela as the Indian economy grows. LAC possesses sizable reserves of crude oil, estimated at 20% of global reserves, BP. 2018-12. As the region's biggest importer of oil, the United States is becoming less energy dependent on the LAC thanks to its shale gas discoveries. Latin American oil exporting states are looking toward India as an increasingly important partner in the future. However, India does not have a coherent approach to the region. Although relations with major economies like Brazil, Mexico, and Chile have intensified, ties with other LAC states remain weak. Occasionally, LAC-India relations are affected by rivalries Latin America and the Caribbean 495 within LAC itself, such as when Argentina contested Brazil's bid for a permanent UNSC seat. Brazil, along with India, is part of the G4 that seeks reform of the UN Security Council to include permanent membership for itself, Germany, India, and Japan. India's warming ties to the United States put it, if not at odds with China and LAC, then certainly in a degree of uneasy mismatch that could spill over into greater competition, especially if tensions rise over the Venezuelan crisis. Venezuela's domestic instability ties could affect the energy security efforts of India and of China. The sharpening rivalries among pro and anti-Maduro blocs, in which the United States is a player, could affect Indian energy supplies. However, these dynamics are shaped not only by relations between China and India but also with third actors, such as the United States and European states, and by demands and resistance from within LAC. Conclusion: advances in technology, including communications and transportation, now allow states set physically apart by vast geographic distances to cooperate on an unprecedented scale. Technology, however, is not the only factor behind the uneven, generally lopsided yet nonetheless considerable expansion of LAC's ties to Asian powers, especially China and India, since the 2000s. More space for cooperation between LAC and Asia, even beyond the economic sphere, has been made possible by the transformation of the world order, with the rise of these new hubs of economic power and political influence, and their varied impacts on established leaders such as the United States and Europe. The style, content, value, and impact of these ties vary widely across LAC, but they have acquired both density and visibility over the past decade. For some LAC states, such as Brazil and Mexico, the enhanced flows can be understood against the backdrop of expanding relations between regional powers, even those located in disparate regions of the world, a phenomenon best embodied in the multilateral, albeit ad hoc, BRICS coalition. The grouping allowed a select number of regional powers to not only intensify and diversify their cooperation but also to better align their official foreign policy discourse on a variety of topics, ranging from global governance to security and even some areas of social policy. Aside from these strategic ties, however, most of LAC's relations with China and India continued through bilateral channels, whether led by the state or by non-state actors such as private sector firms. Since the mid-2010s, however, BRICS has been eclipsed by a larger and more clearly China-led effort, the BRI BRI. The broad geopolitical changes taking place shape bloc's relations with China and India, and that they alter not only the prominence of regional and transregional multilateral platforms, but also because they reshape the opportunities and risks inherent in cooperating with specific states, especially since China is leading the BRI and India, so far, has declined to join the initiative. Further research on LOC's relations with China and India should seek to clarify the role of non-state actors in Latin America, as well as the influence of subnational actors such as provincial and city governments. In addition, more comparative research is needed on specific sectors, such as energy and technology, as well as in particular settings, as in the case of Venezuela. Because LAC and Asia, perhaps more than ever, remain fast-moving targets, the main challenge will remain incorporating the perspectives of multiple actors and avoiding a narrow triangulation approach. 496 Adrian Erdal Abdiner notes. Bibliography Abdiner, A. E. 2014, China and the BRICS Development Bank, Legitimacy and Multilateralism in South-South Cooperation, IDS Bulletin 45-4, 85-101. Abdiner, A. E. 2017, Skirting or Courting Controversy, Chinese FEI and Latin American Extractive Industries, in G. Carbonnier, H. Campodanco and S.T. Vasquez, EDS, Alternative Pathways to Sustainable Development, Lessons from Latin America, Leiden, Brill, 174-198. Agarwal, P. 2018, Why India Should Focus More on Latin American Region Now, Observer Research Foundation, 21 September, available online at www.orphanline.org/expert-speak, 44407-India-should-focus-more-Latin-American-region/ access to 29th of May 2019. Barrios, R. 2018, China's Belt and Road Lands in Latin America, Dialogo Chino, 9 July, available online at https://dialogochino.net/11326-China's-belt-and-road-lands-in-Latin-America/ BBC Brazil, 2019, Cries na Venezuela, Como India se torna una aliada fundamental para o governo de Nicolas Maduro, 17 March, available online at www.bbc.com/Portuguese/INTERNACIONAL 47564734, access to 29th of May 2019. BP, British Petroleum, 2018, BP Statistical Review of World Energy, June, available online at www.bp.com/content/dam/bb/business-sites/on/global/corporate/pdfs/energy-economics statistical-review/bp-stats-review-2018-full-report.pdf. Carvalho, R. 2019, China and Latin America, Partner or Predator, South China Morning Post, 25 May, available online at https://multimedia.scmp.com/week-asia/article/3011618/beijing-conquest-latin-america/index.html, access to 29th of May 2019. SALAC, Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, 2018, Special Declaration of Santiago of the Two Ministerial Meeting of the SALAC China Forum on the Belt and Road in Idiadaev, Ministerio dos Relicos Exteriores, 22 January, available online at www.idamaraty.gov.br/images240 SALAC China, Special-Declaration-II/SALAC-China-Forum-FV-22.1.18, PDF, access to 29th of May 2019. Jovan, L.O. and Fraser, B. 2019, South America is Embracing Beijing Science Silk Road, Nature, 8 May, available online at www.nature.com/immersive/D41586-019-01127-4/index.html, access to 29th of May 2019. Keru, F. 2016, Emerging Southern Powers in New Forms of South-South Cooperation, Ethiopia's Strategic Engagement with China and India, Third World Quarterly 37-5, 592-610, China Daily, 2018, No Reason for Tropical Trump to Disrupt Relations with China, 29 October, available online at www.chinadaily.com.cn/A/2018110/29/WS5BD70289424.html, access to 29th of May 2019. Dang, Q and Ju, Y. 2019, interview, Belt and Road helps Latin America to achieve UN 2030 agenda, says ECLAC official, Xinhua.net, 26 April, available online at www.xinhuanet.com/English/2019-04/26/C_138011601.htm, access to 29th of May 2019. Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Grenada, 2016, China's Policy Paper on Latin America and the Caribbean, 24 November, available online at http://gba.china-embassy.org/ang, ZLHZ_1/ZGTLZCWJ/ Fernandez Gilberto, A. and Hogan B. 2010, Latin America Facing China, South-South Relations Beyond the Washington Consensus, New York, Bergon Books, Gallagher, KP and Myers, M. 2019, China-Latin America Finance Database, Inter-American Dialogue, available online at www.thedialogue.org/map_list/Latin America and the Caribbean 497 Gilhan Albuquerque, J.A. 2014, Brazil, China, U.S., A Triangular Relation, Revista Brasileira de Política Internacional 57, 108-120, Harris, B. Scipani, A. Hornby, L. and Jung, A. 2019, Brazil's Mau Rao seeks to repair ties with China, Financial Times, 29 May, available online at www.feet.com/content5B15068880119B5925A435B57A3B. Eikenberry, G. J. 2008, The Rise of China and the Future of the West, Can the Liberal System Survive? Foreign Affairs, January-February, available online at www.foreignaffairs.com/articles-asia 2008-01-01/rise-china-un-future-west. Jenner, F. 2019, Where China is Most Heavily Investing in Latin America, Latin America Reports, 15 May, available online at https://LatinAmericaReports.com/red-china-invest-Latin-America/2064/ Joshi, M. 2018, Why Attending BRICS 2018 Was So Significant for PM Narendra Modi, Observer Research Foundation, 30 July, available online at www.orphanline.org/research/42854-y- attending-BRICS-2018-was-so-significant-for-PM Narendra Modi/access to 29th of May 2019. Jordan, A. 2018, China denounces Pompeo's malicious laden comments amid influence battle. Reuters, 22 October. Available online at https://af.reuters.com/article/worldnews/idafkcn1mw03n. Camber, B. 2019, What to Make of India's Absence from the Second Belt and Road Forum. The Diplomat, 9 May. Available online at https://thediplomat.com/2019/05/what-to-make-of India's absence from the Second Belt-and-Road Forum/access to 29th of May 2019. Coupe, F. 2019, Belt and Road, The New Face of China in Latin America. Dialogo Chino, 25 April. Available online at https://dialogochino.net/2612-belt-26121-belt-of-road-in-China-of-China-in-Latin-America/ Lederman, D. Olariga, M. and Perry, G. E. 2009, China's and India's Challenge to Latin America. Opportunity or Threat. Washington, D.C., The World Bank. Leon Manriquez, J. and Alvarez, L. F. 2014, Mao steps in Monroe's backyard towards the United States-China hegemonic struggle in Latin America. Sub. Special issue of Revista Brasileira de Política Internacional 57, 927. Available online at www.scielo.br/article_plus.php question. P. It equals F0034-732920140003000009 TLNG equals on LNG equals on. Access to 29th of May 2019. Londono, E. 2018. From a space station in Argentina, China expands its reach in Latin America. The New York Times, 28 July. Available online at www.newyorktimes.com/2018/07/28/World Americas, China-Latin-America.html. Maudsley, E. 2012. From Recipients to Donors, Emerging Powers in the Changing Development Landscape, London, Z Books, MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, People's Republic of China, 2018. Xi Jinping attends China, Latin America, and the Caribbean Summit and delivers keynote speech, 18 July. Available online at www.mprc.gov.cn/MFA_8/topics_6656788/XJPZXCXJZGJLDRDLCHWDBX-Tone 1176650.T1176650. Access to 29th of May 2019. S. 2018, China and India's Development Cooperation in Africa, Basing Silk, Palgrave Macmillan, Myers, M. and Gallagher K. P. 2019, Cautious Capital, Chinese Development Finance and OAC, 2018, The Dialogue, 21 February. Available online at www.thedialogue.org/analysis/cautious-capital-chinese-development-finance-and-lock-2018/Routledge, R. and Paz, G. EDS, 2016, Latin America and the Asian Giants, Evolving Ties with China and India, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institution Press. Ross, C. 2013, India, Latin America, and the Caribbean during the Cold War, Revista Brasileira de Política Internacional 56-2344. Available online at www.scielo.br/scielo. PHP. Script equals SCI_R text ampersand BID equals F0034-732920130000200002. Sachdev, G. 2018, Indian Perceptions of the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, International Studies 55-4, 285-296. Citrus AAE, H. 2016, India's Rising Presence in Latin America, America's Quarterly, 13 February. Available online at www.americasquarterly.org/content/India's-rising-presence-Latin-America. 498 Adrian Erdal Abdinurshif Apria, N. 2007, TCS Shifts Gears in Latin America, The Economic Times, 30 May. Available online at https://economictimes.indiatimes.com/tech/software/TCS-shifts-gears-article-show/20850774.cms. State Council, 2015, China's Military Strategy, 27 May. Available online at http://English, governor.cn/archive/white_paper/2015/content_28145/271475115610833.htm. The World Bank, 2018, Belt and Road Initiative, 29 March. Available online at www.worldbank.org/on/topic/regional-integration/brief/belt-and-road-initiative. Access to 29th of May 2019. Winner, L. 2017, Emerging Powers and Foreign Policy, Oxford Research Encyclopedias, Ava illegally online at https://oxford.com/politics/view/10.00993/acre4/7801902286370.001.000286373 Access to 29th of May 2019. Xi, J. 2017, Jointly Shoulder Responsibility of Our Times, Promote Global Growth, Keynote Speech at the opening session of the World Economic Forum Annual Meeting at Davos on the 17th of January, the State Council Information Office, the People's Republic of China, 6 April. Available online at www.china.org.cn/note_7247529/content_40569136.htm. Access to 29th of May 2019. Jan X. 2010, The Rise of China and Chinese as, Journal Contemporary China 1026, 3339. Zhang, Y. 2016, China and Liberal Hierarchies in Global International Society, Power and Negotiation for Normative Change, International Affairs 92-4, 795-816, Part 7. China, India, and Global Order 31 Chinese and Indian Competitive Nuclear Restraint in the Global Nuclear Order Nicola Leveringhaus and Kate Sullivan de Estrada. In the last 2 decades, China and India have been actively modernizing their nuclear arsenals and delivery systems. This has led to scholarly and policy debate over whether an arms race between the 2 Asian powers is likely, or even already at play. This chapter first examines conventional thinking around this debate before introducing a relatively undiscussed dimension to the bilateral nuclear dynamic, Chinese and Indian status competition within the global nuclear order. GNO.1 Our focus is on both countries' projection of self and other in relation to the key norms, institutions, and central guarantors of the GNO. This bilateral dynamic, we contend, signals weak prospects for both arms racing and bilateral arms control between China and India, and an overall pessimistic future for their bilateral relationship in the GNO. Our argument proceeds as follows. China and India are both rising powers and seek positive status as nuclear responsibles. The two countries compete with one another as they project their own distinctive brands of nuclear responsibility to the world at large. In particular, both China and India have sought to compete by emphasizing their own conceptions of nuclear restraint. Moreover, at a number of critical junctures, China and India have sought to diminish one another's credentials as restrained nuclear armed states by drawing international attention to one another's restraint failures. This dynamic is quite distinct from engagement in the pursuit of competitive excess or nuclear arms race. Instead, it manifests as the pursuit of competitive restraint. How does competitive nuclear restraint play out for each side? For China, competition with India centers on its institutionalized position within the GNO. In particular, China's perceived advantage over India as a nuclear actor relates to the question of exclusion from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty (NPT) regime, namely that China is an NPT-recognized nuclear state, whereas India is not. For India, its advantage lies beyond the NPT, in perceptions, notably held by the United States, of India's responsible non-proliferation behavior, which stands in stark contrast to China's strongly suspected proliferation past, as well as in India's more generally perceived benevolent role as a democracy in world politics. Conceptually, this chapter draws from our 2018 article in the Review of International Studies, Levering-Houghton Sullivan Estrada 2018, where we propose a framework for understanding how China and India each seek status as nuclear responsibles through both conformist and innovative restraint behaviors in relation to the norms and institutions of the GNO. In this chapter, we take our argument further by focusing on their interactive bilateral dynamic. Moreover, we shift our argument into empirical terrain by focusing on three specific sites where competitive nuclear restraint in Sino-Indian nuclear relations has played out since the end of the Cold War. In particular, we 502 Nicola Levering-Houghton and Kate Sullivan Estrada examine 1. India and Pakistan's 1998 nuclear tests, 2. India's 2008 nuclear suppliers group, NSG, waiver in its ongoing bid for NSG membership, and 3. Chinese-Pakistani civil nuclear cooperation since the late 2000s. In each case, one or both sides have sought to undermine, whether implicitly or explicitly, one another's nuclear restraint credentials. The combined picture supports our claim that competitive nuclear restraint is at play in the bilateral. Our argument that competitive restraint operates as a core dynamic of the China-India nuclear bilateral has the potential to address at least two puzzles in the existing literature. First, and perhaps most significantly, why do we not see a spiraling arms race between two countries that are widely understood to exist under conditions of rivalry? Our conception of competitive restraint between China and India bolsters and extends existing accounts of stable nuclear deterrence between the two countries. Now in 2018, active competitive nuclear restraint and subdued competitive excess or arms racing within the dyad are related, and China and India's practices of competitive restraint deliver a positive lock-in effect on future nuclear force expansion and development. Second, while nearly all analysts suggest that China and India are comparatively restrained nuclear powers compared to the Cold War rivals, the United States and the Soviet Union, it is unclear why this restraint has not translated into significant nuclear dialogue, cooperation, or arms control in the Sino-Indian bilateral. The dynamic of competitive restraint and its underlying logic of status competition within the GNO demonstrate a cost of cooperation, both materially and socially, for each of these rising nuclear powers. Existing assessments of the China-India nuclear relationship. While a small number of analysts in recent years have argued that China and India are gearing up for a full-blown nuclear arms race, Sharma and Finnar 2018-12, or that they are already engaged in quiet, John 2016, or slow, Sidhu 2004, nuclear arms racing, most agree that an arms race is not a good way of describing what is at play within the Sino-Indian nuclear dyad. For example, Cunningham and Metcalf 2011, Taylor Farabel and Narang 2012. A 2018 analysis concluded that neither India nor China has shown, thus far, any proclivity for the kind of arms racing that characterized the Cold War era. Baker 2018. It should be noted that the absence of major arms race pressures between China and India is not generally deemed attributable to material limitations in either country. Indeed, a 2016 report concluded that China and India, the two Asian countries most capable of engaging in nuclear arms racing by virtue of their financial and technical means, have so far chosen not to do so. Craven 2016, 194. Instead, the absence of a bilateral arms race dynamic has been explained in two main ways in the literature. One explanation argues that rather than an isolated bilateral dynamic, the China-India nuclear dyad is embedded in a cascading effect, Baker 2018, between the United States, China, India, and Pakistan. This cascade sees the security dynamics between China and the United States as driving China's nuclear modernization, which, in turn, spurs a modernizing reaction from India, which then ultimately places pressure on Pakistan to modernize. While there are elements of arms racing running through the cascade as a whole, this does not produce Sino-Indian reciprocity, nor are the two countries closely matched opponents. A second explanation for the lack of a bilateral arms race centers on the presence of a stable relationship of mutual deterrence between China and India. Dalton and Tandler, Chinese and Indian Competitive Nuclear Restraint 503 2012. The two countries' nuclear strategies are deemed mutually stabilizing because they are based on the logic of assured retaliation. Each side has a no first use (NFU) pledge and both recognize their vulnerability to one another's second strike forces. Narang 2018. This means that China and India have finite deterrence requirements vis gravis one another, since each envisions nuclear use only in retaliation for strategic use by the adversary. Narang 2018. This reduces the pressure to reciprocal arms race. In this chapter, we introduce a third explanation for limited bilateral arms race pressures, that of competitive restraint, which we argue is a core dynamic of the China-India bilateral nuclear relationship. As we discuss in the final section of the chapter, competitive restraint delivers a wider view than the two established explanations above, and a more disquieting one. It leads to prognoses that reinforce optimism at the level of the strategic relationship, but that introduce pessimism at the level of China's and India's competition as status-seeking rising powers, as well as pessimism regarding the future of nuclear strategic dialogue or bilateral arms control between the two countries. Responsibility and restraint in Chinese and Indian nuclear behavior. In our 2018 article, we argued that both China and India have sought status as nuclear responsibles through both conformist and innovative restraint behaviors in relation to the norms and institutions of the GNO, in particular, those that constitute the NPT regime. Levering-Houghton Sullivan Estrada 2018. We concluded that both countries were more successful in securing status through conformist rather than innovative behaviors. Essentially, conformist behaviors offer a fast track for rising powers to secure responsible status in the GNO. That said, we also argued that when innovation fails to produce status payoffs at an international level, it nonetheless affords insight into the preferred social roles of China and India as rising powers and introduces new, nascent ideas and norms norms into the established patterns of global governance around nuclear weapons. Specifically, in terms of conformist behaviors, we highlighted how both countries sought responsible nuclear status either through institutional or normative means. In China's case, institutional compliance, joining the NPT, the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty (CTBT), and NSG contributed most to demonstrating conformity. India, however, has sought to demonstrate normative conformity through an official moratorium on testing despite being outside the CTBT and claims of a strong non-proliferation record despite being outside the NPT. In terms of innovative behaviors, we underscored China's pledge of NFU, in place since 1964, as an example of restraint. However, China has seen limited direct success in promoting this pledge either as an international norm or as part of an international treaty. For India, aside from modest attempts at promoting a norm on the de-alerting of nuclear weapons, a major goal of its innovation has been to seek exceptional recognition as a responsible nuclear power despite its lack of membership in the NPT or CTBT. Overall, while external recognition of these innovative behaviors has been limited, these policies do make strategic sense for both countries. In addition, China's and India's respective brands of restraint offer a mechanism for their identity projection. Both states stress their distinctiveness as minimalist nuclear possessor states, and at different moments in their post-Cold War nuclear histories, they have sought to reimagine entrenched understandings of nuclear deterrence, arsenal size, and the acceptable degree of operational alertness. Through 504 Nicola Leveringhouse and Kate Sullivan to Estrada, these actions and positions, China and India have sought to set themselves apart from other nuclear-armed states. Such strategies are intended to appeal to an audience beyond the elite club of nuclear powers, in particular a group of developing countries broadly contiguous with the non-aligned movement, whose membership makes up the bulk of non-nuclear weapon states. Chinese and Indian competitive nuclear restraint. Our central argument in this chapter is that in recent years there have been a number of critical junctures at which China and India have each sought to highlight the other's restraint failures in order to undermine the other's status as a responsible nuclear power. At the crux of this competition is not simply who has the more compelling brand of nuclear restraint. In other words, whether India's conditional NFU policy is more credible, or China's preference for nuclear minimalism is more likely to remain unchanged. Instead, wider issues of inclusion, acceptance, and responsibility in the GNO are at play. In fact, China and India have their own perceived advantages and sources of legitimacy in this competition for status as nuclear responsibles. As we have already noted, for China, competition with India in the domain of nuclear restraint centers on the question of institutional conformity within the GNO. China views its legitimacy and advantage as a nuclear actor over India as stemming from the fact of its institutional embeddedness within the NPT regime. India is not an NPT signatory. In general terms, NPT recognition can only be afforded to a state that has tested a working nuclear device prior to the 1st of January 1967. India has no option to join the NPT as a recognized nuclear weapons state, and therefore only has the option to surrender its nuclear status and join the NPT as a non-nuclear state, which is highly unlikely, or remain, as it currently does, as a nuclear-armed state outside the NPT regime. Beijing would rather India's outlaw nuclear status is unchanged, namely that India stays outside the NPT, and that its outsider status extends to other nuclear institutions, such as the NSG, because this arrangement serves to check India's overall rising power and status. Joshi 2013. Nonetheless, there is some, albeit limited, acknowledgement of India's nuclear status among Chinese experts today. In essence, while China cannot ignore India's de facto nuclear status, Beijing does not want India to be seated at the top nuclear table as a nuclear equal, even if India is a rising power with shared values of nuclear restraint. India's advantage lies elsewhere, beyond the NPT, in Indian claims and external perceptions, notably held by the United States, of India's responsible non-proliferation behavior and more general benevolent role in world politics. India's emphasis on its non-proliferation record stands in stark contrast to the controversial nature of China's past record, particularly in relation to its nuclear cooperation with Pakistan and others. Burr 2004. More broadly, however, India's identity as a democracy has bolstered its image as a peaceful and trustworthy partner of the United States. According to Jarrod Hayes, despite the 1998 tests, India is described as a democracy often and usually before any other characterization. Arising out of this shared democracy is a sense of partnership and trust. Hayes 2009, 994. Hayes notes how U.S. perceptions contrast peaceful, democratic India against expansive, oppressive, and aggressive China. Hayes 2009, 986. In this sense, India's responsible status is served strongly by its apparent familiarity and benignity as a democracy, even in the face of India's status as an NPT outsider, whereas the threat perceptions commonly associated with China mitigate against recognition of its role abidance within the norms of the NPT regime. Chinese and Indian competitive nuclear restraint. 505. The 1998 nuclear tests in South Asia. The testing of a nuclear weapon is not, in the first instance, an example of restraint or of responsible conduct. Indeed, international condemnation of the South Asian nuclear tests in 1998 was widespread, with many considering the nuclearization of the region both reckless and irresponsible. However, more relevant to the argument presented here is that the tests soon became an important issue over which China and India each sought to diminish one another's credentials as responsible nuclear players. India's initial justification for its 1998 tests, briefly summarized in a letter from Prime Minister Vajpayee to President Clinton, identified security concerns in the region as the main motivation for testing. The letter cited China in particular as a nuclear threat, and made reference to past Chinese assistance to Pakistan that had enabled the latter to become a covert nuclear weapons state, prior to Pakistan's own tests, which were conducted just days after India's. The New York Times 1998. In an attempt to justify India's test, therefore, the letter labeled China as both an aggressor and a proliferator, hardly the characteristics of a responsible nuclear actor. China's immediate reaction to the tests in South Asia was to downplay security concerns and the significance of India's and Pakistan's newly acquired nuclear status. From a security standpoint, China had to confront a new reality in which India, armed with anti-missiles, would soon be able to target Beijing, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. KI. 1998. 24. June 1999. A. Fraser 2000. Far more problematic for China was the way in which India's declared nuclear status challenged China regionally. India was the first state to overtly proclaim itself a nuclear weapons state since China had tested its own nuclear device in 1964. Walker 1998, 517-518. To compound matters, India made clear references, both prior to and after the test in 1998, to China as a reason for testing, undermining Chinese efforts to project a peaceful and responsible image to the international community. Beijing immediately refuted the Indian claims as totally unreasonable, pointing to other factors driving India's decision to test, ambitions for regional hegemony and great power status, and as an attempt to balance neighboring military capabilities, not just in Pakistan and China but also as a response to the U.S. military presence in the Indian Ocean. Shen 1998, Zhuo 1999. 19. June 1999 b. China also sought to highlight how the tests were destabilizing to global and regional stability, heightening the prospect of nuclear war, as well as going against positive restraint-oriented trends such as the indefinite extension of the NPT in 1995, the signing of the CTBT in 1996, and the decision to roll back nuclear weapons programs and join the NPT in South Africa, 1991, Argentina, 1995, and Brazil, 1998. Given that both India and Pakistan were non-signatories to the CTBT and NPT, Chinese analysts feared that the South Asian nuclear tests would set a bad example for other states inclined to go down the nuclear path in the future, in late 1998. Moreover, according to Chinese nuclear experts, these new nuclear states only serve to reinforce the significance of nuclear deterrence and undermine non-proliferation. Author interview, Beijing, the 20th of July 2011, and Key in 1998. Despite these fears, China ultimately decided not to implement sanctions against either India or Pakistan. Instead, China chose to co-host P5 talks on this issue at the United Nations (UN) to draft United Nations Security Council (UNSC) Resolution 1172, opting to actively use non-proliferation tools to police the nuclear order and restate its position in that order as a legitimate nuclear actor. By the 27th of June 1998, China had also issued a joint statement with the United States calling for India and Pakistan 506 Nicola Leveringhouse and Kate Sullivan to Estrada to cease testing and to join the CTBT and NPT. Ren and Ribao 1998. China, as the only recognized nuclear weapons state and signatory to both the CTBT and NPT in Asia, was particularly keen to ensure that India and Pakistan were not recognized as legitimate nuclear weapons states. Therefore, in the joint statement on this issue, both China and the United States made clear that, notwithstanding their recent nuclear tests, India and Pakistan do not have the status of nuclear weapons states in accordance with the NPT. Ren and Ribao 1998. In other words, China would only accept India as a nuclear outlaw, outside of the NPT, and therefore not as a nuclear equal. The 2008 NSG waiver for the U.S.-India Civil Nuclear Deal 3, the Nuclear Suppliers Group waiver granted for the U.S.-India Civil Nuclear Deal in 2008 is a more recent case where India and China's competition comes to a head on questions related to inclusion, exclusion, and nuclear responsibility within the NPT regime. On this issue, India defends itself on the basis of its solid non-proliferation record, whereas China is concerned that the deal affords India new levels of status and legitimacy within the NPT regime, diluting India's image as an illegitimate nuclear armed state in the region. Expanded cooperation between the United States and India throughout the 1990s and, after a hiatus following India's nuclear tests in the early 2000s, led to Washington formally signaling that it was willing to consider recognition of India as a nuclear partner. The culmination of these developments was the Indo-US Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement, announced on the 18th of July 2005, signed on the 2nd of March 2006, and concluded on 10 October 2008, which took the unprecedented step of categorizing India as a responsible state, and publicly acknowledged a spotless record on nuclear non-proliferation. A key consequence of the agreement was that the United States unilaterally reversed the position adopted by the NSG in 1992 that had made nuclear cooperation with all non-nuclear weapons states conditional upon the acceptance of full-scope International Atomic Energy Agency (IAEA) safeguards. India's relentless cultivation of an image as a restrained and responsible nuclear power had paid off insofar as U.S. support for the waiver made reference to this feature of India's nuclear history. Even before the deal was passed in 2008, Beijing was paying increasing attention to India's drive for great power status, UN 2007. More specifically, for the Chinese. In the nuclear arena, these U.S.-India ties also grant New Delhi legitimacy and recognition, UN 2007, 137. In addition, China was worried about the effects of such a deal in transforming and undoing the NPT regime. Indeed, in a press conference held at China's Foreign Ministry on the 2nd of March 2006, with regard to the question of how China would respond to U.S.-India nuclear cooperation and whether the current restriction on Indian nuclear non-proliferation was strong enough, China's Foreign Ministry spokesman Qin Gang said, "The Non-Proliferation Treaty serves as a cornerstone of the international non-proliferation regime and has played an important role in preventing proliferation of nuclear weapons and promoting peaceful use of nuclear energy. As a signatory party to the treaty, China hopes that non-signatory countries can get on board as non-nuclear states at an early date and contribute to a stronger international non-proliferation regime as well as the regional and international peace and stability." MOFA 2006, Chinese and Indian Competitive Nuclear Restraint 507 later. During the talks for an NSG waiver in August 2008, China urged that the terms of the exemption be stated generally, rather than in specific reference to India. Wise. 2007. 448. This would mean that it would be criteria-based and therefore applicable to other countries such as Pakistan. This first round of talks failed, and during the second round of talks in September, China appeared to be stalling, as it called for a third round. After a call by U.S. President Bush to China's President Hu Jintao on day 2 of the second round, however, China did not attend the negotiations on day 3, and the NSG trade waiver passed by consensus on the 6th of September 2008. Craven 2007. 1517. Srivastava 2008. China was not, however, the only country obstructing the agreement. NSG members such as New Zealand, Australia, and the Czech Republic were also reluctant to offer an exemption to India. Siddhartha Arigarajan, reporting in depth on the progress of the talks, noted how a statement issued at the 11th hour by India's then External Affairs Minister, Pranab Mukherjee, appeared to play a key role in securing the agreement. Mukherjee 2008. Routledge 2008. Mukherjee's statement stressed India's long history of disarmament initiatives, voluntary commitment to a unilateral moratorium on nuclear testing, policy of NFU, willingness to work toward a fissile material cutoff treaty, FMCT, and positive non-proliferation record. These restraint claims appeared to contribute positively to the ultimate NSG agreement. References to Mukherjee's statement appeared within the NSG's final statement on civil nuclear cooperation with India. The exceptional treatment meted out by the NSG was a victory for India. Subsequent civil nuclear trading deals between India and a number of other states have been both materially beneficial and have signified widespread, though not universal, international recognition of India's responsible nuclear status. For yet China continues to see the 2008 U.S.-India civil nuclear deal as counterproductive to the future stability of the GNO and its position within that order. For China, first, the deal exposed double standards exercised by the United States since the exemption made by the NSG was only granted to India, a country that is not a member of the NSG and has not signed the NPT or the CTBT. Bose 2008. Despite this, the United States deemed India sufficiently responsibly as a nuclear armed state to bend NSG rules. Fan 2008. Second, given that the deal went some way to granting India recognition as a responsible nuclear weapons state, it continued to undermine China's status and prestige as the sole recognized nuclear weapons state in the region. Limai 2008. Author interview, Beijing, the 22nd of July 2011. Up until then, China had enjoyed being ahead of India in terms of status as the sole recognized nuclear weapons state in Asia, a status underpinned by China's permanent seat on the Security Council, membership of the NSG, which it joined in 2004, and as a signatory to the CTBT and NPT. Unlike India, third, and more widely, the deal had a damaging effect on the non-proliferation regime, undermining, for instance, the CTBT since the deal demanded demanded weak requirements on testing and safeguards. Fourth, the US-India deal was perceived in Beijing as part of a wider attempt by the United States to contain China. According to Shendingly, the deal demonstrates that the United States has decided that using India to check and balance China is of more importance than non-proliferation, quoted in Buckley 2007. The more recent question of India's membership in the NSG also poses material and social challenges for both China and India. Under the terms of the 2008 waiver, India is committed to following NSG guidelines. Yet, as a non-member, it can have no input into decisions that could potentially impact its civil nuclear industry. Moreover, 508 Nicola Levering-Houghton and Kate Sullivan Estrada's multilateral non-proliferation initiatives evolved to meet contemporary global challengings. These will likely be built upon the NPT-NSG framework. An extended version of the Proliferation Security Initiative, for example, would have difficulty including New Delhi as a stakeholder given India's position outside both the NPT and the NSG. China, meanwhile, has real concerns about India's growing ties with the United States. In comparison to the activism of George W. Bush, the Obama administration lent comparatively muted support to India's NSG membership quest from 2014 to 2016, but U.S. backing was nonetheless in play. From 2005 onward, Beijing has seen U.S. support of India's civil nuclear ambitions as offering preferential treatment for India and as a symptom of a de facto strategic alliance between the two countries. Sullivan Estrada and Levering-Houghton 2017. China has resisted the idea of a case-by-case basis for determining membership of NSG. In 2017, at the NSG plenary meeting, China again reiterated this stance. Indian membership should be considered not on a case-by-case basis, but instead in a non-discriminatory fashion that allows other countries, namely Pakistan, to be considered as well. Hibbs 2017, 281. More recently, in January 2019, reports in the Indian media speculated that China's resistance to Indian NSG membership might be softening, with the Indian Ministry of External Affairs holding talks with Chinese counterparts on a variety of issues, including India's pursuit of membership of the NSG. More on 2019. Yet China's wider concerns about India's outsider status with regard to the non-proliferation regime remain, and the denial of NSG membership stands as a bulwark against India's mainstreaming. China is sufficiently concerned about India's nuclear status and its relationship with the United States to persist with its strategy of keeping India out of the NSG. China-Pakistan civil nuclear cooperation in the late 2000s, a third area of competition for nuclear status, plays out over the uncertain depth and substance of current Sino-Pakistani nuclear cooperation. Concerned that China is providing strategic nuclear support to India's longtime rival, Pakistan, India has questioned the legitimacy of Chinese actions with regard to its responsibilities under the NPT and as a member of the NSG, but it appears to have done so via quiet diplomacy, similar to China at the time of India's 1998 tests. New Delhi has referenced the non-proliferation norms of the GNO in an attempt to hold China to account and to question its legitimacy as a responsible nuclear actor. Shortcomings in Beijing's past non-proliferation record provide a foundation for the mistrust of China internationally and stand in contrast to the broad consensus over India's more positive record on proliferation activities. Chinese shortcomings are based largely on U.S. accusations in the 1990s of China transferring nuclear weapons and cruise and ballistic missile technology to Pakistan, as well as a number of other countries, notably Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Syria, and Algeria. Medeiros 2007, 3088. However, U.S. concerns over Chinese-Pakistani nuclear cooperation date back as far as the 1960s. Denny. 1968, and especially after 1976, when China is said to have signed an agreement with Pakistan to formalize nuclear cooperation. Garver 2001, 329-330. Western analysts suspect that following India's peaceful nuclear explosion in 1974, Pakistan decided to initiate a nuclear weapons program and turned to China for help. Burr 2004. Certain media reports in Pakistan claim that by 1979 China had supplied UF6 to Pakistan, an important compound in the uranium enrichment process. Garver 2001, 329, feet 30. Chinese and Indian competitive nuclear restraint 509. Levy and Scott Clark 2007, 62. By 1983, U.S. intelligence sources pointed to Chinese assistance to Pakistan in the production of fissile materials, as well as information regarding nuclear warhead and missile designs. U.S. Embassy, China 1982. Later, after China signed a comprehensive civil nuclear cooperation agreement with Pakistan in 1986, reports surfaced suggesting that Chinese scientists had also offered assistance in the enrichment of weapons-grade uranium and had transferred enough tritium gas to Pakistan for 10 nuclear weapons. Smith and Warwick 2009. Despite these reports, China has continued to insist that its nuclear cooperation with Pakistan has been purely for peaceful purposes. Unfortunately for China, in 1995, it was reported that the China Nuclear Energy Industry Corporation had sold ring magnets, an important component in gas centrifuges used to enrich uranium, to Pakistan. This represented a serious case of proliferation. However, Beijing highlighted that this transfer had taken place without government knowledge, and the items, despite being dual use, were not on international trigger control lists. Medeiros 2007, 66. Nonetheless, as a result of the 1995 incident, China arguably appeared to have failed to uphold its responsibilities of non-proliferation as a signatory to the NPT since 1992. China has since made a concerted attempt to improve its image. In the late 1990s and into the 2000s, China has stated its official commitment to non-proliferation on a regular basis and implemented a more robust system of export controls, SCIO 1995. Indeed, as testimony to these important changes in its nuclear practices, China was granted membership of the NSG in 2004. Upon joining the group, China's civil nuclear assistance to Pakistan ordinarily should have ceased. However, Beijing informed the NSG of a pre-existing contract for a second reactor at the Jashima nuclear reactor complex in Pakistan. Then, in 2010, China announced the export of a further 2 reactors to Jashima. World Nuclear News 2013. A recent report, unconfirmed by either government, suggests a 5th Chinese reactor may even be scheduled for export. Bird 2013. Moreover, in June 2013, it was reported that Pakistan had approved construction of a second atomic energy facility in Karachi with help from China. NTI 2013. The open-ended nature of Sino-Pakistani nuclear cooperation has caused widespread concern among NSG members, as well as non-NSG members such as India. Nayan 2013. NSG members object to China's cooperation with Pakistan on the grounds that the latter is a non-signatory to the NPT. Others point to the lack of full-scope IAEA safeguards in Pakistan, typically a condition for nuclear supply agreements within the NSG. Beijing, however, has argued that it should be able to maintain its nuclear Cooper at Ion with Islamabad as it predates its entry into the NSG. It thus argues on the basis of a grandfather clause that these actions do not violate NSG conditions. More precisely, Chinese officials argue that the bilateral cooperation does not violate relevant norms of the NSG, although what these relevant norms are was left unspecified. Christian 2013a. The United States accepts this argument as it relates to the first two reactors, but contends that the additional reactors since 2010 require an NSG agreement. Mark Hibbs, 2011, has argued that the Chinese ought to provide information to the NSG regarding the scope of its previous agreements with Pakistan, and that without this evidence, an NSG waiver would be needed before China could export any new reactors. Other NSG members have appeared to accept China's continued exports since 2010, considering them compensation for the waiver granted by the NSG to the US-India nuclear deal in 2008, Painter 2013. There is also a fear that pushing China too far could result in its withdrawal from the NSG. 510 Nicola Levering-Halt and Kate Sullivan Estrada. Given that China's image as a nuclear responsible is suffering, China's civil nuclear cooperation with Pakistan requires explanation. Beyond Sino-Indian animosity and a sense of loyalty to a historical strategic partner in Pakistan, China's decision to move forward with further Fukushima reactors in 2010 can be understood as a reaction to the 2008 NSG waiver granted to India. The recent announcement of an additional reactor sale in 2013 is possibly a byproduct of that waiver and or reaction to India's prospective membership in the NSG. Painter 2013. India's official public response to China's 2010 announcement of continued civil nuclear cooperation with Pakistan was relatively muted. In mid-2010, Indian media sources suggested that India would strongly oppose any such Chinese assistance to Pakistan. Paris Hart 2010. Yet just as China was careful not to overtly denounce the NSG waiver for the US-Indo nuclear deal, India's official public stance was to downplay China-Pakistan nuclear cooperation. In May 2010, Foreign Secretary Nirud Hamarao refrained from any overt critique and announced that the proper place for the discussion of the China-Pakistan nuclear deal was within the NSG. India would not comment until the deal had been assessed within that forum and according to NSG guidelines. Cleveland 2010. In December of the same year, she noted at a conference on China that India had genuine concerns about the nuclear relationship between China and Pakistan. MEA 2010. Route 2010. Just a few days later, at a media briefing and in response to a question that asked whether India had raised the issue of Sino-Pakistani nuclear cooperation during the ongoing visit of Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao, she responded, "On the issue of the nuclear reactors, I wanted to draw your attention to the fact that both countries stated their commitment to non-proliferation objectives and to expand their dialogue on these and related issues in bilateral and international fora. So, we already have a means, a mechanism, a way to handle these issues, and that is how we intend to tackle it." MEA 2010. While these statements certainly did not express support or understanding for Chinese actions, they carefully referred the matter back to the appropriate non-proliferation institutions. However, Indian opposition to the deal was clearer with an unofficial thought pieces by influential voices within India's strategic community. Kanwal Saibal, 2010, serving on India's National Security Advisory Board, described China's nuclear conduct as errant. TP Srinivasan, 2010, also serving on India's National Security Advisory Board, claimed that India's nuclear cooperation with the United States was merited on the basis of 3 years of agonizing negotiations based on India's record of responsible behavior, while China was behaving irresponsibly by not demanding the same strict non-proliferation criteria of Pakistan as the United States had of India. Indian allegations of nuclear weapons cooperation between China and Pakistan have gradually surfaced in recent years. A public reference to Chinese assistance to Pakistan's strategic program was made by Sham Saran, 2013, chairman of India's National Security Advisory Board, in what he claimed was not an official address in April 2013. During the official visit of Chinese Premier Li Keqiang to India in May 2013, India made no public mention of Sino-Pakistani nuclear cooperation. Rather, in 2013, concern was raised privately. However, according to media reports citing diplomatic sources at the level of foreign minister prior to the visit, Krishnan 2013b and Chinese and Indian competitive nuclear restraint 511. During the visit itself, Hussein 2013, they reported Chinese response was that India had no need for concern as cooperation was peaceful and intended and aimed at assisting Pakistan in the context of its energy crisis. In 2016, the Indian media widely cited a report by the Washington-based Arms Control Association that claimed that Chinese nuclear cooperation to Pakistan was continuing and that it awarded China a failing F grade on nuclear weapons-related export control. PTI 2016. In response to a question posed in the lower house of the Indian Parliament, the Lok Sabha, in November of the same year, the Indian government claimed that it was aware of the Chinese assistance to Pakistan in developing the Kushab nuclear reactor that is capable of producing plutonium for use in Pakistan's nuclear weapons. Lok Sabha 2016. Despite this awareness, the strategy of avoiding overt confrontation with China has persisted at the official level. Indirect and semi-official critique via the media also continues. However, in 2017, retired diplomat G. Partha Sarafi claimed that India is today confronted with a situation where China has not only provided Pakistan with designs and equipment to manufacture nuclear weapons, but has also given Pakistan the know-how and materials for manufacturing missiles capable of carrying nuclear weapons to every part of India. Partha Sarafi 2017. Overall, India's strategy has been to defer to establish institutional rules and norms, and to quiet diplomacy, rather than appear confrontational toward China, a strategy which serves both its bilateral relationship with China and its responsible image in the eyes of the international community. Conclusion. Each of the 3 sites of competition examined in this chapter, the 1998 tests, India's NSG waiver and membership, and Sino-Pakistani civil nuclear cooperation, have, at their core, notions of nuclear restraint as well as elements of Sino-Indian competitive restraint. At key moments in the past 2 decades, China and India have attempted to diminish one another's image as a responsible nuclear armed state, particularly when their own status has been at stake, by making references to notions of nuclear responsibility, be these framed in terms of insider-outsider status within the non-proliferation regime or a positive or negative historical track record on proliferation. China has been more active in this regard than India, an imbalance that reflects China's well-established position within the GNO, especially China's veto power within the NSG. Yet while each state draws on its own brands of responsibility and restraint to enhance its international image, its respective quests for status are additionally, at times, constructed in opposition to one another. Our argument that competitive restraint exists in the nuclear bilateral intervenes in the existing literature on the Sino-Indian nuclear dynamic in important ways. China and India may well find themselves in an arms race cascade, but even if a cascade is at play in strategic terms, a clear bilateral dynamic is evident when it comes to status competition within the GNO. This competitive bilateral dynamic can serve to raise bilateral tensions because China's objective is to uphold India's outsider status within the GNO, while India's objective is to be treated as an insider. 512 Nicola Levering-Halt and Kate Sullivan Estrada. Our argument also delivers a greater degree of robustness to some of the core assumptions that underpin claims of limited and stable deterrence between the 2 countries. The model of mutually assured retaliation depends strongly on each country's NFU policy, which is typically viewed as a product of narrow domestic preferences. Our 2018 argument linking status seeking to the upholding of an NFU policy offers additional optimism that both countries will persist with NFU. As a former Indian diplomat and nuclear expert once commented, our no first use doctrine has served us well internationally, and the same could be said for China. Partha Sarathi 2017. However, our argument here, centering as it does on the dynamic of competitive nuclear restraint, goes further. It suggests that China and India will be too reluctant to proliferate either vertically or horizontally in ways that will damage their respective reputation as responsible nuclear powers, both in absolute and relative terms. Finally, our argument sheds light on a puzzle in the literature on Sino-Indian nuclear relations. One might expect that China and India's restrained nuclear postures would be complemented with cooperation and strategic dialogue on nuclear issues, but this has not been the case. Despite a sixth round of the very modest India-China dialogue on disarmament and non-proliferation having taken place in June 2019, there is, in fact, no strategic dialogue of any consequence between China and India. Craven 2016, 195. Nearly all of the studies of the bilateral nuclear relationship we have referenced in this chapter argue strongly for confidence-building measures, strategic dialogue, or other forms of cooperation between the two countries, with the imperative to do so perhaps even greater after the 2017 Dockland crisis. O'Donnell 2018. Our analysis provides insights into why these recommendations have failed to translate into action, largely because the Chinese dialogue with India on nuclear issues would suggest China's recognition of India's status as both a nuclear equal and an insider within the GNO. In short, there is a far wider normative context within which decisions about nuclear dialogue, cooperation, or arms control at the bilateral level are made within both China and India. Overall, our findings deliver little hope for the future of nuclear strategic dialogue between the two countries. Our argument adds to existing optimism at the level of the strategic relationship. China and India are both unlikely to move substantially from their restrained nuclear postures in the near future. However, our emphasis on competitive nuclear restraint as a form of status competition in the GNO delivers a more pessimistic outlook for their overall bilateral relationship than the more sanguine view taken by observers of Sino-Indian stable deterrence. Notes 1. The conception of status we refer to here is predominantly social, as opposed to material. In other words, our analysis of status competition includes but goes beyond the material status or prestige that is often understood to accompany the acquisition of nuclear weapons. 2. In a 2012 academic work, for instance, PLA General Yao Yunju, 2012, stated that while India has not been accepted by as a NWS, nuclear weapons state by the Non-Proliferation Treaty on the one hand, and in reality it is no longer an NWS, non-nuclear weapons state on the other hand, China must thus take India as it is, a de facto NWS. Italics and bracket contents have been inserted by the authors. 3. In 2008, the deal, first announced in 2005, in a joint U.S.-India statement on nuclear cooperation, was approved by the NSG, IAEA Board of Governors, and U.S. Congress. 4. India now has civil nuclear trading agreements with the United States, France, Russia, Mongolia, Namibia, Argentina, Canada, Kazakhstan, South Korea, Australia, and Japan. Chinese and Indian competitive nuclear restraint 513 Bibliography Bassler, R. 2018, India and China, a gathering nuclear storm. ORF issue brief 248, 18 July, available online at www.orphanline.org/research/42563-India-China-A-gathering-nuclear-storm/ Bose, W. 2008, U.S.-Indian nuclear deal reaching NSG brink. Arms Control Today, September. Available online at https://www.armscontrol.org/act/2008-09/S-Indian-nuclear-deal reaches NSG brink. Buckley, C. 2007, China likely to swallow anger over India nuclear deal. Reuters, 29 August. Available online at www.reuters.com/article/s-China-India-nuclear-analysis/China- likely to swallow anger over India nuclear deal at USPEK 283992200700829. Burr, W. 2004, China, Pakistan, and the bomb. The Declassified File on U.S. Policy, 1977-1997, National Security Archive Electronic Briefing Book Number 114, 5 March. Available online at www.gwu.edu/tilde-NSARCHIV/NSAEBB/NSAEBB114/index.htm. Access the 15th of December 2018. KIY, 1998, Pingyundu Hashian, Assessment of Nuclear Tests in India, Xiandai Jiangxi, Modern Military Affairs 7, 24. Chen, Y, 1998, India's China Menace Accusations Refuted, China Daily, 14 July, 4. Cleveland, J. 2010, India of Two Minds, Reactions to the Pending China-Pakistan Nuclear Deal, Spotlight, The Stimson Center, 22 August, available online at www.stimson.org/content/India-2 Minds Reactions Pending China-Pakistan Nuclear Deal, access the 26th of March 2019. Cunningham, F. and Metcalf, R. 2011, The Dangers of Denial, Nuclear Weapons in China-India Relations, Analysis, Lowy Institute for International Policy, October, Ava Ilgley online at https://archive.lowyinstitute.org/sites/default/files/pubfiles/cunningham_and_Metcalf%2c_v_dangers_of_web_1.pdf. Dalton, T. and Tandler, J. 2012, Understanding the Arms Race in South Asia, The Carnegie Papers, September, available online at https://carnegieendowment.org/files/south_asia_arms_race.pdf. Dene, G. C. 1968, Pakistan and Communist China Strengthen Cooperation, U.S. National Archives, Record Group 59, Records of the Department of State, Subject Numeric Files 1967-1969, POL1G Compact, 4 December. Fan, J. 2008, Mayunizu H. Yanguamen, Gaoji London, U.S.-India Nuclear Agreement and Difficulty, People's Daily, 1 September, available online at http://paper.people.com.cn/rmrbhtml2008-09/01/content_93847.htm. Fraser, M. Z. 2000, China-India Relations since Pokhran II, Assessing Sources of Conflict and Cooperation, Access Asia Review 32, 536. Garver, J. W. 2001, Protracted Contest, Sino-Indian Rivalry in the 20th Century, Seattle, University of Washington Press. Gertz, B. 2013, China, Pakistan reached secret nuclear reactor deal for Pakistan, The Washington Times, 21 March, available online at www.washingtontimes.com/news/2013/mar/21/China-Pakistan-reach-secret-reactor-deal-Pakistan/question page equals all, access the 10th of May 2018. Hayes, J. 2009, Identity and Securitization in the Democratic Peace, the United States and the Divergence of Response to India and Iran's Nuclear Programs, International Studies, Quarterly 53-4, 977-999. Hibbs, M. 2011, The Future of the Nuclear Suppliers Group, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, available online at http://carnegieendowment.org/files/future_msg.pdf, access the 5th of May 2018. Hibbs, M. 2017, Eyes on the Prize, India's Pursuit of Membership in the Nuclear Suppliers Group, The Non-Proliferation Review 24, 34, 275-296. Hussain, S. 2013, China rubbishes Indian concerns on Pak-China nuclear cooperation, Pakistan Today, 22 May, available online at www.pakistantoday.com.pk/2013/05/22/news/national, China-rubbishes-Indian-concerns-Pak-China-nuclear-cooperation/Pash-Pash IH6EVKDN.DPUF, access the 10th of January 2019. Joshi, Y. 2013, China rivalry keeping India out of nuclear suppliers group, World Politics Review, 14 June, available online at www.worldpoliticsreview.com/articles/1320/China-rivalry keeping India out of nuclear suppliers group, access the 20th of January 2019. 514 Nicola Leveringhaus and Kate Sullivan, Estrada Prepon, M. 2007, The Nuclear Flock, Bulletin of Atomic Scientists 65-2, March-April, 1517. Craven, M. 2016, Summing Up and Looking Ahead, Ian Graben, T. Wheeler and S. Mason, EDS, The Lure and Pitfalls of MIRVs from the First to the Second Nuclear Age, Washington, D.C., Stimson Center. Krishnan, A. 2013, A. New ties with Pak does not violate NSG norms, says China. The Hindu, 25 March, available online at www.thehindu.com/news/international/world/new-ties-with-pak-does-not-violate-NSG-norms-says-China/article 4547108.ece, access the 2nd of May 2018. Krishnan, A. 2013 B. Chinese Premier to meet Nawaz Sharif next week. The Hindu, 16 May, available online at www.thehindu.com/news/international/world/Chinese-premier-to-me-NAWAZ-Sharif-next-week/article 472126.ece, access the 20th of January 2019. Leveringhaus, N. M. Sullivan Estrada, K. 2018, Between Conformity and Innovation, China's and India's Quest for Status as Responsible Nuclear Powers, Review of International Studies 44-3, 482-503. Levy, A. and Scott Clark, C. 2007, Deception, Pakistan, the U.S. and the Global Nuclear Weapons Conspiracy, London, Atlantic Books. Lee, Z. and Lee, F. 1998, Impact of South Asia's Nuclear Tests upon CTBT, 6th ISODARCO Beijing Seminar on Arms Control, 29 October 1 November, Shanghai, China, Lim I. S. 2008, Sino-Indian Relations. The Four Disconnects, PACnet number 7, 18 January, available online at https://csis-amazon.com/s3fs-public/legacy_files/files/media/syspubs, pac0807.pdf. Lok Sabla, 2016, question number 147 Nuclear reactors in Pakistan, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, 16 November, available online at www.maya.gov.in//sabha. HDM, DTL 27619, question _N147 nuclear reactors _IN Pakistan, Maya, Ministry of External Affairs, 2010, briefing by Foreign Secretary on ongoing visit of Chinese Premier, 16 December, available online at https://maya.gov.in/in-focus-article. HDM, 3346, briefing plus by plus foreign plus secretary plus on plus ongoing plus visit plus of plus Chinese. Materials, E. 2007, Reluctant Restraint. The Evolution of China's Non-Proliferation Policies and Practices, 1980-2004, Stanford, C.A., Stanford University Press, MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, 2006, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Xinjiang's press conference on the 2nd of March 2006, 3 March, available online at www.fmprc.gov.cn/ceun/FYRTH/T23827.hdm, access the 10th of May 2018. Mohan, G. 2019, India working with China on NSG membership, UN sanctions on terrorists, MEA, India Today, 3 January, available online at www.indiatoday.in/India/story/India-China relations and SGDOKLAM on sanctions 1422996-2019-0103, access the 10th of January 2019. Mukherjee, P. 2008, Statement by External Affairs Minister of India Shri Pranab Mukherjee on the Civil Nuclear Initiative, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, 5 September, available online at www.maya.gov.in/in-focus-article.htm question 18806/statement plus by plus external plus AF-fairs plus Minister plus of plus India plus Shri plus Pranab plus Mukherjee plus on plus the plus Civil plus Nuclear plus Initiative, access the 10th of December 2018. Narang, V. 2018, Nuclear Deterrence in the China-India Dyad, in TV Paul, ed. The China-India Rivalry in the Globalization Era, Washington, D.C., Georgetown University Press, 187-201. Nayan, R. 2013, China nurtures its nuclear nexus with Pakistan, IDSA comment, 5 April, available online at www.idsa.in/idsacomments/China nurtures its nuclear nexus with Pakistan _RNAION_050413, access the 2nd of May 2018, NTI, 2013, Pakistan okays China-backed atomic energy project, Insider, 13 June, available online at www.nti.org/gsn/article/Pakistan-okays-China-backed atomic-energy-project-insider, access the 10th of May 2018. O'Donnell, F. 2018, Stabilizing Sino-Indian Security Relations, Managing Strategic Rivalry After Doklam. Carnegie Tsing Center for Global Policy, June. Available online at https://carnegieendowment.org/files/cp335_O'Donnell_final.pdf. Chinese and Indian Competitive Nuclear Restraint 515 Painter, D. 2013, The Nuclear Suppliers Group at the Crossroads, The Diplomat, 10 June. Available online at https://thediplomat.com/2013/06/10/the-nuclear-suppliers-group-@-crossroads. Comment-page-1/question. All equals true. Access the 2nd of May 2018. Paris Har S. 2010, India to expose China-Pakistan nuclear deal, The Times of India, 20 June. Available online at http://articles.timesofindia.india.times/2010-06-20/India 2832043-1_MSG-nations-clean-waiver-nuclear-reactors. Access the 10th of January 2018. Parthasarathi, G. 2017, Beware the China-Pakistan Nuclear Axis, The Hindu Business Line, 1 November. Available online at www.thehindubusinessline.com/opinion/beware-the-China-Pakistan-nuclear-axis/article 222205440.ECE1. Braddon, S. D. 2013, Assessing Chinese PM Li Keqiang's India Visit, The Times of India blog, 27 May. Available online at http://blogs.timesofindia.india.times.com/Kim Kaya code/n-try Assessing Chinese PM Li Keqiang's India Visit. Access the 10th of January 2019. PTI, 2016, China continues to sell nuclear reactors to Pakistan, says report, The Indian Express, 1 August. Available online at https://indianexpress.com/article/world/news/China-continues-to-sell-nuclear reactors-reports-294840/. Keane, J. 1998, Eliminating Nuclear Weapons, China's Policy, Statement, hard copy, 7 November, London, Rao, N. 2010, Address by Foreign Secretary at ORF Conference on China, India-China Relations, Speech at ORF Conference on the 3rd of December 2010, The Hindu, 4 December, available online at www.thehindu.com/news/resources/address-by-foreign-secretary-at-ORF-conference-on-China-India-China-relations road /article 155802930.ECE. Ren and Raibao, 1998, Joint Statement of the Heads of China and the United States on the Issue of South Asia, 27 June. Saran, S. 2013, Is India's Nuclear Deterrent Credible? Speech at India Habitat Center, New Delhi, Arms Control 1, 24 April. Available online at http://krepon.ermscontrolwnk. Com Files 2013-05, Final-IS-India's Nuclear-Deterrent-Credible-Rev1-1-3.pdf. Access 16 July 2019. SCIO, State Council of the People's Republic of China, Information Office, 1995, White Paper, China, Arms Control and Disarmament, Federation of American Scientists, November. Available online at https://fos.org/nuke/guide/china/doctrine/wparms.hdm. Sharma, G. and Finod, M. 2018, The South Asian Nuclear Posture, A Vicious Nuclear Arms Race, Strategic Security Analysis 3 November, Geneva Center for Security Policy, available online at www.gcsp.ch/publications/South Asian-Nuclear-Posture-Vicious-Nuclear-Arms-Race. Cybel, K. 2010, A China-Pac Nuclear Axis Against India, Vivekananda International Foundation, 14 July, available online at www.fifindia.org/China-Pac-Nuclear-Axis-Against-India%20. Access the 17th of July 2019. Sidhu, W. P. S. 2004, A Languid but Lethal Arms Race, in K. Vigard, ed. India and Pakistan, Piece by Piece, UNIDIR Disarmament Forum Number 2, 719, available online at https://www.unidir.org/files/publications/PDFs/India-Pakistan-Piece-by-Piece-N-343.pdf. Smith, J.R. and Warwick, J. 2009, On Nuclear Powers Act of Proliferation, The Washington Post, 13 November. Srinivasan, T. P. 2010, The Nuclear Suppliers Group's Shameful Silence, The Wall Street Journal, 28 June, available online at www.wsj.com/articles/SB100014405274870421280457 533384054506426 Srivastava, A. 2008, NSG Waiver for India, PACnet number 46, Pacific Forum, A. September, available online at www.pacforum.org/analysis/PACnet-46-NSG-waiver-India. Sullivan to Estrada, K. and Leveringhaus, N. 2017, China's stance on NSG membership shows the extent of India's challenge in the global nuclear order. The Wire, 30 June, available online at https://thewire.in/external-affairs/India-China-NSG-global-nuclear-order. Taylor Fravel, M. and Narang, V. 2012, The Asian Arms Race That Wasn't, Foreign Policy, 8 May, available online at https://foreignpolicy.com/2012/05/08/the-Asian-arms-race-the-WASNT. 516 Nicola Leveringhaus and Kate Sullivan to Estrada, The New York Times, 1998, Nuclear Anxiety, Indians' Letter to Clinton on the Nuclear Testing, 13 May, available online at www.newyorktimes.com/19988/03/world/nuclear-anxiety-Indian-letter-to-Clinton-on-the-nuclear-testing.html. Access the 15th of May 2018. U.S. Embassy China, 1982, Arms Control and Disarmament, Cable 17090 to State Department, Secret State Department FOIA release, National Security Archive, George Washington University, 17 December, available online at www.gwu.edu/NSARCHIV/NSAEBB/NSAEBB114/GPAC-8.pdf. Access the 2nd of May 2018. Routledge S. 2008, 30 Words That Saved the Day. The Hindu, 8 September. Available online at www.hindu.com/2008/09/stories/china/2008090856401200.htm. Access 10 December 2018. Walker, W. 1998. International Nuclear Relations After the Indian and Pakistani Test Explosions. International Affairs 74-3. 505-528. Wise, L. 2007. U.S.-India Nuclear Cooperation Better Later Than Sooner. Non-Proliferation Review 14-3. November. 429-457. World Nuclear News. 2013. Shashima 3 Gets Its Dome. 22 March. Available online at www.world-nuclear-news.org/and-shashima_3_gets_dome_dome_2203138.html. Access the 3rd of May 2018. Yao, Y. 2012. Linking Strategic Stability and Ballistic Missile Defense. Big View from China, in El Salman, ed. The China-India Nuclear Crossroads, Washington, D.C. Carnegie Endowment for Peace, 7076. Yuan, J.B. 2007. The Dragon and the Elephant, Chinese-Indian Relations in the 21st Century. The Washington Quarterly 33, 135-142. Zhang, B. 2016. Sino-Indian Nuclear Relations in the Security Dilemma. China-India Brief Number 77. Center on Asia and Globalization. Li Kuan Yu School of Public Policy. 12 July. Available online at https://lkyspp.news.edu.sg/research/publications/details/china-india-brief-77. Zhang, M. 1999a. What Threat? Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist 55-5. 5257. Zhang, M. 1999b. China's Changing Nuclear Posture. Reactions to the South Asian Nuclear Tests. Washington, D.C. Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Zhuo, Y. 1999. Chinese Perspectives on the South Asian Nuclear Tests. Center for International Security and Cooperation. January. Available online at https://cisac.fsi.stanford.edu/publia-t on Chinese Perspectives on the South Asian Nuclear Tests. Access the 17th of July 2019. 32 China, India, and Outer Space Cooperation and Competition in the Global Commons. Julie Michelle Klinger. There are two contrasting perspectives on India-China space relations in Anglophone literatures. One is to frame each party's milestone in a classical geopolitical perspective, emphasizing bilateral rivalry at the expense of international cooperation. One example of this perspective followed the Indian Space Research Organization's ISRO, the 5th of May 2017 launch of the South Asia satellite, which provides advanced communications and meteorological services to India and its South Asian neighbors. This important achievement, with direct and indirect benefits for the India's national development, neighboring states, and the broader international community, was quickly cast in Anglophone media as intensifying competition with China and as evidence of an Asian space race that is heating up, e.g. Hunt and Aurora 2017. This framing downplays the broader global significance of both states' space programs. In another example, technological milestones, such as ISRO's 2017 launch of 104 satellites from a single rocket, Sudhakar 2018, were celebrated in international scientific circles, but quickly painted by the media as India taking on China. Hiranuma 2017. Even though the previous record of total satellites launched in a single payload was held not by China, but rather by Russia, 37, Anglophone media framed the debate in reference to China. The second perspective on China-India space relations champions outer space as an arena of cooperation between the two countries and with the international community more broadly. Officials, researchers, and policymakers on both sides see outer space as a domain in which peaceful and cooperative relations can be advanced. While the protracted and complex geopolitical tensions between China, India, and their neighbors are important, the tendency to frame watershed technological achievements in terms of bilateral competition obscures more than it clarifies and limits richer analyses of the initiatives by both states to promote peaceful international scientific cooperation. Indeed, it is because long-term India-China relations are characterized by multiple tensions that scientific and political leaders on both sides have viewed space cooperation to be as vitally important. The origins of any national space program are transnational in nature, and India and China are no exception. But in both perspectives, nationalist rhetoric prevails because it serves multiple purposes. In India as elsewhere, Barker 2005, Sage 2016, nationalist rhetoric aimed at domestic constituencies is an important ingredient to the political economy of national space programs. Annual outlays of public funds must be justified in the face of competing domestic priorities. While there is room in the classical geopolitical perspective to celebrate international cooperation as a means of increasing national strength and prestige, this framing can feed brinkmanship within and beyond 518. Julie Michelle Klinger, The Space Sector, Higman and Dolman 2002, and ultimately undermine long-term international cooperation, technology transfer, and scientific exchange. Kohler 2015. In more celebratory internationalist framings, meeting national development and security imperatives through space technologies are aligned with broader international public goods provisions such as scientific progress, improved satellite infrastructure, and greater monitoring capacity. In essence, national interests serve the international community, which generates benefits for the continued pursuit of peaceful national interests. There is robust geopolitical theorizing on this point, e.g. Al-Radhan 2012, and the historical record shows that the early architects of India and China's space programs used this approach to address multiple and at times contradicting domestic and international concerns. This chapter provides historical background to the multiscalar geopolitics of China, India, and outer space. While classical geopolitical considerations are important, they preponderate and focus on bilateral competition and potential conflict obscures the important role of collaboration between China and India on matters of policy, technology, and multilateral diplomacy with respect to outer space. In the process, more substantive explorations of the value and potential of India-China space cooperation are lost. By contrast, a comparative historical geography, drawn on peer-reviewed research and primary source materials from India, China, and the United States, puts both the cooperative and competitive dimensions of China and India's outer space activities in broader context. The role of both cooperation and competition between the two programs, with reference to their national diplomatic and strategic contexts, sheds light on the evolving policies and practices in the global commons beyond our atmosphere. Background: the preponderantly future-oriented discourse that suffuses discussions of outer space often roots the space age as beginning in the 20th century, but the civilizations that precede the contemporary nation-states of India and China have millennia-old traditions of innovation in mathematics, astronomy, rocketry, and other sciences. Plouffer 2009, Elman 2014. Therefore, post-World War II historiographies of outer space, particularly in post-colonial states, need to be seen in light of their extensive histories. Like China, India's space agency shares its modern antecedents with the race to harness atomic power within the hot 20th century context of Cold War Asia. But as Michael Sheehan notes, subsequent development histories have made it clear that Indian space and missile programs are distinct enterprises, notwithstanding their common roots. and the technologies employed are far from interoperable. Sheehan 2007, 142. The same can be said, albeit to a lesser degree, about China's space program. Although space technologies are routinely characterized as dual use, this characterization erases the array of scientific instruments and applications that only with great difficulty could be marshaled to military ends. Both China and India's national space agencies were built in the shadow of the U.S. military's nuclear weapons detonations in the Pacific. Dutton 2008, late 2013. Policy and scientific elites in both countries frame developing space capability, along with nuclear weapons capability, as fundamental to national sovereignty, security, and progress. National leaders referenced and recent memories of colonial and imperial subjugation to frame these programs as essential to addressing the development and security challenges facing each of their countries in the mid-20th century. China, India, and Outer Space 519. Despite its broader shared geopolitical context, China and India's space programs follow different institutional trajectories in their early years. China's National Space Administration, CNSA, was an outgrowth of the Fifth Academy, one designed to develop nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles in close collaboration with the former USSR from 1950 to 1957. After the Sino-Soviet split in 1957, China's planners relied heavily on scholars educated overseas to advance space and nuclear weapons capability within the Ministry of National Defense. ISRO's origins lie in the Department of Atomic Energy, DAE, established in 1950 with Homi Bhabha serving as its first secretary, Daniel 1992. The DAE funded space research in the early post-independence years, but in 1962, then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru established the Indian Committee for Space Research, INCOSPAR, to move space science research out of the day. INCOSPAR was an entirely civilian space agency with early specializations in at most PhD science. This institutional arrangement facilitated technology transfer and research collaboration with Western countries because it was clearly separate from nuclear energy and weapons development. By contrast, China's space agency emphasized the development of intercontinental ballistic missiles and satellites because the country did not possess the channels to obtain these technologies from overseas partners. Erickson 2014. In both China and India's cases, national space programs took shape in the context of competing national and international interests. At stake in the internal debates over whether space should be a civilian or military endeavor were fundamental concerns over territory, security, and above all, national sovereignty. Territorial politics and outer space in China and India. For China, the early development of its space program was subsumed in the Sino-Soviet split, 1957-1978, which significantly reduced China's access to international networks of scientific expertise, technology, and institutional support. Policy elites viewed the development of national space capacity, like the development of nuclear weapons, as a sensitive activity to be securitized and controlled. In the 1950s, there were two vivid recent memories that informed this sensibility: the Japanese annexation of parts of northern and eastern China a few decades prior, where critical industrial infrastructure was located, and U.S. support for the nationalists in the fight against the communists during and following World War II. After the Sino-Soviet split in 1957, border concerns with the USSR further influenced territorial politics and practices in China. In this climate, Chairman Mao Zedong and fellow planners used China's geography defensively by placing space and weapons-related facilities in remote areas and securitizing China's frontier with new military installations. Their strategy was to protect China from potential outside interference. This fit with broader ethno-national and territorial imperatives to settle and securitize historically contested frontier regions populated by formerly autonomous groups. Klinger 2017. Historian Asif Siddiqui details the contrasting use of national territory by scientific and policy elites in India, who instead of defined borders and excluding foreigners, used geography as an instrument to create a vast international network of scientific and political actors committed to the science that was possible within India. 2015, 420. In so doing, they were drawing on a long tradition of linking geography to science redolent of the colonial era, but now manifested in a post-colonial environment marked by Cold War imperatives, meaning that India's space program was produced in many places across the world, in Ahmedabad, not in Idle, Bombay, Washington, D.C., 520 Julie Michelle Klinger, Eastern Virginia, Minneapolis, Florence, Geneva, Moscow, Algeria, and other locales. Siddiqui 2015, 442. Like China's program, India's was ideologically fused with national development and progress, but the two programs differed in terms of how they instrumentalized space programs to enhance international status. India sought to promote and share indigenous expertise to drive the international process of advancing space sciences, while in China the focus was on demonstrating technological outcomes, particularly to nuclear powers. In both China and India, the development of a national space program was envisioned as a matter of self-sufficiency and enhanced status. In China, the project assumed a particular form in the totalizing ethnocentric politics of the Great Leap Forward, 1958-1962, and Cultural Revolution, 1966-1976, as compared to India's cosmopolitan democracy. The structural link between weapons development and space capability set CNSA on a different path than ISRO, in a way that continues to shape relations between the two countries. CNSA only became a civilian space administration in 1993 with the formation of the state-owned enterprise spin-off, the China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation, but military security protocols continue to dictate data sharing practices. The difference in data management practices in China and India, particularly concerning transparency and public availability of geographic, remote sensing, and space-related data, has posed the greatest practical obstacle to deeper cooperation between the two programs. Beginning in the 1980s, both China and India increasingly made greater use of private contractors and cooperation agreements with space agencies around the globe. While India's emphasis on collaborative international processes captured multiple benefits for India's space program from diverse partner states, China's focus on outcomes has, in the past decade, garnered a reputation as a reliable partner for national and commercial space agreements, which in many cases has enabled China to outcompete other programs and firms for space technology agreements and launch contracts. Both countries' space programs launch payloads for government and private sector clients across the globe, even though their launch geographies are quite different. China's launches occur at approximately 40 degrees north of the equator, while India's thumb equatorial rocket launch site is located at 8 degrees north of the equator. This has meant, in practice, that while both programs are cost competitive, significantly greater payloads can be launched from India than from China for similar cost. This is due to the smaller degree of inclination required for equatorial launches, which means that less fuel needs to be expended to correct courses of rockets aiming to place satellites in Earth's orbits. Although CNSA and ISRO are often discussed in competitive nationalist terms, both have been inextricably intertwined with transnational politics and domestic territorial politics since their beginnings. Historical origins and evolution of China's space agency. India's pursuit of international partnerships enabled it to leverage the strategic agendas of both the United States and the USSR to capture greater benefits, to attract the technology and resources to build a national space agency and incentivize the United States and USSR to engage in scientific collaboration. Indian scientists and officials could offer both India's equatorial geography as well as the promise of friendly relations with a geostrategically important state. In the context of the Cold War, the U.S. Congress and the executive branch sought to court India away from China and the former USSR. China, India, and Outer Space 521 through a multi-pronged foreign aid and loan program. Public Law 480, through which the United States provided loans for food in exchange for raw materials. Merrill 1990, Chen Gapa 2000, was accompanied by science, technology, and defense agreements intended to help maximize the orientation of Indian scientists away from the Soviets in the advanced application of science. Quoted in Siddiqui 2015, 430, China took a different approach, focusing instead on achieving milestones to place it on closer footing to the United States and USSR in the context of Cold War hostilities. By most accounts, the antecedents for China's contemporary space program date back to the height of Sino-Soviet cooperation, with the establishment of the Fifth Academy in 1956. But starting the chronology here erases the transnational composition of not just China's space program, but also that of the United States, embodied in the first director of China's Fifth Academy, Dr. Kaiyan Zuzan. In fact, the U.S. space exploration program owes as much to Kaiyan Zuzin's early work as China owes the United States for deporting him to Shanghai at the height of anti-communist paranoia in the 1950s. United States, Ryan and Summerlin 1969. With the current resurgence of China-U.S. diplomatic tensions and xenophobia on both sides of the Pacific, it is worthwhile to retell Kaiyan Zuzin's story to highlight the transnational histories on which some of the most critical contemporary enterprises are founded. This also illustrates the transnational origins of national space programs. Kaiyan Zuzin had been a founding member of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, at the California Institute of Technology in 1936. During World War II, Kaiyan advised the Allied powers on ballistic missile guidance technology, WINS 2009. At the end of the war, he was assigned the temporary rank of lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army to debrief Nazi scientists, including Werner von Braun. 3. Kaiyan Zuzin was part of the team that analyzed Germany's V-2 rocket facilities and recovered some 3 million pages of technical papers. In these papers, he found that certain theories of his concerning supersonic flight had already been tested and confirmed in German facilities during the war. Such facilities had not yet been developed in the United States. From his interviews and research, Kaiyan published Survey of the Development of Liquid Rockets in Germany and Their Future Prospects in an 800-page manual, known as the Classified Technical Bible for Post-WWII Aircraft and Rocket Development in the United States, Way 2008. At JPL, Kaiyan spearheaded the technological breakthroughs that helped the United States transition from propeller to jet-powered aircraft. He was part of a small group of experimental rocket scientists known as the Suicide Squad, which was at the forefront of rocket development technology later used to send humans into space. Nolan 2009. During the Second Red Scare in the United States, shortly after Chairman Mao Zedong's rise to power in 1949, Kaiyan's ethnic Chinese heritage was used as a basis to accuse him of having communist sympathies. Despite all evidence to the contrary and the strenuous objections of his prominent scientific colleagues, Kaiyan was placed under a delayed deportation order in 1950. The Caltech Archives 2016. The evidence, his ethnic ID, his attendance at the same social gatherings as other accused sympathizers, and his expressed discomfort with the prospect of building weapons that might be used against Red China, Ryan and Summerlin 1969. Stripped of his security clearance with no further career prospects in McCarthyist America, Kaiyan decided not to fight deportation and to return to China despite the interventions of his colleagues and administrative superiors at Caltech. The U.S. Immigration and Naturalization Service, however, blocked his departure on the basis that he knew too much about U.S. weapons systems and held him under house arrest for 5 years. Nolan 2009. In 1955, Kaiyan was released to 522 Julie Michel Klinger, China, in exchange for 11 U.S. airmen captured during the Korean War. AP 1955.4. To avoid charges of espionage, he deliberately left behind all of his research notes and papers. WINS 2009.5. The late Iris Zhang, in her biography of Kaiyan Zuzin, concluded that the U.S. government had no concrete evidence to substantiate its charges. Zhang 1995. On the occasion of his death in 2009, Caltech released a statement concerning his deportation. No evidence was produced to substantiate the allegations, and he and his colleagues in academia, government, and industry protested that they were nonsense. Caltech Today 2009. Kaiyan Zuzin was welcomed to China in 1955 as a hero, where he joined colleagues Zhao Zhuzhong, Kaiyan Sankyang, Chen Fangyun, and Kai Zhiyang to develop China's aerospace and defense programs. It was his expertise, recognized by and capitalized upon by the Chinese central government's investment in developing multi-use rocket technology, that enabled China's space program to weather the Sino-Soviet split, 1957-1978, during times of intense national hardship characterized by the Great Leap Forward, 1958-1962, and the Cultural Revolution, 1966-1976. Kaiyan oversaw the launch of the first Chinese LR-2 missile in 1960, founded the Spaceflight Medical Research Center in 1968 to prepare for human spaceflight, launched China's first satellite in 1970, and developed in 1972 the Long March rockets that have been used in all subsequent spaceflights. Way 2008. He was credited with helping China develop intercontinental ballistic missiles and China's first several satellites, Marble 2002, as well as the technology that paved the way for China to put a person in space in 2003 and launch its lunar orbital program in 2007. Kaiyan Zuzin was perhaps an unwitting transnational actor whose life trajectory shows the importance of international politics in shaping national space programs. In the political climate of McCarthyist America, Kaiyan's central contributions to U.S. rocket science were insufficient to preserve his professional standing and citizenship status. His deportation to China on the eve of the Sino-Soviet split proved decisive in building China's defense and space technologies. Since Deng Xiaoping's 1978 reforms, CNSA has cultivated extensive international partnerships and supported private sector spin-offs. Although China's space agency is often discussed as a wholly state-owned and state-run organization, it behaves like other major space agencies by working with private contractors in procurement and competitive international bidding processes. Foremost among these is the China Great Wall Industry Corporation, CGWIC, which was established in 1990 as the commercial partner to CNSA to provide commercial launch services, satellite systems, and international space technology cooperation. Over the past 3 decades, CGWIC has won dozens of contracts to build satellites for space programs across the world, particularly in countries with more recent or smaller space programs. Historical origins and evolution of India's space agency. The ISRO has conducted over 100 successful space missions since its founding in 1969. It was preceded by the Indian National Committee for Space Research, INCOSPAR, in 1962. Between 1963 and 1975, over 350 rockets from the United States, Britain, France, and Russia were launched from the UN-sponsored Thumb Equatorial Rocket Launching Station, TRLS, Shihan 2007. The mid-20th century modernist drive that swept the globe was expressed with particular intensity in newly independent and non-aligned states, Soekarno 1956. China, India, and outer space. 523 planners and policymakers in India viewed space science as the solution to many diverse development and security problems. Rajan 1988. Space sciences were to serve as a medium through which to engage as equals across developed and developing countries. This cosmopolitan vision had many champions in post-WWII Asia who framed the advancement of science as a way to overcome other national, ethnic, and political challenges. The 1947 Asian Relations Meeting, held in New Delhi, was the precursor to the 1955 Asian-African Conference in Bandung, Indonesia, which is more generally recognized as the launch of the Non-Aligned Movement, NAM, organized by Leo Maninaidu. The objective was to provide cultural and intellectual revival and social progress in Asia, independent of all questions of internal as well as international politics, quoted in McCallum 1947-13. At this meeting, attended by delegates from 36 countries, prominent scientific and political figures C.V. Raman, Pandit Nehru, and Leo Maninaidu steered discussions toward proposals for international scientific cooperation and the construction of international research networks. These figures were important acquaintances to two of the perhaps most celebrated figures in the advancement of nuclear and space sciences in India, Homi J. Bhabha and Vikram Sarabhai. Although Bhabha and Sarabhai differed on the question of nuclear weapons, both built institutions, international partnerships, and indigenous technological capability to advance the two programs. The life trajectories of these scientists were shaped by broader transnational circuits of scientific knowledge production between India and the West. Homi J. Bhabha developed his expertise in nuclear physics at the Cavendish laboratories in the 1930s, while pursuing degrees in mathematics and theoretical physics. He was part of the group of international scientists working together in the spirit of Copenhagen, fostered by Niels Bohr in the interwar period at the Institute for Theoretical Physics. Bohr maintained the place as an intellectual center for scientists from all over the world, united in the pursuit of science above differences in nationality. This ethos influenced many of his contemporaries, who, like Bhabha, went on to promote science as the basis for peace in their home countries. Pace 2000. During this time, Bhabha published several papers on cosmic radiation and nuclear physics. Bhabha 1935, 1937, Bhabha and Hitler 1937. In September 1939, Bhabha returned to India to visit family on the same vessel as India's future first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru. The outbreak of World War II prevented them both from returning to England. With no clear date for departure in sight, Bhabha began working as a reader in the Indian Institute of Science, headed by Nobel laureate C.V. Raman, who happened to also be Vikram Sarabhai's doctoral advisor. During this time, he promoted nuclear physics and space research among the senior leadership of the Congress Party, including his acquaintance Jawaharlal Nehru. The relationship with Nehru was important to the subsequent development of nuclear and space science institutions in India. Nehru appointed Bhabha as the first chairman of India's Atomic Energy Commission in 1948. 2 years later, Bhabha began funding early space research through the DAE, which managed space and nuclear sciences through the early 1960s. In 1954, the Indian Atomic Energy Commission set up the Trami Atomic Energy Establishment, managed by Bhabha's DAE with Bhabha as secretary. Like his early mentor Niels Bohr, Bhabha was an active promoter of atoms for peace, and was nominated to serve as president of the United Nations Conference of the Peaceful Uses of Atomic Energy in 1955. Vikram Sarabhai chaired the first meeting in Geneva in 1955, which resulted in 524 Julie Michel Klinger, the establishment of the International Atomic Energy Agency, during the International Geophysical Year, 1957-1958, in which scientists from dozens of nations collaborated to study the Earth. U.S. and Indian scientists worked together to install Earth observation infrastructure in northern India. Muir Harmony 2010. In 1961, Nehru co-founded the NAM with Josip Broz Tito of Yugoslavia, Sukarno of Indonesia, Nasser of Egypt, and Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana. Among the movement's principles were scientific advancement and nuclear disarmament. Bhabha's support of the disarmament principle of the NAM is disputed by his biographers, since much of India's early nuclear policy was set by unwritten personal communications between Bhabha and Nehru in the 1950s. Shengapa 2000. In 1962, Nehru's position on nuclear weapons development changed after the China-India War of that year. This war coincided with the Cuban Missile Crisis, with the result that neither the United States nor the USSR provided aid to India. The lack of support from Cold War superpowers underscored for India's leadership the importance of developing an independent nuclear weapons capacity as a guarantor of sovereignty. Of the two conflicting philosophies between nonviolence and nuclear armament, Bhabha reportedly stated, "We must have the capability. We should first prove ourselves and then talk of Gandhi, nonviolence, and a world without nuclear weapons." Shengapa 2082. India's weapons detonation in 1974 weakened its credibility with other NAM states, but did not seem to hinder the early growth and development of the space program. On the contrary, the progress of India's nuclear program under the DAE provided a platform and legitimacy to build international partnerships with space agencies from developed countries that were seeking international partners and equatorial launch sites. Vikram Sarabhai, who regularly visited the Laboratory for Nuclear Science at the Massachusetts Institute for Technology to work with Bruno Rossi in the 1940s and 1950s, capitalized on his own international networks as well as the prominence of Bhabha in India's nuclear program to forge the partnerships necessary to rapidly develop a civilian space agency. Siddiqui 2015. International counterparts, particularly NASA, National Aeronautics and Space Administration, and the Soviet Space Agency, were motivated by the dual agendas of the Cold War to advance peaceful cooperation but also in hopes of ideologically influencing the development of India's nuclear program and policies. Within India, linking space research to atomic energy served the political and economic purpose of capturing public resources to support space development, while Sarabhai meetings with NASA representatives in the United States helped capture resources from the United States in exchange for access to India's advantageous equatorial location. But there was also a regional rivalry. Pakistan signed a cooperation agreement with NASA in 1961, making it the first country outside of the West, other than Japan, to do so. Prominent Pakistani physicists who completed their graduate work in the United States and Europe were likewise promoting their programs overseas. For a number of years, space science in Pakistan was more advanced than in India. Both were competing for UN sponsorship of an equatorial launch base. Siddiqui 2015. 435. The fusion of space power and nuclear power intensified the geopolitical rivalry between India and Pakistan, which, in turn, accelerated institutional development in India. India wanted a space partnership with the United States, and NASA required a civilian space counterpart with which to conduct its dealings. Agreements with NASA progressed quickly after the 1962 creation of INCOSPAR, but at the same time, India was working with the USSR. Space cooperation was part of the USSR's diplomatic offensive in the 1960s. After cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin became the first person to travel to space in 1961, he visited China, India, and Outer Space 525 India, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, Brazil, Cuba, and many other places. In India, he was hosted by Prime Minister Nehru in November-December 1961, and reportedly said that sometime Soviet and Indian cosmonauts will research and explore expanses of space together, quoted in Zheleznyakov 2004. 4. The Soviet Interkosmos program, which supported the space missions of Warsaw Pact and non-aligned countries, recruited cosmonaut candidates from India in 1982 for the 1984 flight aboard the Soyuz T-11. Shengapa 2018. Russia launched India's first satellites, the Aryabhata and Bhaskara, from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan in 1975 and 1979, respectively. Datul 2013. This cooperation with the USSR counterbalanced India's cooperation with the United States and warded off criticisms that India was not adhering to the principles of non-alignment. Sheehan 2007. Since the turn of the millennium, bilateral agreements between India and Russia have increased. By the end of June 1962, an agreement in which NASA would provide rockets, scientific training, and technical personnel while the newly established Incospar would provide scientific payloads, operations personnel, and the launch site was sent to the Indian government for final approval. That same year, the United States, the USSR, and France worked with Baba as chairman of the DAE and Sarabhai as chairman of Incospar to establish the TRLS in southern India. Guru Prasad 2018. Less than a year later, on the 21st of November 1963, the first rocket was launched from Thumba as part of a collaborative international mission. Homi J. Baba and Vikram Sarabhai leverage international networks, geopolitical rivalry, and competing national mandates to build cooperative space ventures with developed countries and to enshrine space as a means to national development for newly independent states. As Sarabhai put it, the pursuit of space research in a developing nation contributes to the creation of a climate for development which is essential in an age where colonialism has largely ended. Quoted in Siddiqui 2015, 443, that the United Nations would later define outer space as the province of all humankind, and as important to development and progress, was not an accident. In no small part it was due to the work of Sarabhai and others who framed space programs as fundamental to peace and prosperity, particularly for newly independent countries. China and India in international space cooperation. China's space program activities during the 1960s and 1970s cohere with a classical geopolitical perspective. Missions and mandates were defined in competition with other spacefaring powers, with national security as the primary concern. India's competition with Pakistan likewise coheres, but India's close relationship with the United States and USSR space agencies appears to run counter to the newly independent country's principle of maintaining independence from superpowers. These differing approaches reflect the different geopolitical calculus between India and China in the mid-20th century, which resulted in different practices. To attain international prominence in space science and technology, senior administration in India engaged in three strategies: to gain sponsorship and recognition from the United Nations, to work with the United States and the USSR, and to advance India's space capacity as quickly as possible. This was done, in part, by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi's 1966-1977 employment of Hideo Inokawa, one of the founders of Japan's space program, to advise the development of India's space agency. Prasad 2015. In 1968, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai was appointed Vice President and Scientific Chairman. 526. Julie Michelle Klinger of the first U.S. Conference on the Exploration and Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, Unispace 1, held in Vienna. Prasad 2015. Prime Minister Indira Gandhi dedicated TRLS to the United Nations on the 2nd of February 1968 to support international scientific cooperation. Then Dakumar 2018. In contrast, China focused on using indigenous expertise to develop domestic capability during the Great Leap Forward. By 1957, China had foregone an alliance with the Soviet Union as well as the United States and did not join the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space until 1981, after Deng Xiaoping's 1978 reforms. During this time, China was not entirely isolationist. China was one of the first signatories of the Watershed 1967 Treaty on the Principles Governing the Activities of States in the Exploration and Use of Outer Space, including the Moon and other celestial bodies, aka the Outer Space Treaty, or OST. In addition to the OST, which defines outer space as open to peaceful use and exploration by all, both China and India are party to the 1968 Astronaut Rescue and Return Agreement, the 1972 Liability Convention, and the Registration Convention. However, unlike China, India is party to the 1963 Partial Nuclear Test Ban Treaty and the 1984 Moon Treaty. The history of India and China's participation in international agreements pertaining to peaceful and orderly use of outer space shows a broad commitment to international cooperation, even amidst bilateral geopolitical rivalry. Their engagement in multilateral forums facilitated bilateral engagement in which outer space served as a point of cooperation despite ongoing conflicts in other domains. In December 1988, Chinese Premier Li Peng invited Indian Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi to visit China. Although the primary issue on the agenda was the Sino-Indian border dispute, the two heads of state discussed the importance of expanding bilateral relations in scientific and technological fields in order to create a more peaceful and friendly atmosphere. One of the outcomes of this visit was the Institutional Framework Agreement on Scientific and Technological Cooperation. This established the Joint Committee on Scientific and Technological Cooperation, which meets biennially to define priority areas for bilateral cooperation. 25 major agreements, letters of intent, and memoranda of understanding (MOUs) have since emerged from these meetings. EOI 2018. In 2004, both sides signed a framework agreement to share satellite data, but the agreement stalled after China did not reciprocate in sharing remote sensing information with India. Jairam in 2014. This is in part due to differences in the classifications of such programs. ISRO is a wholly civilian organization, while CNSA is still closely linked to the Ministry of Defense, and national security protocols prohibit the sharing of remote sensing data in China. In 2014, ISRO Chairman Kapila Radhakrishnan and CNSA Vice Administrator Zhang Jianhua signed a MOU to define space cooperation between 2015 and 2020. The MOU established the space cooperation mechanism to facilitate data sharing issues that hindered earlier agreements. This agreement, signed in the presence of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping, enables both sides to encourage exchange and cooperation in the exploration and use of outer space for peaceful purposes, including research and development of scientific experiment satellites, remote sensing satellites, and communication satellites. Quoted in Saryanarayan in 2016. 69. These bilateral agreements are complemented by the deepening cooperation between China and India in multilateral forums, as illustrated by the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa Remote Sensing Satellite Initiative. At the 2015 BRICS Summit in Russia, member states issued a declaration of intent to intensify cooperation in joint China, India, and outer space 527 applications of space technologies. On the 31st of October 2016, the heads of space agencies of BRICS member states met in Zhuhai, China, to discuss the construction of joint satellite arrays for Earth observation and remote sensing. Less than a year later, on the 3rd of July 2017, the parties convened in Haikou, China to draft the BRICS Remote Sensing Satellite Constellation Agreement. A technical meeting in Brasilia, Brazil, followed on 20th of September 2017, which counted as the first official BRICS Remote Sensing Satellite Forum. Although there is considerable variation among BRICS national space programs, all member states possess institutions and ground-based infrastructures that can be reclassified as part of the initiative. For example, India's RISAT-2 primarily monitors land use change in South Asia. Brazil contributes Earth observation data from the joint China-Brazil Earth Resources Satellite, CBERS-4. This satellite scans the entire surface of the Earth every 26 days and has receiving stations in Brazil, China, and several African states. Russia's Konopos-V1 is a remote sensing satellite that monitors natural disasters, agriculture and land use change, forest fires, and major pollution incidents. China's Gaofen-1 and ZIUN-3 provide near real-time observations of disasters to support prevention and relief. Each of these satellites has a resolution of 1 to 3 meters, which allows for a variety of scientific, commercial, and security uses. Among many other applications, the coordination of a BRICS remote sensing network provides the BRICS-founded New Development Bank with the data and imagery that is critical to development project planning, implementation, and monitoring. Klinger 2018. The BRICS Remote Sensing Initiative is proceeding in 2 phases. The first was to construct legal frameworks that are more amenable to this initiative by realigning national space activities and policies to facilitate technology transfer and information sharing among the BRICS member state space agencies. These legal and institutional transformations are intended to create the global circuits of power, expertise, and visibility necessary to support the second phase in 2020 or 2021, which is the launch of a BRICS remote sensing satellite constellation. Both India and China have independent bilateral agreements with other BRICS member states and neighboring countries. China has built satellites for Pakistan and Sri Lanka, and it is constructing ground receiving stations in Sri Lanka. ISRO and Russia's Roscosmos have comprehensive space agreements including joint missions, technology development, and data sharing. In effect, the bilateral space cooperation agreements between China and India are complemented and supported by many other independent agreements with third-country space programs. Despite this cooperation, there are other instances of conspicuous coolness. ISRO is not a member of the Beijing-based Asia-Pacific Space Cooperation Organization, nor has it signed formal agreements with Chinese counterparts on the Digital Silk Road. This is, in part, due to India's policy of maintaining a separation between economic and security initiatives. Rawat and Chen 2018. By contrast, China's space agencies have forged closer working relationship with counterparts in Nepal, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and Sri Lanka through these space-based initiatives. Although China and India's relations with their neighbors are often discussed as a zero-sum competition, it is worth noting that the current treaty regime to which both states are party allows for free collaboration among spacefaring states. This also allows for competition within the bounds of the peaceful use doctrine, rather than zero-sum rivalry. China and India's multiple agreements with other states are a testament to the robustness of the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, which provides the framework for the bilateral and multilateral space agreements in which China and India engage. But both states have also seriously undermined this principle with their anti-satellite missile demonstrations. By China in 528 Julie Michel Klinger 2007, and by India in 2019. This shows how military rivalries can hinder space Kubar and Ion, despite prevailing peaceful practices, but it is important to view these instances of competition in context. The 2019 plans announced by U.S. President Donald Trump to develop a space force have shifted the global geopolitical calculus, threatening to undermine the peaceful use doctrine that has characterized the half-century of human conduct in the global commons of outer space. In this context, cooperation between China and India assumes a special significance, not only for the short-term diplomatic goals and long-term security interests of both countries, but also for global stability in space more generally. The key question concerns the role that China and India will play, respectively and together, in shaping the new space order. Conclusion. The roles of China and India in bilateral and multilateral forums indicate that both cooperation and competition are key features in constructing the international space order, while their histories have shown that cooperation in space research can proceed amidst tensions in other areas. Cooperation and competition should not be considered contradictory, any more than, as Sheehan notes, development and military rationales should be viewed merely as distinct objectives and manage tension with each other. Sheehan 2007, 143. Instead, as Space Geopolitik Ian Al-Radhan 2015 observes, space capability is crucial to a host of national development strategies, of which security is a core component. Characterizing the relationship between the programs solely in terms of classical geopolitical rivalry obscures important histories of constructive bilateral and multilateral engagement. For the most part, both China and India have advanced outer space-related programs in the manner envisaged by the major United Nations treaties of the mid-20th century. Indeed, India's scientists assumed prominent roles defining space as a forum for international cooperation during the most tumultuous years of the Cold War, while China maintained presence and engagement with multilateral forums even during its most isolationist years. The different approaches to enhancing space status, India's focus on the building international stature through the process of space sciences, and China's emphasis on generating politically significant outcomes, were both a cause and a result of the two states' approaches to international and regional geopolitical tensions during the formative years of their respective national space programs. Notes 1. Also known as the No. 5 Research Academy of the Ministry of National Defense, the China Aerospace Industry Corporation is a spin-off of the 5th Academy. 2. For reference, Cape Canaveral is 28 degrees north, and the Guiana Space Center is located at 5 degrees north. 3. No one then knew that the father of the future U.S. space program was being quizzed by the father of the future Chinese space program. Parrett and Gasker 2008. 4. I do not plan to come back, Cayenne told reporters. I have no reason to come back. I plan to do my best to help the Chinese people build up the nation to where they can live with dignity and happiness. Nolan 2009. 5. When his close friend and colleague, Frank Marble, tried to return the 2 file cabinets worth of papers and notes to Cayenne in 1981, Cayenne reportedly said, Frank, American students need them much more than Chinese students. Marble 2002. China, India, and Outer Space 529. Bibliography Al-Radhan, N. R. F. 2012. Metapolitics of Outer Space. Hampshire. Al Gray Macmillan. AP. Associated Press. 1955. Scientists to be deported by U.S. Daytona Beach Morning Journal. 13 September. Barker, J. 2005. Engineers in Political Dreams. Indonesia in the Satellite Age. Current Anthropology 46.5. 703. 727. Bubba, H. J. 1935. On Cosmic Radiation and the Creation and Annihilation of Positrons and Electrons. Doctoral dissertation. Retrieved from University of Cambridge Database. Bubba, H. J. 1937. Negative Protons and Cosmic Radiations. Nature 139 3514. 415 416. Bubba, H. J. and Heitler, W. 1937. The Passage of Fast Electrons and the Theory of Cosmic Showers. Proceedings of the Royal Society of London. Series A Mathematical and Physical Sciences 159 898. 432 458. Caltech Today, 2009. C. and Chu Shanghai's, 2 November. Available online at http://today. caltech.edu/today/sorry-display.ccl question sorry _ it equals 39604. Access the 10th of March 2019. Chang, I. 1995. Thread of the Silkworm, New York. Basic Books. Chen Gappa, R. 2000. Weapons of Peace, New Delhi. HarperCollins. Chen Gappa, R. 2018, Rakesh Sharma, Our First Spaceman, India Today, 9 November, available online at www.indiatoday.in/magazine/cover-story/20181119-breaks-Sharma Our First Spaceman 1384895 2018 1109, access the 25th of January 2019, Dathwell, V. K. 2013, 25 Years of Indian Remote Sensing Satellite Series, 50th Session of Scientific and Technical Subcommittee of COPUOS, Vienna, Austria, 11 the 22nd of February, Daniel, R. 1992, Space Science in India, Indian Journal of History of Science 27 485-499, Dutton, M. 2008, Passionately Governmental, Maoism and the Structured Intensities of Revolutionary Governmentality, Post-Colonial Studies 11 99-112, Elman, B. A. 2014, Toward the History of Modern Science in Republican China, in J. Tsu and B. A. Elman, eds, Science and Technology in Modern China, 1880S1940S, Leiden, Brill Publishers, 1538, EOI, Embassy of India, 2018, India-China Science and Technology Cooperation, available online at www.eoibejing.gov.in/India-China-cooperation.php, access 19 January 2019, Erickson, A. S. 2014, China's Space Development History, A Comparison of Rocket and Satellite Sectors, Acta Astronautica 103, 142-167, Guru Prasad, B. R. 2018, Understanding India's International Space Cooperation and Evolution, Challenges, and Accomplishments, India Quarterly, A Journal of International Affairs 74 455-481, doi, 10.1177/0974928418802077. Higman, J. and Dolman, E. 2002, Resurrecting the Space Age, A Space-Centered Commentary on the Outer Space Program, Comparative Strategy 21-120, Hunt, K. and Aurora, M. 2017, Indian Record Satellite Launch as Asia's Space Race Heats Up, CNN, 15 February, available online at www.cnn.com/2017/02/13/Asia/India-China-Asia-Space-Race/index.html, access the 15th of December 2018, Jayaraman, K. S. 2014, India and China Sign Space Cooperation Pact, Space News, 22 September, available online at https://spacenews.com/41942 India-China-Sign-Space-Cooperation Pact, access the 15th of December 2018, Klinger, J. M. 2017, Rare Earth Frontiers, From Terrestrial Subsoil to Lunar Landscapes, Ithaca, N.Y., Cornell University Press, Klinger, J. M. 2018, A Brief History of Outer Space Cooperation Between Latin America and China, Journal of Latin American Geography 17-4683, Kohler, H. 2015, The Eagle and the Hare, U.S.-Chinese Relations, The Wolf Amendment, and the Future of International Cooperation in Space, Georgetown Law Journal 1034, 1135-1162, Kiryonuma, Y. 2017, India Takes on China with its 1 navigational satellites, Nikkei Asian Review, 16 November, available online at https://asia.nikkei.com/business/technology/India Takes on China with its own navigational satellites too, access the 15th of December 2018, Lee, C. J. 2013, The Indian Ocean During the Cold War, Thinking Through a Critical Geography, History Compass 11-7, 524-530, Julie Michelle Klinger Marble, F. 2002, Science Revisited, Caltech News 36-1, 1011, available online at https://caltechcampusbus.library.caltech.edu/2177/1/2002_36_1.pdf, McCallum, J. A. 1947, The Asian Relations Conference, Australian Institute of Policy and Science 19-2, 1317, Merrill, D. 1990, Bread and the Ballot, The United States and India's Economic Development, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, Muir Harmony, T. 2010, Tracking Diplomacy, The International Geophysical Year in American Scientific and Technical Exchange with East Asia, in R. D. Lonius, J. R. Fleming and D. H. Dvorkin, eds, Globalizing Polar Science, Reconsidering the International Polar and Geophysical Years, New York, Palgrave Macmillan, 279-305. Nandakumar, T. 2018, ISRO Celebrating a Golden Milestone, The Hindu, 1 February, available online at www.thehindu.com/news/national/currela/golden-jubilee-of-sounding-rocket-launch-today/article 226-22729.ece, Noland, C. 2009, Cayenne Zuzan dies at 98, rocket scientist helped establish Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Los Angeles Times Obituaries, 1 November, available online at www.latimes.com nation, la-me-un-xun-1-2009-001-story.html, access the 14th of April 2015, Pace, A. 2000, The Genius of Science, A Portrait Gallery of 20th Century Physicists, Oxford University Press, Perret, B. and Asker, J. R. 2008, Sea Change, Aviation Week in Space Technology 168-1, 5661, Ploffker, K. 2009, Mathematics in India, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, Prasad, M. Y. S. 2015, ISRO and International Cooperation, in P.V.N. Rao, B. and Suraj and V.P. Balagyangatara, eds, From Fishing Hamlet to Red Planet, India's Space Journey, New Delhi, HarperCollins, Rajan, Y. S. 1988, Benefits from Space Technology, A View from a Developing Country, Space Policy 43, 221-228, Rawat, D. and Chen, J. H. 2018, China's Digital Silk Road, Implications for India, Institute of South Asian Studies Insights, 521, 18 November, 16, available online at www.isis.news, edu.sg/wp-content/uploads/201-8/11/china-digital-silk-road-implications-for-india.pdf, Ryan, W. L. and Summerlin, S. 1969, The China Cloud, America's Tragic Blunder in China's Rise to Nuclear Power, London, Hutchinson, Sage, D. 2016, How Outer Space Made America, Geography, Organization, and the Cosmic Sublime, London and New York, Routledge, Sheehan, M. 2007, The International Politics of Space, London, Routledge. Siddiqui, A. 2015, Science, Geography, and Nation, The Global Creation of Frumba, History and Technology 31-4, 420-451. Soekarno, 1956, Let the New Asia and New Africa Be Born, Opening Address at Asian African Conference, Bandung, Indonesia, April, Sudhakar, G. 2018, ISRO, 104 Satellites in 1 Go, Vidyanat and Journal of Management and Research, March, 7494, Saryanrayana, PS, 2016, Smart Diplomacy, Exploring China-India Synergy, Singapore, World Century Publishing Corporation, The Caltech Archives, 2016, in the news, The Father of Chinese Rocketry, last modified 14 December, available online at http://archives.caltech.edu/news/tsin.html, access to 6th of February 2015. Wade, M. 2008, C. and Chu Shen, Kaiyan Zuzan, Encyclopedia Astronautica, available online at http://astronautix.com/t/tsin.html. Wines, M. 2009, Kaiyan Zuzan, Father of China's Space Program, dies at 98, The New York Times, 3 November, available online at www.newyorktimes.com/2009/11/04/world/asia/04qen.html. Zeleznyakov, A. 2004, Interco's Most Respect 1984, India, Orbit, Journal of the Astrospace Stamp Society 62, June, 45, available online at www.astrospacestampsociety.com/images to orbit images 7, orbit %2062 %20 June %2004.pdf, 33 China, India, and global security deploying to UN peacekeeping operations and shaping the responsibility to protect Courtney J. Fung. There is much discussion about the implications of the rise of both China and India as providers of public goods for a global security order. The norms, institutions, and rules that pertain to global security issues. 1. Both states are key participants in two complementary and overlapping elements of this order, as true contributors to UN peacekeeping operations and as norm shapers of the responsibility to protect. These two issue areas in particular tell us how the two states consider their role in providing for global security and their positions vis-a gravis a global security order. This is because both peacekeeping and the responsibility to protect present challenges to traditional sovereignty, a particularly important concern for both China and India given their colonial histories and self-appointed positions as anti-imperialist global South leaders seeking recognition for their heritage as great states. Miller 2013. While both China and India accept that massive human rights crises may provide conditions for intervention, neither are enthusiastic supporters of incursions on the traditional sovereignty norm that underpins the international system. Carlson 2002, 2006, Verk 2013. Point 2. Unlike antagonisms and disagreements in these two states' foreign policies, their efforts in these areas are not marked by competition but instead are relatively complementary, as China and India operate in contrast to one another in both these issue areas. Both states are considered core contributors to UN peacekeeping. China sends more troops than the rest of the UN Security Council's 5 permanent members, P5, combined. India sends double the troops of the P5 combined. See UN Peacekeeping 2019. Both states agitate about UN peacekeeping strategy from the perspective of the global South, chastising Western states for their lack of field commitments. Both states deploy globally, in contrast to other regionally focused rising peacekeeping states like Brazil or South Africa. However, after these broad dimensions, China and India differ on practically every other aspect. While India has already risen to the challenge of being a multi-spectrum troop contributor, it has yet to turn its long-established history of deployment into strategic diplomatic gains. In contrast, China is a risk-averse, cautious, and deliberate contributor, but has managed to strategically maximize the benefits of its peacekeeping deployment. In regards to the responsibility to protect, both states were initially norm rejectionists, but quickly diverged in their respective stances. Though China uses state sovereignty to modify the responsibility to protect, it has only recently actively engaged in discussions on the international community executing protection over the state. In contrast, India has focused a majority of its energy on rejecting the use of the responsibility to protect to justify armed intervention. This chapter proceeds with brief studies of China and India's peacekeeping profiles, focusing on why these states deploy and contrasting issues that rise out of their 532 Courtney J. Fung contributions. I then analyzed how China and India engaged with the responsibility to protect since the introduction of the norm in 2001, through its institutionalization at the 2005 World Summit, and through its implementation in the seminal case of the 2011 Libya crisis, marked as the benchmark case for the invocation of the responsibility to protect, Locke 2010, Evans 2011, Javier and Murray 2013, when both states were in the United Nations UN Security Council with equal opportunity to effect change in the crisis. Resolution 1970 was a first for the UN Security Council to unanimously refer a country case to the International Criminal Court, and Resolution 1973, calling for sanctions in the no-fly zone against the regime, was explicitly invoked for protection of civilians' purposes, not due to a threat to international peace and security. 3. I conclude with an analysis of the implications for global governance of China and India's rise. China as a troop contributor to UN peacekeeping. China typically dispatches sought-after non-combatant enabler troops, the logisticians, engineers, and medical teams that provide the backbone for peacekeeping missions in the field. These specialist troops are more challenging for the UN to source. At the 2015 World Summit, China committed 8,000 troops for the UN peacekeeping standby force, alone offering a fifth of the total forces committed by 50 nations. It also committed $1 billion to establish the UN Peace and Development Trust Fund and $100 million for the African Union standby force. Xi 2015. China signaled interest in deploying military helicopters, a new commitment filling a significant deficit in UN capabilities. Wang 2014. By 2017, it was the second largest contributor to the UN peacekeeping budget, a sharp contrast as the United States capped its contributions to UN peacekeeping, while calling for a $1 billion cut in the peacekeeping budget. Nichols 2017. These contributions are remarkable given that China initially rejected any interaction with peacekeeping for a decade when it assumed a seat at the UN Security Council in 1971. Beijing dispatched its first peacekeeping personnel to United Nations Transitional Authority in Cambodia, UNTAC, in Cambodia in 1992. By the early 2000s, China had dramatically increased its troop deployment numbers. This coincided with the official expansion of the People's Liberation Armies, PLA, missions to include military operations other than war. Its motivation in part was that peacekeeping deployment garnered China a number of benefits. China's troop contributions link peacekeeping, peacebuilding, and development assistance by strengthening state capacity capacity, while Chinese peacekeepers collaborate with Chinese institutions and organizations in the country of residence to protect the rightful interests of Chinese people and companies. 2010. Peacekeeping also means field testing Chinese-made equipment and giving troops first-hand expeditionary experience as part of complex, multilateral operations, in line with calls by President Xi Jinping for real combat training. China's peacetime military's last combat experience was the Sino-Vietnamese War of 1979, and PLA officials view a lack of real-world fighting experience as a serious concern. For peacekeeping offers an avenue for consistent military-to-military diplomacy as well. At the 2016 G20 summit in Hangzhou and during meetings between President Xi and President Trump in Beijing, both states pledged to continue peacekeeping cooperation as a means to smooth Sino-US relations. Such opportunities are key for China, as it has limited platforms to foster international military cooperation and to deflect criticisms of its defense spending and geopolitical rivalries. Higgins 2009. Just as important, peacekeeping deployment offers China key status and reputational gains. China's troop China, India, and global security 533 contributions set it apart from other Western powers who by and large only deploy token contributions and present it as a developing world peer actively contributing to peace and progress in unstable locales. Feng 2016a. China's great power status is merged with its role as a responsible power, which now signifies active involvement in multilateral organizations and global governance in ways that are atypical in comparison to other great powers on the UN Security Council. Peacekeeping deployments show that China offers stability in the international system when the hegemon cannot or does not. Beijing uses deployments and its field record to maximize respect and authority at the UN. 5. China's peacekeeping deployment supports national narrative of the country's leading role in global politics through troops' sacrifice, commitment, and patriotism on behalf of China. While enabler troops provide services akin to development workers in support of the peacekeeping mission, they do so under the assumption of not participating in combat, in line with China's traditionally espoused support for core peacekeeping principles of host state consent, impartiality, and the use of force only for self-defense. These tasks kept Chinese peacekeepers away from the notional front line, reducing the potential downside for China, and gave it the opportunity to project itself as a neutral, helpful, positive sim actor through relatively low-risk activities. Hence, Chinese peacekeepers are unreservedly promoted by Beijing as a helpful fixer. Richardson 2011. The force for peace in that they built roads, provided medical aid, and offered logistical support. Hirono 2011. Beijing recently modified its peacekeeping participation to include deploying combat troops, which may have to engage in live fire in order to defend the mandate, presenting China with new challenges in the field, taking casualties, adjudicating the use of force, and managing expectations for China's performance, all the while staying within its own normative framework. If Chinese peacekeepers on mission fall short of their own high standards, this is a real issue for China, given the use of its impeccable and much lauded peacekeeping record for the country's national narrative, international image, and status. 6. Chinese domestic expectations remain high for troop performance, as China's peacekeepers are represented as an elite, well-equipped, unanimously welcomed emblem of China's strength, prosperity, and commitments to international peace. Concerns about the ability to perform in the field are reflected in tentative signals regarding China's willingness to deploy combat troops. Cheng 2010. China's predicaments in its deployment of combat troops to two missions, United Nations Multidimensional Integrated Stabilization Mission in Mali, MINUSMA in Mali, and United Nations Mission in South Sudan, UNMISS in South Sudan, reveal how it is still learning as a peacekeeping state. 7. China deployed close to 400 troops to MINUSMA, starting in 2013. 8. MINUSMA has an all necessary means mandate, so peacekeepers can deter threats challenging transitional authorities in Mali so as to stabilize the state. UN Security Council 2013. Chinese peacekeepers did not anticipate the tense political conditions on mission, facing frequent extremist attacks and violent local protests. See Han 2017. And PLA troops were criticized for taking an overtly cautious approach to their duties, only performing their tasks during the daytime and limiting their interaction with civil society groups. 9. In November 2015, extremist attacks led to the deaths of 3 China Railway International Group executives. China Daily 2015. In Shaw 2015, domestic Chinese complaints about the perceived impotence of Chinese peacekeepers led to a People's Daily report that peacekeepers only operate under UN mandates and that Chinese forces were too far away to assist in rescue operation. The People's Daily 2015. 22. The incident highlighted the conflation of overseas threats. 534. Courtney J. Fung with China's infrastructure development projects and the high domestic expectations for Chinese combat troops. Similar problems occurred with Chinese assets on mission with UNMISS, where Chinese troops were mainly tasked with perimeter security at UNMISS headquarters. Fighting between South Sudanese political factions led to hundreds of South Sudanese seeking refuge at protection sites at UN bases. Mold in Adongo 2017. For the details of the UN mandate, see UN Security Council 2016. Para. 7. AII. Violence escalated in early July 2016 as government soldiers moved through Juba on their killing, looting, and raping spree. Burke 2016. UNMISS forces did not keep a unified command during this attack, leaving hundreds of individuals brutalized and sexually assaulted. The UN review report noted at least 2 instances in which the Chinese battalion abandoned some of its defensive positions and criticized the lackluster performance of national peacekeeping contingents. 11. During these attacks, 2 Chinese peacekeepers were killed. China's first combat deaths in decades. 12. China was deeply astonished by the attack. John 2016. And Chinese at home were shocked and surprised to see such a different image than the carefully curated narrative of elite troops receiving medals and praise from senior UN officials. Page and Stevies 2016. See also Kuo and 1 2016. The question of combat deaths reopened debate within the Ministry of National Defense about the viability of deploying combat troops to peacekeeping. 13. India as a troop contributor to UN peacekeeping. Indian forces are rightly regarded as the backbone for UN peacekeeping. Viharda, Melvin and Abzai 2012. 13. India has deployed over 100,000 troops on mission and has been a consistent UN troop contributor since the Korean Armistice Agreement, serving in over 2/3 of UN missions. See figure 33.1. It was a committed peacekeeper during the Cold War, dispatching to address the fallout of the Suez Crisis and in significant numbers to the United Nations operation in the Congo, ONUC. Even at this juncture, India was already a dynamic peacekeeping presence in ONUC, pushing to use force as a necessary last resort to implement the mandate. To this end, Indian aircraft bombed military assets held by the Katian forces and enforced a no-fly zone. For more detail, see PEN 2000. In the post-Cold War era, India maintained a strong level of engagement, deploying into some of the most difficult missions and flashpoints in Rwanda, Srebrenica, and Somalia, amongst others. India maintains a 4,000-strong standby brigade group, and an infantry battalion is deployable within a 30-day time frame, with the rest of the standby contingent following in 8 weeks. India is also a rare leading troop contributor in that it has standalone capability. the military hardware, supplies, and troops to deploy en masse to peacekeeping without any external support. Mapping 2018, 180. India brings a range of hard-to-source assets on mission, to include field hospitals and attack helicopters, and was the first state to deploy all-female units on mission. At the 2015 World Summit, India committed an additional battalion of 850 troops for peacekeeping and reaffirmed its commitment to provide critical enabler staff and equipment on mission. Perhaps most importantly, Indian soldiers are recognized as fulfilling the very narrow bracket of troop-contributing countries willing and able to act kinetically, via 2012. Partly in recognition of India's operational experience, India has held over 15 force commander posts and other senior positions on mission, and twice served as military advisor at UN headquarters, permanent mission of India to the UNND, China, India, and Global Security 535. Number of total peacekeeping troops. 10,000, 800,000. 9,700,000. 8,600,000, 7,000. 500,000, 6,000. 5,000, 400,000. 4,300,000. 3,200,000, 2,000. 100,000, 1,000. 00 January 1947 September 1948 May 1950 January 1952 September 1953 May 1955 January 1957 September 1958 May 1960 January 1962 September 1963 May 1965 January 1967 September 1968 May 1970 January 1972 September 1973 May 1975 January 1977 September 1978 May 1980 January 1982 September 1983 May 1985 January 1987 September 1988 May 1990 January 1992 September 1993 May 1995 January 1997 September 1998 May 2000 January 2002 September 2003 May 2005 January 2007 September 2008 May 2010 January 2012 September 2013 May 2015 January 2017 month year Indian peakers overall. Figure 33.1 Number of Indian and total UN peacekeeping troops from 1947 to 2018. Source: based on data compiled from UN Peacekeeping 2019. Popular explanations for India's peacekeeping deployments emphasize financial remuneration, as the peacekeeper reimbursement rate allows India to have guns and butter, since the costs for keeping these troops are outsourced to the UN. Acts 2010, Kathman and Neelan 2017. However, this logic appears to overstate the financial benefits for India. The reimbursement gap for helicopters is a perpetual irritant. Sherman, Kujal and Sinclair 2012. And India has led the charge pushing for risk premiums to be paid for troops that carry out the most dangerous missions. 14. There is little evidence that peacekeeping is part of India's economic strategy. Manmohan Singh offered the African Union $2 million toward peacekeeping in Somalia, but this was an isolated incident. Gao Nimzang 2013, 187. And some are critical that India still lacks a clear strategy for linking peacekeeping, state building, and economics, said to 2011. 23. Arguably, the pushback inherent in dealing with complicated mandates in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, and Sierra Leone has put Indian investments at risk through a close association with contentious peacekeeping. Others argue that India's deployment is the result of habit or inertia. As India has always been a peacekeeping state, it should remain a peacekeeping state. Gao Nimzang 2013, 188. Indeed, commentators note that India already had a comparative advantage through its legacy of a large expeditionary force used to oppress colonial insurgency during empire. See Mukherjee 2008. Mohan 2013, so to participate in peacekeeping was a natural application of a specific 536 Courtney J. Fung military skill set. Scholars also attribute India's early willingness to contribute forces to the prominence of status. High-minded Nehruvian foreign policy meant India must demonstrate international responsibilities as a global South player supporting decolonization, offering security guarantees, and ensuring the UN is a well-functioning institution where all states have equal say. Mapping 2014. India's long and distinguished peacekeeping history continues to give Delhi diplomatic capital for its other foreign policy efforts at the UN, with deployment bolstering its profile as a leading contributor to the yeoman's work of buttressing global peace and security. India has, in turn, used this history to secure rotating seats at the UN Security Council, agitates for reform of the UN Security Council, and continue to lead the non-aligned movement. India's efforts are not without controversy, though, to date, India has lost the most peacekeepers of all troop-contributing countries. India has also borne critique for its peacekeeping performance. It has been challenged for being unprepared to defend the mandate 15 and for being too prepared to defend the mandate in the first place. 16. Criticisms about troop misconduct continue to dog India. In the DRC alone, Indian troops were accused of smuggling, illicit trade, Escobel 2008, sexual assault and abuse, Sang 2015, and weapons and information trading with Congolese militias, Ahmed 2008. Despite these issues, India consistently pushes for peacekeeping improvements from its perspective as a troop contributor. It agitates for troop contributors to have more say about mandate design, financial reforms for troop and contingent-owned equipment reimbursement rates, and for compensation for peacekeepers killed on mission. But India is yet to multiply its critiques of the UN Security Council and the Secretariat's roles in peacekeeping into political influence commensurate with its massive field presence, nor has it given any indication that it intends to do so. Zardi 2011, 106-107. India's surprise loss of a rotating Security Council seat to Japan in 1996 fed Indian ambiguity about the benefits of peacekeeping as part of a greater diplomatic strategy and critiques of the overall peacekeeping enterprise. Gao Nimzang 2013. China, India, and the responsibility to protect. Both China and India were initially focused on preventing the responsibility to protect from gaining any ground as an emerging norm. 17. As the draft of the responsibility to protect circulated, the hardest line against intervention and in defense of sovereignty was touted in Beijing. Thaker 2006, 268. Ver 2013. China launched 4 critiques of the new norm, that challenges to sovereignty, unless for the benefits of self-defense, have no role in the UN Charter, that self-interest would lead to abuse the principle, that tensions between individual human rights versus the rights of nations were unreconciled, and that the responsibility to protect would only reintroduce Western views and double standards. ICISS 2001, 392-394. There was scant discussion of the term beyond the small working group of scholars involved, implying that the term was no priority for Chinese elites to address. Participants at the New Delhi roundtables emphasized India's firm position that military intervention to save the victims of even gross human rights abuses is a violation of the UN Charter. ICISS 2001, 387. As intervention and sovereignty were incompatible concepts. ICISS 2001, 388. At this juncture, foreign policy elites viewed the responsibility to protect as just a garb, a fancy term to defend your geopolitical interest. Point 18. To this end, India argued at the UN General Assembly that the responsibility to protect has not found acceptance among the vast majority of states. UN General Assembly 2002, 16. China, India, and Global Security 537. In the run-up to the 2005 World Summit, however, China acknowledged that, when a massive humanitarian crisis occurs, it is the legitimate concern of the international community to ease and defuse the crisis. Permanent mission of the People's Republic of China to the UN 2005. Yet China still determined that each state shoulders the primary responsibility to protect its own population, turning the emphasis back to traditional sovereignty. In contrast to China, India did not issue policy pronouncements vis-a gravis the responsibility to protect before the World Summit, with the Indian representation receiving next to no guidance on how to proceed. Bellamy 2011. 23. The responsibility to protect was perceived as a low diplomatic priority, as it was so obviously self-evident that India would not accept the suggested norm, and therefore would continue with its position of outright dismissal. 19. When the World Summit negotiations began, India noted its concerns about intrusive monitoring and finger-pointing at other countries and perpetuating a right of humanitarian intervention or military humanism. UN Security Council 2005 8, 13-15, and pushed to have the responsibility to protect completely removed from the draft. India galvanized the non-aligned movement to reject the responsibility to protect outright, viewing the emerging norm as a contravention of international law. Bloomfield 2016, 87. China grasped the opportunity to follow suit, announcing its own deep reservations about the concept, permanent mission of the People's Republic of China to the UN 2005. India's refusal to accept responsibility to protect language led to a 48-hour hold on issuing the final World Summit document. Jagannathan and Kurd 2014, 469. Out of fear of scuttling the whole summit in rejecting the responsibility to protect. Drob. 2006, 372-375. Bellamy 2011. 23. The Prime Minister's office had a belated intervention with the Indian mission in New York, pushing for India's return to negotiate. At the 2005 World Summit, the largest gathering of the heads of states ever, both states signed onto a much watered-down version of the norm, marking a hardening toward the maintenance of the traditional state system. UN General Assembly 2005. The World Summit outcome document charged the international community to act in a timely and decisive manner, lifting the threshold on target states from being unable and unwilling to protect their citizens to proving that these states are manifestly failing at doing so. The precondition of UN authorization reified the state system, and the norm could only be applied in 4 categories of specified crimes: genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and ethnic cleansing. Beijing calculated that the term was so diluted it was now rendered meaningless. TA 2009, and only a topic for future discussion. UN Security Council 2005b. Even with the signing of the World Summit outcome document, New Delhi took the view that India had only committed to future consideration of the responsibility to protect and that it remained a deniable ad hoc practice. Verse 2013, 78. India remained committed to containing the norm and ensuring that the norm was strictly pulled back to what was agreed and nothing more. Point 20. After the 2005 World Summit, China gave cautious support for the responsibility to protect, refusing to expand, willfully, interpret or even abuse this concept. UN Security Council 2006a. China endorsed the responsibility to protect in various UN Security Council resolutions when the language replicated the 2005 World Summit outcome document wording. UN Security Council 2006b, 2006c, 2006d, and did so even while it could have used Russia for veto cover. 21. Signifying some acceptance of the norm. After all, as Chinese analysts reasoned, the norm was not such a challenge to sovereignty as we had thought. Point 22. The responsibility to protect still reified the State 538 Courtney J. Fung system and the UN Security Council's position in determining the contours of global politics. When the responsibility to protect was applied beyond the immediate threshold of the 4 crimes, as suggested by France in the case of the 2007 Myanmar crisis, China pushed back with a veto stating that the primary responsibility entrusted by the UN Charter to the Security Council is to maintain world peace and security, and that similar problems exist in many other countries. UN Security Council 2007a, but Badescu and Weiss 2010. China advocates for greater say by regional organizations, state-based groups that are traditionally hesitant to intervene, reinforcing Beijing's view that state-led sovereignty is prime in international politics. Bellamy and Williams 2011. China does so through using discursive frames, i.e. that regional organizations matter when addressing protection problems, advancing constitutive norms derived from the prior status quo, i.e. regional actors should address problems in their neighborhood, and mobilizing support for its preferred solutions with complementary policy initiatives, e.g. boosting the profile of regional organizations at the UN Security Council, so as to prevent its dilution or dismissal from the Security Council's agenda altogether. All of these efforts position China as an advocate for conflict prevention and local regional capacity building in the context of the responsibility to protect. China draws upon its academic community's research as foundations for future normative innovations by Beijing in line with traditional conceptions of sovereignty. Liu 2012. There was only brief mention of co-opting the responsibility to protect into Indian foreign policy principles. Rajagopal and Sani 2008. Hall 2013. India instead of feared repeated public dissent against the emerging norm. Its strategy was not to signal disinterest by withdrawing from discussions like other states. Instead, it voluntarily and actively engaged in these debates, but framed its discontent by harkening back to prior issues like the problems of humanitarian intervention. Therefore, even as the debate about the responsibility to protect was updating, New Delhi offered no policy statements guiding the development of the norms. India instead became a scrupulous watchdog of the fairness of external interventions justified by the norm. Pi 2013, 309. The 2009 report on the status of the responsibility to protect attempted to address backlash by stating that the responsibility to protect seeks to strengthen sovereignty, not weaken it. UN General Assembly 2009a. 7. The report clarified that the responsibility to protect rested upon 3 pillars of prevention, assistance, and reaction, summarized as follows. Pillar 1. States bear primary protection responsibilities. Pillar 2. The international community should assist states to meet their protection responsibilities. Pillar 3. When a state is manifestly failing to protect its population, the international community should be prepared for a timely and decisive response. China continued its complementary, interlocking strategy of advocacy for a greater say for regional organizations at the UN Security Council, early warning systems at the state and regional levels. In this context, UN Security Council 2006a, 2007b, UN General Assembly 2008, TA 2008-20, in a redefinition of timely and decisive response. At the 2009 Protection of Civilians debate, China focused efforts not on the responsibility to protect, but rather on the responsibility to prevent, as a multi-stakeholder and multifaceted project. See UN Security Council 2009. China focused China, India, and Global Security 539 on what role the international community could play in supporting states to acquire effective early warning systems, therefore recasting the meaning of timely and decisive response as a long-term commitment to protect populations and not just as a reaction to an immediate crisis. Local-level early warning systems are consent-based opportunities to improve the state's awareness and control over events in its territory. China TTS had its first ever thematic debate during its UN Security Council presidency on how regional organizations could promote multilateralism in coordination with the UN. Lin 2010, CFUN 2016 v. Beijing was filling a gap in the norm, as advocates admitted that the initial work on prevention was brief, confused, and unoriginal. Bellamy 2009, 52, Liu 2012. In contrast, even as the responsibility to protect moved toward its current denomination of 3 pillars, India was still engaged with prior debates about intervention, rather than in the widening and updating responsibility to protect discussion. New Delhi focused on matters tangential to the real issue at hand instead, like the need for UN Security Council reform. Hall 2013, 87. It pointedly remarked that deep intellectual acrimony colored the discussions of the responsibility to protect, and that the norm could provide a pretext for humanitarian intervention or unilateral action, and that, to do so would not only give responsibility to protect a bad name, but also defeat its very purpose. UN General Assembly 2009 v. India registered its skepticism for the viability of the early warning system, challenging that this mechanism was liable to become a fishing expedition. Puri 2010. These tactics were surprising in light of India's new seniority in the responsibility to protect hierarchy. Its former ambassador to the UN, Nirupam Sen, who had led the anti-responsibility to protect push in 2005, had recently become the senior advisor on the responsibility to protect to the President of the UN General Assembly. Press Trust of India 2009. India assumed a non-permanency on the UN Security Council on the 1st of January 2011, 23 presenting equal opportunity for both China and India to confront crises in real time against the context of the emerging norm. To date, references to responsibility to protect have featured in over 70 resolutions and presidential statements. Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect 2018, used in reference to crises from Myanmar to Libya to the Central African Republic. Instead of being forced to accept UN Security Council mandated resolutions, India could now have a direct effect on policy by prescribing responsibility to protect language. At the outset, the UN Security Council could not agree on military measures against Muammar Gaddafi based on principled and practical grounds. However, regional groups lined up to condemn Gaddafi's use of force against civilians, paving the way for UN Security Council action. Fung 2016 v. China and India both cast yes votes for Resolution 1970, the first time that the UN Security Council unanimously referred a country case to the International Criminal Court. UN Security Council 2011 d. China explicitly noted that it took into account the positions of various regional groupings. UN Security Council 2011 a. 4. India lamented that New Delhi had preferred a calibrated and gradual approach, but the draft was acceptable since India wanted to support consensus. UN Security Council 2011 a. 2. While given the opportunity to shape the vote or engage in meaningful debate, India discarded the opportunity to do so. Both China and India called for states to accommodate the concerns and opinions of the Arab and African countries. Libya and Mansour 2011. Permanent mission of the People's Republic of China to the UN 2011 a. Still raising practical concerns regarding the no-fly zone. However, when all the Middle East regional organizations seconded the 540 Court Nijafung no-fly zone request of the Interim Council of Benghazi, this advanced the agenda for intervention. 24. On the 17th of March 2011, the UN Security Council authorized Resolution 1973, calling member states, acting nationally or through regional organizations, to take all necessary means, short of foreign occupation, to protect civilians under threat of attack in Libya. UN Security Council 2011 e. Brazil, China, India, Germany, and Russia all abstained, viewing that peaceful means were still viable and that armed intervention would only raise civilian casualties. In articulating its abstention vote, India critiqued all the working parts of the resolution, arguing that a no-fly zone and sanctions would lead to further deterioration of the quality of life for Libyans without having exhausted diplomatic means. UN Security Council 2011 b. Underlying India's position was the suspicion that a call for all necessary means necessitated an open call for regime change. 25. China issued a comparatively short statement again emphasizing the relevance of regional organizations for China's abstention vote. Permanent mission of the People's Republic of China to the UN 2011 v. Despite India and China's opposition, French aircraft committed strikes to hamper Gaddafi's advance on rebel-held territories. A coalition of states conducted ground target strikes and enforced a naval blockade, and NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, confirmed that it planned to implement the no-fly zone. Cameron, Obama and Sarkozy 2011.26. When the UN Security Council resolutions were used to justify foreign imposed regime change in Libya, responsibility to protect advocates noted that Libya was a textbook case of the norm working exactly as it was supposed to. Evans 2011. Chinese analysts, however, saw proof of regime change, and Chinese officials called the no-fly zone enforcement and abuse of force. Embassy of the People's Republic of China in the United States 2011. India had proof of the instrumentalization of the responsibility to protect to justify regime change. Jagannathan and Kurtz. 2014, 475, and it critiques the intervention as different than what was intended, saying that Libya gave R2P a bad name. Hillary 2012 8. In the May 2011 Protection of Civilians debate, India referred to its consistent view that the foremost responsibility of every state is to protect its population, before steering its protection comments back to problems of peacekeeping deployment. UN Security Council 2011 c. 11. Following the Libya crisis, a number of states reoriented the responsibility to protect debate, appropriating the term responsible in their role as creative resistors. 27. China briefly explored a nascent, semi-official concept of responsible protection. Responsibly protection was driven by the view that NATO had abused its mandate for the use of force in Libya. Garwood Gowers 2016. China cited questionable outcomes following Western-led interventions in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya. Responsible protection argued that responsibility for a target state carries on during and after an intervention. giving a much narrower interpretation for the use of military force, emphasizing a means and trade-off. Ruan 2012. China emphasized a monitoring element for the use of military force and responsibilities for post-intervention rebuilding. New norms to compete with the responsibility to protect, which only focused on cues for intervention. China presented the most restrictive interpretation for the use of force for humanitarian purposes. This focus on responsible protection was short-lived, however, and limited to low-level policy discourse. Feng 2018. In contrast, despite its vehemence regarding Libya, India did not engage with a normative discussion about the application of the responsibility to protect. Instead, Indian officials focused on supporting Brazil's proposals for responsibility while protecting, and circled back to the view that the responsibility to protect is a tool in the China, India, and global security 541 hands of the powerful to pressurize weaker states and bring about regime change. This positioning revealed India's preoccupation with humanitarian intervention and perceived Western abuses of power. Hillary 2012b. See also Permanent Mission of India to the United Nations 2013. Conclusion. Both China and India view the UN as a crucial forum for advancing their interests and bolstering their status. Though the two countries have taken the opportunity to modify the global security order in different ways, the analysis shows that these rising powers share some common views and are both cautious players at best in promoting change. India's engagement with elements of a global security order, as shown in its peacekeeping contributions and approach to the responsibility to protect, reflects ambivalence about taking on a leading role. Though India is a long-time player in peacekeeping, it has yet to develop a narrative in this arena that appeals beyond its immediate perch as a troop contributor. This means that Indian policy is focused upon agitating for incremental, low-lying fruit, like reimbursement rates for hazardous missions, instead of using the pedigree of a distinguished, robust peacekeeper to push for policy engagement regarding contentious meta issues like the use of force in such missions. India's engagement with the responsibility to protect reflects the same limitations. The country's brief foray into pushing for revisions in 2005 was indeed seminal. Without India threatening to reject the 2005 World Summit outcome document, it is quite possible that the codification of the norm would not have occurred as it had. However, this is not to say that India generated new ideas or norm content. Moreover, its position since then has been to badmouth the norm without offering correctives. India limits its rhetorical and leadership reach, contrary to assumptions of how rising powers elevate national vision to amend the international order. Though China does not have the breadth and depth of India's peacekeeping experience, it has burnished its proud history as a peacekeeping contributor to derive maximum benefits, especially in terms of its reputational and status gains. Yet, its entree into the robust peacekeeping space highlights the country's lack of awareness and experience about connecting tactical decisions about kinetic action to bigger, strategic issues regarding the use of force. This is particularly challenging for China as it tightly holds its pristine peacekeeping narrative as an unreserved force for good. Entry into more robust roles will almost inevitably lead to challenges for China to address not only in the field but also as a sophisticated player in the policy arena. Beijing has started to proffer updates to the responsibility to protect norm, though these are not creative new additions to the responsibility to protect. Instead, for the most part, it seeks to rewrite the normative content by substituting past normative structures derived from traditional sovereignty. Though China may aspire to modify a global security order to be more akin to its own vision, it too appears ambivalent about just how to do so beyond make-getting activities, when positive engagement is required. Generating new ideas, connecting strategic policy to tactical implementation in practice, China too is a novice. In contrast to the established great powers, China and India are both similar in fighting a consistent, deep-rooted opposition to foreign-imposed regime change via UN-sanctioned activities. For example, concerns about the responsibility to protect and foreign-imposed regime change were raised by both China and India regarding the removal of Gaddafi in Libya as well as crises in Syria and the Democratic People's 542 Court Niger-Fung Republic of Korea, United Nations Security Council 2012, 2017. See also Henry 2012b.28. China and India have viewed the responsibility to protect as a Trojan horse, where apparently legitimate requests for intervention are in fact efforts to push through regime change. On this lie, Macmillan and Meckler 2013.29. This is in part due to the implicit recognition that the responsibility to protect may be used to justify altering the government so as to address the source of mass abuse. The Libya case furnishes the legitimacy of China and India, who were ultimately proven correct in their anxieties about ulterior motives for foreign-imposed regime change, and in so doing, have gained greater credibility for their dissension against Pillar 3 actions. While the study of China and India as normative actors is a relatively new area of research, Schweller and Poe 2011, Poe 2012, Miller 2013, Bloomfield 2016, this has not prevented speculation that these two states have the potential to be new models, paradigms, and examples in global affairs. See critique by Breslin 2011. The chapter speaks to what new normative leadership these rising powers might offer in a global security order. It would be an incomplete assessment to see China and India as rising powers intent on challenging the existing contours of a liberal international order outright. China and India are ultimately similar in that their attempts to lead with new ideas and thinking are modest at best, as both states still prefer an idealized version of a prior status quo, where sovereignty and territorial integrity are the respected foundations for global security. Notes China, India, and Global Security 543. Bibliography Ahmed O. 2008, Rotting Olives. Corrupt Indian peacekeepers in the Congo are marring a legacy. Outlook India, 2 June. Available online at www.outlookindia.com/magazine/sorry/rotting-olives/237577. Ax. D. 2010. Why South Asia Loves Peacekeeping. The Diplomat. 20 December. Available online at https://thediplomat.com/2010/12/South-Asia-Loves-Peacekeeping. Badescu, C.G. and Weiss, T. G. 2010. Misrepresenting R2P and Advancing Norms. An Alternative Spiral. International Studies Perspectives 11-4. 354-374. Barma, N. Hyatsa, G. and Ratner, E. 2009. A World Without the West. Empirical Patterns and Theoretical Implications. The Chinese Journal of International Politics 24. 525-544. 544. Courtney J. Fung Bellamy, A. J. 2005. Responsibility to Protect or Trojan Horse. The Crisis in Darfur and Humanitarian Intervention After Iraq. Ethics and International Affairs 19-2. 3154. Bellamy, A. J. 2009. Responsibility to Protect. The Global Effort to End Mass Atrocities. Cambridge, Polity. Bellamy, A. J. 2011. Global Politics and the Responsibility to Protect. From Words to Deeds. Abingdon, Routledge. Bellamy, A. J. and Williams, P. D. 2011. The New Politics of Protection. Côte d'Ivoire, Libya and the Responsibility to Protect. International Affairs 87-4. 825-850. Bloomfield, A. 2016. India and the Responsibility to Protect. Farnham, Ashgate Publishing Limited. Breslin, S. 2011. The China Model and the Global Crisis. From Friedrich List to a Chinese Mode of Governance. International Affairs 87-6. 1323-1343. Burke, J. 2016, UN peacekeepers refused to help as aid workers were raped in South Sudan. Report, The Guardian, 6 October. Available online at www.theguardian.com/world/2016/October 06 on peacekeepers refused to help South Sudan rebels raped aid workers. Report, Cameron, D. Obama, B. and Sarkozy, N. 2011. The bombing continues until Gaddafi goes. The Times, 15 April. Available online at www.thetimes.co.uk/TTO/opinion/column-ists. Article 2986866.ece. Carlson, A. 2002. Protecting Sovereignty, Accepting Intervention, The Dilemma of Chinese Foreign Relations in the 1990s, New York, National Committee on United States-China Relations. Carlson, A. 2006. More Than Just Saying No, China's Evolving Approach to Sovereignty and Intervention Since Tiananmen, in I. Johnston and R. S. Ross, eds. New Directions in the Study of China's Foreign Policy, Stanford, C.A., Stanford University Press, 217-241. Cheng, G. 2010. Chinese combat troops can join UN peacekeeping. China Daily, 7 July. Available online at www.chinadaily.com.cn/China/2010/07/content_10073171.htm. AC says the 9th of May 2018. China Daily, 2015. 3 Chinese citizens killed in Mali hotel siege. 4 rescued. Embassy, 21 November. Available online at www.chinadaily.com.cn/world/2015-11/21/content_22506333.htm. Access the 26th of May 2018. China Military Online, 2018. Former acting head of UNMISS Force. Chinese peacekeepers never fail their mission. 17 May. Available online at http://ang.chinamil.com.cn/view 2018-05/17/content_803499.htm. Dixit, J. N. 2000. The UN must rise above regional politics. Pulling out of skullduggery. The Telegraph, Calcutta, 15 October. Available online at www.telegraphindia.com/100116/editorial.htm #3. Done. TNT8S. 2015. Contested Intervention. China, India, and the Responsibility to Protect. Global Governance 21-3. 371-391. Embassy of the People's Republic of China in the United States. 2011. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Jiang Yu's regular press conference on March 22, 2011. 23 March. Available online at www.china-embassy.org/ang/FYRTH/T809578.htm. Access the 19th of July 2018. Esco Bales, R. 2008. UN peacekeepers traded gold and guns with Congolese rebels. The Guardian, 28 April. Available online at www.theguardian.com/world/2008/APR/28/Congo. United Nations. Evans, G. 2011. Ending Mass Atrocity Crimes. The Responsibility to Protect Balance Sheet After Libya. Speech. Gareth Evans, 31 July. Available online at www.gevans.org/speeches/speech443.html. Foote, R. and Walter, A. 2011. China, the United States, and Global Order. New York, Cambridge University Press. Fung, C. J. and D. Rising Powers in Norm Contestation, Norm Begrudgers in International Politics. Unpublished manuscript. Fung, C. J. 2016 A. What explains China's deployment to UN peacekeeping operations? International Relations of the Asia-Pacific 16-3, 409-441. China, India, and Global Security 545. Fung, C. J. 2016 v. Global South Solidarity. China, Regional Organizations and Intervention in the Libyan and Syrian Civil Wars. Third World Quarterly 37-1, 3350. Fung, C. J. 2018. Separating Intervention from Regime Change. China's diplomatic notitions at the UN Security Council regarding the Syria crisis. The China Quarterly 235, 120. Fung, C. J. 2019 A. Rhetorical Adaptation, Normative Resistance and International Order Making. China's Advancement of the Responsibility to Protect. Cooperation in Conflict. doi 10.1177/0010836719858118. Fung, C. J. 2019 v. China and Intervention at the UN Security Council. Reconciling Status. Oxford University Press. Fung, C. J. 2019 C. Providing for Global Security. Implications of China's Combat Troop Deployment to UN Peacekeeping. Global Governance 25-4, 509-534. Garwood Gowers, A. 2016. China's Responsible Protection Concept. Reinterpreting the Responsibility to Protect. R2P and Military Intervention for Humanitarian Purposes. Asian Journal of International Law 6-1, 89-118. Glanville, L. 2014. Sovereignty and the Responsibility to Protect. A New History. Chicago, I.L. The University of Chicago Press. Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect. 2018. R2P references in United Nations Security Council resolutions and presidential statements. 20 June. Available online at www.globalr2p.org/media/files/unc-resolutions-on-c-resolutions-1-table-of-June-2018.pdf. Gowan, R. and Singh, S. K. 2013. India and UN Peacekeeping. The Weight of History and the Lack of Strategy. In WPS Sidhu, P.B. Mehta and P. Jones, eds. Shaping the Emerging World. India and the Multilateral Order. Washington, D.C. The Brookings Institution. 177-196. Hall, I. 2013. Tilting at Windmills. The Indian Debate over the Responsibility to Protect after UNSC Resolution 1973. Global Responsibility to Protect 5-1, 84-108. Han, L. 2017. Zhonghio Wai Zenchi Chenchu, Huawei Shenzhuan's Zeki Kumali, a peacekeeper speaks out. Why I decided to go to Mali again. Zhonghio Zhenwang, China Military, 29 May. Available online at www.a1.cn/jwgz/2017-09/content_76214745.htm. Access the 5th of June 2018. Javier, A. and Murray, R. W. 2013. Libya, The Responsibility to Protect and the Future of Humanitarian Intervention. Basingstoke. Palgrave Macmillan. Higgins, A. 2009. China showcasing its softer side. Growing role in UN peacekeeping signals desire to project image of benign power. The Washington Post, 2 December. In Chaw, D. 2015, Mali hostage crisis ends with 27 people dead, including 5 attackers, military officials say. The Wall Street Journal, 20 November. Available online at www.wsj.com/articles/ongoing-shooter-operation-Radisson-blue-hotel-in-Mali-144801187 comments_sector. Hero no. M. 2011, China's charm offensive in peacekeeping. The lessons of Cambodia. What now for Sudan? International Peacekeeping 18-3, 328-343. Ho. Z. 2015, Mali Kongbu Hijiwai Huojenwei Chudong. Why was our army not mobilized during the Mali? Tencent Military, 25 November. Available online at https://xw.qq.com/cmsid/20151125011697. Access the 1st of June 2018. 1. S. 2010, A Decade of China's Peacekeeping Missions, China.org.cn, 18 January. Available online at www.china.org.cn/world/haiti-quake/2010/1/18/content_1926223.htm. Access the 2nd of June 2012. Yangpu World News, 2015, Mali Kongxi, Zhongdia Wai Hibuju Waisan Wai Kuju Renji. Why did the Chinese peacekeeping forces not rescue the hostages in Mali terrorist attack? 21 November. Available online at http://world.huangyou.com/article 2015-11/802073.html. Access the 1st of June 2018. Huddle, A. 2008, on Global Order, Power, Values, and the Constitution of International Society, New York, Oxford University Press. 546 Courtney J. Fung ICISS, International Commission on Intervention in State Sovereignty, 2001, The Responsibility to Protect, Report of the International Commission on Intervention and State Sovereignty, Ottawa, International Development Research Center. Jagannathan, M. M. Kurtz, G. 2014, Singing the Tune of Sovereignty, India and the Responsibility to Protect, Conflict, Security and Development 14-4, 461-487, Kathman, J. D. and Milin, M. 2017, Who Keeps the Peace? Understanding State Country by Ions to UN Peacekeeping Operations, International Studies Quarterly 61-1, 150-162, Kare, A. and Wang, J. 2017, Spotlight, China Backbone Force and UN Peace Operations, Xinhua, 21 September. Available online at http://ang.chinamil.com.cn/view/2018-05/17/content_A034939.htm. Quo, L. and Wang, E. 2016, China reacts to the death of 2 peacekeepers in South Sudan with grief and rage. Courts, 11 July. Available online at https://qz.com/72856/China-reacts to the death of 2 peacekeepers in South Sudan with grief and rage. Access for June 2018. Lantayan, M. 2019, China's UN Peacekeeping in Mali and Comprehensive Diplomacy, The China Quarterly, 121, doi, 10.1017/S0305741018001773X. Lee, P.K. and Chen, L.H. 2016, China's and India's Perspectives on Military Intervention, Why Africa but Not Syria, Australian Journal of International Affairs 72, 179-214. Libby, R. and Mansour, M. 2011, Arab League asks UN for no-fly zone over Libya, The Washington Post, 12 March. Available online at www.washingtonpost.com/World Arab League asks UN for no-FLY-zone-over-Libya/2011/03/12/8boy0R_story. HTML, UTM_term equals .9384 by 8097. Lin, Z. 2010, Security Council to open thematic debate on cooperation between UN, regional organizations, Xinhua, 6 January. Available online at http://en.people, CN 90000 and 190,777 90,856 6860761.html. Liu, T. 2012, China and Responsibility to Protect, Maintenance and Change of its Policy for Intervention, The Pacific Review 25-1, 153-173. Locke, E. C. 2010, The Responsibility to Protect, Growing Pains Early Promise, Ethics and International Affairs 24-4, 349-365. Mapile, Z. 2014, Indian Peacekeeping in the Performance of the United Nations Mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in NWIS and TTARD, EDS, Peacekeeping in Africa, The Evolving Security Architecture, London, Routledge, 113-131. Mapile, Z. 2018, Shifts in Global Power and UN Peacekeeping Performance, India's Rise and its Impact on Civilian Protection in Africa, African Affairs 117-467, 171-194. Mukriel, C. 2000, UN took sack with General in Sierra Leone, The Guardian, 27 June. Available online at www.theguardian.com/world/2000/June/27/Sierra Leone.dead relief. Macmillan, N. and Mickler, D. 2013, From Sudan to Syria, Locating, Regime Change in R2P and the ICC, Global Responsibility to Protect 5-3, 283-316. Miller, M. C. 2013, Wrong by Empire, Post-Imperial Ideology and Foreign Policy in India and China, Stanford, C.A., Stanford University Press. Mohan, C. R. 2013, India and International Peace Operations, SIPRI Insights on Peace and Security number 2013-3, April. Available online at www.sipri.org/sites/default/files/files/insight/SIPRI Insight 1303.pdf. Mold, F. and Dongo, J. 2017, First Protection of Civilians Site successfully closed in South Sudan as families choose to return home, UN Mission in South Sudan, 20 December. Available online at https://unmiss.unmissions.org/first-protection-civilians-site- successfully closed South Sudan families choose return home 0. Access the 4th of June 2018. Mukherjee, A. 2008, Keep the Troops There, Indian Express, 12 July. Available online at http://archive.indianexpress.com/news/keep-the-troops-there/334615/ NMBR S. 2015. An Indian general recalls how the world failed Srebrenica 20 years ago. The Wire, India, 12 July. Available online at https://thewire.in/external-affairs/ An Indian general recalls how the world failed Srebrenica 20 years ago. China, India, and Global Security 547 Nichols, M. 2017. U.S. aims to trim its UN peacekeeping bill after Trump's calls to Reuters, 10 June. Available online at https://ca.reuters.com/article/top news/IDCAKBN1902IUOCADP. Access the 26th of May 2018. Yertle, J. 2015. China and the United Nations. Chinese UN policy in the areas of peace and development in the era of Hu Jintao. Baden. Nomos Bloomsbury. Page, J. and Stevies, M. 2016. China discovers the price of global power. Soldiers returning in casquets. The Wall Street Journal, 15 November. Available online at www.wsj.com/articles/China discovers the price of global power. Soldiers returning in casquets. 14792502248. Pi, N. 2013. India and International Norms. R2P, Genocide Prevention, Human Rights, and Democracy, in WPS Sidhu, P.B. Mehta and B. Jones, EDS, Shaping the Emerging World, India and the Multilateral Order, Washington, D.C., The Brookings Institution, 303-318, Pent, N. K. 2000. India's Peacekeeping Missions, Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies, article number 340, 23 March. Peerless, J. 2012. New leaders of military in China announced. The New York Times, 25 October. Available online at www.newyorktimes.com/2012/10/China-names-new-military-leaders-as-transition-nears.html question_r=0. Permanent mission of India to the UN, ND, India and United Nations peacekeeping and peacebuilding. Available online at www.pminework.org/pdf/menu/49151pkeping.pdf. Permanent mission of India to the United Nations, 2013. Statement by India at the informal interactive dialogue on the report of the Secretary General on responsibility to protect, state responsibility and prevention, New York. Permanent mission of the People's Republic of China to the UN, 2005. Position paper of the People's Republic of China on the United Nations reforms, 7 June. Available online at www.china-un.org/ang/china-and-dun/zzhgj/t1991001.htm. Permanent mission of the People's Republic of China to the UN, 2011. A. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Jiang Yu's regular press conference on March 8, 2011, 9 March. Available online at www.china-un.org/ang/fyrth/t805431.htm. Access the 19th of September 2018. Permanent mission of the People's Republic of China to the UN, 2011. B. Explanation of vote by Ambassador Li Baodong after adoption of Security Council resolution on Libya, 17 March. Available online at www.china-un.org/ang/gdx/t807544.htm. Access the 10th of June 2018. Permanent representatives of Costa Rica, Jordan, Liechtenstein, Singapore, and Switzerland to the United Nations, 2012. Presentation of the S5 draft resolution, L.42, on the improvement of the working methods of the Security Council. Available online at http://responsible-IDYTOPRODECT/working%20 methods %20 reform %20 ambassadors %20 statement %20 4 %20 April %20 201 2 %21 %29.pdf. Access the 31st of January 2020. Press Trust of India, 2009. Nirupam Sen appointed as special advisor to UNGA President, NDTV, 7 April. Available online at www.ndtv.com/world-news/nirupam-sen- appointed special advisor to UNGA President 390,910. X. 2012. Socialization as a two-way process. Emerging powers in the diffusion of international norms. The Chinese Journal of International Politics 5-4, 341-367. Puri, H. S. 2010. Statement on informal interactive dialogue of the UN General Assembly on early warning, assessment and the responsibility to protect. Hardeep Sangh, 9 August. Available online at http://hardeepsangpuri.com/statement-by-ambassador-hardeep-sangh-puri- permanent-representative-informal-interactive-dialogue-of-the-early-warning-assessment-on-early-warning-to-protect. Puri, H. S. 2012. A. Interview with Ambassador Hardeep Sangh, R2P. The Next Decade Conference at the Stanley Center for Peace and Security, 18 January. Available online at www.youtube.com/watchquestion v=op7q0258uo feature=youtu.be. Puri, H. S. 2012. B. Statement by AG Ambassador H. S. Puri, Permanent Representative of India to the UN, an informal interactive dialogue on the report of the Secretary General on responsibility to protect, timely and decisive action at the 66th session of the United Nations General Assembly, New York. Permanent mission of India to the United Nations. 548 Courtney J. Funk Poten, F. P. V. D. 2015. China's evolving role in peacekeeping and African security. The deployment of Chinese troops for UN force protection in Mali. Netherlands Institute of International Relations. Klingendale, September. Available online at www.klingendale.org/sites/default files 2018-02/China %27s_evolving_role_African_SECU-RITY.pdf. Access the 5th of June 2015. Rajagopal, R. and Sani, V. 2008. India and the Great Powers. Strategic Imperatives. Normative Necessities. South Asian Survey 15-1. 532. Richardson, C. J. 2011. A Responsible Power. China and the UN Peacekeeping Regime. International Peacekeeping 18-3. 286-297. Ruan, Z. 2012. Responsible Protection. China Daily. 15 March. Available online at http://usa.chinadaily.com.cn/opinion/2012-03/15/content_148385556.htm. Schweller, R. L. 2001, The Problem of International Order Revisited. A Review Essay, International Security 26-1, 161-186. Schweller, R. L. and Boo, X. 2011, After Unipolarity, China's Visions of International Order in an Era of U.S. Decline, International Security 36-1, 4172. Sherman, J. Kujau, A. and Sinclair, A. 2012, Overcoming Helicopter Force Generation Childlings for UN Peacekeeping Operations, International Peacekeeping 19-1, 7792. Sidhu, W. P. S. 2011, India's Evolving Role in Development and Security in States at Risk, in J. Sherman, M. Gleason, WPS Sidhu and B. Jones, EDS, Engagement on Development and Security, New Actors, New Debates, New York University, Center on International Cooperation, 2330. Singh, R. 2015, Indian Army punishes 2 soldiers for sexual abuse in UN missions, in Dustin Times, 29 June, available online at www.hindustantimes.com/India/Army-punishes-2-soldiers-for-sexual-abuse-UPJ0UBXFFLCN510 HTML. Tardy, T. 2011, Peace Operations, The Fragile Consensus, Oxford University Press, Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, T8S. 2008, China and the Responsibility to Protect, Brisbane, Asia Pacific Center for the Responsibility to Protect, T8S. 2009, Assessing Polemics, Principles and Practices, China and the Responsibility to Protect, Global Responsibility to Protect 1-2, 208-236. Thaker, R. 2006, The United Nations, Peace and Security, From Collective Security to the Responsibility to Protect, Cambridge University Press, The People's Daily, 2015, Juyu on Mali by Jiichi Jungi Ranji Shimo, An Overview of Rescuing Chinese Hostages in Mali, 23 November, available online at http://world.people.com.cn/n/2015/c1002/c1002-2784264.html. Access the 26th of May 2018. Drob, J. 2006, The Best Intentions, Kofi Annan in the UN in an Era of American Power, New York, Farrer, Strauss and Giroux, UN, United Nations, 2016 A. The Independent Special Investigation into the Violence which occurred in Juba in 2016 and on misresponse, drafted by Major General Patrick Cammaert of the Netherlands, SGA, 1677-AFR/3433-PKO/601, 23 August, UN, United Nations, 2016 V. Executive Summary of the Independent Special Investigation into the Violence which occurred in Juba in 2016 and on misresponse, 1 November, available online at https://relief.web.int/sites/relief.web.int/files/resources/public_executive_1/special_nov_report_1-9.pdf. Access the 4th of June 2018, UN General Assembly, 2002, 57th Session, 58th Plenary Meeting, A57, PV.58, 25 November, UN General Assembly, 2005, Resolution adopted by the General Assembly on the 16th of September, 2005, 61, 2005 World Summit Outcome, AREA 61, 24 October, UN General Assembly, 2008, United Nations Human Resources Structures must be adapted to meet growing demands of peacekeeping, other field operations, Budget Committee told, GAAB 3837, 24 March, China, India, and Global Security 549 UN General Assembly, 2009 A. Implementing the Responsibility to Protect, Report of the Secretary General, A63-677, 12 January, UN General Assembly, 2009 B. 63rd Session, 99th Plenary Meeting, A63, PV.99, 24 July, UN General Assembly, 2012, Letter dated the 11th of October 2012 from the Chair of the Senior Advisory Group on Rates of Reimbursement to Troop Contributing Countries and other related issues to the Secretary General transmitting the report of the Group, A.C.5/67/10, Annex, 15 November, UN General Assembly, 2018, 5th Committee, 72nd Session, Summary Record of the 33rd Meeting, A.C.5/72/SR.333, May, UN News and Media, 2010, Ceremony held at Shanghai Expo for Peacekeepers Day, 29 May, available online at www.multimedia.org/photo/detail.jsp question = 438/438-617 key = 631 where equals police and so equals 0 and SF equals state. Access the 26th of May 2018, UN Peacekeeping, 2019, contributors to UN peacekeeping operations by country and post, police, UN military experts on mission, staff officers in troop, 31 March, available online at https://peacekeeping.un.org/sites/default/files/1_summary_of_contributions_2.pdf. Access the 1st of June 2019, UN Security Council, 2005 A. 5225th Meeting, SPV.5225, 12 July, UN Security Council, 2005 B. 5319th Meeting, SPV.5319, 9 December, UN Security Council, 2006 A. 5577th Meeting, SPV.5577, 4 December, UN Security Council, 2006 B. Resolution 1653, 2006, adopted by the Security Council at its 5359th Meeting, on the 27th of January 2006, SREA 1653, 27 January, UN Security Council, 2006 C. Resolution 1674, 2006, adopted by the Security Council at its 5430th Meeting, on the 28th of April 2006, SREA 1706, 28 April, UN Security Council, 2006 D. Resolution 1706, 2006, adopted by the Security Council at its 5519th Meeting, on the 31st of August 2006, SREA 1706, 31 August, UN Security Council, 2007 A. 5619th Meeting, SPV.5619, 12 January, UN Security Council, 2007 B. 5781st Meeting, SPV.57 781, 20 November. UN Security Council, 2009. Security Council, in Presidential Statement, reaffirms commitment to protection of civilians in armed conflict. Adopts updated aid memo IR on issue. SC 9571, 14 January. UN Security Council, 2011 A. 6491st meeting. SPV.6491, 26 February. UN Security Council, 2011 B. 6498th meeting. SPV.6498, 17 March. UN Security Council, 2011 C. 6531st meeting. SPV.6531, 10 May. UN Security Council, 2011 D. Resolution 1970, 2011, adopted by the Security Council at its 6491st meeting on the 26th of February 2011. SRES 1970, 26 February. UN Security Council, 2011 E. Resolution 1973, 2011, adopted by the Security Council at its 6498th meeting on the 17th of March 2011. SRES 1973, 17 March. UN Security Council, 2012, 6826th meeting. SPV.6826, 30 August. UN Security Council, 2013, Resolution 2100, 2013, adopted by the Security Council at its 6952nd meeting on the 25th of April 2013. SRES 2100, 25 April. UN Security Council, 2016, Resolution 2327, 2016, adopted by the Security Council at its 7840th meeting on the 16th of December 2016. SRES 2326, 16 December. UN Security Council, 2017, 8042nd meeting. SPV.8042, 11 September. Vira, V. 2012, India and UN Peacekeeping, Declining Interest with Grave Implications, Small Wars Journal, 13 July, available online at http://smallwarsjournal.com/jrnl/art/India and UN Peacekeeping, Declining Interest with Grave Implications. Verg. K. 2013, India and the Responsibility to Protect, A Tale of Ambiguity, Global Responsibility to Protect 51, 5683. Wang, Y. 2014, The Blue Helmet, Lighting the Beacon of Peace, intervention by He Wang, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China at the high-level meeting on peacekeeping, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, 26 September, available online at www.mprc.gov.cn/mfa_66304/wjb_66330/T1195556.html, access the 9th of May 2018, 550 Courtney J. Fungli Harda, S. Melvin, N. and Abzov, X. 2012, The New Geopolitics of Peace Operations, Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. Xi, J. 2015, China is here for peace. Remarks by Xi Jinping, President of the People's Republic of China at the United Nations Peacekeeping Summit, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, 28 September, available online at www.mprc.gov.cn/mfa_6653855/ZYJH_66539/T130256.html, access the 9th of May 2018. Zhang, T. 2016, 2 UN peacekeepers from China killed in South Sudan, China Military Online, 11 July, available online at http://english.chinamail.com.cn/news-channels/china-military-news/2016/7147799.htm. 34 China and India Continuity and Change in Climate Negotiations. Lydia Powell. At the 15th Conference of Parties, COP15, in Copenhagen in 2009, the French president called on the Western countries to react to the hypocrisy of China when China declined to take on commitments to reduce carbon dioxide, CO2 emissions mitigation, in climate parlance, in response to the offer of substantial reduction of CO2 emissions by Western Europe. RAP, Schwig-Erland Drawfeder 2010. India was also targeted for attack as it endorsed the position articulated by China, but most of the acrimonious commentary was reserved for China. Cantor 2009, late 2009, Linus 2009. 8 years later, China and to a lesser extent India were said to be taking over leadership on climate change action from the United States. Hall 2017, Jayswal 2017. Notwithstanding the fact that China and India accounted for more than half the increase in CO2 emissions in 2017, CBP 2018 B.1, the change in perception may have been influenced, at least partly, by the ambitious targets set by both China and India to increase the share of low-carbon renewable energy sources in their energy baskets. The factors that motivated China and India to voluntarily participate in this mitigation action are discussed in the academic literature and wider media. The international relations literature argues that China and India are no longer third-world moralizers and are emerging as pragmatic deal-makers in climate negotiations and other multilateral forums in line with the changed status from poor third-world countries to global economic powers. Narlikar 2011. The environmental literature along with the popular media cites growing domestic discontent over urban pollution as an important driver of change in China. Feng 2010. Green and Stern 2016. Gardner 2017. For cost-sensitive India, the falling cost of electricity generated by renewable energy and its competitiveness over coal are among the commonly cited explanations. Anon 2017. Yupatia and Zhang 2017. Sushima and Anon 2018. The rationality of co-benefits, environmental and economic benefits, in low-carbon growth paths is cited in the environmental literature from government and non-governmental research agencies. Prime Minister's Council on Climate Change 2008. Outeridge et al. 2012. Dubash 2013, Planning Commission 2013. Other more contentious arguments in the security literature primarily concerning China's green energy transition conclude that investment in low-carbon energy technologies is more a part of China's strategy for global economic dominance in future technologies, including energy technologies, and less a path to environmental sustainability. Beckley 2011, 2012, or that investment in renewable energy is effectively a cover for increasing investment in fossil fuels. Eisen 2011, Mong et al. 2016, Wright 2018, Stanway 2019. More generous arguments attributed to both China and India include concern over the increase in the share of imported energy. Steves and Al Ariks 2016, Wu 2018, 552 Lydia Powell Global Commission on the Geopolitics of Energy Transformation 2019 and the Emergence of China and India as Responsible Global Powers, late 2016, Serial 2018. The design of the Paris Agreement, PA, that promoted a voluntary and bottom-up approach as a driver of progressive climate action by China and India is among the more recent arguments. Zhang et al. 2017. While these arguments are evidently salient, some are oversimplifications. The view that China and India are now leaders of climate change action, as well as the counter view that their climate actions are cover for strategic motives, is rather superficial. The focus of this chapter is to explore the inconsistency between China's and India's domestic effort to ramp up renewable energy capacity and their formal contributions articulated in multilateral agreements such as the PA, and identify less exciting but possibly more robust motivations behind their low-carbon initiatives. The similar attributes of China and India, such as the size of the populations, and diverging attributes, such as the difference in the structure of economy and their respective government frameworks, are lenses through which the motivations behind China's and India's domestic actions and international commitments are explored. Converging attributes that inform positions on climate change negotiating the contradiction between quantity and quality. For the first time in human history, global economic powers such as China and India are not necessarily wealthy in terms of per capita income. Instead, they derive their economic strength more from the size of their populations and the consequent size of their economies, and less from economic efficiency and knowledge and technology-driven productivity that defined the power of Great Britain in the late 19th century and of the United States after World War II. China's and India's contributions to binding international agreements to address climate change, such as the PA, are not necessarily ambitious, as they do not deviate significantly from the status quo or business as usual path, partly because the contradiction between size and substance limits their choices, especially in the context of energy, the primary source of CO2 emissions, and partly because no other large emitter has made commitments that deviate significantly from a status quo path. Eckholm and Lindroos 2015. China is the second largest economy, but its per-person gross domestic product (GDP) of $8,827 is half that of small economies such as Uruguay or Trinidad and Tobago. World Bank 2017. India's economy is the sixth largest in current U.S. dollars in the world, but its per capita GDP in 2017 is lower than that of Vietnam or Sudan. World Bank 2017. This contradiction between size and substance is reflected in the energy consumption and CO2 emissions of India and, to a lesser extent, China. India is one of the world's largest energy consumers and importers, but most of its citizens live in relative energy poverty, with millions having low access to modern energy, and consequently per capita energy consumption is lower than the world average. World Bank 2017. The need to address the issue of quantity of energy to meet growing demand for energy and quality of energy to meet CO2 reduction targets limits the energy choices of India and China. China's energy basket is dominated by fossil fuels, coal, oil, and gas that accounted for about 89% of total primary energy demand in 2017. IEA 2018. Coal, oil, and gas use accounted for almost all of the CO2 emission from energy use. China and India in climate negotiations 553, with coal alone accounting for 80% of emissions. IEA 2018. If new policies in place in 2017 to reduce CO2 emissions continue to make progress, including but not limited to policies in China's nationally determined contribution (NDC) included in the PA, the share of fossil fuels is expected to fall to about 76% in 2040, with the largest reduction coming from coal, whose share is expected to fall from about 63% in 2017 to about 43% in 2040. IEA 2018. India's primary energy basket is also dominated by fossil fuels, whose share in total primary energy demand was 75% in 2017. IEA 2018. As much as 72% of the country's CO2 emissions from energy use is from coal combustion. Olivier, Shore and Peters 2017. IEA 2018. Extensive use of unprocessed biomass such as firewood in households that accounts for about 22% of total primary energy demand in India reduces the share of fossil fuels in the primary energy basket compared to China. If new policies are adopted by India, including but not limited to the NDC, the share of fossil fuels in India's primary energy basket is expected to increase marginally to 76% by 2040, with the share of coal remaining at about 45%. IEA 2018. Unlike China, where the share of coal is likely to fall substantially in the next 2 decades, the share of coal in India's primary energy basket is likely to remain the same, primarily because household access to modern energy forms, particularly electricity, is already near universal in China but not so in India. IEA 2018. In the next 2 decades, millions of Indian households and villages will not only gain physical connection to the electricity grid for the first time, but will also start using electricity for everyday activities like their affluent counterparts in the cities. This is an important distinction between China and India that the chapter will return to in later sections. Size, which underwrites the economic status of China and India, is a liability in framing the country's identity in climate change negotiations. Small island nations such as Maldives, whose per capita CO2 emissions are twice that of India, or Caribbean small island states whose per capita emissions are 5 times that of India, World Bank 2017, are assigned the identity of victims of climate change, while the identity of key perpetrators is thrust upon India. This is despite the fact that India has more people with incomes of about a tenth of that in small island states exposed to risks such as drought, floods, and sea level rise linked to climate change. O'Donnell and Walden 2015, Barbier and Flockhart 2018, Winsome et al. 2018. Likewise, small states, identified by the World Bank database, that have CO2 emissions comparable to that of China are in morally superior negotiating blocks that include industrialized countries calling for deep decarbonization, while China, as the largest emitter of CO2, pushed into a more defensive negotiating block. Size is also a liability in meeting climate change obligations, as a large share of the cost falls on large countries. Spence 2009, Nordhaus 2017. Historically, the abundance of domestically available coal and the stability of its price have made it an indispensable choice of fuel for electricity generation in China and India. Shifting away from coal would not only mean higher economic costs, including cost of backup or storage and system integration costs for renewable energy, but also substantial social and political costs, because replacing coal would also mean replacing an entrenched political economy based on coal. However, size also gives both China and India veto power in climate negotiations, because without their participation climate negotiations are meaningless given the magnitude of their current and future CO2 emissions. Prem Shankar Jad's observation that 554 Lydia Powell, China and India have the capacity to destroy the world, JA 2010, is not an exaggeration, especially under the catastrophe narratives that form the basis of the discourse on climate change risk. Back 1992, Home 2008, K. Back and Schneider 2013. China and India leverage the position of strength and their position of weakness using ambiguities in the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities (CBDR) that is part of the framework of formal climate negotiations. Leveraging the principle of CBDR, China and India have called for strong adherence to the principle of CBDR, incorporated in Article 3.1 of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, UN 1992. Since negotiations on climate change action mediated by the United Nations, UN, began in the 1990s, Powell 2015, the CBDR concept is a product of decades of effort by China and India to highlight the divergence between developed and developing countries in their respective responsibility toward international environmental degradation and protection. The historic speech by the Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi at the United Nations Conference on Human Environment in Stockholm in 1972 that blamed poverty for pollution could be seen as a source of its irration of the CBDR principle. Are not poverty and need the greatest polluters? The environment cannot be improved in conditions of poverty, nor can poverty be eradicated without the use of science and technology. Gandhi 1972. The key message in the speech was that economic development was behind environmental problems in the developed countries, and poverty and the lack of development caused the environmental problems of the developing countries. UN 1971. This sentiment was reflected in the interventions of the Chinese delegation, which strongly influenced amendments to the draft declaration of the Stockholm Conference, bringing out the differences between the developed and developing countries. Liu and Tsai 2006. Jiang 2015. Later, China, with support from India, leveraged the idea of differentiated responsibilities to incorporate amendments to the 1987 Montreal Protocol. The protocol called for the establishment of an inter-multilateral fund for financial and technical assistance to developing countries to reduce ozone-depleting substances. Zhao and Odilano 2003. In the following decades, China and India continued to call for differentiation of responsibilities of developed and developing countries and transboundary environmental problems. The persistent efforts by China and India culminated in the explicit articulation of the CBDR principle in the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development, Ibrahim, Deloyle and Farah 2016, and in the UNFCCC in 1992, Hong Kong in 2009. The inclusion of the CBDR principle in the climate change negotiating framework is a significant achievement because concern over the distribution of the temporal, political, social, and economic costs of addressing climate change is now embedded in the conceptual structure of international environmental law. Brunet and Strack 2013. Though legal scholars disagree on whether CBDR has attained the status of international customary law, Hong Kong in 2009, there is widespread acceptance that CBDR is part of the norm in climate negotiations. Staley 2018. China and India in climate negotiations 555. In the last decade, China and India have continued to reiterate the significance of the CBDR framework in multilateral forums. In a short speech at the UN Climate Summit in 2009, Chinese President Hu Jintao referred to CBDR 3 times and reiterated the link between development and environmental pollution. Climate change is an environmental issue, but also a development issue, as it is closely connected with the development stage, way of life, size of population and resource endowment of different countries and their places in the international division of labor. 2009. At the Paris Climate Summit in 2015, the Chinese President Xi Jinping explicitly called for adherence to the CBDR principle. Given the difference between developed and developing countries in historical responsibility, developing stage and coping capability, the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, instead of being obsolete, must continue to be adhered to. Xi 2015. At COP24 in Katowice in 2018, China and India as part of G77, UNFCCC 2018, and the Basic Group, Brazil, South Africa, India, China, MOE FCC 2018, insisted the equity principle be embedded in the CBDR framework in the global stocktake, GST, i.e. the monitoring framework for commitments under the PA, and cautioned against the dilution of the CBDR. India Today 2018. Politically, the CBDR principle resolves the tension between national sovereignty, autonomy and decision-making that is of strategic importance to both China and India and the demand from industrialized countries that all countries accept some form of contribution to multilateral agreements designed to address climate change. Zamboni 2008, Josephson 2017. CBDR also preserves legal equality among states, 1951, but provides for economic inequality, two attributes that are important to the Asian giants. However, the broad sense of fairness that CBDR conveys intuitively is less important to them, and also to other negotiating blocs and climate change platforms than the ambiguity CBDR introduces over interpretations of common, undifferentiated responsibilities. China and India, along with other negotiating blocs, have exploited this in discussions on climate change. The strategy of leveraging the discrepancy in negotiating frameworks is not unique to China and India, but it is a strategy that is consistent with their stand in other spheres of international engagement. For example, China and India are seen as sovereignty hawks, strong preference for non-interference in domestic policymaking that have taken far-reaching measures relative to their historic status as closed economies to harness globalization while also limiting the economic and political adjustment costs in the interest of domestic stability. Roberts 2011, Lady 2012, Johnson 2013. In the context of climate change, the two countries use CBDR to resist the efforts of the industrialized countries to impose hierarchical or vertical norms on carbon mitigation through multilateral climate agreements that yet they voluntarily embrace peer group or horizontal norms to invest in low-carbon renewable energy that not only enables them to be counted among leading climate-conscious countries, but also allows them to derive economic and political benefits from global low-carbon initiatives. Axelrod 1986, Florini 1996, 556. Lydia Powell. The endorsement of common responsibility to protect the environment and climate is used to validate China and India's status as responsible global powers. Differentiation and responsibility on climate action accommodates the pragmatic realist sentiments of both China and India toward reducing their share of the cost of climate action. China and India interpret differentiation as a burden-sharing provision anchored in historic, moral, and legal responsibility to pay, which is a departure from the industrialized country's interpretation of differentiation as a pragmatic problem-solving formula based on current and future capacity for contributions. Michelson 2000, Zone 2004, Brunet and Strack 2013. Many academic observers have portrayed China and India as reluctant participants of the prevailing Western international order and consequently reluctant suppliers of global public goods. Breslin 2013, Tellis and Mirsky 2013. If so, there must be a strong incentive for China and India to invest in providing environmental security, a global public good by investing in renewable energy. 2013, albeit outside an international mandate to do so. Nationally determined contributions, NDCs. The formal contributions of China and India articulated in their respective NDCs, which is a part of the PA, reflect their interpretation of the CBDR principle. Domestic targets for renewable energy are cited in their NDCs, but they are not part of the formal contributions. Press Information Bureau 2016. China's primary NDCs are to achieve peaking of CO2 emissions around 2030, mapping best efforts to peak earlier, to lower CO2 emission per unit GDP by 60 to 65% from 2005 levels, to increase the share of non-fossil fuels in primary energy to around 20%, and to increase the forest stock volume by around 4.5 billion cubic meters from 2005 levels. Two of China's NDC goals, peak CO2 emission by 2030 and increase share of non-fossil fuels to 20%, were foreshadowed in the U.S.-China bilateral agreement signed in 2014. NBC News 2014. The White House 2014. The goals mentioned in India's NDCs are to reduce the emissions intensity of GDP by 33 to 35% compared to the 2005 level by 2030, to achieve about 40% cumulative installed capacity for electric power generation from non-fossil fuel energy by 2030, with the help of transfer of technology and low-cost international finance including from the Green Climate Fund, GCF, and to create an additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 equivalent through additional forest and tree cover by 2030. As observed earlier, the difference in the development status of China and India explains the fact that India's NDCs are not only less ambitious compared to China's but also hedged with conditions. Both China and India are on track to meet or exceed all their NDC targets for 2030. Jiang, Tamura and Tanoga 2017. China's commitment that CO2 emissions will peak around 2030 is closely linked to the peak in China's coal use in 2014. Wang et al. 2018. The share of coal in China's primary energy mix declined to about 60% in 2017, the lowest on record, from 62% in 2016 and 70% just 10 years ago. BP 2018a. Though policies to shift away from coal were among the reasons, a major cause of the decline in the growth of coal consumption was the shift in economic activity from heavy industry to the services sector and lower rates of economic growth compared to growth rates in the previous decades. He et al. 2016. One of the important consequences of the peak in coal demand is that the growth in China's CO2 emissions reduced substantially. He et al. 2018. China and India in climate negotiations 557. China's energy intensity target is consistent with the trend of steep decline that started in 1980. Between 1980 and 2010, China's GDP increased 18 times, but China's energy consumption increased only by 5 times, which resulted in a 70% decline in China's energy intensity, energy consumption per unit GDP. World Bank 2014. The continued improvement in energy intensity along with the structural shift of the economy away from heavy industry increases the likelihood of China's emissions peaking by 2022. BP 2019a. The share of non-fossil fuels, including nuclear and hydropower, in China's primary energy basket was about 11% in 2017. IEA 2018. If China successfully implements current policies, the share of non-fossil fuels in China's primary energy basket is expected to increase to about 19% by 2030 and 24% by 2040. IEA 2018. The key question here is whether China would have made ambitious commitments to increase the share of renewable energy if its manufacturing growth had not peaked for reasons that are unrelated to climate change mitigation. Put differently, is China's shift away from fossil fuels a co-benefit of the peak in China's export-led manufacturing growth? If so, China's commitment to peak CO2 emissions by around 2030 is not a significant deviation from the course it would have followed on account of the general slowdown in economic growth rates attributable to both external and cyclical factors as well as internal structural factors. The consequent decline in the growth in demand for commodities that include, but is not limited to, coal is a significant factor in Chinese CO2 emissions peaking before 2030. Effectively, China's position is similar to that of other affluent countries where industrialization, along with population and consumption growth, has peaked and led to stagnant or declining growth in energy consumption and CO2 emissions. Figure 34.1 shows the CO2 emissions among major producers from 1965 to 2017. 25,000. 20,000 Europe million tons, MT. 15,000 USA. 10,000 India. 5,000 China. 0 1965 1967 1969 1971 1973 1975 1977 1979 1981 1983 1985 1987 1989 1991 1993 1995 1997 1999 2001 2003 2005 2007 2009 2011 2013 2015 2017. Figure 34.1 CO2 emissions, China, India, United States, and Europe, 1965-2017. Source, data compiled from BP, 2019b. 558 Lydia Powell. India is also well on its way to meet or exceed all its NDC commitments. India's CO2 emission intensity per unit of GDP has been decreasing from 0.6 kg GDP, $PPP in 1990 to 0.3 kg GDP in 2016 on account of improvements in efficiency of energy use and also because economic growth in the last 2 decades has come from an expansion of services over energy-intensive manufacturing. World Bank 2017. If the decline in CO2 emission intensity continues at the current rate of about 2.5% per year, India will easily achieve its target of 33 to 35% reduction in CO2 intensity. Given that India has far more ground to cover in its path toward industrialization compared to China, its commitment to increase the share of non-fossil fuel energy is more generous but also more cautious than China. Unlike China, which has committed to increasing the share of non-fossil fuels in its primary energy basket, India's commitment is limited to capacity in power generation. Capacity is the potential to generate rather than actually generate electricity. The share of non-fossil fuels, including hydro and nuclear power, in power generation capacity in 2018 was 36%, which means that the target of 40% by 2030 is well within reach. CEA 2018. Despite the optimism over achievement of NDC goals, neither China's nor India's efforts are likely to curtail average increase in temperature to less than 2 degrees Celsius. The most important objective of the PA, Admiral et al. 2015, an assessment of NDCs based on equity, including historic responsibility, capability, capacity to pay, equality, emission rights per person, and cost effectiveness classifies China's NDC targets as highly insufficient and outside the country's fair share and, in addition, inadequate to limit global warming to below 2 degrees Celsius. Climate Action Tracker 2018a. On the same basis, India's efforts are rated as 2 degrees Celsius compatible and within the country's fair share but still not fully consistent with goals of the PA. Climate Action Tracker 2018b. Assessment by other agencies based on alternative criteria falls within the broad rating cited earlier, UN 2019. Domestic policies and targets that contribute to NDC goals. China is currently home to 30% renewable energy capacity worldwide, which is twice as much capacity as any other nation. Sanbelo 2018. China's 13th five-year plan contains the goal of increasing hydropower capacity by 60 gigawatts and raising the total hydropower capacity to 380 gigawatts by 2020 and 470 gigawatts by 2025. Sanbelo 2018. China also aims to increase the capacity for wind power generation from about 164 gigawatts in 2017, a third of global capacity, to about 259 gigawatts by 2020, including offshore, with specific regional targets. In 2017, China's solar power generation capacity of 130 gigawatts was larger than the total solar power capacity in the rest of the world. REN 21 2018. China's 13th plan targets an addition of about 110 gigawatts of solar energy capacity by 2020, mostly in distributed forms of photovoltaic generation. Gosense, Kaburger and Wang 2017. In 2015-2016, the new Indian government revised the target for renewable energy capacity to 175 gigawatts by 2022. That included 100 gigawatts of solar, from about 17 gigawatts in 2015-2016, 60 gigawatts of wind, from about 32 gigawatts, 10 gigawatts of biomass, and 5 gigawatts of small hydropower. Ministry of Finance 2015. The government also increased the target for solar water pumps to over 100,000, from less than 1,000, to reach the overall target set for renewable energy, India would have to develop, in just 7 years, a renewable energy capacity that exceeds its overall power generation capacity development over the last 60 years. China and India in climate negotiations 559 implementation of China's and India's ambitious policies for renewable energy is predicated upon their capacity for domestic intervention, Ruggie 1982. In both countries, the electricity sector, which is the primary vector carrier for renewable energy sources such as solar and wind energy, is under direct or indirect state control at the federal and regional level. Though their private sectors are significant investors in renewable energy production and distribution, they are critically dependent on indirect state support that includes, but is not limited to, financial and non-financial subsidies. State capacity for domestic action in China, less than 4% of traditional power-generating assets are owned by the private sector. State ownership is evenly split between local governments and 5 big generation companies that were originally part of the State Power Corporation, Cunningham 2015. The State Grid Corporation of China, SGCC, is the world's largest electricity utility that oversees construction and operation of the power network covering 26 provinces, autonomous regions, and municipalities, SGCC 2015, with support from 2 smaller networks, Buckley and Nicholas 2017. Despite regulatory reform and considerable liberalization of the electricity value chain, the federal government of China, often through the Chinese Communist Party and the State Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, SASAC, of the State Council, a political body, has rights of senior personnel appointment. 2. The power to grant access to capital at preferential rates from policy banks. 3. The power to approve the majority of projects of medium to large size through the National Development and Reform Commission, NDRC, and other institutions. And IV. The authority to pick industrial winners. All of the earlier points are significant levers of influence that can shape the course of the electricity sector and thus the renewable energy sector. Alpha and Lee 2018. In India, a significant part of the electricity value chain is under government control at the federal or regional level. Though roughly half of India's power generation assets are owned by the private sector, the backward link to fuels, primarily coal, which contributes roughly 75% of power generation, is controlled by the state-owned monopoly Coal India Limited, CIL, and the forward link to transmission is controlled by state-owned Power Grid Corporation of India, PGCIL, JI 2015. Barring a few exceptions, the retail distribution of electricity is owned and regulated by regional governments that influence key decisions such as electricity tariffs, Pargale and Banerjee 2014. Like China, reform and liberalization of the electricity sector have made substantial progress in the last 2 decades, but political factors continue to influence the sector, directly or indirectly. FE Bureau 2014, PTI 2018b. In both China and India, renewable energy investments receive a host of capital and other financial subsidies, Moody's Investor Service 2018, along with a host of non-financial subsidies such as mandates for purchase of renewable energy, SRACE 2018, and priority access to the electricity grid that guarantee demand for renewable energy, Alpha and Lee 2018. In China, guaranteed renewable energy purchasing, guaranteed purchasing hour was included in the Renewable Energy Law of 2006, Gen 2015. In India, renewable purchase obligations, RPOs, were incorporated in the Electricity Act 2003 and the Tariff Policy 2006, Ministry of Power 2006, to encourage the purchase of renewable energy by distribution companies. RASAD 2018b. Renewable energy is given priority in the Chinese power market, particularly for interregional and interprovincial 560 Lydia Powell trading, Davidson 2018. In India, interregional transmission charges for renewable energy are waived to increase the competitiveness of renewable energy. RASAD 2018a. The must-run status for renewable energy in India, CERC 2016, 2017, to address the issue of intermittency is similar to the mandate for maximum full load hours in China, Lu et al. 2016. Both countries have feed-in tariffs for renewable energy that reduce financial risk for renewable power generators. In India, feed-in tariffs for renewable energy are offered by both federal and regional governments in addition to projects that are offered on the basis of competitive bidding on electricity tariffs. Money Control 2017. China has feed-in tariffs for power generated from both fossil fuels and non-fossil fuels. In the case of renewable-based power, the difference between the feed-in tariff of renewable power, say wind or solar power, and the provincial benchmark feed-in tariff for coal power is covered by the Renewable Energy Development Fund, Wall et al. 2017. The presence of the state in the energy sector in China and India enables both governments to socialize the cost of decarbonization. Darewall 2015, Shmolensi et al. 2015, Gosh, Sharma and Subramanian 2017, EIA 2019. Both countries emphasize contracts and auctions rather than bilateral markets to increase the share of decentralized low-carbon energy. Ojuela and Barroso 2014, FCCI 2018. Decisions on low-carbon energy sources are made through centralized mechanisms in which consumers do not necessarily participate. RAM 2018. The costs determined centrally are passed through to consumers administratively rather than through responsive price mechanisms. As the low-carbon energy transition has to be pursued at relatively low levels of per capita incomes in China and India, their ability to use markets as the instrument of change is limited. Consequently, both countries are less dependent on policy initiatives such as carbon prices and taxes which are difficult to implement when income levels are low. Ironically, the active role of the state in the energy sectors of both China and India that was until recently portrayed as a threat to the global energy order mediated mostly by market forces is now the driver of the shift toward low-carbon renewable energy sources. Made in 2010, late 2012. Kennedy 2013, Izoro, Goritz and Schultz 2017. The key question in this context is whether the two countries are using their capacity for thematic action primarily to contribute toward global climate change mitigation action, or do they have other motives? Matzo 2016. The divergence in their economic structure offers some clues for analysis. Diverging attributes the emergence of China and India as major forces in the global economy is the most significant economic development in the last 3 decades. The simultaneous emergence of 2 large economies has led to the perception, at least among more casual observers, that China and India are similar. Though they started almost at the same level of per capita incomes 3 decades ago and shared the goal of poverty alleviation through economic growth, their development trajectories and achievements have diverged significantly. China. Domestic manufacturing as dominant driver of low-carbon initiatives. China's growth exploded through the industrial sector aided by low-cost manufacturing. India's growth, in contrast, was fueled by rapid expansion of services, which was not the traditional development path that begins with low-wage manufacturing. Bosworth and China and India in Climate Negotiations 561 Collins 2007. Between 1978 and 1995 manufactured exports rose over 100-fold in China. Brandt, Ma and Roski 2016. By 2006, China overtook Japan as the world's largest manufacturer in gross value-added basis, and industry accounted for roughly half of China's GDP in 2005-2006. Valley and Saccone 2015. In 2010, China overtook the United States as the world's largest manufacturer. Morrison 2018. 2018. Industry dominated by manufacturing contributed 40% to China's GDP in 2017, statistic 2018. In contrast, India's industry as a whole contributed about 23% to GDP in 2017-2018, with manufacturing contributing about 17%. Ministry of Finance 2018. This divergence in industrial capacity between China and India throws some light on China's emergence as both a producer and consumer of renewable energy technologies in the last decade, and India's contribution largely as a consumer of renewable energy. In the case of solar energy, which has greater potential for expansion than wind, China has roughly 54% of global capacity for refining polycrystalline silicon, solar grade, 87% of capacity for production of silicon wafers, 69% of capacity for solar cells, and 71% of capacity for solar modules. U 2018. India has no significant capacity in any part of the solar manufacturing value chain, and consequently India depends on imports mostly from China for over 90% of its solar equipment. PTI 2018a. Turbine manufacturing for wind energy is less concentrated, with market share distributed among European, American, and Chinese companies. Statistic 2017. However, Chinese wind turbine manufacturers that dominate China's market account for over 60% of global wind turbine manufacturing capacity. BNEF 2019. The single largest Indian wind turbine manufacturer that started with a first mover advantage over China about a decade ago has since lost its advantage to China, with India's market share shrinking to less than 3% in 2017. Wind Power Monthly 2017. In storage batteries, China's dominance is stronger, as it controls roughly 80% of manufacturing capacity globally. Overland 2019. Though China's solar energy program was initially designed to meet low-end demand for electricity from rural households, it leveraged its manufacturing capabilities to respond to high-end demand for solar panels from Germany, Spain, and Italy in the 1990s. FIACA 2016. Provincial and local governments saw the opportunity to generate skilled and semi-skilled jobs by setting up solar manufacturing facilities, leveraging funding support for strategic industries from the federal government. Wang, Luo and Guo 2014. This expansion led to a dramatic reduction of solar panel and module cost for renewable energy consumers, initially in Europe and eventually in other parts of the world including India. FIACA 2016. Globally between 1980 and 2012, solar module cost fell by about 97%. Chandler 2018. According to a detailed analysis of factors behind the cost reduction, policies that stimulated market growth accounted for 60% of overall cost decline in solar modules, and government-funded research and development (R&D) AC counted for the remaining 40%. Koblak, McNerney and Transi 2018. R&D in advanced economies was important in the early years, but the exponential cost decrease in the last decade was due to economies of scale in manufacturing, for which China must be given credit. Though cost reductions in technologies to harness solar energy have expanded the consumer base for solar energy, the effort was driven less by China's desire to subsidize the production of global public goods and more by China's quest to maintain its 562 Lydia Powell competitive edge in manufacturing based on cheap labor and abundant capital. China's 12th five-year plan articulated a green strategy to turn low-carbon industries into major drivers of the economy. Dembuki 2017. The Communist Party of China endorsed the strategy of leveraging low-carbon development for China's economic and social development. Central Committee of the Communist Party of China 2016. The development of renewable energy manufacturing capabilities was thus not just a part of China's environmental and foreign policy in the context of climate change negotiations, but also a part of its industrial policy. Behind China's drive to maintain its competitive edge in manufacturing renewable energy technologies and other goods is what Fang refers to as economic insecurity that arises primarily from China's qualitative weakness. Fang 2010. China believes that the global conversation about climate change has moved from well-intentioned environmentalism to considerations of the future geopolitical international economic order, and not investing in low-carbon energy sources would affect China's economic and trading competitiveness. Fang 2010. China's suspicion that the real motivation of Western powers is in securing economic advantages masked by a powerful ethical discourse and climate dialogues has some merit when seen in the context of trade disputes over renewable energy technology between countries that include, but are not limited to, China and India. Developing as well as developed countries have built up financial and non-financial trade barriers to protect their renewable energy manufacturers. Lewis 2014. Trade barriers increase the cost of transitioning to low-carbon growth and thus go against the spirit of solving a common global problem of climate change. Kabiye 2011. The imposition of carbon-related border adjustment taxes proposed by the United States suggests that green marginalization is indeed a realistic possibility. Bullock 2018. In this light, the conclusion by Fuzuo 2013 that China's negotiating strategy on climate change is more reactive than proactive and is shaped by asymmetric interdependence with the rest of the world is accurate. The motivations that turn China into a consumer of renewable energy are different from those that turn China into a producer of renewable energy technologies. Cao and Groba 2013. Today, China is the world's largest consumer of renewable energy. John 2017. But in the early stages of the industry, the need to absorb excess capacity, particularly of solar modules, was the motivation behind domestic consumption. Wang, Luo and Guo 2014. Following the lead of Germany, China introduced attractive feed-in tariffs to promote the domestic use of solar energy in 2013. FIACA 2016. By 2015, China had surpassed Germany as the largest market for solar energy in the world. Domestic consumption of renewable energy, seen as part of its climate change policy by China, is in large part a co-benefit of its industrial strategy. India. Multiple drivers behind low-carbon initiatives. The motivations behind India's ambitious targets for renewable energy, other than contributing to climate change action by reducing CO2 emissions, are less evident. In choosing to remain predominantly as a consumer of renewable energy, India has chosen the more expensive path of producing a public good at domestic expense despite having a per capita income of less than a fifth of China. This suggests greater influence of international drivers over domestic drivers in India's renewable energy policies. Its desire to be seen as a global power and responsible actor, along with its fear of being isolated in China and India in climate negotiations 563 negotiations, Delbach 2009, suggests a strong influence of foreign policy on its environmental policy. The flow of equity foreign direct investments, FDIs, especially pension funds looking for ethical and green investment opportunities, which is a key factor behind India's successful renewable energy projects, may also be read as international influence. In 2015-2016, FDI equity inflows into the renewable energy industry in India were almost equal to the FDI flows into the traditional power industry. OGDPMU 2018. Renewable energy projects enjoy sovereign assurance of guaranteed long-term returns that make these projects an attractive asset class for pension funds. Tripathy and Varadhan 2017. The Economist 2019. Effectively, the Indian state uses its capacity for domestic intervention to guarantee a seemingly cost-less way of addressing the challenges posed by climate change. The redistribution of the cost of meeting renewable energy targets among electricity ratepayers and taxpayers in India is diffused and is not contested strongly. accordingly, as it is being currently contested in more affluent countries such as France. Daily Express 2018. Ambitious targets for renewable energy projects and the international rhetoric around it provide the opportunity for Indian leaders to appropriate the upside of such policies, such as international prestige, while passing on the downside such as costs to domestic energy consumers. A related influence is the small but articulate new middle and elite class in India, whose interests and opinions are often aligned with those of their counterparts in affluent countries. ADUIOBOOK 2010. Aided by an activist English language media, their positions on climate change are strongly reiterated by non-governmental organizations, NGOs, that invariably depend on funding from Western institutions. Beta Deal 2014. The popularity of internationally influenced values on climate change action among the educated elite is important in domestic politics, even though this group does not constitute a majority in elections. Libman 1955. As a result, the Indian government may actually be supplying environmental goods at a higher level than desired by the median voter. Posner 2009. The median voter in India is not ideologically opposed to addressing climate change, but is typically poor with more immediate concerns about food, water, shelter, and income. Singh 2019. Hard domestic rationales, such as the competitiveness of renewable energy over traditional energy, are widely cited as the drivers of India's renewable energy program, but they are subject to contestation. Nidhi 2017. Tung and Gross 2018. The competitiveness of electricity generated by renewable energy at the plant level does not translate into competitiveness at the system level, and this imposes additional costs on traditional generators due to frequent ramping, and also on India's distribution companies that are under extreme financial stress. Radik 2018. Notwithstanding the narrative of competitiveness of renewable energy, state programs for providing subsidized access to modern energy for lighting to poor households rely predominantly on grid-based electricity. Banerjee et al. 2014. State programs for providing access to cooking fuels are also entirely based on liquid petroleum gas (LPG). These REISTRIVUTIV social projects are much larger in scale and scope and have greater domestic political and financial support than to renewable energy projects. Ahmed, Sharma and Zhang 2018. Zhang 2018. Soman et al. 2018. Tripathi 2019. Heavy dependence on imported solar panels and modules does not support the notion that India's renewable energy program is driven by concern over energy import dependence. Global Commission on the Geopolitics of Energy Transformation 2019. Ironically, the economic viability of its celebrated solar initiative is critically dependent. 564 Lydia Powell on cheap imported solar equipment. India is not alone in this predicament, as many countries that are dependent on low-cost imported equipment for underwriting the competitiveness of renewable energy projects are often doing so at the cost of domestic industries. The Economic Times 2018. Overall, the degree of influence of international rationales on India's climate change actions and responses appears to be higher than that of China. However, these international influences have not trumped domestic constraints on climate change action, such as the need to accelerate growth and improve living standards, even if it is powered by fossil fuels. Conclusion: unearthing the motives of China and India in multilateral climate negotiations invites a lot of forward-looking analysis. The PA hailed as a diplomatic success of industrialized powers consolidated a bottom-up approach to mitigation targets. The bottom-up approach in PA is cited as a key reason for China and India's participation in mitigation action. Strack, keenly cited in 2016. But the bottom-up approach is also blamed for the ineffectiveness of the PA. If so, did the domestic interests of China and India compromise the PA and consequently endorse the proposition that China and India are reluctant suppliers of global public goods? Tellis and Mirsky 2013. Hu, Kiengenfeld 2014. The bottom-up approach in the PA was an inevitable consequence of the removal of the firewall between Annex I industrialized countries that were expected to reduce CO2 emissions under the Kyoto Protocol and non-Annex I countries, less developed poor countries that were exempted from such commitments. In 2009 at Copenhagen, Rajamani 2010, Faulkner 2016. Serial 2018, a development China and India had tried to resist in all COP negotiations, though a price was extracted from the industrialized countries in the form of a promise to fund mitigation and adaptation activities in developing countries, with at least $100 billion a year by 2020. The blurring of the distinction between industrialized and industrializing countries meant that all countries would be expected to contribute to mitigation action irrespective of their economic status. Bowden Sky 2010. The PA merely brought these developments to their logical conclusion by codifying bottom-up voluntary contributions on mitigation action from all countries. Bowden Sky 2017. More importantly, the PA sidestepped distributional conflicts inherent in the post-Kyoto negotiations with careful wording of the legal language. Vidal 2015 that limited obligations to procedural issues. Slaughter 2015. Ratcheting up of ambitions was tied to economic growth, which means that the wealthier countries become, the greater will be their contribution to climate change mitigation. The PA promised mobilization of climate finance from a variety of sources, instruments, and channels. Article 9.3. Kleeman 2016. This meant that commercial investments by the private sector for renewable energy and other projects could now be counted as financial assistance to developing countries. These key provisions of the PA favor long-held positions of the industrialized countries. It would be premature, therefore, to conclude that China and India have moved from being norm takers to becoming norm makers. However, the dilution of binding obligations in the context of mitigation is a victory for the veto power of China and India, because the PA effectively acknowledged that none of the economic powers can be forced into drastic mitigation targets. Faulkner 2016. China and India in climate negotiations 565. The de facto status of veto players, whose agreement is required for a change of the status quo. Narlikar 2010 is a natural consequence of their size, rather than the result of China and India firmly establishing the primacy of domestic policies in climate change negotiations. China and India used this veto power constructively to upset the environmental risk management narrative that influenced negotiations for nearly 2 decades and replaced it with the narrative of economic growth within ecological limits. Sandwell 2015. In place of shared risk, the two have made shared prosperity central. But since China and India's quantity is not necessarily matched by quality, they continue to hold on to the CBDR principle in formal negotiating environments to keep the door to the north-south distributional conflict open. The distributional conflict serves rather than determines China's and India's strategic interests. Levi 1965. The two powers are resisting the pressure of vertical norms, where cooperation is coercive on decarbonization imposed by legally qualified lawgivers such as the PA. Effectively, they are linking international climate negotiating frameworks to domestic interests and concerns in formal multilateral negotiating environments. Ham 2015. China and India have thus inadvertently enlarged the opportunity to bring moral and legal arguments to bear on the powerful economic actors, Co. in 1959, and expanded the moral and legal space for developing countries to object to the limits to growth. The seemingly contradictory pronouncements by China and India India have ambitious thematic targets for renewable energy capacity, and their use of state capacity to implement targets signal their adherence to a global horizontal norm, where cooperation is voluntary or soft law on decarbonization. China and India care about the collective judgment of their conduct because they have an interest in reciprocal compliance and future cooperation with others. Johnstone 2005, Cass and Pettinger 2007. This affirmation of soft law conforms to the expectations that China and India should behave as responsibly global powers in the context of climate change, without the norms being binding on them. Ulster 1989, Radner 1998. Ambitious renewable energy targets are a means of projecting influence and status and have enhanced the image of Chinese and Indian leaders. The high level of congruence between the prevailing international policy space of climate negotiations and the emerging domestic environmental policy space of China and India shows that these two arenas are not mutually exclusive. Gertz until 1992, Stevenson 2011, Ong 2012, Johnson 2013. China and India have embraced commercial diplomacy and strategic coalition building to meet domestic targets for low-carbon energy that reflects not only their ideological tilt toward neoliberalism in their economic and foreign policy approaches, Stevenson 2011, Betts 2014, but also their ability to leverage global neoliberal forces to serve domestic interests by replacing competitive moralism, industrialized countries wanting to save the planet versus developing countries wanting to save their people, with competitive commercialism. China and India expose the reality that international environmental outcomes will be shaped by economic concerns that are likely to follow market norms. Even in the domestic context, China and India perceive market norms not only as compatible with environmental protection, but also necessary for the successful incorporation of environmental concern in the practices of relevant state and non-state actors. This is a product of liberal environmentalism that was institutionalized by sustainable development thinking now adopted wholeheartedly in both countries. Bernstein 2001. Though an ambiguous concept, sustainable development endorses the long-held position in China and India that environmental protection is predicated on the promotion and maintenance of a liberal economic order for growth. 566. Lydia Powell, The Domestic Causes of International Actions, identified by Kenneth Waltz, 1959, as the second image in international relations analysis, hold in the case of China and India informal negotiations where vertical norms prevail, but the international causes of domestic actions, including the influence of global neoliberal forces in shaping domestic institutions and actions, which, in turn, influence international positions, identified by Peter Goderevich, 1978, as the second image reversed, also hold for both China and India in contexts governed by horizontal norms. Keohane and Oppenheimer 2016. Notes 1 between 2016 and 2017, global CO2 emissions increased by 426.4 million tons. Emissions by China, including Hong Kong SAR and India during the same period saw a combined increase of 218.4 million tons. 2. According to Axelrod, 1986, hierarchical or vertical norms are imposed on everyone by the powerful, industrialized countries or annexed countries in climate negotiations, and cooperation exhibited as coerced, equalitarian, peer group or horizontal norms. Norms elicit voluntary cooperation because they are derived from mutual interest. Bibliography Admiral A. Danielsen M. Forcell N. Turkovsky O. Relsma M. and Van Soest H. 2015. Assessing intended nationally determined contributions to the Paris Climate Agreement. What are the projected global and national emission levels for 2025-2030? PBL Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency 1879. Available online at www.pbl.nl/sites/default/files/CMS public PBL-015-assessing-intended-nationally-determined-contributions-to-the-Paris-climate-agreement_1A79.pdf. Access to 27th of August 2018. Ahmed N. Sharma S. and Singh A. K. 2018. Brad and Mantri Ujwali Ojala, PMUI. Step Towards Social Inclusion in India. International Journal Trend in Research and Development 51. 4649. Alpha, CAH and Lee, X. 2018. Power Sector Reform in China. An International Perspective. Paris. IEA Publications. Anand, G. 2017. India. Once a cold Goliath is fast turning green. The New York Times. 2 June. Available online at www.newyorktimes.com/2017/06/02/world/Asia/India-cold-green-energy-climate.html. Access the 8th of November 2018. Outeridge, A. Srivastava, M. K. Paluja, N. and Upati, H. 2012. Climate Policy in India. What Shapes International, National and State Policy. Ambio 41, S1, 6877. Axelrod, R. 1986. An Evolutionary Approach to Norms. The American Political Science Review 84, December, 1095 1111. Ojuela, G. and Barroso, L. 2014. Promoting Renewable Energy Through Auctions. Livewire 88694. 13 June. World Bank Group. Available online at https://open knowledge. worldbank.org/bitstream/handle/10986/18674/88694 BRI 0liv0085194B00PUB-LIC0.pdf question sequence equals 7 ampersand is allowed equals Y. Access the 14th of December 2018. Ball, J. Riker, D. Sun, X. and Pollock, C. 2017. The New Solar System. China's Evolving Solar Industry and Its Implications for Competitive Solar Power in the United States and the World. Stair Taylor Center for Energy Policy and Finance. Stanford Law School. Available online at https://law.stanford.edu/upcontent/uploads/2017/03/2017-Stanford-China-report.pdf. Access the 14th of November 2018. Banerjee, S. G. Barnes, D. Singh, B. Mayer, K. and Samad, H. 2014. Power for All. Electricity Access Challenge in India. World Bank Group. November. doi. 10.1596/978-1-464803413. China and India in Climate Negotiations 567 Barbier, E.B. and Chalkhard, J. P. 2018. The Impact of Climate Change on the Poor and Disadvantaged Regions. Review of Environmental Economics and Policy 12-1, 2647. Beta BL, S. 2014. New Politics, Old Paradigms, Urban Environmentalism and the Reshaping of New Delhi, in B. Schuler, ed. Environmental and Climate Change in South and Southeast Asia, How Our Cultures Coping, Boston, M.E. Brill Academic Publishing, 185-208. Beck, U. 1992. Risk Society, Towards a New Modernity, New Delhi, Sage. Berkeley, M. 2011. China's Century, Why America's Edge Will Endure, International Security 36-3, 4178. Bernstein, S. 2001. The Compromise of Liberal Environmentalism, New York, Columbia University Press. Butts, J. 2014, A Shift in India's Domestic and International Climate Policy, in B. Schuler, ed. Environmental and Climate Change in South and Southeast Asia, How Local Cultures Are Coping, Boston, M.E. Brill Academic Publishing, 159-184. BNEF, Bloomberg New Energy Finance, 2019, Energy and Mobility Transitions, PowerPoint presentation at the BNEF Summit in San Francisco, 4 February. Bowden Sky, D. 2010, The Copenhagen Climate Change Conference, a postmortem, The American Journal of International Law 1042, 230-240. Bowden Sky, D. 2017, The Paris Climate Change Agreement, A New Hope, International Affairs 110-2, 288-319. Bosworth, B. and Collins, S. M. 2007, Accounting for Growth, Comparing China and India, NBER Working Paper 12943, The National Bureau of Economic Research, available online at www.nber.org/papers/w12943.pdf, access the 4th of December 2018, BP, 2018a, BP Statistical Review 2018, China's Energy Market in 2017, London, Pure Print Group, BP, 2018 B, BP Statistical Review of World Energy, June, available online at www.bp.com/content-mbp, business-sites/on/global/corporate/pdfs/energy-economics/statistical-review, BP-stats-review-2018-full-report.pdf, access the 14th of December 2018, BP, 2019a, BP Energy Outlook 2019, available online at www.bb.com/content/dam/bp/business-sites/on/global/corporate/pdfs/energy-economics/energy-outlook/bp-energy-outlook/pdf, access the 5th of March 2019, BP, 2019 B, BP Statistical Review of World Energy June 2019, June, available online at www.bp.com/on/global/corporate/energy-economics/statistical-review-of-world-energy.html, Brandt, L, Ma, D. and Roski, T. 2016, Industrialization in China, IZA Discussion Paper 10096, July, Institute for the Study of Labor, available online at http://ftp.iza.org/dp100096, PDF, access the 4th of December 2018, Breslin, S. 2013, China and the Global Order, Signaling Threat or Friendship, International Affairs 89-3, 615-634. Brunne, J. and Strack, C. 2013, the UNFCCC is a negotiating forum towards common but more differentiated responsibilities, Climate Policy 13-5, 589-607. Buckley, T. and Nicholas, S. 2017, China's Global Renewable Energy Expansion, How the World's Second Biggest National Economy is Positioned to Lead the World in Clean Power Investment, Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, January, http://IEFA.org/wp-content/uploads/2017/01/China's-global-renewable-energy-expansion_, January 2017, PDF, access the 3rd of October 2018, Bullock, D. A. C. 2018, Combating Climate Recalcitrance, Carbon-Related Border Tax Adjustments and a New Era of Global Climate Governance, Washington International Law Journal 27-3, 609-644, available online at http://digital.law.washington.edu/d-law/bitstream/handle 1773.1/2826/27WILJ609.pdf, access the 10th of April 2019. Cao, J. and Groba, F. 2013, Chinese Renewable Energy Technology Exports, The Role of Policy, Innovation in Markets, DIW Berlin Discussion Papers 1263, German Institute for Economic Research, available online at www.diw.e/documents/publicationin/73/d-14442.e/dp1263.pdf, access the 11th of June 2019, 568 Lydia Powell Cass, L. R. 2006, The Failures of American and EU Climate Policy, International Norms, Politics and Unachievable Commitments, Albany, State University of New York Press. Cass, L. R. and Pettinger, M. E. 2007, Conclusion, The Constructions of Climate Change, in M. E. Pettinger, ed. The Social Construction of Climate Change, Power, Knowledge, Norms, Discourses, Aldershot, Ash 8, 235-246, CEA, Central Electricity Authority, 2018, Executive Summary on the Power Sector, July 18, Ministry of Power, Government of India, available online at www.c.nic.in/reports/monthly Executive Summary 2018, exe_summary-07.pdf, access the 11th of December 2018, Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, 2016, 13th Five-Year Plan for Economic and Social Development of the People's Republic of China 2016-2020, Beijing, Central Compilation and Translation Press, CERC, Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, 2016, petition under Section 79 of the Electricity Act, 2003 read with Clause 5.2 of the Operating Code under the Indian Electricity Grid Code and Regulations 12 and 13 of the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, Unscheduled Interchange Charges and Related Matters, Regulations, 2009, Regulations 7.1 and 2, 12, 13 of the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, Deviation Settlement Mechanism and Related Matters, Regulations, 2014 and Regulations 111, 114 and 115 of the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, Conduct of Business, Regulations, 1999, the Southern India Mills Association, Petition 91 MP 2014 IE number 20 2014, 13 July, available online at www.crcind.gov.in/2016/orders/SO91.pdf, ACSS the 22nd of November 2018, CERC, Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, 2017, Statement of Reasons, Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, Terms and Conditions for Tariff Determination from Renewable Energy Sources, Regulations, 2017, 18 April, www.crcind.gov.in/2017/regulation, SOR131.pdf, access the 17th of November 2018, Chandler, D. L. 2018, Explaining the Plummeting Cost of Solar Power, MIT News, 20 November, available online at http://news.mit.edu/2018/explaining-dropping-solar cost 1120, access the 10th of April 2019, Shen, G. 2015, China's solar PV manufacturing and subsidies from the perspective of state capitalism. The Copenhagen Journal of Asian Studies 33-1, 9106. Kleemann, R. 2016, The Two Sides of the Paris Climate Agreement, Dismal Failure or Historic Breakthrough. The Journal of Environment and Development 25-1, 324, doi, 10.1177/1070496516631362. Climate Action Tracker, 2018 A. China, 30 November. Available online at https://climateactiontracker.org/countries/China/ access to 5th of December 2018. Climate Action Tracker, 2018 B. India, 3 December. Available online at https://climateactiontracker.org/countries/India/ access to 6th of December 2018. Cohen, M. 1959, Diversity and Unity, International Law in the Bipolar World, Proceedings of the American Society of International Law at its Annual Meeting 53, 98-107. Copy A. 2011, Renewable Energy Subsidies and the WTO, The Wrong Line, The Wrong Venue, International Institute for Sustainable Development, Global Subsidies Initiative, 19 June, available online at www.iisd.org/gsi/subsidy-watch-blog/renewable-energy-subsidies-and-WTO Wrong Line, Wrong Venue, access to 14th of December 2018. Cunningham, E. A. 2015, The State and the Firm, China's Energy Governance and Context, GEGI Working Paper 1, March, available online at https://harvard.edu/files/China's-energy-working-paper.pdf, access to 22nd of October 2018. Daily Express, 2018, New poll, 80% of French oppose Macron's carbon tax, The Global Warming Policy Forum, 30 November, available online at www.chegwpf.com/new-poll-80%of-French-oppose-Macron's-carbon-tax/ access to 4th of December 2018. Darewall, R. 2015, Central Planning with Market Features, How Renewable Subsidies Destroyed the UK Electricity Market, Centre for Policy Studies, March, available online at www.cps.org.uk/files reports original 1503131013009 How Renewable Subsidies Destroy the UK Electricity Market 1, PDF, access to 14th of December 2018. China and India in Climate Negotiations 569 Davidson, M. R. 2018, Creating Markets for Wind Electricity in China, Case Studies in Energy Policy and Regulation, PhD dissertation, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, available online at https://globalchange.mit.edu/sites/default/files/Davidson_PhD_2018.pdf, access the 11th of January 2019. Dembagi, G. 2017, The Convenient Disappearance of Climate Change in Island China, Foreign Policy, 31 May, available online at https://foreignpolicy.com/2017/05/31/-convenient-disappearance-of-climate-change-in-island-China/ access to 12th of June 2019. Dash N. K. 2013, The Politics of Climate Change in India, Narratives of Equity and Co-Benefits, Wires Climate Change 43, 191-201. Dash N. K. 2009, Toward a Progressive Indian and Global Climate Politics, Center for Policy Research Climate Initiative Working Paper 2009 1 September, available online at www.cprindia.org/research papers toward progressive Indian and global climate politics, access to 12th of June 2019. EIA, Energy Information Administration, 2019, Levelized Cost and Levelized Avoid the Cost of New Generation Resources in the Annual Energy Outlook 2019, February, available online at www.eia.gov/outlooks/AEO/PDF/electricity_generation.pdf, access to 10th of April 2019. Eisen, J. B. 2011, New Energy Geopolitics, China, Renewable Energy, and the Green Tech Race, Chicago Kent Law Review 86-1, 958, Ekholm, T. and Lindroos, T. J. 2015, An Analysis of Countries' Climate Change Mitigation Contribution Towards the Paris Agreement, VTT Technology 239, available online at www.vtt.fi/inf/pdf/technology/2015/t239.pdf, access to 9th of April 2019. Elser, J. 1989, The Cement of Society, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, AIVA, G. 2010, Development, in W. Sachs, ed. The Development Dictionary, A Guide to Knowledge as Power, London, Z Books, 123. Faulkner, R. 2016, The Paris Agreement and the New Logic of International Climate Politics, International Affairs 92-511-07-1125, FE Bureau, 2014, Delhi Electricity Tariff Hike Rollback in Political Power Play, Financial Express, 15 November, available online at www.financialexpress.com/economy/delhi-electricity-tariff-hike-roll-back-political-power-play/9098/access to 15th of October 2018. Feng, Z. 2010, Climate Change, Climate Politics, and the Climate Business, Domestic Variables in China's Emissions Reduction Policy, in M. J. Green, C. W. Freeman, III and A. E. Seawright, EDS, Green Dragons, The Politics of Climate Change in Asia, Washington, D.C., Center for Strategic and International Studies, 3646. Fuyaka, J. 2016, Why China is Dominating the Solar Industry, Scientific American, 19 December, available online at www.scientificamerican.com/article/why China is-dominating-the-solar-industry, access to 10th of April 2019. Florine, A. 1996, The Evolution of International Norms, International Studies Quarterly Special Issue, Evolutionary Progress in Social Sciences, 43 September, 363-389. Gandhi, I. 1972, Man and Environment, Speech on the Plenary Session of the United Nations Conference on Human Environment in Stockholm, 14 June, LASU Laws Environmental Blog, available online at http://lawsuenvironmental.blogspot.com/2012/07/Indira-Gandhi's-speech-at-Stockholm.html, access to 22nd of November 2018. Gardner, B. 2017. 3 Reasons to Believe in China's Renewable Energy Boom. National Geographic, 12 May. Available online at https://news.nationalgeographic.com/2017/05/China-renewables-energy-climate-change-pollution-environment/R. Sharma, N. Subramanian, A. 2017. Renewables may be the future, but are they the present? Coal, Energy and Development in India. 16th RRSF Memorial Lecture in New Delhi on the 17th of August. Arvind Subramanian. Available online at http://ASUBRAMANIN.4techbugs.in/PDF/call_renewals_terry_lecture_2017_final_V3.pdf. Access to 12th of June 2019. Global Commission on the Geopolitics of Energy Transformation. 2019. The Global Energy Transformation. A New World. The Geopolitics of the Energy Transformation. Available online at http://geopoliticsofrenewables.org/report/the-global-energy-transformation. Access to 26th of February 2019. 570 Lydia Powell-Gertz, G. and Thiel, P. F. 1992. Toward the Theory of International Norms. Some Conceptual and Measurement Issues. The Journal of Conflict Resolution 36-4. 634-664. Gosens, J. Callagher, T. and Wang, Y. 2017. China's Next Renewable Energy Revolution. Goals and Mechanisms in the 13th Five-Year Plan for Energy, Science and Engineering 5-3, 141-155. Godorevich, P. 1978. The Second Image Reversed. The International Sources of Domestic Politics. International Organization 32-4. 881-912. Green, F. and Stern, N. 2016. Managing Economic Change and Mitigating Climate Change. China's Strategies, Policies and Trends. In L. Song, R. Garnott, C. Fang and L. Johnston, eds. China's New Sources of Economic Growth Volume 1. Reform, Resources, and Climate Change. A. C. Tan, ANU Press. K. Back, H. and Schneider, K. 2013. The Politics of Climate Change. Review and Future Challenges. In O. C. Rebel, C. Rajman and K. Rebel-Schlichting, eds. Climate Change. International Law and Global Governance Volume 2. Policy, Diplomacy and Governance in a Changing Environment. Baden-Baden, Nomos Verlagsgesellschaft. 357-374. Hall, S. 2017. The world doesn't need the U.S. to lead climate change action. China will do it instead. The Telegraph, 31 May. Available online at www.telegraph.co.uk/Newsmay 31st, 2017. World-US anti-need-us-lead-climate-change-action-China-will/ Access the 8th of October 2018. Ham, P. 2015. The BRICS as an EU Security Challenge. The Case for Conservatism. Klingon-Dale Report, September. Available online at www.klingondale.org/sites/pdf/the_BRICS_as_u_security_challenge.pdf. Hongonen, T. 2009. The Principle of Common but Differentiated Responsibility in Post-2012 Climate Negotiations. Review of European Community and International Environmental Law 18.3. 257-267. Hu, Z. Keen, J. and Veld, D. W. 2014. Will the BRICS provide the global public goods the world needs? Overseas Development Institute, June. Available online at www.odi.org/sites, odi.org.uk/files/odi-assets/publications-opinion-files/9044.pdf. Access the 11th of April 2019. Hu, J. 2009. Join hands to address climate challenge. Speech at the opening plenary session of the United Nations Summit on Climate Change in New York on the 22nd of September. CCTV, 25 September. Available online at http://english.cctv.com/200900925/1029734. SHTML. Access the 21st of November 2018. Home, M. 2008. The Conquering of Climate. Discourses of Fear and Their Dissolution. The Geographical Journal 174-1. 516. Ibrahim, I. Deluel, T. and Farah, P. D. 2016. The Principle of Common but Differentiated Responsibilities in the International Regime of Climate Change. In P. D. Farah and E. SEMA, eds. China's Influence on Non-Trade Concerns in International Economic Law. Abingdon, Routledge. 146-157. IEA. International Energy Agency. 2018. Key World Energy Statistics 2018. September. Paris. IEA Publications. India Today. 2018. COP24. 7 points India made while committing to Paris Climate Agreement Principles. 13 December. Available online at www.indiatoday.in/education-ta-hgkcur-renda-ffairs store YCOP 2407 POINTSINDIA-PARICLIM 8 AGREM Principles 1408519 2018 12-13. Access the 11th of December 2018. Izoro, K. Goertz, A. and Schultz, N. 2017. Governing Clean Energy Transitions in China and India. Indy Arendt, C. Arndt, M. Miller, F. Tarb and O. Zyman, eds. The Political Economy of Clean Energy Transitions. Oxford University Press. 231-250. JIS. 2015. Power grid bids aggressively for key transmission projects. Business Standard. 20 February. Available online at www.business-standard.com/article/companies/power-grid-bids-aggressively-for-key-transmission-projects-1150218003541.html. Accessed on 5 July 2019. China and India in Climate Negotiations 571 Jahiswal, A. 2017. India leads on climate action as Trump exits Paris Agreement. Natural Resources Defense Council. 1 June. Available online at www.nrdc.org/experts/India-lead-climate action Trump withdraws Paris. Access the 3rd of November 2018. Ja, P. S. 2010. The Politics of Climate Change in India. In M. J. Green, C. W. Freeman III and A. E. Seawright, eds. Green Dragons. The Politics of Climate Change in Asia. Washington, D.C. Center for Strategic and International Studies. 4755. Jiang, C. 2015. China's Changing Allies in the UN Climate Change Regime. Part 1. China plus G77 and CBDR. Duke to Paris. 4 November. Available online at https://sites.duke.edu/duke November 4th, 2015. China's Changing Allies the Climate Change Regime Part I China G77 CBDR / Access the 29th of November 2018. Jiang, KJ. Tamura, K. and Hanoka, T. 2017. Can we go beyond INTCs? Analysis of a future mitigation possibility in China, Japan, EU and the US. Advances in climate change research. KAI A2. 117-122. doi. 10.1016/J.CCRE.2017.005.005. Johnson, A. I. 2013. How new and assertive is China's new assertiveness? International Security 37-4. 748. Johnstone, I. 2005. The Power of Interpretive Communities. In M. Barnett and R. Duval, eds. Power in Global Governance. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. 185-204. Josephson, P. 2017. Common but Differentiated Responsibilities in the Climate Change Regime. Historic Evaluation and Future Outlook. Thesis in International Environmental Law. Stockholm University. Available online at www.diva-portal.org//get/diva2:1134510/fulltext01.pdf. Access to 12th of December 2018. Cantor, J. 2009. EU blames others for great failure on climate. The New York Times, 22 December. Available online at www.newyorktimes.com/2009/12/23/world/Europe/23IHT-climate.html. Access to 25th of February 2019. Koblak, G. McNerney, J. and Transeek, J. E. 2018. Evaluating the causes of cost reduction in photovoltaic modules. Energy Policy 123. 700-710. Kennedy, A. B. 2013. China's Search for Renewable Energy. Pragmatic Techno-Nationalism. Asian Survey 53-5. 909-930. Keohane, R.O. and Oppenheimer, M. 2016. Paris. Beyond the Climate Dead End Through Pledge and Review. Politics and Governance 4-3. 142-151. doi. 10.17645/PAG.v4i3.634. Lady, Z. 2012. BRICS. Sovereignty, Power and Weakness. International Politics 49-5. 614-632. doi. 10.1057/IP.2012.17. Lee, J. 2009. How China Stiffed the World in Copenhagen. Foreign Policy. 21 December. Available online at https://foreignpolicy.com/2009/12/how-china-stiff-the-world-in-Copenhagen/ Lee, J. 2012. China's Geostrategic Search for Oil. Washington Quarterly 35-3. 7592. Levi, W. 1965. The Relative Irrelevance of Moral Norms in International Politics. Social Forces 44-2. 226-233. Lewis, J. I. 2014. The Rise of Renewable Energy Protectionism. Emerging Trade Conflicts and Implications for Low-Carbon Development. Global Environmental Politics 14-4. 1035. Lee, A. H. F. 2016. Hopes of Limiting Global Warming. China and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. China Perspectives 1. 49-54. Lippmann, W. 1955. Essays in the Public Philosophy. Boston, M.E. Little Brown & Co. U. B. 2018. China's Solar Industry is at Crossroads. China Dialogue. 13 August. Available online at www.chinadialogue.net/article/show/single/on/107775-China-s-solar-industry-is- at a crossroads. Access to 10th of April 2019. Liu, X. McElroy, M. B. Peng, W. U. S. Nielsen, C.P. and Wang, H. 2016. Challenges faced by China compared with the U.S. in developing wind power. Nature Energy 16. 122. Liu, Y. and Tsai, S.H. T. 2006. The Emergence of the Environmental Protection System in Transitional Economy of China. International Studies of Management and Organization 36-2. 73-103. 572. Lydia Powell Linus, M. 2009. How Do I Know China Wrecked the Copenhagen Deal? I Was in the Room. The Guardian. 22 December. Available online at www.theguardian.com/environment/2009/-22 Copenhagen Climate Change Mark LYNAS. Access the 8th of October 2018. Maiden, T. 2010. India's International Quest for Oil and Natural Gas. Fueling Foreign Policy. India Review 91. 237. Mickelson, K. 2000. South, North, International Environmental Law, and International Environmental Lawyers. Yearbook of International Environmental Law 11. 5281. Ministry of Finance. 2015. Key Features of the Budget 2015-16. Union Budget. Government of India. 28 February. Available online at www.indiabudget.gov.in/budget 2015-2016/UB2015-16/BH/BH1.pdf. Access to 7th of September 2018. Ministry of Finance. 2018. Economic Survey 2017-18. New Delhi. Oxford University Press. Ministry of Power. 2006. Tariff Policy. New Delhi. Government of India. Mitso, R. 2016. India, China and Climate Cooperation. India Quarterly. A Journal of International Affairs 72-4. 375-394. MOE FCC. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. 2018. Address of Union Environment Minister at Basic Ministerial Meet in New Delhi. Press Information Bureau. Government of India. 20 November. Available online at http://pib.nic.in/press release detail. Asks. PRID equals 1553268. Access to 2nd of July 2019. Money Control. 2017. Solar energy in India is now cheaper than coal power. Here's why. 11 May. Available online at www.moneycontrol.com/news/business/color-energy-india-cheaper-than coal-power-here's-2276707.html. Access to 22nd of December 2018. Monk, F. Hallows, D. Moore, K. and Ross, L. 2016. Fueling the Fire. The Checkered History of Underground Coal Gasification and Coal Chemicals Around the World. Friends of the Earth. July. Available online at www.foei.org/wp-content/uploads/2016/07/foei_fueling the_fire_ July 2016.pdf. Access to 2nd of December 2018. Moody's Investor Service. 2018. China's release of 7th batch of renewable energy subsidy catalog is credit positive for renewable operators. 20 June. Available online at www.moodys.com/research/moodys-china's-release-of-7th-batch-of-renewable-energy-subsidy PR_38538. Access to 22nd of March 2019. Morrison, W. M. 2018, China's Economic Rise, History, Trends, Challenges, and Implications for the United States, Congressional Research Service Report, 5 February, available online at https://fos.org/sgp/crs/ro/rl33534.pdf, access the 4th of December 2018. Narlikar, A. 2010, New Powers, How to Become One and How to Manage Them, New York, Oxford University Press. Narlikar, A. 2011, Is India a Responsible Great Power? Third World Quarterly 32-9, 1607-1621, doi, 10.1080/014365997.2011.619880. NBC News, 2014, U.S. and China Strike Historic Climate Change Deal, 12 November. Available online at www.nbcnews.com/news/world/u-s-china-strike-historic-climate-change deal N246,636. Access the 11th of December 2018. NIDI IOG, 2017, Draft National Energy Policy, version is on 27.06.2017, 27 June. Available online at https://niti.gov.in/write-data/files/new_initiatives/wep-id_27.06.2017.pdf. Nordhaus, W. D. 2017, Revisiting the Social Cost of Carbon, Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences of the United States of America, BNAS 114-7, 1518-1523. O'Donnell, A. and Woden, Q. 2015, Climate Change Adaptation and Social Resilience in the Sundarbans, Oxon, Routledge, OGDPMU, Open Government Data Project Management Unit, 2018, FDI Equity Inflows in Top 5 Sectors from 2001 to 2016-17, Open Government Data, OGD, Platform India, 31 January, available online at https://community.data.gov.in/FDI-equity-inflows-in-top-5 access the 10th of April 2019. Olivier, J. G. J. Shore, KM and Peters, J. A. H. W. 2017, Trends in Global CO2 and Total Greenhouse Gas Emissions, 2017 Report, PBL Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency, December, available online at www.pbl.nl/sites/default/files/cms/public/China and India in Climate Negotiations 573, BBL-2017-trend-in-global-CO2-greenhouse-gas-emissions-2017-report_2674.pdf, access to 26th of February 2019. Ang L. 2012, The Apparent Paradox in China's Climate Politics, Asian Survey 52-6, 1138-1160. Overland, I. 2019, The Geopolitics of Renewable Energy, Debunking 4 Emerging Myths, Energy Research and Social Science 49, 3640. Paragal, S. and Banerjee, S. G. 2014, More Power to India, The Challenge of Electricity Distributed The World Bank, http://documents.worldbank.org/curated/on/815021468042283537/pdf, more-power-india-challenge-electricity-distribution.pdf, access 25 November 2018, Planning Commission, 2013, 12th 5-year plan 2012-2017, available online at http://planningcommission.gov.in/plans/planrel/12th plan/welcome.html, access to 29th of August 2018. Posner, E. R. 2009, Ergonomics Norms, Institutionalization, and Constitutionalism in International Law, Journal of Institutional and Theoretical Economics 165 1, 523. Powell, L. 2015, India's Approach to Climate Change Negotiations, From the South to the North, ASEE Division 79, September, available online at www.ifri.org/sites/default/files/atoms-files, Avenue 79_approach_India's_approach_climate_negotiations_L.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0.0from solar and wind sources of energy under Part 6.46 of the revised tariff policy, 2016, Ministry of Power No. 23/12/2016 13 February, available online at https://powermin.nic.in/sites/default/files/web-form/notices/waiver_of_the_electricity.pdf, access the 2nd of July 2019. Razad, G. 2018b, Long-Term Growth Trajectory of Renewable Purchase Obligations, RPOs, for solar and non-solar for a period of 3 years, I 2019-20 to 2021-22, regarding Ministry of Power, NO.23/03/2016-R, 14 June, available online at https://powermin.nic.in/sites/default/f-files web-form notices, RPO_trajectory_2019-22_order_dated_14_June_2018.pdf, access the 8th of December 2018. Pradeep S. 2018, Solar and Wind Power Procurement Situation is a Mess, Mercom India, 11 October, available online at https://mercomindia.com/solar-wind-procurement-mess-india/ access the 11th of April 2019, Press Information Bureau, 2016, India's INDC's targets, 1 August, http://pib.nic.in/newsite/print release.aspects question reload equals 148133, access the 3rd of December 2018, Prime Minister's Council on Climate Change, 2008, National Action Plan on Climate Change, India Water Portal, available online at www.indiawaterportal.org/sites/indiawaterportal.org/f-files, National %20 Action %20 Plan %20 1 %20 Climate %20 Change %20 %20 NAPCC %29 Prime %20 Ministers %20 Council %20 1 %20 Climate %20 Change Government %20 of %20 India _%2008.pdf, access the 17th of August 2018, BTI, Press Trust of India, 2018a, India's import dependence for solar equipment over 90% in last 3 fiscal, Government, The Economic Times, 19 July, available online at https://economictimes.indiatimes.com/industry/energy/power/India's-import-dependence-for-solar-equipment-over-90 CMS. Access the 10th of April 2019. PTI. Press Trust of India. 2018b. Haryana government reduces power tariff in the state. NDTV. 13 September. Available online at www.ndtv.com/India-news/Haryana-government- reduces power tariff in the state 19159883. Access the 8th of December 2018. Putnam. R. D. 1988. Diplomacy and Domestic Politics. The Logic of Two-Level Games. International Organization 42-3. 427-460. He. Y. Stern. N. He. J. Liu. J. King. D. Liu. T. and Wu. T. 2018. China's Peaking Emissions in the Future of Global Climate Policy. Brookings Singhai Center. Available online at www.brookings.edu/wp-content/uploads/2018/09/China's-peaking-emissions-the-future-of-global-climate-policy.pdf. Access the 29th of December 2018. He. Y. Stern. N. Wu. T. Liu. J. and Green. F. 2016. China's Post-Coal Growth. Nature Geoscience 98. 564-566. 574. Lydia Powell Rajamani. L. 2010. The Making and Unmaking of the Copenhagen Accord. The International and Comparative Law. Quarterly 59-3. 824-843. Ram. R. S. 2018. India Renewable Energy Sector awaits a reboot. Live Mint. 26 December. Available online at www.livemint.com/money/GCZJSMNHUSXYG3F7XI/India-renewable-energy-sector-awaits-a-reboot.html. Access the 15th of January 2019. Rap. T. Schwigel. C. and Drawfeder. G. 2010. The Copenhagen Protocol. Spiegel Online. 5 May. Available online at www.spiegel.de/international/world/the-copenhagen-protocol-how-china-climate-summit-a-6928661.html. Access the 4th of October 2018. Ratner. S. R. 1998. International Law. The Trials of Global Norms. Foreign Policy 110. 6580. REN 21. Renewable Energy Policy Network for the 21st Century. 2018. Randy Blaze 2018. Global Status Report. Available online at www.rentuan.net/wp-content/upload June 17, 2018-8652-GSR2018-full report-web-1-1-4-1.pdf. Access the 6th of January 2019. Roberts. C. 2011. Building the New World Order BRIC by BRIC. The European Financial Review 6. February-March. 48. Ruggie. J. G. 1982. International Regimes, Transactions in Change, Embedded Liberalism in the Post-War Economic Order. International Organization 36-2. 379-415. Sanvelo. D. 2018. Guide to Chinese Climate Policy 2018. Center for Global Energy Policy. Columbia School of International and Public Affairs. Available online at https://energypolicy. Columbia.edu/sites/default/f files pictures. Guide %20 to %20 Chinese %20 climate %20 policy %07-27-18.pdf. Access the 17th of November 2018. Samuel M. 2015. Paris, India, and China. Shaping the Global Agenda. Chinese Journal of Urban and Environmental Studies 34-1550032. Serial R. 2018. Climate Change Policy of India. Modifying the Environment. South Asian Research 38-1. 119. Schmolency R. Bulovic V. Armstrong R. Buddle C. Brown P. Deutsch J. Jacobi H. Jaffe R. Jean J. Miller R. O'Sullivan F. Parsons J. Perez Arriaga J. I. Saifkar N. Stoner R. and Vergara C. 2015. The Future of Solar Energy. An interdisciplinary MIT study. Massachusetts Institute of Technology. MIT Energy Initiative. May. Available online at http://meetae.mit.edu/future of solar. SECI. Solar Energy Corporation of India. 2018. Request for selection. RFS. Document for selection of solar power developers for setting up of 2000 megawatts, 250 megawatt X8 ISTS connected solar power projects under global competitive bidding. RFS No. SECIC and PSBD RFS 2000 megawatts 012018. Available online at http://seci.co.in/web-data/docs/rfs_2000%20 MW%20 ISTS_solar_final%20 upload.pdf. Access the 4th of January 2019. SGCC. State Grid Corporation of China. 2015. About Us. Available online at www.sgcc.com.cn/ydwlm/yahoo2/index.html. Access the 4th of October 2018. Singh S. 2018. Budget 2018. Positive impact on power sector. Sawabagya to boost demand. The Economic Times. 1 February. Available online at https://energy.economic-times. indiatimes.com/news/power/budget-018-positive-impact-on-power-sector-SAUBHAGYA-boost demand sex 274257. Access the 11th of April 2019. Singha M. 2019. Drinking Water. Better Jobs Top Voter Demands. Survey. The Times of India. 3 April. Available online at https://timesofindia.indiatimes.com/elections/assembly-elections/Odisha. Drinking-water-better-jobs-top-voter-demand-survey/article show/686946166.cms. Access the 12th of June 2019. Slaughter, A.M. 2015. The Paris Approach to Global Governance. Project Syndicate. 28 December. Available online at www.project-syndicate.org/commentary/Paris-agreement-model-for-global-governance-by-Marie-Slaughter-2015-12 Question Access. Access the 11th of April 2019. Soman, A. Jirzim Cook, I. Bino, C. Core, H. Garg, V. and Gainson, K. 2018. India's energy transition. Subsidies for fossil fuels and renewable energy. 2018 update. International Institute for Sustainable Development. Global Subsidies Initiative. Center for Energy, Environment, China and India in Climate Negotiations 575 and Water. Available online at www.iisd.org/sites/default/files/publications/India-energy-transition-2018 update.pdf. Access the 11th of April 2019. Spence, M. 2009, Climate Change, Mitigation, and Developing Country Growth, Commission on Growth and Development Working Paper 64, available online at www.environmentportal. In files, GCWP064812web.pdf, access to 21st of January 2019, Sraced, 2018, Summary, Central Subsidies for Solar PV, PV Magazine India, 15 January, available online at www.pv-magazine-india.com/2018/01/15/summary-central-subsidies- for solar PV, access to 3rd of November 2018. Scally, P. 2018, Norms from the Periphery, Tracing the Rise of the Common but Differentiated Principle in International Environmental Politics, Cambridge Review of International Affairs 31-141-161. Stanway, D. 2019, China Firms Funding Coal Plants Offshore as Domestic Curbs Bite, Reuters, 22 January, available online at www.reuters.com/article/s-china-coal/china-firms-funding coal plants offshore as domestic curbs bite study of USKCN 1PG02P, access for February 2019. Statista, 2017, Global Market Share of the World's Leading Wind Turbine Manufacturers in 2017, available online at www.statistica.statistics/272813/market-share-of-the-leading-wind-turbine-manufacturers-worldwide/ access to 10th of April 2019. Statista, 2018, China, Distribution of Gross Domestic Product, GDP, across economic sectors from 2008 to 2018, available online at www.statistica.2703225/statistics/270325/distribution-of gross-domestic-economic-sectors-in-China/ access to 22nd of December 2018. Steves, BB and L. H. R. 2016, Energy Security, China and the United States and the Divergence in Renewable Energy, Contexto International 38-2, 643-662. Stevenson, H. 2011, India and International Norms of Climate Governance, a Constructivist Analysis of Normative Congruence Building, Review of International Studies 37-3, 997-1019. Stone, C. D. 2004, Common but Differentiated Responsibilities in International Law, ICAD Journal of International Law 98-2, 267-301. Strack, C. Keenly Side, P. and Unch, M. 2016, The Paris Agreement, A New Beginning, Journal for European Environmental and Planning Law 13, 329. Sushma, UN and Anand, N. 2018, Cheap Renewables is Killing India's Coal-Based Power Plants. Courts India, 9 May, available online at https://qz.com/india/1272394/cheap-solar-wine-energy-prices-oil-killing-india's-coal-power-plants/ access the 8th of November 2018. Tellis, A.J. and Mirsky, S. 2013, Crux of Asia, China, India and the Emerging Global Order, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, January, available online at https://carnegieendowment-mn.org/files/crux_of_Asia.pdf. The Economic Times, 2018, Government imposes safeguard duty on solar cells import for 2 years, 30 July, available online at https://economictimes.indiatimes.com/news/economy/policy, government-imposes-safeguard-duty-on-solar-cells-import-for-2 years/article-show 652033661.cms question from =MDR, access the 11th of April 2019. The Economist, 2019, Canada's vast pension fund is gaining even more financial clout, 17 January, available online at www.economist.com/finance-own-economics/2019/01/19/Canada's vast pension fund is gaining even more financial clout. The White House, 2014, U.S.-China joint announcement on climate change, 11 November, available online at https://obamawhitehouse.archives.gov/-press-office/2014/11/11/s-China joint announcement climate change, access the 11th of December 2018. Tokyo, A. 2003, Democracy in America and 2 Essays on America, London. Penguin Books, translated by G. E. Bavin with an introduction and notes by I. Kramnik. Tungla, R. and Gross, S. 2018, Working to Turn Ambition into Reality, The Politics and Economics of India's Turn to Renewable Power, Brookings Paper 4, September, available online at www.brookings.edu/wp-content/uploads/2018/09/india-renewable-power-v10.pdf. Tripathi, B. 2019, Government Subsidies for Coal Nearly 400 Times More Than Environment Ministry Budget, India Spend, 11 February, available online at www.indiaspend.576. Lydia Powell, Com, Government-Subsidies-for-Coal-Nearly-400-More-Environment-Ministry-Budget, access the 11th of April 2019. Tripathy, D. and Vardhan, S. 2017, Global Pension Funds Warm to India's Solar Power Ambitions, Reuters, 30 April, available online at www.reuters.com/article/India-solar-analysis Global Pension Funds Warm to India's Solar Power Ambitions at USKBN 17W051, access to 10th of April 2019. UN, United Nations, 1971, The FAUNET Report on Development and Environment, available online at www.uinforum.org/file-admin/files/earth%20summit%2020new/publications%20 reports/FOUNEX_report_development_environment_environment_environment_197 PDF, access to 22nd of November 2018. UN, United Nations, 1992, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, available online at https://unfccc.int/files/essential_background/background_publications_html PDF application PDF conveng.pdf, access to 23rd of November 2018. UN, United Nations, 2019, Intended Nationally Determined Contributions, INDCs, Research Resources, Dagham Original Library, last updated 1 May, available online at https://research.un.org/c.php question G = 12757 P = 5362958, access the 13th of June 2019. UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, 2018, statement on behalf of the Group of 77 and China by Ambassador Wael Abdulmag, Chair of the G77 and China for the Climate Change Process, at the joint opening plenary of the 24th session of the COP to the UNFCCC, COP 24. The 14th session of the CMP, and the third part of the first session of the CMA, Katowice, Poland, 2018, 3 December, available online at www.unfccc.int/sites/submission staging/documents/201812022326-G7 7%20 Katowice%20 opening %20 statement.pdf access the 28th of December 2018. UBT A and Zhang R. K. 2017, Cheaper Solar in India Prompts Rethink for Coal Projects, Bloomberg, 1 June, available online at www.bloomberg.com/news/articles/2017-06-01/Cheaper Solar in India Prompts Rethink for More Coal Projects, access the 22nd of November 2018. Valley, V. and Zacone, D. 2015, Structural Change, Globalization and Economic Growth in China and India, The European Journal Comparative Economics 12-3, 133-163. Vidal, J. 2015, How a Typo Nearly Derailed the Paris Climate Deal, The Guardian, 16 December, available online at www.theguardian.com/environment/blog/2015/tech/16/how a typo nearly derailed the Paris Climate Deal, access the 11th of April 2019. Walt, K. N. 1959, Man, the State, and War, A Theoretical Analysis, New York, Columbia University Press. Wang, C. Li, B.B. Liang, Q.M., and Wang, J.C. 2018, Has China's coal consumption already peaked? A demand-side analysis based on hybrid prediction models. Energy 162-1, 272-281. Wang, Y.H. Luo, G.L., and Guo, Y.W. 2014, Why is there overcapacity in China's PV industry in its early growth stage? Renewable Energy 72, 188-194. Wei Einschel, H. 1951, The Doctrine of the Equality of States and its Recent Modifications. American Journal of International Law 45, 3, 417-442. Wind Power Monthly, 2017, Top 10 Turbine Makers of 2017, to October, available online at www.windpowermonthly.com/article/1445638/top-10-turbine-makers-2017, access 10 December 2019. Winsomeus, H. C. John Mann, B. Veldkamp, T. I. E. Halgett, S. Bangalore, M. and Ward, P. J. 2018, Disaster Risk, Climate Change, and Poverty, Assessing the Global Exposure of Poor People to Floods and Droughts, Environment and Development Economics 23-3, 328-348, World Bank, 2014, Bringing China's Energy Efficiency Experience to the World, K-Knowledge Exchange with Asian Countries, 27 June, available online at www.worldbank.org/on/news feature June 27, 2014, Bringing China's Energy Experience-to-the-Knowledge Exchange with Asian Countries, access the 4th of January 2018. World Bank, 2017, World Bank data, available online at https://data.worldbank.org/indicator/ny.gdp.mkdp.cd question locations equals IN, access the 16th of January 2018. China and India in Climate Negotiations 577 right, C. 2018, Chinese overseas investments in fossil fuels 100x bigger than renewables since Paris, climatetracker.org 5 September, available online at http://climatetracker.org, Chinese-overseas-investments-in fossil-fuel-100x bigger than renewables access 12 November 2018. Wu, F. 2013, China's Pragmatic Tactics in International Climate Change Negotiations, Reserving Principles with Compromise, Asian Survey 53-4, 778-800. Wu, F. 2018, Energy and Climate Policies in China and India, a two-level comparative study, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Xi, J. 2015, Work Together to Build a Win-Win, Equitable and Balanced Governance Mechanism on Climate Change, speech at the opening ceremony of the Paris Conference on Climate Change, Edinburgh, J. France, on the 30th of November 2015, China Daily, 1 December, available online at www.chinadaily.com.cn/world/Xi attends Paris Limicon-Ferens, 2015-12/content_225924669.htm, access the 14th of November 2018. Zamboni, M. 2008, Law and Politics, A Dilemma for Contemporary Legal Theory, Berlin, Heidelberg, Springer Verlag. Zhang, H. 2017, China is world's largest renewable energy producer, consumer, People's Daily, 13 July, available online at http://en.people.cn/n3/0713/c900000-9241372.html. Zhang, H.B. Dai, H.C. Lai, H.X. and Wang, W.D. 2017, U.S. withdrawal from the Paris Agreement, Reasons, Impacts, and China's Response, Advances in Climate Change Research 84, 220-225. Zhao, J. and Ordelano, L. 2003, The Chinese Government's Role in Implementing Multilateral Environmental Agreements, The Case of the Montreal Protocol, The China Quarterly. 175, 708, 725, 35 Engaging Global Health Governance, The Experience of China and India. Wang Yanzhong. The past 3 decades have witnessed profound changes in the biological and political worlds, which, in turn, have shaped the contours of global health governance, GHG. Globalization and economic development, adaptation in natural microbial populations, and a demographic transition have led to the rise of a multitude of global health challenges, including the transborder spread of infectious diseases, the rise of non-communicable diseases, NCDs, transboundary pollution, and unequal access to healthcare and medicine within and between nations. Efforts to address these challenges have been accompanied by the emergence of a new set of global health actors, processes, and institutions. While states and intergovernmental organizations such as the World Health Organization, WHO, remain central actors in GHG, non-state actors in public-private partnerships, PPP, such as the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria have become indispensable global health advocates, funders, and implementers. Feidler 2010a. But rising global health challenges also underscore the limits of the existing GHG regime, which continues to be constrained by a lack of resources, insufficient coordination, and weak health system capacities. It is within this discrepancy between the needs of global collective action and the coping capacities of the existing GHG regime that the role of emerging powers such as China and India becomes relevant. Combined, China and India now account for nearly 38% of the world's population and more than 1/4 of global gross domestic product. product, GDP, their sheer population size and the vast rebalancing of wealth across the globe have nurtured a growing expectation that the two countries can and should leverage their expanding influence to fill the void left by the United States and other developed countries. Yet unlike Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, countries, China and India face tremendous domestic health challenges, which only constrain their ability to mobilize the domestic resources and political support needed for engaging GHG. This chapter discusses the role of China and India in engaging GHG by addressing the following question. To what extent has their status as emerging powers led them to play a role in GHG that is distinctive from more established powers? To that end, this chapter will first examine China and India's contribution to the development of global health norms and institutions. Next, it will look at their participation in other global governance arrangements that seek to further global health objectives. This will be followed by a discussion of the two countries' visions of GHG in terms of health aid models, approaches to the state and GHG, and the domestic health model. Engaging global health governance 579 background. Domestic health challenges. Despite robust growth, both China and India face significant domestic health and development challenges. Combined, they account for 33% of the global disease burden, measured by disability-adjusted life year. Both face acute problems in combating infectious disease. In 2017, India had the world's largest tuberculosis-infected population, with 2.74 million new cases, while China had 889,000 new cases. Together, China and India account for 37% of the world's cases of MDR-TB. India, 24%, China, 13%. WHO 2018. India is home to the third largest number of individuals with HIV, 2.1 million, over 2019. India and China also confront the looming threat of NCDs. In India, NCDs, along with injuries, represent the largest disease burden, and NCD-caused loss of productive years is one of the highest in the world. Mondai and Van Vel 2018. 2. The NCD problem is even worse in China, where more than 85% of deaths are attributed to NCDs. In 2010, China surpassed India to become the world's diabetes capital. The latest report suggested that 4 people die of cancer in China every minute. China Med Device 2018. Both countries also have to deal with some prominent health risk factors. The countries are among those most affected by smoking, the world's leading preventable cause of death. Smoking kills approximately 1.2 million people in China and 900,000 in India every year, 20% and 15%, respectively, of global smoking-related deaths. China is the world's largest tobacco producer and has the world's largest smoking population, 350 million, while India is the second largest tobacco producer and has the second largest smoking population, 195 million. Rani et al. 2003, Zhang, and Bai 2011. Amirapu 2012. The two countries also top the world in pollution-related deaths, accounting for 48% of global fatalities attributed to pollution. India, 2.5 million. China, 1.8 million. Landrigan et al. 2018. Such internal health challenges reduce the incentives and capacity for both countries to earmark significant amount of resources to tackle health challenges in other, poorer states. Indeed, despite growing pressures to become full global health donors, China and India continue to focus on tackling their domestic challenges. As indicated by a senior Chinese official, the government interprets these internal health challenges in a broader global context. In order for China to shoulder more global health responsibilities, the most important thing is to take care of our own business. Taking care of China's healthcare is itself the biggest contribution to world health. Pan 2009. India similarly attaches greater importance in addressing its domestic health challenges than in assisting other developing countries. In a 2012 interview with the author, Arun Abhagash, a leading Indian scholar, believed that India was a transitional power and considered domestic issues paramount. Interview, New Delhi, the 30th of January 2012. Shifting processes and priorities in engaging global health. In spite of the mounting domestic health challenges, both countries have historically been a provider in development assistance for health, DAH. Between 1963 and 2012, China dispatched medical teams to 73 countries, including 56 Chinese medical teams, CMTs, to Africa alone, SCIO 2012. Beginning in the 1990s, China 581 Yanzhong has diversified its aid by investing increasingly in health-related infrastructure and human resources. By the end of 2011, China had already built 100 fully stocked hospitals in 52 countries and held more than 400 training courses for 15,000 foreign healthcare personnel. China's health grants to Africa reached $3.8 billion during the 5-year period between 2009 and 2012, which represented 146% increase over the 5-year period between 2004 and 2008. Shah Jalal et al. 2017. In 2014, during the Ebola outbreak in West Africa, China kicked off its largest ever response to an international humanitarian crisis, offering $123 million worth of humanitarian aid to the global Ebola control efforts. 2017. India has also dispensed significant resources, donating medicines, diagnostics, ambulances, and other supplies to recipient countries. Like China, much of India's DAH takes the form of health infrastructure development. India has shown strong interest in leveraging areas in which it maintains a comparative advantage, such as information and communications technology. For example, hospitals and universities in Western Africa are networked together with counterparts in India to facilitate an information exchange of best practices through the Pan-African Network. 2013. Between 2009 and 2012, India committed at least $100 million to bilateral health projects in nearly 20 countries in Africa and South and Southeast Asia, GHC 2012. While both countries deliver DAH primarily on a bilateral basis, they have shown increasing interest in participating in multilateral global health arrangements. In 2011, health ministers of China, India, and other BRICS countries held their first meeting in Beijing, committing themselves to using the platform as a forum of coordination, cooperation and consultation on relevant matters related to global public health. BRICS Information Center 2011. During the 2009 H1N1 outbreak, China worked with WHO and the Lancet to host the International Scientific Symposium on Influenza A H1N1 pandemic response and preparedness. At the regional level, China proposed a series of important initiatives on the control of avian flu and the management of public health emergencies through participation in the ASEAN Plus 3 Summit, the East Asia Summit, and the Asia-Europe Meeting 2010. Compared to China, India has shown little initiative on the international stage with respect to acute disease outbreaks. Still, it has played a leadership role in promoting the need for urgent action against NCDs and their risk factors, especially mental health issues. In May 2012, the 65th World Health Assembly, WHA, approved a resolution sponsored by India to develop a common action plan addressing mental health. Global health norms development. Establishing global health norms. Global health norms, rules, and standards are the principal institutions underpinning GHG. Both China and India have shown the willingness to work with other global health actors in setting rules and norms, including the negotiation over the two legally binding international health agreements, the revised International Health Regulation, IHR, and the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, FCTC. The former is a legal instrument that aims to assist countries to work together in addressing the international spread of diseases and to avoid unnecessary interference with international trade and travel. The latter is the first treaty negotiated under the auspices of the WHO to create binding norms for the reduction of tobacco-related demand and engage in global health governance 581 supply, as well as information resource sharing. In negotiating the FCTC, China, the world's largest producer and consumer of tobacco, was considered the least vigorous opponent among the Big Four: China, Japan, Germany, and the United States. The interference from the domestic tobacco industry, however, not only influenced China's positions but also watered down the final FCTC rules. The Chinese delegation included a representative from the State Tobacco Monopoly Administration, STME, which was the de facto representative of China's giant tobacco industry. The STME opposed pictorial warning labels on tobacco packages and tried to water down the provisions on responsibilities and liabilities, which would have allowed individuals to use the convention to sue tobacco industries for compensation. Lack of Chinese support on these provisions contributed to less robust and more generic FCTC, C1 2014 A. 163. China also played an important role in negotiating the revised IHR. Indeed, it was precisely the 2002-2003 SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, outbreak in China that highlighted the gap between the 1969 IHR, which did not mandate that states report the outbreak and act quickly, and the emerging norms, under which a failure to report an outbreak of international concern is considered a serious infraction, which, in turn, accelerated the IHR revision process. Heimer 2018, 923. At the request of the 56th WHA, the Director General established an intergovernmental working group, IGWG, for its revision. China participated proactively in the revision process. In sharp contrast to India, which sent only 3 delegates to each of the 3 IGWG meetings, China sent 12 delegates between November 2004 and May 2005. The relatively large delegation size enabled China to have enough negotiators to cover concurrent sessions, corridor negotiations, and other processes. A staunch defender of state sovereignty, China allowed the WHO to take into account information provided by non-state actors in decision-making. Bernard 2012, 52-53. Compared with China, India was less proactive in its participation in the IHR revision process, but it has played a constructive role in the development of other international norms, most notably the FCTC and the Pandemic Influenza Preparedness Framework, 2013. In negotiating the FCTC, India played a sophisticated two-level game consisting of mutually reinforcing negotiations at the domestic and international levels. The Indian cabinet first approved strong provisions to regulate tobacco use, leading to the Indian Tobacco Control Act in 2003. This domestic development, in turn, strengthened India's position at the FCTC negotiation table. During the intersession periods of the intergovernmental negotiating body for the FCTC, India chaired 4 regional consultations and forged consensus on a draft text of the FCTC. Lee et al. 2012, 354. Later, members unanimously elected India to serve as regional coordinator of WHO Southeast Asian countries in the negotiations. Despite differing preferences for international health rules and norms, China and India occasionally work together in global health rulemaking. Both countries have participated actively in discussions to strengthen the Biological Weapons Convention, BWC, the first multilateral disarmament treaty banning an entire category of weapons. Their approach, however, is not always constructive. China and India teamed up with Cuba, Iran, Pakistan, and Russia to articulate a common opinion on the exceptional role of states and blocked references to the need for improving transparency. In later meetings, they pushed for a return to negotiations on a verification protocol, a process that ended with the 2001 review conference due to strong opposition from the United States. 581 Yanzhong compliance with global health rules. Both nations have a mixed record of compliance with global health rules. China signed the FCTC in 2003, pledging to ban smoking in workplaces and indoor public spaces by January 2011. However, a 2011 report found that China's implementation of FCTC requirements was poor. Yang and Hu 2011, 12. The fundamental reason that China has failed to honor its international obligations is that the Chinese tobacco industry, a pillar of many provinces' economies, has interfered with the drafting and enforcement of tobacco control policies. China Tobacco even sponsored posters in elementary schools linking smoking to academic achievement. Indeed, among emerging powers, China's anti-tobacco policies were deemed among the weakest and least effective in the world. Waterloo News 2015. Furthermore, China's signing and later ratification of the FCTC encouraged the industry to turn to expansion abroad to offset the potential erosion of domestic market share. China Tobacco's globalization strategy will undermine the global tobacco control regime by increasing competition with other global tobacco companies and driving down tobacco prices. Fang, Li and Sedgepol 2017. Contrary to its record in implementing FCTC, China served as an exemplar for compliance with IHRs. In the wake of the SARS outbreak, China not only amended its domestic laws and regulations but also dramatically improved core surveillance and response capacities to tackle public health emergencies of international concern, PHEIC. By 2008, it had already built the largest infectious disease surveillance and reporting system in the world. The central government is more responsive to transborder public health emergencies and has cooperated with WHO and the scientific community in sharing disease-related information and developing diagnostic tools and vaccines in addressing the problem. In 2007, for example, China shared the avian flu virus sample and information with the WHO, in sharp contrast with Indonesia's refusal to do so under the name of viral sovereignty. In 2013, a decade after SARS, less than half the days lapsed between the first avian influenza H7N9 case and submission of a report to WHO. Liu et al. 2014. 797. In 2014, China announced that it had met 91.5% of IHR's core competency requirements, which covered disease surveillance, laboratory capabilities, biologic management, and core competence of exit and entry ports, NHC 2014. That said, during the 2011 H1N1 pandemic, China possibly violated IHR by instituting trade and travel restrictions in defiance of WHO recommendations, namely against Mexican citizens in North American pork products, sending a signal to other countries that compliance with IHR and honest reporting practices would not be rewarded but punished instead. The overreaction undercut trust and goodwill among states, potentially exacerbating the stag-hunt dilemma in international disease prevention and control. Tang 2009. In late August 2018, news came out that China had been holding for more than 1 year samples of the H7N9 virus from US CDC labs. Baumgartner 2000. 2018. This move is viewed as a clear deviation from the existing norm governing infectious disease outbreaks. Comparing to China, India has a better record of compliance with FCTC. It enacted comprehensive tobacco control legislation before ratifying FCTC in 2004 and launched the National Tobacco Control Program to fulfill FCTC obligations. The program raised taxes on chewable tobacco and banned the sale of tobacco products to minors. It also banned tobacco advertising and required mandatory visual health warnings to appear on all product packaging. Furthermore, India imposed a ban on smoking in public spaces, including indoor workplaces, and established a multi-stakeholder task force engaged in global health governance 583 to coordinate tobacco control. Still, the country has been slow in implementing key provisions including smoke-free environments and health education. Schwartz, Whitley and Samet 2011. India also has made progress in implementing IHR requirements. In order to strengthen the core surveillance capacity required by IHR, it earmarked approximately $80 million in 2005 to build infrastructure and human capacity. Narain, Lal and Garg 2007. The country has built 2 biosafety level 4 (BSL-4) laboratories. Information technology (IT) has been used to facilitate rapid communication between districts and the capital for the transmission of surveillance data, video conferencing, and distance learning. Still, India has a long way to go in building robust surveillance and response capacities. Widespread underreporting was observed in the 2012 dengue fever epidemic. Unlike China, one of the main challenges for India in complying with IHR is not deliberate cover-ups or overreaction to outbreaks, but rather the lack of substantial investment in public health infrastructure, which undermines the ability to detect and contain infectious diseases. India's failure to construct an adequate dengue fever surveillance system, for example, contributed to a lack of awareness of the disease's spread, slow cleanup response, and inability to develop a vaccine. Compliance with soft global health norms. China and India's role in global health norm development is also reflected in their record in internalizing global health norms and practices that are not legally binding but widely accepted in the field. One example of this soft norm is the Best Practice Guidelines for Global AIDS Response, formulated by WHO on AIDS and other international organizations. The Geneva Consensus includes the following components: bureaucratic development for AIDS response, harm reduction measures and prevention, providing antiretroviral (ARV) therapy to people living with HIV, PLWH, and non-stigmatization and rights protection for PLWH. Lieberman 2009. Despite their emphasis on sovereignty and national ownership, both China and India have shown the willingness to adopt the Geneva Consensus. In India, the government launched the National AIDS Control Program (NACP) in 1992 as a comprehensive program for HIV prevention and control. Under an ACP, the country has developed community-based harm reduction alternatives to compulsory centers for drug users, including needle and syringe programs, and SP and opioid substitution therapy (OST). More recently, India adopted WHO's Test and Treat guidelines, allowing anyone testing positive for HIV to be eligible for treatment, regardless of their CD4 count. As a result, the percentage of PLWH who are covered by ARV treatment increased from 36% in 2013 to 56% in 2017. Over 2019, stigma and discrimination against people living with HIV remain common, but India began to implement Act 2014 and 2018, which criminalizes discrimination against this group in employment, healthcare, education, public facilities, and public office. China was a late comer in tackling its HIV epidemic. 2006. After years of denial and inaction, the State Council set up a national committee in 1996 to coordinate HIV response work. In February 2004, it created a more powerful coordination body, the State Council Working Committee on HIV/AIDS, to guide national HIV response and mobilize a multi-sectoral approach to HIV prevention and control. The first meeting of the committee authorized harm reduction measures, including condom promotion measures, in entertainment centers, as well as needle exchange programs. 584 Yanzhong, 2006. By the end of 2014, the government had set up 767 methadone maintenance treatment (MMT) clinics in 28 provinces, serving around 184,000 people. The government has also followed the 2013 WHO guidelines for HIV treatment, which recommends providing HIV treatment for PLWH who have a CD4 count of 500 or less. Implementation of the guidelines has enabled 80% of people eligible for ARV therapy (ART) in China to receive it. That said, the government has been suppressing the activities of AIDS-related human rights groups and non-governmental organizations (NGOs) working in the country, and HIV-related discrimination in employment, education, and healthcare remains widespread. Participating in global governance for health at the international level, there is no integrated, comprehensive regime governing efforts to improve global health. Instead, there is a regime complex, a loosely coupled set of specific regimes. For global health, global governance in non-health sectors, e.g. trade, international development, can have profound impacts on GHG processes and norms. Take the World Trade Organization, WTO, intellectual property, IP regime. For example, in 1994, states created the WTO to establish the rules for global trade. Upon accession, members agreed to adhere to the Agreement on Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights, TRIPS, which set standards for IP rights protection. TRIPS Article 31, in particular, places restrictions on compulsory licensing, i.e. forcing a pharmaceutical firm to license a patented drug to a generic producer by requiring domestic production for every medicine a country may need. Implementation of this trade rule would deprive countries with significant drug manufacturing capability, e.g. India and China, from developing and exporting generic versions of patented drugs. It would also impede access to most effective medicines in countries like China and India, which themselves face a huge disease burden. Restrictions on compulsory licensing and poor accessibility to life-saving medicines for AIDS patients trigger trade disputes between developing and developed countries, leading to a debate over protecting patents versus saving lives. As a result, WTO adopted the Doha Declaration in November 2001, affirming the right of member states to grant compulsory licenses. In response to the lack of manufacturing capacities in some member states, Article 6 of the document called for an expeditious solution to the problem, thus leading to further negotiations on compulsory licensing. In this process, India, Brazil, China, and many other countries in the developing world formed a bloc to press for amending TRIPS to enable more flexible use of compulsory licensing. Their efforts led to the WTO decision on TRIPS and public health in August 2003, considered the first balancing act of developing states in the TRIPS arena. The decision created a mechanism to allow WTO members to issue compulsory licenses to export generic versions of patented medicines to countries with insufficient or no manufacturing capacity in the pharmaceutical sector. India was one of the main parties to oppose TRIPS during the Uruguay Round, 1986 to 1994. As the fourth largest producer of prescription drugs at the time, India did not change its pharmaceutical patent law until the end of 2004 to conform to the WTO agreement. Still, Indian manufacturers have made good use of the flexibilities offered by the WTO IP regime to produce and export generic drugs to the developing world. For a time, India supplied 80% of all donor-funded HIV therapies in the developing world, GHC 2012. 52. It is also the largest provider of cheap high-quality vaccines for developing countries. Moreover, Indian firms manufacture engage in global health governance 585 60 to 80% of all vaccines procured by UN agencies. In this way, India plays a critical role in driving down prices and improving access to vaccines and life-saving drugs for millions worldwide. Compared to their Indian counterpart, the Chinese pharmaceutical industry did not take full advantage of the flexibilities in the WTO regime to produce or import low-cost generic drugs to benefit its own population. China amended its domestic patent law in 1993 to begin granting patents on pharmaceuticals while also limiting the scope of compulsory licensing. Driven by incentives to join the WTO and attract foreign direct investment, China not only extended all patent coverage to 20 years, but also capitulated to U.S. demands on issues such as data exclusivity and patent linkage. 3. These concessions reinforced the monopoly of foreign pharmaceutical firms on the domestic market, even where patents did not exist or had expired. Until 2004, China relied almost entirely on combinations of 4 generic drugs to combat HIV/AIDS domestically rather than import or produce the full range of ARVs available. It prefers negotiating quietly with big pharmaceutical companies for discounts, and only occasionally and implicitly does it raise the issue of compulsory licensing to create leverage at the bargaining table. During the 2009 H1N1 pandemic, the government denied a domestic pharmaceutical firm's application to produce a generic version of Tamiflu, the main first-line antiviral drug against the pandemic. This conservative approach might explain why China, even with a large generic drug industry, still trails India in providing medicines and vaccines to the developing world. Only a small number of Chinese pharmaceutical companies have been good manufacturing practice (GMP) approved by the WHO. Even fewer Chinese pharmaceuticals have received WHO pre-qualification to supply to international organizations and donor funds. In 2015, China had only had 18 drugs included on the WHO's list of pre-qualified medicinal products for procurement, compared to 355 from India, 2015. Instead, China is mainly an exporter of chemical raw materials. With an annual output of 800,000 tons of pharmaceutical ingredients, China became a world leader in global active pharmaceutical ingredient (API) manufacturing and exports in 2012. China acts high in 2014. Its ability to produce and supply APIs is of critical importance to the global generic drug market, as well as to formulators in emerging economies, e.g. India and the developed world. As NCDs increasingly threaten public health in China and India, access to affordable, effective medicine becomes imperative. In both countries, the most effective anti-cancer drugs are monopolized by big pharmaceutical firms, and these patented drugs are prohibitively expensive. In March 2012, the Indian Patent Office issued its first ever compulsory license for the anti-cancer drug sulfonibtosalate Nexavar, authorizing Netco, a domestic generic drug maker, to produce a low-cost version of the drug. This move led to a 97% drop in the price premium. In China, however, thus far there have been no successful applications for compulsory licensing of any patented drugs. Until recently, Chinese law considered unapproved drugs to be counterfeit, and in 2014 even arrested a leukemia sufferer who helped get a cheap generic substitute of Gleevec, a very effective treatment for leukemia, to more than 1,000 other leukemia sufferers in China, 2018. But the government is facing increasing pressures to make its drugs more affordable to a majority of its population, 2014 v. China News 2018. In April 2018, the Chinese government unveiled measures that include authorizing compulsory license grants to enhance availability of innovative drugs. In 2018, 586 won Yanzhong. Both countries have also leveraged the global agenda on international development, such as Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, and Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, for improving health policy outcomes domestically. They have used the MDG process to improve maternal and child health and to combat HIV/AIDS, malaria, and other diseases. Between 1990 and 2012, for example, China contributed 26% of the fall in global child deaths. Its success on MDGs provides an example for others to follow for the post-2015 development agenda. India, too, brought down its infant mortality rate and maternal mortality ratio while achieving MDG Goal 6 on combating HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria. Gerald et al. 2018. 256. The SDGs, with their strong focus on equity and inclusiveness, offer a window of opportunity for both countries to pursue policy shifts that are rooted in a rights-based approach to global governance. Views and talks 2015. It remains to be seen, however, whether the two countries will adopt a real human rights framework that describes government legal responsibilities and mechanisms to enhance accountability and government agenda and priority setting. As Lincoln Chen suggested, China's main goal in engaging global health was health security, not health equity. Horton 2017. 2752. Both countries also are making headway in fulfilling the right to prevention, treatment, and control of disease, such as promoting universal health coverage, UHC, an important benchmark against which to measure and track progress toward the SDG. Today, more than 95% of the population in China is covered by some kind of health insurance, and out-of-pocket payments have dropped below 30%. In India, however, as of 2014, less than 20% of the population was covered by government insurance schemes, and the share of out-of-pocket payments in total health spending remains high at 62%. McQuilcan et al. 2018. 4. But it has rolled out ambitious plans on achieving UHC after the launch of the SDGs by establishing a National Institution for Transforming India (NITI) and rolling out the National Health Policy 2017 (NHP). The policy environment for achieving UHC has improved significantly. Gerald et al. 2018. If UHC is successfully implemented in China and India, more than one-third of the world's population would be covered by health insurance. The two countries are also using new global governance initiatives to improve global health outcomes. China, for example, is working with African countries to build their capacity to achieve UHC, focusing on technology transfers, access to essential medicine, and training of health personnel. Lin et al. 2016. 4. In 2013, China launched the Belt and Road Initiative (BRI) to connect with 65 countries in Asia, Africa, and Europe in trade and infrastructure. The initiative and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank (AIIB) can be viewed as an alternative to the existing U.S.-centric global government framework and is designed to serve the infrastructure needs of 56% of the world's population. Combined, China and India have 17% of the shares in AIIB. While these initiatives are primarily economic, they have important health components. In January 2017, China signed a Memorandum of Understanding (MOU) with the WHO that supports IHR and promotes health security on the Silk Road. This was followed by the launch of the biennial Global Conferences of Health on the BRI in August 2017. Through which 17 bilateral MOUs were signed between China and surrounding Silk Road countries and international agencies including UNAIDS, the Global Fund, and GAVI. These arrangements, according to some Chinese scholars and officials, would encourage international cooperation and improve the health of the people in the countries covered by the initiative. Yet, as Richard Horton indicates, growing interactions may also result in more misunderstandings and engaging global health governance 587 consequences that threaten GHG. Horton 2017. There is also an absence of measurable targets and prescribed indicators to assess the success of such initiatives. Tang et al. 2017, 2597. Visions of Global Health Governance. An alternative model for DAH. When Chinese and Indian leaders launched their development assistance programs decades ago, they had in mind a foreign aid model different from that of the Western powers in mind. In 1964, China unveiled eight foreign aid principles, which highlighted equality, political non-interference, and the interests of recipient countries. Similarly, India's development assistance policy upheld the principles of non-alignment, moralism, and human dignity. Sager 2009, 804. The underlying motives for providing foreign aid, however, were more pragmatic than altruistic. As then Chinese Premier Yuan Mai explained, we provide aid to brother countries and newly independent countries to strengthen their state power, which in turn undermines the power of imperialism. 2013. Likewise, India's development assistance was rooted in concerns over geopolitical stability when it first offered aid to its South Asian neighbors. Over time, the foreign aid policies of both countries deviated from their idealistic foundations and focused instead on promoting their economic and security interests. That said, China's and India's DAH programs are different from those of many traditional donors in many other aspects. Their assistance programs are primarily demand-driven or request-based. Instead of announcing DAH initiatives and then publishing formal requests for proposals, potential recipients approach the donor country for support. The pattern of investing in specific country-based projects is also in sharp contrast to that of Western donors, which are used to making large programmatic investments with clear objectives and involving multiple projects, e.g. the United States President's Emergency Plan for AIDS relief. In addition, China and India deliver DAH mainly on a bilateral basis rather than in collaboration with other countries or international organizations. For instance, China sponsored 19 anti-malarial projects in Africa between 1978 and 2008, but none of these programs coordinated their work with global anti-malarial projects. See Li, Pang and Tan 2013, 235-236. India, on the other hand, relies on bilateralism under the assumption that this approach allows for innovative programming and is concordant with India's demand-driven, horizontal philosophy. These distinctive DAH models reflect the general rejection of existing Western AP approaches to development assistance. Neither China nor India looks favorably upon a donor-recipient paradigm in which the rich give handouts to the poor. India goes as far as to openly reject paternalistic development terms such as donor and aid, preferring to view its development assistance programs as a form of South-South partnership. GHC 2012, 60. Despite their non-altruistic motives, these countries reject the Western model of attaching political strings to assistance projects. Both emphasize infrastructure projects such as constructing hospitals. Among China's DAH projects in Africa from 2000 to 2013, for example, 57% are infrastructure and equipment ventures. Shah Jalal et al. 2017. While this helps fill the gap for infrastructure projects ignored by many OECD countries such as the United States, which spends only 3% of the DAH on infrastructure, U.S. Department of State 2019, China and India appear to have little interest in promoting good governance and human rights in 588 Wang recipient countries or introducing transparency to health aid flows. In 2011, China declared that the principle of transparency should not be seen as a standard for South-South cooperation. GHC 2012, 60. There is little indication, however, that this model presents a viable alternative to the existing development assistance paradigm. Both countries' health-related development assistance is increasing, but it is unlikely that it will bridge substantial gaps vacated by other donors. Tang et al. 2017. 2,597. Their DAH level, for example, is significantly lower than that of OECD donors. The bilateral approach may facilitate the execution of projects in a timely and effective manner, but multilateral aid does a better job in lowering administrative costs and reducing the burden on recipients through increased coordination. Glassman 2012. The provision of health aid and soft loans with few strings attached was popular in Africa at first but can easily become targets of domestic opposition in recipient countries and may not be sustainable. In other words, the approach of traditional OECD donors has not lost its appeal in the developing world. State-centered approach addressing global health challenges necessitates strategies and actions that go beyond the boundaries of any one nation's sovereignty. However, in the development and enforcement of international health norms, China and India pursue a state-centric approach, viewing global regulation as primarily the responsibility of the state. The IHR Negoti provide a useful context for examining state-centrism. China and India declined to gather input from NGOs prior to the regional consultations and IGWG negotiations. They also, along with other Asian states, sought to limit the role of NGOs. This unflinching support for state sovereignty also accounts for the absence of an Asian voice in international negotiations. During the IHR talks, China argued vehemently, though unsuccessfully, against the proposal to include a list of infectious diseases for fear that it might be compelled to reveal information that would threaten national interest. China also resisted the idea of sending WHO investigative teams to countries without their consent. Kamrat Scott, Lee and Zhu 2013, 8890. Similarly, sovereignty concerns led China to oppose a move to recognize Taiwan's status at the WHO. Keenly aware that the principle of universal application to IHR might be used by Taiwan to justify formal WHO membership, China's chief negotiator did not mince words. Health is a very important issue, but sovereignty and territorial integrity are more important. Shah 2004. China later softened its stance and allowed Taiwan to obtain special observer status at WHO, but Taiwan is still not permitted to liaise with the WHO other than at its headquarters in Geneva. Since 2017, frustrated by Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen's pro-independence agenda, Beijing has exerted pressures to WHO Secretariat of not inviting Taiwan to participate in the WHO, on the grounds that neither WHO's constitution nor the Assembly's procedure provides a legal basis for a region of a sovereign state to join the Assembly as an observer. Rabello 2018. Furthermore, both China and India seek to suppress the role of civil society organizations, CSOs, in their health projects. Civic space in India has shrunk since Prime Minister Narendra Damodar Modi came to power in 2014. Through restrictive legislation, the government denies CSOs the right to register, and in some cases suspends or withdraws CSO permits to operate. Frontline Aid 2018. As a result of this government crackdown on CSOs, there is a significant drop in foreign funding for these organizations. CNN 2017. For China, there is an even more glaring collision between engaging global health governance 589, a state-centric approach, and one that incorporates other actors, e.g. NGOs and intergovernmental organizations, in multi-stakeholder arrangements. In January 2017, the government rolled out the Foreign NGO Law, which requires all overseas NGOs and nonprofits to register with the police and maintain a government sponsor. The law had a chilling effect on foreign health-related NGOs' activities in China. While the state-centric approach may serve the national interests of China and India, it also limits the scope and effectiveness of international cooperation in an era of interdependence. China's stance on Taiwan, for example, threatened to derail the early IHR negotiations. Many have noted that this rigid state-centrism not only leads to a narrow and limited interaction with GHG, but also proves unsustainable in the long run because it is increasingly out of sync with global norms. Tan 2009, Feidler 2010b. Domestic health model. Due to their large populations and rising levels of development, China and India serve as a reference point for other lower middle-income countries, LMICs, who want to address their own domestic health problems. Historically, both countries rejected top-down, high-tech, and disease-focused Western approaches, favoring an accessible and integrated approach that recognized the role of local communities and affordable technologies. China and India's experience in primary healthcare, PHC, demonstrated the capacity to improve public health with limited resources, thereby contributing to the rise of the PHC movement in the late 1970s. Since transitioning to market-oriented economies, China in the 1980s and India in the 1990s, both countries have pursued a strong market-based approach to healthcare. They also relied heavily on international donors to launch and sustain vital public health programs. Prior to 2003, China's HIV/AIDS programs were almost entirely supported by international donors. Likewise, India's campaigns against smallpox and polio received significant international support. Donors such as the Global Fund, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the World Bank have played an important role in health governance in terms of policy, planning and implementation, including improving bureaucratic and financial capacities. In India, the effort of Dr. John Andrus from the U.S. Public Health Service played a critical role in convincing Indian leaders to commit to polio eradication. Shaffer 2012. 2-3. The Global Polio Eradication Initiative was then used as a mechanism to fund India's own domestic eradication efforts. Likewise, in China, international entities were critical in moving latent public health issues such as HIV/AIDS onto the governmental agenda. International entities also affected the timing of state action, as shown in the SARS crisis, as well as policy design decisions, as shown in HIV/AIDS prevention efforts and control. In terms of the ideational foundations of addressing domestic health challenges, many of the ideas put forth by Chinese policymakers are not novel. Since the rollout of China's healthcare reform in 2009, debates and discussions about reform have centered on whether to adopt a government-focused approach inspired by the British model, in which the government provides basic healthcare for free, or a market-focused approach influenced by the German model, which favors the use of third parties to provide health services. In contrast to China, India is often seen as practicing frugal innovation, that is, finding the simplest and cheapest way of doing something without compromising effectiveness. Shetty 2012. See also The Economist 2010. In putting innovation to work, India's business leaders and health providers have collaborated with government 591 Yanjong actors, private hospitals, and the IT and telecommunications sectors. In 2000, Dr. Devi Shetty founded Narayana Rudilaya, NH, in Bangalore. By embracing mass production, he is able to make quality healthcare financially accessible to a wider range of people. Hunter 2018. As a result of Shetty's innovation, India is on course to become the first country in the world to deal in health from wealth. eHealth 2013. Conclusion. Over the past 2 or 3 decades, both China and India have expanded their engagement in GHG. An examination of their history in global health norm development, their use of other global governance arrangements to promote global health, and their visions of GHG all suggest that China and India have the ability to play distinctive, important, even inspiring roles in GHG. The analysis, nevertheless, has not led us to conclude with confidence that both countries represent a transformative force in GHG. Their contributions to GHG remain limited and constrained by domestic health challenges and institutional shortfalls. In developing institutions for global disease prevention and control, their approach to global health agenda setting and rulemaking remains selective and individualistic. Moreover, their record of compliance with global health rules is mixed, mitigated by limited health system capacities and ongoing governance challenges. A look at the ideational foundations of China's and India's involvement in GHG suggests that while both contribute to an alternative model for GHG, most components of the model are neither novel nor innovative, and their effectiveness remains in question. Notes 1 from 1956 to 1999, China helped build only 20 hospitals in Africa. CCCR, 2012, 30, SCIO, 2012, and WEN, 2009, 2C Green, 2011. 53. WHO pre-qualification of medicines is a service provided by the organization to assess the quality, safety, and efficacy of pharmaceutical products. Since international donors strictly limit procurement to products that have passed international standards, WHO pre-qualification is required for a vaccine to be purchased by international organizations or donor funds for use in a recipient country. 3. Data exclusivity refers to a practice whereby, for a fixed period of time, drug regulatory authorities do not allow generic drug manufacturers to use an originator's registration files to obtain the market authorization of their products. Patent linkage is a system or process by which drug regulatory authorities link drug marketing approval to the status of the patent S corresponding to the originator's product in order to ensure that no patent is being infringed before marketing approval for a new product is issued. Bibliography. Amirapo D. 2012. India emerges as second largest global tobacco producer. The Economic Times. 18 October. Available online at https://economictimes.india.times/industry/consumption-products/tobacco/India-emerges as second largest global tobacco producer/article-show 168689993.cms. Avert. 2019. HIV and AIDS in India. Last updated 18 January. Available online at www.avert or professionals. HIV-around-world/Asia-Pacific/India. Baumgartner, E. 2018. China has withheld samples of a dangerous flu virus. The New York Times. 27 August. Available online at www.newyorktimes.com/2018/08/7/health/china-flu-virus-samples.html. Engaging Global Health Governance 591 Bernard, K. W. 2012. Negotiating the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. Public health joins the arcane world of multilateral diplomacy. In Roscameron I. Kate Bush, EDS. Negotiating and Navigating Global Health. Case Studies in Global Health Diplomacy. Singapore. World Scientific. 4776. BRICS Information Center. 2011. BRICS Health Ministers Meeting. Beijing Declaration. University of Toronto. 11 July. Available online at www.brics.utoronto.ca/docs/110711-health.html. Views. K. and Fox, S. 2015. Health in the Sustainable Development Goals. Ready for a Paradigm Shift. Globalization in Health 11.1.18. doi. 10.1186/S12992-015-0098-8. CCR. China Center for Health Economic Research. 2012. Guangfu Weisheng Shai Dai Zong Fi Weisheng. Izhou Yunguo Jiaxing Saying. China-Africa Health Collaboration in the Era of Global Health Diplomacy. Beijing. Shijizishu China Exhibition. 2014. API China 2014. The 72nd API China and PHARM PACK and SINO PHARM. Available online at www.chinaexhibition.com/trade_events/497 79-API underscore China underscore 2014.html. China med device 2018. Every minute 4 people die of cancer in China. 8 May. Available online at https://chinameddevice.com/7-cancer-patient-diet-most-every-minute-in-China China news 2018. Li Keqiang Shanghai Kao Xiaowei PTA Lai Kang Yi Jia Kang Yai Zai AA Wiki 11 April. Available online at www.chinanews.com/gn/2018/04-11/8488243.html. eHealth 2013. India to Dealing Health from Wealth March. Available online at https://ehalth.online.com/2013/0-3/India-to-dealing-health-from-wealth/ Feng J Li K and Sedgel N 2017. The China National Tobacco Corporation. From Domestic to Global Dragon. Global Public Health 12 3 315-334. Feidler D. P. 2010 A. The Challenges in Global Health Governance. Council on Foreign Relations. 24 May. Available online at www.cfr.org/reports/challenges-global-health-governance. Feidler D. P. 2010 B. Asia's Participation in Global Health Diplomacy and Global Health Governance. Asian Journal of WTO and International Health Law and Policy 5-2 September 269-300. Frontline AIDS 2018. A Victory of Law and Love. India decriminalizes homosexuality 6 September. Available online at https://frontlineaids.org/a-victory-of-law-and-love-india-decriminalizes homosexuality. Access the 17th of May 2019. Jera R. Nerwal R. Jain M. Tamja G. and Gupta S. 2018. Sustainable Development Goals. Leveraging the global agenda for driving health policy reforms and achieving universal health coverage in India. Indian Journal of Community Medicine 43-4, 255-259. GHC, Global Health Strategies Initiatives, 2012. Shifting Paradigm. How the BRICS are reshaping global health and development. Available online at http://researchonline.lsham, ac.uk/id/eprint/344111. Glassman, A. 2012, GHI 2013, and the Rise of Multilateralism. Center for Global Development, 15 February. Available online at www.cgdev.org/blog/GHI-2013-rise-multilateralism. Green, A. 2011, The End of Cheap Medicine, This is Africa, A Global Perspective, 15 November. WHO Pre-Qualification of Medicines is a service provided by the organization to assess the quality, safety and efficacy of pharmaceutical products. Since international donors strictly limit procurement to products that have passed international standards, WHO pre-qualification is required for a vaccine to be purchased by international organizations or donor funds for use in a recipient country. Heimer, C. A. 2018, The Uses of Disorder and Negotiated Information Orders, Information Leveraging and Changing Norms in Global Public Health Governance, British Journal of Sociology 69-4, 910-935. Horton, R. 2017, Offline, Are China's Global Ambitions Good for Global Health? The Lancet 390-10114, 2752. 1. E. 2018, China's Next Box Office Hit, a dark comedy about smuggling and cancer drugs from India. Courts, 5 July. Available online at https://qz.com/1320821/china's-next-box-office-hit-dark-cancer drugs-from-India/592 Yanzhong Y. 2006, The Politics of HIV AIDS in China, Asian Perspective 31, 95-105. 1. Y. 2010, Pursuing Health as Foreign Policy, The Case of China, Indiana Journal Global Legal Studies 17-1, 105-146. 1. Y. 2013, Enter the Dragon and the Elephant, China's and India's Participation in Global Health Governance, Council on Foreign Relations, IIGG Working Paper, April, available online at www.cfr.org/report/enter-dragon-elephant. 1. Y. 2014 A. China's Position in Negotiating the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control and the Revised International Health Regulations, Public Health 128-2, February, 161-166. 1. Y. 2014 V. 3 Take-Home Messages from China's Glaxo Verdict, Forbes, 25 September, available online at www.forbes.com/sites/ynzhonghang/2014/09/25/3-take-home-messages-from-China's-Glaxo-Verdict/1TB39of 28992. 1. Y. 2015, Chinese Pharma, A Global Health Game Changer, Council on Foreign Relations, 31 March, available online at www.cfr.org/expert-brief/Chinese-pharma-global-health game changer. 1. Y. 2017, China's Response to the 2014 Ebola Outbreak, Global Challenges 12-17, doi, 10.1002/GCH2.2016000001. Hunter, B. 2018, This Doctor is Making Heart Surgery Accessible to the Poor by Breaking Mass Production, Foundation for Economic Education, 31 May, available online at https://fee.org/articles/this-doctor-is-making-heart-surgery-accessible-to-the-poor-by-embracing-mass production. Access the 17th of May 2019. Cameron Scott, A. Lee, K. and Zhu, J. 2013, The International Health Regulations, 2005, Asia's Contribution to a Global Health Governance Framework, in Kai Li, T. Peng and Y. Tan, EDS, Asia's Role in Governing Global Health, Abingdon, Routledge, 8398. Landrigan, P. J. Fuller, R. Acosta, N. J. R. and A. O. Arnold, R. Basu, N. Bald, A. B. Bertolini, R. Bozo, Riley, S. Bualford, J. I. Briese, P. N. Childs, T. Mahidal, C. Kalsek, A. M. Proper, M. L. Fogel, J. Fuster, V. Greenstone, M. Keynes, A. Enrihan, D. Hunter, D. Kare, M. Krupnik, A. Lanfear, B. Loani, B. Martin, K. Mathiasen, K. V. Mutier, M. A. Murray, C. J. L. Dehamananjara, J. D. Pereira, F. Podognik, J. Preeker, A. S. Ramesh, J. Roxram, J. Salinas, C. Sampson, L. D. Santilia, K. Sly, P. D. Smith, K. R. Steiner, A. Stewart, R. B. Suck, W. A. Vance Shake, O. C. P. Yayama, G. N. Yumkela, K. and Ma, Z. 2018, The Lancet Commission on Pollution and Health, The Lancet 391 10119, 462 512. Lee, K. Kamrat Scott, A. Yoon, S. and Zhu, J. 2012, Asian Contributions to Three Instruments of Global Health Governance, Global Policy 23, 348 361. Lee, K. Pang, T. and Tan, Y. EDS. 2013, Appendix 3 of Asia's Role in Governing Global Health, London, Routledge. Lieberman, E. S. 2009, Globalization and Global Governance of AIDS, The Geneva Consensus, in S. Lieberman, ed. Boundaries of Contagion, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press 2009, 61 109, Lin, S. Gao, L. Reyes, M. Cheng, F. Kaufman, J. and L. Sauter, W. M. 2016, China's Health Assistance to Africa, Opportunism or Altruism, Globalization and Health 12 1, 15, Liu, P. Ruo, Y. Kian, X. Tang, S. Li, Z. and Chen, L. 2014, China's Distinctive Engagement in Global Health, The Lancet 384 9945, 793 804, Mac Quilken, K. Baker, P. Downey, L. Ruiz, F. Chakadu, K. Brinja, S. Zhao, K. Wilkinson, T. Glassman, A. and Hoffman, K. 2018, Strengthening Health Technology Assessment Systems in the Global South, A Comparative Analysis of the HTA Journeys of China, India and South Africa, Global Health Action 11, 113, Mondai, S. and Van Bell, S. 2018, India's NCD Strategy in the SDG Era, Are There Early Signs of a Paradigm Shift? Globalization and Health 14 1, 19, Narain, J. P. Lal, S. and Garg, R. 2007, Implementing the Revised International Health Regulations in India, National Medical Journal of India 25, 221-224, NHC, National Health Commission of the People's Republic of China, 2014, Wogao Dao, Gaoji Wei Shangti Ili, 2005, Liu Bai Ozon, China has reached the International Health Engaging Global Health Governance 593 Regulations, 2005, Compliance Standards, 18 July, available online at www.nhc.gov.cn/ISBA 7862001407, E93283068494981D10 DDBF2BED38.SHTML. Pan, F. 2009, Hankaid, Zuohaozong Diawei Shenxi Ai Jai Shidui Shijui Sheng Suida Gongxian, Hankaid, Taking Care of China's Healthcare is itself the biggest contribution to world health. Kaxu Shai by A. Science Times, 4 March, available online at http://news.sci-onsinet.cn/html/2009/3/216815.html. Rane, M. Bonu, S. Jia, P. Nguyen, S. N. and Jam Jiaom, L. 2003, Tobacco Use in India, Prevalence and Predictors of Smoking and Chewing in a National Cross-Sectional Household Survey, Tobacco Control 12-4-18, Ravello, J. L. 2018, Politics and Health Clash as Taiwan's bid for observer status falls at WHA, DVEX, 22 May, available online at www.dvex.com/news/politics-and-health clash as Taiwan has bid for observer status falls at WHA 92806. Sager, R. 2009, State of Mind, What Kind of Power Will India Become? International Affairs 85-4, 801-816. Schaffer, T. C. 2012, Polio Eradication in India, Getting to the Verge of Victory, and Beyond. A report of the CSIS Global Health Policy Center, January, available online at https://csis-prod.s3.amazon.com/s3fs-public/legacy_files/publication/120117_Schaffer_polio India_web.pdf. Schwartz, R. L. Whitley, H. L. and Samet, J. M. 2011, World Tobacco Day 2011, India's Progress in Implementing the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, Indian Journal of Medical Research 133-5, 455-457, SCIO, State Council Information Office, 2012, Medical and Health Services in China, 26 December, available online at www.china.org.cn/government/whitepaper/note_7175044.htm. Sha, Z. 2004, Sha Tsukang Dashi Zai Ziding, Gaio Hui Shangti Ili, Gongsuo Tsuhui Bi Muguang Hiashang Fayan. Statement at the closing plenary session of the Working Group meeting to revise International Health Regulations, Geneva, Permanent Mission of the People's Republic of China to the United Nations Office at Geneva and other international organizations in Switzerland, 12 November, available online at www.china-un.ch/CHN/GJHY-FY/Hi2004/T172226.htm. Sha Zhao, M. Zhu, J. Jing, J. King, M. Zhang, J. Wang, P. Ui, J. and Cheng, F. 2017, China's Engagement with Development Assistance for Health in Africa, Global Health Research and Policy 224-19, available online at www.ncbi.nlm.nih.gov/PMC/articles/PMC 5683463/. Chevy, P. 2012, Biome Analysis, Frugal, Innovation for Good Health, Science and Development Network, 15 August, available online at www.scidev.net/global/health/columns/biome-analysis-frugal-innovation-for-good-health.html. Tan, Y. 2009, China's Role in the World, A Perspective Through Global Health Governance, Singapore, Center on Asia and Globalization. Tang, B. 2009, Jishishiju Gaoji Wei Shanghizhou Zongdekun Jin, Regime Design of the Dilemma in International Health Cooperation, Ao Zuo Yanju, European Studies 3, 107-118. Tang, K. Li, Z. Li, W. and Chen, L. 2017, China's Silk Road to Global Health, The Lancet 390-10112, 2595-2601. The Economist, 2010, First Break All the Rules, 15 April, available online at www.economist.com, special-report/2010/04/17/first-break-all-the-rules, access the 17th of May 2019, CNN, Times News News Network, 2017. After crackdown, foreign funding of NGOs dips sharply. The Times of India, 21 December. Available online at https://timesofindia.in-foreign-funding-of-India-foreign-funding-of-news-come-down-after-17-17.cm. Crackdown article show 6186877.cms. U.S. Department of State, 2019. Economic Development, foreignassistance.gov. Available online at www.foreignassistance.gov/categories/economic-development. Wang, K. 2018. China announces new initiatives to level the playing field for innovative and generic drugs. Ropes and Gray, 17 April. Available online at www.ropesgray.com/on/newsroom alert 2018-04. China announces new initiatives to level the playing field for innovative and generic drugs. 594 Wang Yanzhong Waterloo News, 2015. Studies show China continues to lag in effective tobacco control. University of Waterloo, 16 November. Available online at https://uwaterloo.ca/news/news/. Studies show China continues to lag effective tobacco control. Win, J. 2009. Full text of Win's speech at 4th Ministerial Conference of FOCAC. China.org, 9 November. Available online at www.china.org.cn/world/2009-11/content_188498990. HTM. WHO. World Health Organization. 2018. Global Tuberculosis Report 2018. 18 September. Available online at https://apps.hu.int/iris/bitstream/handle/106655/2744536/9789241565646-ang.pdf question UA=1. Zwo L. 2013. Yuanlai Yuanju 16 Yizhen Zongyo Duya Figuo Jia Yuanju Wei Zong Sin Tao Cha. A study of Yuan Lei thoughts on foreign aid, centering on new China's assistance to Asian and African countries. Dangshi Yanju Yu Jia Xu. Party History Research and Teaching 3. 6877. Yang, Ji and Hu, A. TTS. 2011. Kong Yan Yu Zongyo Wei Lai. Zhangwai Zhangyu Zongyo Yan Sao Shai Yang Yu Yan Sao Kongzi Lian Gungu Bao Ga. Tobacco Control in China's Future. Chinese and Foreign Experts Joint Evaluation Report on China's Tobacco Consumption and Tobacco Control. Beijing. Jing Ribo A Shubnij. Zhang, J. U. J and C Bai. 2011. Tobacco Smoking in China. Prevalence, Disease Burden, Chao Leng's and Future Strategies. Virology 16.8. 1165-1172. doi. 10.11/J.1440-1843.2011.02062.x. Index. Node. Bold page numbers refer to tables. Italic page numbers refer to figures and page numbers followed by N. The node endnotes. ADUIOBOOK. Biometric Personal Identity 30 and 14 Al-Qaeda 9/11 387 388 Abdener. Adriana 3 11 American Funds 89 Abrupt Debt Crisis. India 341 American. Monroe Doctrine 420 Abu Zayd al-Sirah 541 American Police Regional Architecture 456 Across the Himalayan Gap. An Indian Quest for American Political System 119 Understanding China 10 2 Number Amir and Number Amir Khan 130 Act East Policy 10 310 354 441 444 486 and off Avildra 705 774 39 Active Pharmaceutical Ingredient API 585 Andaman and Nicobar Islands 260 Adani Defense and Aerospace and Elbit Anglo-American Powers 9 12 Systems 272 Anglo-French-Israeli Attack 451 Addis Ababa Djibouti Railway 475 Anglophone Media 517 Afghanistan China Economic Agreements 356 Anglo-Saxon Race 52 Inter-Services Intelligence 387 Peaceful Lenin Kofi 350 404 Denouement 392 1979 Soviet Invasion of Annual Report 2017 2018 473 384 1989 Soviet Withdrawal from 386 Ansari Mohammed Hamid 308 467 Africa BRI and AAGC 471 2 China and Anti-Access Area Denial A2AD Approach 240 India's Interest 472.5 Cultural Engagement 241 247 471 Economic Engagement 468 70 Anti-British Movement 64 Implications for 475 6 Military Engagement Anti-China Activities in India 195 471 Political Engagement 466 Anti-India Moves on Kashmir 383 425 Africa E-Network Project PANAP 469 Anti-Japanese Solidarity 64 African Export-Import Bank 469 Anti-Japanese War 92 African Union Standby Force 532 Anti-Japan Feeling 404 Africa Regional Center ARC 359 Antiretroviral ARV 583 Afro-Asian Movement 381 Antiretroviral Therapy ART 583 584 Jamia for Sustainable Development 2030 350 Anti-Soviet Criticism 385 Anti-V Missile 122 Anti-Tank Missiles 242 Agreement on Trade and Intercourse with Tibet Anti-Tobacco Policies China 582 Region 87 90 91 195 Apropos Property Rights 26 Airborne Warning and Control System Tech in Beijing 109 AWACS 456 Archaeological Survey of India ASI 334 AI plus X Program 279 Area of Peace Concept 9 DIIR Palu before Argentina 505 Alexander P. C. 340 Armed Coexistence 6 181 Alexander Successors 36 37 Narrow War Second Opium War 1960 46 Ali Baba Cloud Ali 276 Arthej Astra Cordelia 152 Allied Razi 1154 41 Artificial Intelligence AI 7 Allen A. R. 76 Aranical Pradesh 8 188 202 220 316 Allen Young 47 48 ASEAN China Free Trade Area 437 442 596 Index ASEAN India Connectivity Summit 441 Badge Pi Kanti 29N1 139 Asia Africa Growth Corridor AAGC 260 Bajrangi Bejan Indian Film 115 326 466 472 475 476 Bajwa QA Marjaba 322 Asian African Conference 1955 523 Balance of Powers 47 Asian African Solidarity 90 Bandung Conference in 1955 89 92 93 97 Asian Connectivity African Solidarity 90 China 98 398 9 Reshaping 337 Chinese Views 309 11 Bandung Declaration, 1955 354 Connectivity Projects, Chinese 321-4, and Bangladesh 305, 427, in the Brahme Mutual Consequences 321, defined and reimagined Basin 218, BRI, Construction of 305, China 316-19, India's opposition to China's BRI Economic Cooperation 306-7, 355, Domestic 324-7, India's response to BRI 307-9, Industrial Production 305, 2018 Refugee, Neighbor First Policy 310, Physical Crisis 424, World Independence 411, G Connectivity 316, Reactions to India's position Jinping visit in 2016 305 309-11, Trade and Investment Ties in 9 Bangladesh China India Myanmar Economic Asian Development Agency for Asians 400 Quarter, BCI MEC 307-10, 325, 326, Asian Development Bank 159 422, 436, Asian Diplomacy 400 Bank of China in Kalimpong 76 Asian Financial Crisis, 1997-1998 437 Bardhan, Pranab 18, 291 Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral 370, 422, 445, 454, 586 Technical and Economic Cooperation Asian Leadership, Implicit Competition 96-8, BIMRCEC 441 Asian Relations Conference in 1947-64, 65, 68, Beijing Institute of Technology, BIT 276 A2N10, 97, 155 Beijing Mitano Communication Technology Asian Research Network 372 Company, Limited 297 Asian Space Race 517 Belt and Road Forum, BRF 357, 486 Asia Pacific, Competition 484 5 Belt and Road Initiative, BRI 8, 143, 220, Asia Pacific Maritime Security Strategy 439 255, 257, 262, 296, 303, 315, 333, 356, 414, Asia's Giants, Comparing China and India 420, 436, 466, 586, Friedman and Gilly 2 Bubba, Homie G, 519, 523, 525 Azoka, King 37 Badada, Shu Ben 291 Assad, Bashar 459 Bandari, Mohan 111, 112 Associated Chambers of Commerce and Bharat Forge 114 Ministry of India, ASSOCHAM 340, 341 Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP 160, 173, 191, Association of Southeast Asian Nations 204, 341, ASEAN 10, 434, 439 Bhattacharya, P. C. 398 Atoll Innovation Mission 26 Bhutan, 1998 and 1998 Agreements 185, Atoll, Maiden Mohan Lao 92 Border Tree Junction 121, 204, China, Road Atomic Demolition Munitions, ADMs 235 Construction 185, Doklam Plateau 390, Atomic Energy Commission in 1948 523 486, Himalayan Kingdoms 94, India's, Atoms for Peace, 523 Overseas Development Assistance 317, 2013 Adelaide, Clement 69 Parliamentary Election Campaign 428, Aung San Suu Kyi 306 Parliamentary Election Campaign in 428, Autonomous Underwater Vehicle, AUV 272, Peace and Prosperity Party 428 273, Bias and Noise, SA 26, 27 Avatar Saka Sutra 39 Biba, Sebastian 6, The Average Zuao in India 109 Bilateral Arms Race, Absence of 502, Conflicts, Avian Flu Virus 582 Impact of 56, Lack of 502 3 Awakening Giants, Feet of Clay, Bardhan 18 Bilateral Economic Cooperation 8, 120, 127 8, Aarahun, Indian Film 109, 115 Background of 291 2, Bilateral Relationship IIUB, Mohammed 420, 445 501, Bilateral Trade 292 6, 1962 Border War Errors, Illicit 23 291, Chinese Investment in India 296, Future OZ, Malana 67 Challenges 299 300, Investment Relations is R, Masood 415, 417 296 9 Billions of Entrepreneurs, Kana 18, 24 7, 29 Bagchi, P. C. 71 BIMFCEC, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Bahal, Sandeep 116 Multisectoral Technical and Economic Bilateral Iron 9 in India 398 Cooperation 422 Index 597 Biological Weapons Convention, BWC 581 Yoke, 45, Indian Government 43, 63, 67, 72, this was A. 213 Policy of Tibet 171, War against Germany Blairell, Nicholas 11 and Japan 67, Bloodiest, Border Clash 182 British Empire's Privilege in Tibet 88 Bloomberg Report 123 British India-China Trade 76, Blue Water, Navy 257 British Raj 107, 200, 253 Boao Forum for Asia 298 British Range Seaplane Troops 46 Bodhisattva 39, 54, 57 Buddhism 35, 37 40, Buddhist Monastic 40, Boer, Niels 523 Kakravartan Raja 39, 42, in China 34, Delhi Bollywood Films, Chinese Media 128 30 Sultanate Suppression of 43, Inspired Foreign Bolsonaro, Jer 489 Chinese Trade 42, Mughal Dynasty 43, 26 11, Bombay Attacks in 2008 241, Buddhist Conquest of China 37 Border after 1962, India's View of Armed Booty Gandaki Hydroelectric Project and Coexistence 181 2, Chinese Violations 180, Nepal 320 Differences and Agreements 185 7, Incursions Bureaucratic Model 334 182 5, Post-War Reactions and Changes Burma 71, 76, 8-2-N-13 188 9, Resolve Territorial Disputes 189 90, Burma Union Meadow Road 74 Territorial Claims, Clearing Misunderstandings Bush, George W. 392, 508 on 187 8 Business Standard, Newspaper 128 Border Dispute, China and India, after 1962 War Business Today, Newspaper 270 171 2, Border Peace 172 3, China-India Bilateral Relationship 170, China's Goals Kakravartan Raha 39, 42 in 1962 War 171, Cold War, Taiwan, Can India Overtake China, Yasheng 24, 26 170, Conflict, Sino-Indian 99, Deepening Caravan, Indian Film 109 Differences on 94 6, Doklam Standoff Karyappa, K. M. 91 175 7. Incursions in 2000 173 5. Tranquility. Cascading effect 502. Agreement 172 3. U.S. and Russia Soviet Cast Iron Money 37 Union Play 89 Center for Advanced Studies. Translational Border Peace and Tranquility Agreement of Research and Leadership. Castle 269 1993 230 Center for Scientific and Industrial Research. Border Personnel Meetings. BPMs 186. CSIR 23. Border Tension Aggression 121. Central Asia Policy 303. Bose. Subhas Chandra 64. 72. 81 and 2 Central Eastern Europe Consortium 343. Boschard. Walter 57. Central Military Commission. CMC 171. Brahmins 53. Central Treaty Organization. CENTO 89. Brahmaputra Basin 212. 219. 246 Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. Brahmos Cruise Missile System 232. 243. CIR 267. 269. 271. Brahmos Missile 122 Center for Research on Subsystems. Brazil 505. Cross 269. Breaking News. Transmissions 121 Center of Excellence. Co 268. 269. Rooster. David 7 Center of Excellence in Technology Innovation. BRICS. Brazil, Russia, India, China and in Transfer. CTIT 269. South Africa 8. 422. 485. Achievements and Certainty of Military Victory 229. Challenges of 357 60. Analytical Perspective C17. Globe Masters 233 351. China-India Relations 354 7. Chinese Shabehar Port in Iran 326. 455 and Indian Participation 351 4. Daklan Chadda, Ma Yang 114. 115 Military Standoff 355. Global Economic and Chandraskaran, and 270 Political Landscape 352 3. Gross Domestic Changzhou Feng 43, 72, 74 Product 349. Indian Foreign Policy 354. Shashama Nuclear Power Complex 235. Motiji Leadership 354. New Development Shotari, Naiharan Gen 72, 74 Bank 357 60. Summit on the 5th of September 144 Chauhan, Rishika 6, BRICS Plus 355 Chayan Bhavana 69, 74 BRICS Remote Sensing Satellite Constellation Chilene, Brahma 209 Agreement 527 Chemical, Biological, Radiological, Nuclear, and BRI Related Project Arrangements 357 Explosive, CBRNA 272 British East India Company 450, Cheng, YK, 75 Cheng, Three-Way Discourse 67, Foreign Chen Lifu 73 598 Index Chen, Lincoln 586 371 2, Simple Logic 365 6, Unique Triangle Sherry Automobile Company 298 366 8, Wuhan Spirit 369 70 Cheddar, K, 75 China Institute of Cyberspace Strategy 121 Shanghai SHEK 6, 64 9, 67, 71, 73, 75, 90 China Institutes of Contemporary Chiangmai Initiative, CMI 404 International Relations, CICIR 145, 146 Chief of Defense Staff, CDS 244 China Merchants Group Holdings 306, Chime Concept 449 China Myanmar Economic Corridor 306 China Aerospace Science and Technology China Myanmar Relations 307 Corporation 520 China National Offshore Oil Corporation China Africa Bilateral Trade 469, CNOOC 473 China Africa Defense and Security Forum China National Petroleum Corporation, CATSF 470, CNPC 473 China and India Relations 1937-1949, Cultural China Nepal Connectivity Cooperation 321 Sphere 74, Economic Sphere 74 7, Political China Nepal India Economic Corridor 310 Sphere 6370, Subtle Turn Sphere 77 9 China Nepal Railway Line 310, 321 China and India Relations 1939-1948, Exports China Pakistan Civilian Nuclear Cooperation to India from China 81, Imports into 511 China from India 80 China Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC China and India Relations 1950s, Achievements 128, 160, 185, 204, 296, 305, 318, 356, 372, in Golden Period 91-3, Asian Leadership, 390, 410, 414, 415, 486 Implicit Competition 96-8, Border Issue, China-Pakistan Internal Security Agreement Deepening Differences on 94-6, China-India 356-7 Agreement on Tibet 93-4, Leaders, Situation China, Potential Threat Number 1, 158 Changes 99-100, Peaceful Coexistence China's Exim Bank 293-88-90, Sino-Indian Conflict 99, Sino-Soviet China's Foreign Policy 88, 99 Relations 99, Tibet Problem, Temporary China Shipbuilding Industry Company 243 Solution 491 China's Military, Artificial Intelligence, AI China ASEAN Expo 404 Ecosystem, Expanding and 273-6, Basic China Bangladesh Economic Cooperation 306 Research Urgent Management Projects, China Brain, planned in 2015 276-275, Industry Development Alliance, China-Centric System in Asia 311 275, Military Civil Fusion 276-9, Plan China Daily, Newspaper 64, 489 Implementation Office 275, Strategy China Defense League 65 Advisory Committee 275, Unmanned China Great Wall Industry Corporation Systems 281, CGWIC 522 China's National Intelligence Law 278 China-India Agreement on Tibet 93-4 China's National Space Administration China-India Bhutan Border 121, 246, CNFC 519, 520 China-India Collaboration 65-6 China's Navy 257 China-India Conflict 9 China's One Belt One Road, LBOR 185 China-India Joint Statements 196-7 China-South Asia Cooperation Forum 423 China-India Military Relations 8 China's Solar Energy Program 559 China-India Nuclear Relationship, Allegations China Space Program 518 of Nuclear Weapons Cooperation 510, China State Shipbuilding Corporation 243 Assessments of 502-3, Competitive Nuclear, China's 12th Five-Year Plan of Energy Restraint 504-11, Responsibility 503-4, Development 211 Restraint 503-4 China's View of India 120, China-India Plus Cooperation Programs 311, China's Western Strategy 256, The China-India Rivalry in the Globalization Era China's White Papers on Tibet 198, Hall 2 China-US Rivalry 366 China-India Russia Tripartite Foreign, China Wall 122 Ministers Meeting in Beijing 308 Chinese Academy of Sciences South America China-India Space Relations 517 Center for Astronomy, CASSACA 490 China-India Tibet Relationship 201 Chinese Aggression 181 China-India US Triangle, Balancing Power in Chinese Air Force 230 432 365. Lingering reluctance to choose 372 3. Chinese border transgressions 174. Non-alignment. Curious case of 368 9. Non-Chinese box office in Hindi cinema 124. Alignment veil 373 4. Paradise. Trouble in Chinese-British negotiations 46. Index 599. Chinese Buddhist literature 71. Colombo Plan 400. Chinese Communist Party. CCP 90. 97. 99. Colombo Port City Project 306. 141. 170. 319. 321. 386. 434. Colonialism must go. 68. Chinese diplomacy 88. Expanding the trend. Command and control system 336 of peace and neutrality 89. Peaceful command, control, computer, communication, United Front 88. Promoting the peaceful intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance neutral zone 89. C4ISR 244, 248. Chinese educational mission 73. Command economy 336. Chinese forbearance 6. Commercial exchanges between British India 75. Chinese foreign policy 139. 414. Common but differentiated responsibilities. Chinese Hall 71. See also Jayanabhavana, CBDR 12. 554. 5. Chinese language libraries in India 71. Communications compatibility and security. Chinese language press 56. Agreement. COMCASA 245. 389. Chinese language record 35. Communist Party of China, CPC 88. 199. Chinese medical teams, CMTs 579. Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Chinese military focus 229. CPSU 97. Chinese mobilization model 342. Community of Latin American and Caribbean. Chinese Navy 1. 454. 456 states. SALAK 491. Chinese nuclear submarines in Sri Lanka 231. Comparative exercise. China and India. Chinese official fans group of Amir Contemporary China and India 26. 9. Con 130. Cottage industry 18. How to compare 24. Chinese People's Political Consultative Practice. Roll 24. 6. Why compare 1920 conference. CPPCC 340. Competitive nuclear restraint 501. 504. China. Chinese social media 124. 7. Pakistan civilian nuclear cooperation 508. Chinese strategic thinking. India 11. NSG waiver 506. 8. Nuclear tests 505. 6. Constructivism 144. 6. Deng Xiaoping US India civilian nuclear deal 506. 8. Indian friendship 141. 2. Hu Jintao comprehensive nuclear test ban treaty administration 142. 3. Jiang Zemin Indian CTBT 158. 404. 503. Relations 142. 3. Liberalism 146. 7. Mao Confederation of Indian Industry CII 298. Zedong Friends to Rivals 139. 41. Realism 340. 341. 147. 8. Xi Jinping Partners and Rivals 143. 4. Confidence building measures CBMs 182. 189. Chinese treaty ports 43. 78. Conformist restraint 501. 503. Chinese Turkestan region 75. 6. Confucianism 40. Chinook heavy lift helicopters 233. Confucian symbol 42. Jewel Kingdom in South India 43. Congress against colonial oppression 65. Juudari Raj 29 and 1. Congress Party 89. 381. Chowdhury D Basic 3. Connect Central Asia policy 310. Christian inspired Taiping rebels 46. Connectivity concept 317. Chronicle of the Kings of Kashmir Kalhana 41. Consolidate control over Tibet 68. Jumardin area in Ladakh 184. Contact zones 77. Civil military partnership 271. Contextual intelligence 297. Civil society organizations CSOs 588. Contingency reserve agreement CRA 485. C-130J Super Hercules 233. Cooperation spirals concept 210. 215. 217. Cleaning up the house first before having Copenhagen Climate Summit 195. Guests Desau Genjing Wozizai K 88. Core Foundational Technologies 274. Climate negotiations CBDR Principal Court Neil Pierre 29 and 554. 6. China Low Carbon Initiatives Cotton Industry and Trade 75. 562. Domestic action state capacity for countering America's adversaries through 559. 60. Domestic policies and targets NDC Sanctions Act CAATSA 371. 558. 9. India Low Carbon Initiatives 562. 4. Canary Shells 36. Nationally determined contributions 556. 8. Crimean War 1853-1856 46. Quantity and quality contradiction 552. 4. Cross-border international projects 107. 318. Clinton Bill 158. 387. Cuban Missile Crisis 89. 524. Clinton Hillary 303. Cultural genocide in Tibet 202. Coal India Limited CIL 559. Cultural Revolution CR 109. 172. 336. 411. CO2 emissions 552. 553. 556. 557. 562. 425. 520. 522. Cold War 119. 227. 309. 367. 466. 534. Cyril M. 296. 600. Index Hal Pushpa Kemal 422. Duval Ajit 186. Dal Robert 434. Dalger Everest 50. Dijitao 66. 71. Diero Persian 18. Dalek Week 203. Jubi Muchkin 94. Dalai Lama 6. 94. 101 and 2. 140. 155. 170. Dunscythe B. 296. 197. 198. 199. 200. 202. 367. 370. Health Duplaix, Frenchman Joseph 53. For condition 204. India's support of 201. Duterte, Rodrigo 439. Troubles for China 203. Dut, Sublimal 398. Daniel, Indian film 115. 130. 299. Dying to Survive, Indian film 115. Data Direct Networks 268. Davy H. N. 72. East Asian Community Building 405. Trap Diplomacy 486. East Asian Security 6. Declaration on Principles for Relations in East Asia Summit EAS 396. Comprehensive Cooperation 201. Eastern Turkestan Islamic Movement 356. EPAC B. R. 200. East India Company 44. 48. Deep Learning Technologies 276. Economic Commission for Latin America and Deep Penetration Strike Aircrafts DPSs 229. The Caribbean ECLAC 491. Defense Procurement Procedure DPP 272. Economic Cooperation and Development Defense Research and Development OECD 578. Organization DRDO 243. 267. 271. 272. Economic Diplomacy 107. 399. 468. 2025. Defense Science and Technology Plan 243. Economic Factors 159. DAF Expo in 2018 272. Economic Insecurity 562. De-hyphenation Concept 9, 410 Economic Policy Program 349 Delhi Sultanate 40, 42, 51 The Economic Times, Newspaper 128 Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC 535 Economy in Socialist India 337 ADUIOBOOK 7, 107, 109, 139, 152, 187, Educational Exchanges 73 291, 338, 384, 388, 411, 522, 526, Chinese Electricity Act 2003 559 Policy toward India 141, Government Zelman, Benjamin to Developmentalism 339, 1988 Meeting Rajiv, Emerging Markets 159 Gandhi 291, Empty Threats 229 Deng Xiaoping Theory 319 Encyclopedia of Geography, Murray 44 Department for Promotion of Industry and Energy and Enthusiasm, Chinese 65 Internal Trade, DPIIT 299 England, Broker for India-China Interaction Department of Atomic Energy, DAE 519 43.8, India-China Interaction 43.8 SI, C. 398 Environmental Impact Assessments, EIAs 220 SI, Morgi 384 Ericsson, Andrew 258, Deterrence by Denial, Strategy 232 Ethiopian Airlines Flight 108, 113, Development as Freedom, Concept 351, 357 Eurasian Continental Power 255 Development Assistance Committee, DAC 483 European Parliament 198 Development Assistance for Health, DAH European Union 216 579, 580 Executive Education Program 19 Dhaka Stock Exchange 426 Exim Bank of India 469 Donna Ranch, Charles 291, Expanding the Trend of Peace and Dharmakula, Amagari 72 Neutrality 89, Diary of a Journey, Nehru 81 and 7 Expert Level Mechanism, EOM 213 Dinar, S. 213 Exports to India from China 81 Ding Xianglong 277, Exterior Lines for China 259, Diplomatic Autonomy 398 Extra Large Unmanned Underwater Vehicles Diplomatic Political Relations 4, XLUUVs 280, Direct Transcultural Exchanges for Doha Declaration in 2001 584 15 C6 Stockholm Crisis 120, 124 8, 129, 131, 148, 236, Faxian, Buddhist Monk 37 410, Military Standoff 161, 175 7, 189, 355 Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce Domestic Generic Drug Maker 585 and Industry, FICCI 298, 340, 341 Domestic Health Challenges 579 Female Form Police Unit 470, Domino Theory 89 Fernandez, George 158 DOUBAN.com 115, Fiat and Fairness SA 26, 27 Index 601 5th Generation, 5G Wireless Networks 370, Genuine Autonomy, Proposal 198 Financial Action Task Force 417 German Model 589 Financial Times, Newspaper 28 Fimawatt, Pangka 299 Fisman, Ray 299 Gosh, Aruna 291, 30 and 23 Fissile Material Cutoff Treaty, FMCT 507 Gibbons, Edward 295, 5-point Proposal 466 Gilbert Baltistan 412, 414 5 Principles of Peaceful Coexistence Yili, Bruce 287, Adoption and Advocacy of 89, 93, Global Financial Crisis of 2007-2008 113, Background and Motivation 8890, Bandung 157, 389 Conference 92, India's China Policy 90 Global Health Governance, GHG 578, 5-Year Development Program 295 Challenges, Domestic Health 579, Compliance, Foolish Young Man 72 with Global Health Rules 582-3, DAH, 2018-2019 Foreign Aid Budget 443 Alternative Model for 587-8, Domestic Foreign Direct Investment, FDI 8, 333, 334, Health Model 589-90, Health, Participating 338, 339, 469, 563 and 584-7, Setting Global Health Norms 581, Foreign NGO Law 589 Shifting Processes and Priorities 579-80, Soft Foreign Policy, Yasheng 24 Global Health Norms 583-4, State-Centered Foreign Trade with British India 75 Approach 588-9 Forum for East Asia Latin America Global Nuclear Order, GNO 501 Cooperation, FEALAC 488 Global Order, Thinking on 1113 Forum on China Africa Cooperation Global Times, Newspaper 121, 128, FOCAC 468 Go, Evelyn 434 Forward Policy 170, 171, 181 Go, Julian H. 2 Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, Going Out, Strategy 219, FCTC 582 Gakali, VJ Keshav 189, 204, 370, 371 Frankel, Francine to Goldstein, Lyle 210, 215, 216 Fravel, Taylor 5, 6, Go Out, Policy 483 Free and Open Indo-Pacific, FOIP 9, 260, 369 Government Focused Approach 589 Free Trade Agreements, FDA 443 Graphical Processing Unit, GPU 278 French Indian 77, Great Depression 74 Friedman, Edward 2 Greater Nile Oil Project, GNOP 474 Frost, Adam 291 Greater Nile Petroleum Operating Company, Fuerizas Armadas Revolucionarias de Colombia, GNPOC 474, FARC 489 Great Leap Forward, GLF 171, 336, 381, Fund for Industrial Restructuring and 520, 522 Upgrading, 274 Green Climate Fund, GCF 556 Fund, Courtney 3, 12, Green Marginalization 562 Gross Domestic Product, GDP 1, 18, 292, 292, Gay Booth, Alexander 354 336, 349, 436, 453, 552 Galdung, Johan 351 GA Summit 392 Gandhi, Indira 156, 340, 420, 493, 525, 526, G20 Summit 189 India Special Frontier Force 186, Treaty of Guaido, 1 482, 489 Peace 157 Wansu Emperor 48 Gandhi, Mahatma 57, 58, 64, 67, 71 Guardian 28 Gandhi, Rajiv 7, 142, 152, 172, 184, 186, Gujing 230, 385, 391, Budget in 1985 340, Dan Gujral, I. K. 452 ADUIOBOOK Meeting 157, 1988 Meeting in Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC 452, 453, 458 ADUIOBOOK 291, Nehruvian, Reset, with China Gulf War 173, 452 158, Visited China in 1988 201 Pyomindang, GMD 63, 64, 67, 68, 70, 78, 80 Gaoi Fanglin 111 Gupta, Shekhar 119 Gaoi Jianfu 72 Guru Nanak DV's 550th birth anniversary 322 Garver, John 260, 420 Jiang Nendra, King 427 Geertz, Clifford 294 General Agreement on Tariffs, and Trade Taylor Group 22, GATT 292 Hall, Ian 5, 139 Generalized System of Preferences, GSP 371 Hanban Total Port Project 306, Geneva Consensus 583 Hondu 4602 Index Harding, Harry 2 India Africa Forum Summit, IAFS 468 Harrison, L. E. 29 India and China and Asia, Panda 2 Harsa, King 41 India and China in the Colonial World, MP 2 Harvard Business Review, HBR 21 India and China Pakistan Relationship, Harvard Business School, HBS 18, 19, 22 China Pakistan Relationship 410 13, Hasina, Sheikh 422 D-Nation Experiment 413 17, 1965 Hatoyama, Yukio 398 India Pakistan War, 411, Pakistan-based Hayes, Jarrod 504 Terra Groups 416, Relationship Upgrade 416, Health Policy 2017, NHP 586 Sino-Indian War, 411, Sino-Pakistani Border, Hirujang 47 Settlement, 411, Hey Sexy Bulli 115 India as Balancer Theory 402, High Tech, Foreign Capital 344 India Bhutan China Border 390 Himalayas, Coexistence 423 5, Competition India Brazil South Africa, IBSA Dialogue 425 7, Conflict 427 9, Cooperation Forum 493 421 3, Frontier 227, 228, Kingdoms of 94, India-China Border Affairs 124, 186 2017 Military Standoff 428, Sino-Indian India-China Economic and Trade 93 Interactions 429 3 India-China Friendship Association, ICFA, MSNG Committee 316 92, 93 Hindi Shini BI 58, 87, 93, 154 India-China, Neighbors Strangers, Penned 2 Hindi Movies in China 108, The India-China Relationship: What the United Hindus People 44 States Needs to Know, Frankel and Harding 2 Hindu Nationalists 152 3, 157 India-China Trade 291, Hindi Rate of Growth 291 India First Trade Agreement, 1953 89 Hindustan Aeronautics Limited 243 India Independent 1947 19 Hindustan Times Newspaper 116, 121 India-Japan Economic Cooperation 399, HIRA Model of Development 359 India Kitchen 110 Historical Institutionalist Approach, BRI versus India Maldives Relations 306 Project NASAM 342 6, Mao versus Nehru India Myanmar Navy Bilateral Exercise 444 335 8, Reform Divergence 338 42 India Myanmar Thailand Trilateral Highway 441 HIV AIDS Programs, China 589 Indian Administered Kashmir 458 H1N1 Pandemic 2009 580, 585 Indian Air Force, IAF 175, 189, 227, 229, Homer Dixon, Thomas 209 232, 233 Hong Kong Merchants Group 338 Indian Army 123, 126, 172, 229, 241, 253 Horton, Richard 586 Indian Airens 53 Ho, S, 217 Indian British Interaction 55 Ho, Stanley 338 Indian, Class System 53, Household Based, Bottom Heavy, Economy 335 Indian Committee for Space Research 1 189, 230, in Coast Bar 519 1 Yanzhong 3, 12 Indian Community in Beijing, ICB 78, 114 1 Yusheng 18, 24 Indian Conglomerate Reliance Industries 453 1 Zongxian 47, 49 Indian Cotton Trade 43, 75 Hu Jintao 107, 109, 139, 142, 159, 201, 467, 555 Indian Council for World Affairs, ICWA 68, 305, Humanitarian Interventions 150 at India Nepal China, INC 423 Human Security, Analytical Perspective 350, Indian Film Festival in China 93 Emancipatory and Capabilities Approach 351 Indian Film Industry 299 Humane, Emperor 42 Indian Foreign Medical Graduates Examination Hung, H. 71, FMGE 114 Hungming, 256 Indian Independence 55, 56, 67, 70, 74 Hushi 57, 59 Indian Information Service 425 Hushishang 176 Indian Investments in China 108 Huyao and 3, Indianization of China 57 Huyaobang 141 Indian Market 294 Indian Militaries Force 174 Batata 1304 1377 42 Indian Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas Acaded Isaku 400, MPNG 473 Lee Crisis 47 Indian Mission in New York 537 Imports into China from India 80 Indian National Armies, INA 64 Index 603 Indian National Congress, INC 55, 63, 64 Indo-Tibetan Border Force 94 Indian Navy 1, 160, 228, 233, 247, 253, Industrial Policy, 1991 341 Ensuring Secure Seas, India's Maritime Security Industrial Policy Resolution, IPR 337 Strategy 254, Expansion and Modernization Industries Act, 1952 337 of 254 5, Long-Term Modernization Program Indus Water Treaty 218 254, 2019 Military Balance 254, Inevitability of Chinese Reforms 49 Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, IONS 454 Informal Summit Meeting in Wuhan 370 Indian Ocean Region, IOR 120, 228, 231, Information Management and Analysis Center China's Future Naval Presence in 257 8, IMAC 233 China's Growing Role in 255 8, Forward Information Technology, IT, Services 295 Defense Perimeter in 253, India's Regional Infrastructure Gap 357 Role, Beijing's Views 256 7, India's strategic, innovative, restrained 501, 503 aspirations 252 4, string of pearls strategy 259 INS Chakra 233 Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA 454 INSEAD, Institute European Administration Indian Ocean Trade 260 TES Affairs, 23 Indian Space Research Organizations, ISRO, Institute for Defense Studies and Analyses 517, 519, 522, IDSA 307 Indian Students in China 100 Institutional Conformity 504 Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation, Institutional Void 21, IDEC, Program 471 INS Vikramaditya 233 Indian Tobacco Control Act in 2003 581 Intellectual Property, IP, Regime 25, 584, Indian Trade Mission, 75 Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance 1965 India-Pakistan War 229, 411, ISR 245, India's Anti-China Activities, 100 Inter-Asian Relations 68 India's Central Board of Secondary Education, Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Capability 234 269 70 Intergovernmental Working Group, IGWG, 581 India's China Policy 151, Intermediate Zones, Zongjun Dai 88 India's Diplomatic Stance 139 Interministerial National Mission on India Sikkim Peace Treaty 183 Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems India's Independence 316, IMICPS 269 India's Military, Artificial Intelligence, AI International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA Ecosystem, Creating N 26770, AMIN 506, 524 Without Arming 266, Civil Military International Center for Transformational Partnership 271, Defense Ecosystem 269, Artificial Intelligence, ICTA 269 Defense Structure 270, Robotics 266-7, International Centers of New Knowledge Unmanned Systems 271-3, ICON 269 India's Monroe Doctrine 253 International Development Financing, IDF India's Nuclear Program 524 436, 438 India's 1998 Nuclear Tests 142 International Geophysical Year 1957-1958 524 India's Strategic Policy, China, Accommodation International Health Regulation, IHR 580, 588 and Insurgent 154-5, Commerce, Competition, International Maritime Trade Route 43 and Culture 159-61, Hindu Nationalists 153, International Monetary Fund, IMF 365, Nehruvian Tradition 152, 157, Oscillating 387, 498 Between Options 157-9, Realism, Reverting to International North-South Transport Corridor 155-7, INSTC 326 India's View of China 120 International Relations Scholarship, Rising India-Tibet Border Trade 385 Hours, Cooperation Partners, Third Spaces, India-US Geopolitical Cooperation 126 483, Definition 483, Dynamics of Cooperation India-US Relationship 356 and Competition 482, South-South Indochina War, 1962-2, 6, 30 and 23, 140, 169, Cooperation 483 172, 291 International Relations, IRR Theory, Indo-Pacific Power 261 Constructivism 144 6, Liberalism 146 7, Indo-Pacific Region 367 Realism 147 8 Indo-Pacific Strategy 10, 127 International Relations Theory 216 Indo-Sink Young Trade 76 International Scientific Symposium on Indo-Soviet Treaty 383 Influenza A, H1N1, 580 Indo-Tibetan Border 228 Inter-Services Intelligence, ISI 387 604 Index INTRAVRICS Relationship 354 Kalabovon 71 IP-Centric Business Model 25 Kala, Ranjit Singh 230 Iran 455, Trump Administration 371 Kali Dawsnag 71 Iraqi Regime 452 Kalimpong Lhasa Route 76, Iron Brother 296, 356 Kalimpong Tibet Route 77, 78 Isaacs, Harold 18, 29 Kalpa, Rhythm of 38 ISIS, Islamic State of Iraq and Syria 123, 456 Kamakodi, V, 270 Islamic Extremism in Xinjiang 356 Kamath, KV 350 at Israel 452 Candleport in Gujarat 326 Israel-Palestine Conflict 459 Kangxi Emperor 54 IT Companies, Indian 109 Kang, UA 48, 50, 51, 55, 56 Iokawa, Ideal 525 Kapoor, Deepak 232 IT Training Market in China 109 Kapoor, Raj 109 Izual Manri 9 Character Highway 412 1999 Kargil War, 1999 231, 386, 387 Jacob, Jobin 8, 10 Karmic Retribution, Mechanical Process of 38 Jaguar Land Rover, JLR, Company 298 Karnat, Bharat 235 Jahangir, Emperor 42 Kashmir Dispute, Pakistan 89 Jaipur Literature Festival in India 30 and 14 Kashmiri Muslim 79 Jaishankar, Subramaniam 309, 354, 372, 373 Kaur, Manpreet 111, 114 Jaish Mohammed Terrorist Group 355, Qazikan, Bilahari 439 412, 417 Kabik, L. J. 228 Jalkar, Medical Device Company 25, 30 and 19 Kaiser, Lisa 21 Japan, Economic and Diplomatic Ties 9, Kelly, David A. 2 Indo-Pacific Strategies of 10, Silk Road Kemp, G. 460 and 2 Diplomacy 303, Space Program 525, Trade Kennedy, Andrew B. 89, 96 and Investment Ties in Asia 9 Kennedy, John F. 18 Japanese Military Expansion 63 Heat South China Sea Layman's 435 Japanese Samurai Class of Warriors 59 Khan, Amir, Indian Actor, 115, 130, 299 Japan, Germany, India, and Brazil, G4, 404 Khan, Imran 416 Japan India Steel Cooperation 398 Kana, Durant 3, 29 and 10, 299 Japan's Asian Policy, Bandung Conference, Kasrai, Inertia 1, Emperor 1955 398 9, East Asia, India's Entry 2, 501 579 41 425, Economic Diplomacy 399, India's Khrushchev, Nikita 90, 99 Centrality in Japan's Return to Asia 397 8, Kershid, Salman 190 India's Marginalization 402, Japan India Kilichand, Tulsi 75 Strategic Partnership 403 4, Kishi and Tope Kirby, Bill 29N1 for India 399 400. Partnership with China Kishi Navius U 397, 400 and India 403. Policy of Regionalism in Asia Klinger, Julie 3, 12 403. In Post-World War Asia 397. Regionalism Koizumi Junichiro 404, 405 in Asia 397. Return to Asia Policy 397. Comintern Propaganda 57 1957. Visited Japan 400. World War Deal 397. Kongzuan 422 World War II 400 Korean Armistice Agreement 534 Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust in Mumbai 326 Korean War 88, 92, 94, 97, 381, 522 Jet Airways 114, Kushishigasha 112 Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL 521 Grapen, Michael 387 Ja, L, K, 340 Krishna, S, M, 203, 298 Ja, Brahm Shankar 163N20, 553 Klugzinski, Petro 489 Jiangsu Yulian Chang Tractor Company 298 Kumar, Oman 307 Jiangjamin 139, 142 3, 158, 411, 466 Kung Fu Yoga, Chinese Film 130 Jia, S, 209 Kuomintang, KMT, Government 88, 90 Jinnah, Mohammed Ali 65, 67 Kuwait Problem 452 Jinwei 199 Goakbu Special Economic Zone 310 Geo, Indian Mobile Phone 294 Joint Cooperation Committee, 2017 416 Lampson, Miles W, 72 Jones, Jeffrey 29N1, 298 Landwa, Sunil, Admiral 254, 261 Joshi, Yojish 7 Lasers Conversion of the Barbarians 39 Index 605 Latin America and the Caribbean, LAC, Low Carbon Energy Technologies 551 China Ties, BRI 489.92, Chinese and Lower Middle Income Countries, LMICs 589 Indian Cooperation, Problems 484, Chinese Lowy Institutes Asia Power, Index 1 Support, Venezuela 482, Chinese Trade, LT Trade Agreement 399 487, Civil Society Actors 487 8, Colombia's Luke Coffee 26 Peace Agreement 489, Commodity Exports Luo Jilin 67 487, Food and Agricultural Products Luo Jiaohui 296, 311, Geopolitical Dynamics 482, Global Luchulin 387 India, Relations with 492 5, Government Transformations 489, India, Largest Oil Buyer Macau, Malcolm 47 482, Indian-Chinese Rivalry 486, Movies McDonald Line 154 and Books 488, Multilateral Platforms 488, Mackenzie, Robert 48 Political and Cultural Dimensions, LAC Macri, Maurizio 489 Asia Ties 487 8, Progressive Social Policies, Madison, Angus 18 Financing 487, Transregional Cooperation, Made in China 2025, Campaign 111, 268, 273 China 485, Triangular Relationship Approach Maduro, Nicholas 482, 489 484, U.S. Imports 482 Mahabodhi Society, Incogata 70, 72, 74 Law of Karma 57 Mahakambi Mela, Hindu Religious Gathering Leaders, Situation Changes 99 123, 24, 30 and 15, Leaning to one side, Yavian Day 88 Mahindra, King 425 Lee Kaifu 276 Mahindra, and Mahindra 298 Lee Kashin 338 Mahmud, Isha 29 and 1, 29 and 9 Lee, Sharing 10 Maj Lee 176, Left Leaning, Foreign Policy 100 Major, Ernest 47 Lai Info 171, Make in India, Program 243, 268, 294, Letter of Farewell 67, Make in 2025, Industrial Policy 342 Levering House, Nicola 3, 12 Make My Trip 297 Levin, Rig 29, Malacca Dilemma 414 Lewin, Kurt 19, 1 Malaysia Development Burhead, Money 438 Liang Kuchao, 1873 1929, 4851, 54 8 Maldives 262, 428, China Free Trade Liberal Democratic Party, LDP 401 Agreement 430 Liberal IR Theory 147 8 Malik, J. Mohal 98 Libya Crisis, 2011 532 Managing Globalization, Lessons from China and Late A 277 India, Kelly, Rajan, and Go, 2 Lightweight Luxury Goods 42 3 Managing Global Opportunities 19 Lee Kikyang 175, 203, 294, 304, 322, 326, 414, 510 Manchu Dynasty 46, 51, 52, 53, 54 Lee, L, 145 Mandarin 29 Line of Actual Control 374 Manhusri 39 Line of Actual Control, LAC 170, 173 5, 184, Mansing, Surgeon 162 187, 231, 232, 240, 246, 327 8 Manufacturing Ecosystem 26 Lin Xiaoting 67 Manufacturing Hubs, India 296 Lin, Justin Yifu 303 Mao Zedong 57, 58, 65, 66, 89, 97, 99, 100, Link West Policy 310 139, 154, 170, 316, 319, 381, 519, 521, Lin Min Wang 8 Friendly Attitude Toward India 1950 139, Li Peng 201, Left Leaning, Foreign Policy 100, Sino Liquid Petroleum Gas LPG 563 Indian Bong Homie 140, Strategic Assessment Liu Jin Zone 308 of India's Place 140, Tibetan Revolt of March UU 42 1959 140 Li Jiaoshan 467 Maritime Capability Perspective Plan 2012 Local Governments Cooperation Forum 357 2027 254 Local Level Early Warning Systems 539 Maritime Choke Points 259 Long-Term Strategic Cooperation Partner 143 Maritime Security China and Indian Ocean Long Wave Broadcasting Station 99 Region 255 8 China's Maritime Presence Longxingchun 263 431 and 261 India and Indian Ocean 252 5 Look East Policy 10 Maritime Presence China 259 61 Sino Look East Strategy 256 Indian Maritime Competition 261 Sino Lord Lin Litho 73 Indian Strategic Competition 261 3606 Index Maritime Silk Road Shipping Index 303 343 Military Strategy China's Approach to Attack 451 India Forces 171 Primary Strategic Direction Marxism-Leninism 319 386 169 170 Secondary Strategic Directions 169 Marx Carl 55 170 Massachusetts Institute of Technology MIT 23 Millennium Bug Problem 297 Mastro Ariane Skylar 3 7 Millennium Development Goals MDGs 586 Ma Jianying 1900 1982 66 Ming Dynasty 43 Mahang U A2N13 Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, India 309, Online 95, 96, 10197, 172, 181, 187, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, MFA, China 176, 188, 382, 401 Ministry of Foreign Affairs, MOFA, Japan 398 Mearsheimer, John 368 Ministry of Industry and Information Media Images, Bilateral Economic Relations Technology, MIIT, China 274, 127, 8, Bollywood Films, Chinese Media Ministry of International Trade and Industry 128.30, Chinese Social Media 124.7, MITI, Japan 400 Dockland Crisis 124.7, Mutual Antipathy, Ministry of Science and Technology, Most, Mainstream Media 124 China 271, 274 Media.net 297, Mirror for the King, Nizam al-Mulk 41 Medical Mission 66 Miles Shu, Amir Khan 115 Meta, Shurish, Admiral, 259 Missile Technology Control Regime in 2016 Mekong Gang Cooperation 441 390 Mekong River Commission 219, Mission-Based Deployments 248 Mekong River Projects 440 Mitchell, A. W. 228 Mengwon 127 Middle Institute 24 Menon, K. P. S. 68, 75, 79, A2N11, Mixed Motive Game 1 Menon, Krishna 90 Mobile Phone Market 293 Menon, Shiv Shankar 173, 175, 230, 374 Mobilization Model 334 Menon, V. K. 66 The Modern Review Magazine 64 Meritocracy in China and India 24 Modi Narendra Damodar 5 6 123 Methadone Maintenance Treatment 189 486 492 5 Act East Policies 425 MMT 584 441 444 Civil Society Organizations 588 Middle East Asian Powers and 450 Economic Dockland Standoff 125 144 Extended and Political Model 459 Foreign and Neighborhood Middle East 454 Formal Defense Policies 449 Gulf War 452 India's and Informal Engagements 190 India's Involvement in 451 Limited and Sporadic China Strategy 159 India's Tibet Policy Engagement 452 Oil Exporting Middle 204 India-US Relationship 356 Informal Eastern Economies 449 Oslo Peace Process Summit Meeting in Wuhan 370 Look East 452 Quest for Energy and Trade 452-6 Role Policy 1990 441 Make in India Program Change and Regional Perceptions 456 9 243 342 Maritime Security 253 New Middle Income Country MIC 490 India 359 Project Now Sam in India 333 4 MiG Fighter 228 232 382 383 Provide Hydrological Information 218 MiG-29K Aircraft 233 Seeger Security and Growth for All in Military Balance 2019 254 The Region 260 322 441 444 Salmadam Military Balance China India Economic in Afghanistan 317 Skill India 342 South Resources 242 Indigenous Production 242 3 Asia's Connectivity 310 Space Cooperation Local Military Alliances 245 8 Military Mechanism 526 Trade and Investment Priorities 241 Modernization to Date 241 Relations 299 UN General Assembly Network Capabilities 244 5 Organizational Argument 351 U.S. Foundational Military Structure 244 Cooperation Agreements 369 WIBO Count Military Civil Fusion 276 7 125 World Heritage Committee 344 2018 Military Confrontations 1962 6 Wuhan Summit 262 Wuhan Summit and Military Engagement 471 2018 310 Xi Jinping Partners and Rivals Military History of the Encroachment on India 143 4 Xi Jinping's First Summit 175 Shibu 51 Mohan Lal Tal Maiden 65 Military Impact 7 Mongol Confederacy in 1279 43 Military Modernization 232 Mongol Mughal Dynasty 45 Military Operations Other than War Mongol Ruler 42 MOTW 258 Mongol Yuan Dynasty 43 Index 607 Monroe Doctrine 1923 492 National Democratic Alliance NDA 191 Morios Hero 403 404 National Development and Reform Motor Vehicles Agreement MVA 327 Commission NDRC China 275 559 Mountain Strike Corps 232 242 National Institution for Transforming India Mount Mary 37 NITI 268 586 Motion Andre 349 Nationally Determined Contribution NEC Mud Black Roadist 68 552 556 8 Mughal Dynasty 43 National Oil Companies NOCs 473 Mughal Empire 51 National Security Strategy 2017 US 367 Muhammad Shah Emperor in 1721 42 National Tourism Administration 110 Mukherjee Unit 7 NATO North Atlantic Treaty Organization Mukherjee Pramab 252 467 507 540 Malik B N 93 101 N4 Nutton Barry 335 Multi-Agent Robotics Framework 271 Naval Science and Technology Laboratory Multi-Barrel Rocket Launchers MBRLs 232 and STL India 272 Multilateral Development Banks MGBs 358 Needle and Syringe Programs and SP 583 Multiple Independent Reentry Vehicle NERU B K 398 399 MIRV 234 NERU GRL 6 64 65 66 67 68 71 Multi-Stage Approach 216 73 140 467 493 Area of Peace Concept M777 Ultralight Howitzers 232 90 Bandung Conference of 1955 316 Mumbai Shanghai Flight 114 Border Issue with MII 96 Chinese Mumbai Terrorist Attacks 2008 159 60 411 412 Aggression 181 Cooperative Approach 421 Murray H 44 46 55 Principles of Peaceful Coexistence 398 Muslim Arab Traders 40 Forward Policy 100 170 171 181 Friendship Muslim League 64 65 67 with China 119 Indian Committee for Muslim Populations 11 Space Research 519 India's Foreign Policy Mutual Antipathy Mainstream Media 124 381 McDonald Line 154 Mao New Myanmar 305 306 Aung San Suu Kyi 306, bosom friend, Xin Zhangzi 92, China-Myanmar relations 307, Chinese line 95-6, Middle East 451, mixed and Indian investment in 436, economic economy model 381, Monroe Doctrine 253, diplomacy 436, India, maritime security Nehruvian tradition 151, 152, non-aligned cooperation 444, 2007 Myanmar crisis 538, policy 96, 97, non-alignment policy 89, 2018 refugee crisis 424, peace area concept 100, political agendas 35, socialist society 101 and 3, third force, NAD Vidya 9 formation 90, 3-point proposal 187, Nagpur based Southeast Asia educational Tibet issue handling 91, valid by Hotel services 111 letter 1950-96, visit to China in 1954-95 Naidu, Serjani 68 Nehruvian foreign policy 536 Namkochu Valley 181 Nehruvian tradition 151-3, 157 Then Albo 72, neighborhood first policy 426 Nanking Treaty 74, neighbor first policy 310 Then Tong and Jiangsu Universities 111 Nepal 305, 2017 elections in 428, 2005-2006 Nurul Rao, PV 158, 190 policy conflict in 428 Narayanan, K. R. 183 Nepal India bilateral crisis 427 Narayanan, M. K. 121, Net Security Provider 253, 254, 263 and 2 Naresh Chandra Committee 228, New Bosom Friend 92 NASA, National Aeronautics and Space New Development Bank, NDB 8, 349, 357 9, Administration 524 485 Natelagawa, Mari 439, New Generation of Artificial Intelligence Nathula Clash in 1967 169, 170, 172 Development Plan 266, 273 Nathula Pass and Sikkim 182 New Silk Road, BRI, Indian Chinese Rivalry National AIDS Control Program 486, India, Vocal Opponent 486, Surpassing, NACP 583 BRI ICS 485 National Association of Software and Services Newton Babylon 270 companies, NASCOM 268 New York Times 27, 27, 28, 68, 97, National Champions, Program 276, 278, 282 NFU Commitment 234 National Day Reception 92 Angry Prefecture of Tibet 94 600 Inbid Index 9-line 370, 439 1 China Policy 491 Nixon, Richard 157, 1 China Policy 204 Nizam Al-Mulk 1018 1092 41 O'Neill, Jim 352 Non-Aligned Movement, NAM 402, 493, 1 India Policy 204 504, 523, 536, 537, one-sided policy 89, 99, non-alignment policy 89 open door policy, China 291 non-combatant evacuation operations 258 opioid substitution therapy, OST 583 non-communicable diseases, NCDs 578, 579 opium war 54 non-cooperation movement 55 OPPO 293 for non-governmental organizations, NGOs 563 Organization for Economic Cooperation and Non-Interference Approach 202 Development, OECD 483 Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT 158, 235, Oslo Peace Process 452 501, 506, in Argentina 505, in Brazil 505, in Ottawa, combining Macron, Ashi 51 South Africa 505 Ottoman Empire 46, 450, Nonviolent Resistance 57, Our Foreign Policies and Our Tasks, Women North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, Dawei Feng Yin Hiranwu 88 386 Outer Space, India and China, background North China Plane 53 518 19, China Space Agency 522, India's Northeast Frontier Agency, NEFA 94, 181, Space Agency 522 5, International Space 182, 230 Cooperation 525 8, Territorial Politics North Korea 403 519 20 North Korean Nuclear Program 386 Overseas Development Assistance, ODA 398, 436 UNU 70 Ozymandias, Shelley 20 Nuclear Capability 227 Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT 390 Pacific Alliance 488 Nuclear Powered Attack Submarine, SSN 233 Pi, Nitin 119 Nuclear Powered, Ballistic Missile Submarine Pakistan, Atomic Diplomacy 235, Brahmaputra, SSBN 234 Basin of 218, China-India Relationship 9, Nuclear Restraint 501, 504, 511 China Support to 234, Chinese Foreign Nuclear Suppliers Group, and SG 235, 390, 411, Direct Investment 296, Chinese Security India and Pakistan Nuclear Tests 502, U.S. Presence in 319, Eastern Turkestan Islamic India Civilian Nuclear Deal 506 8 Movement 356, Economic and Political Nuclear Tests, Nuclear Tests 1998, India 173, In Situation 416, Financial Action Task Force South Asia 505 6 372, Rudar Port in 440, India Western Nuclear Weapons 12 Frontier with 229, Jaish-e-Mohammed Terrorist Group 355, Jinping's Landmark Obama, B, 368, 460 N1, 508 2015 Visit 410, Kashmir Dispute 89, LAC OECD, Organization for Economic Logic 318, Nuclear Weapons Cooperation and Development 20 Program 235, 391, 1970 Political Crisis 383, Offensive Defense, India, BrahMos Cruise 1960s, Tested Nuclear Bomb 156, Weir Missile System 232, Conventional and Nuclear Agenda 412, U.S.-led Western Camp 89 Strategy 233.5, Defensive Deterrent 228.30, Pakistan Army 319 MiG-Fighters 228, Military Balance Against Pakistan-Controlled Kashmir 306, 391 China 227, New Paradigm 231.3, Radar Pakistan Muslim League, PMLN 416 Acquisitions from U.S. 227 Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir, POK 128, 182, Offshore Patrol Vessel, OPV 470 326, 356 Oil and Natural Gas Corporation, ONGC, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, PTI 416 370, 473 Pakistan U.S. Alliance 89 Oil Crisis 451 Pakistan War 1999 7 Oil India Limited, OIL 473 PLPO, Krishna 21 OK Yusuf Bureau 402 Palestine Israel Peace Process 458 Old Yang 109 Palestinians, Support of 451 Oli, KP Sharma 305, 322 Pan African Network 500 ADUIOBOOK, D. 162 and 1 Pancharia, Narayan Lao 184 Olympic Games, 2008 107, 109 Panchayil Agreement 155, 158. See also 5 Omar, Mohammed 387 Principles of Peaceful Coexistence 1 Belt, 1 Road, OBOR 452 Panda, Jagannatha to Index 609 Pend, IR 2 Politico-Economic Stakes 436, 439 Pandit, Vijay Lakshmi 69 Pollock, Sheldon 2, 18 Panakar, K. 69, 91, 101 and 4 Pompeo, Mike 357 Panyan 275 Post-Cold War 534 Pow, Y. K. 338 Post-Cold War Japanese Foreign Policy 403 Paranj, VV 74 Post-Dolly Tibet 6 Paris Accords, PA 12 Post-Independence Foreign Policy 365 Paris Climate Agreement, 2018 358, 552, 555, Post-MORTEM Educative Punishment 38 558, 564 Post-War China's, Net Gain 181 to Parthas Arathi, G. 511 Post-World War II 366, 380, 396, 397 Partition of British India 24 Powell, Lydia 3, 12, Partnership Model 270 Power Grid Corporation of India, PGCIL 559 Pastakaya, Mehernash 114 Power Realignments in Asia, China, India, and Bilateral, Sardar Valley by I-96, 155 6 United States, Ayers Mohan, 23 Patronobis, Citratha 116 pre-1939, China and India, England, Paul, TV2 India China Interaction 43-8, India and in 2015 297 Chinese Language Reform 4858, Maritime PDVSA, Indian Visit 482 Commercial Interaction 42-3, Massive, Peace and Prosperity Party, DPT 428 Visible, and Asymmetrical Interaction 3740, Peaceful and Friendly Consultations 173 Political Installation Moves West 42, Silent Peaceful Coexistence 181, 423 Interaction 36-7, Transcultural Interactions 37 Peace Treaty at San Francisco 397 Pre-Islamic Ruler 41, People-Centered Approach 351 Pre-Reform Political Economy, People living with HIV, PLWH 583 in Socialist India 337-8, Mao's Socialism, People's Daily 144, 533 Mobilization and Campaigns 335-7 People's Liberation Army, PLA 91, 94, 99, Press Trust of India 108, 124 154-6, 160, 161, 170, 199, 228, 230, 232, Primakov, Yevgeny 391 240, 242, 277, 389, 401, 437, 532 Primary Healthcare, PHC 589 People's Liberation Army Air Force, VLAAF 241, Pro-China 262, 306 People's Liberation Army Daily 143 for Progressive Social Policies 487 People's Liberation Army Navy, Plan 231, Pro-India 262 241, 257, 470 Project NASAM 308, 333, 343 People's Republic of China, PRC 19, 63, 79, Project Preparation Fund, PPF 358 80, 139, 159, 201, Promoting the Peaceful Neutral Zone, People-to-People Exchanges 92 Policy 89 Perry, Elizabeth 18 The Protestant Ethic, Weber 18 Persian Made Islamic Culture 41 Public Law 485 121 Persian Speaking World 41 Public-Private Partnerships, PPP 578 Betrayus, David 371 Hulam Sumda, Bolin Sanduo 94 Pew Global Attitudes Project 123 Pulwama Attacks 417 Photojournalism Development 57 Purchasing Power Parity, PPP 1 Physical Connectivity Projects 318 Pew Roshathaman, Rupert 159 PAI Maritime Patrol Aircraft 233, Pink Tide Phenomenon 487 Cayenne Zuzan 521, 522 Pia 2 Ab 2 A Ja, Indian Film 109 Qin Dynasty, First Qin Emperor 36-7 PLA, Daily 122 King Empire in 1911-63, Plan for Dealing with the Tibet Issue, Chili Qing Government 46, 74 Shi Zhang Wentizi Fangyan 90 Qinghai Tibet Railway 245, 327 Policies for Reform of Governments, Richard 48 Qing Liangshan 39 Political Economic Systems 334, Quad 161 Political Engagement 466 8 Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, USD 9, Political Movements in India 5610, 369 Political Sphere, Educational and Cultural Quasi-Alliance, Soviet Union 141 Exchange Programs 64, Japanese Military Threat 64, Leadership Network 65-7, PRC, Radhakrishnan, Copyright 526 Recognition of 6970, Tibet Issue 67-8 Radhakrishnan, Soviet Pali 156 Politico-Economic Models 96 Rajagopalan, R, 162 and 1610 Index Raja Mohan, C, 23, 311, 373, 423 Russia's Defense Industry 371 Rajan, Ramkishan S, 2 Russo-Georgian War 387, 388 Rajapaksa, Mahendra 262 Russo-Japanese War 54, 397 Raman, CV 523 Ryan, Kathleen 29 and 1 Man Study 2001 410 Rao, Narazimha 10, 510 Solomon, Laura 3, 7 Rao, VV 101 and 3 Sager, Security and Growth for All in the Raqqa, Pandit Singh 78 Region 260, 441, 444, Rebalance to Asia, Policy 304 Sager, Vishwajit 111 Reduce Carbon Dioxide, CO2 Emissions 551 Salmadam in Afghanistan 217, Reform of Governance in 1901 51 Salman, Mohammed bin 453 Refugee Crisis, 2018 424 San Francisco Treaty 397, Rehyphenation 9 Sangay, Lobsang 204 Rejuvenation Strategy, 2050 243 Sanskrit 39, Remotely Operated Vehicles 272 Sarabai, Vigram 523 5, Renewable Purchase Obligations, RPOs 559 Saran, Sham 369, 373, 427, 510 Renig, Neil 8 SARS, Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, Republic of China, ROC 55, 63, 67, 72 581, 582 Republic of Congo 467 Saudi Arabia 365, 452, 453 Republic of India, ROI 63, Science and Technology Innovation 2030 Requests for Information, RFIs 270 Mega Projects 274, Reset in India-China Relations 354 Scratches on Our Minds, Isaacs 18, 29 Responsibility to Protect, R2P 12 C Lines of Communication, SLOC 247, 249, Responsible Global global powers 552, 253, 255, 259, 474. Reuters report 123. Second largest defense budget. China 242. Revolution in military affairs 228. Secret superstar. Indian film 115. Richard Timothy 47, 48, 55. Section 301. Investigation against India 371. Rights of Muslims in China 457. Self-propelled underwater reusable targets. Rigveda 36. Spurts 272. Rajiju Kiren 184. Sen Amartya 351, 357. Rising India 11. Sengupta Arjun 340. River water conflicts. Brahmaputra 210. Conflict Sen Satire Engine 74. In cooperation 210. 13. Controversial issues Sen Tansen 3 215. 21. MOU and Brahmaputra 212. River Sephardic Jewish merchants 56. Water cooperation 213. 15. Seapoint Mutiny 46, 48, 51. Rivkin Jan 2998, 2910. Setting up another kitchen. Linky Lusa 88. Road building program 246. Shanghai Cooperation Organization SCO Roland Romaine 56. Summit 173, 355. Roosevelt Franklin D 67. Shangri-La Dialogue 161. Rossi Bruno 524. Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore 2018 354. Wuhami Hassan 455. Sharif Nawaz 387, 416. Royal Academy of Engineering in the United Charma Madav 114, 116. Kingdom 270. Shastri Lal Bahadur 100. Royal Navy 253. Sheehan Michael 518. Roy Chowdhury D Base at 5. Shelley Percy Bice She 20. Roy Chowdhury Shankar 127, 128. Shell 474. Run of the River Projects 212. Shenbao Newspaper 47, 50, 55. Russia Cold War Influence during 386. Shenkong 172. Indian Public Sector 383. Indo-Soviet Treaty Shen Simon 3, 5 383. Moscow's Ambivalence 391. Post-Kolchev Sudov 29 and 1 War Realignments 386 91. RIC Trilateral Chevy Delhi 22, 23, 30 and 1 2 391 to Shibu Tomatsu 51. Russia India and China RIC 352. Shipila Shenpuki Shankuao 94. Russia India China RIC 380. Shukla Y K 72, 74. Russian Origin Su 30 MKI 243. Cybol Kangwal 311 N2 510. Russian Revolution 76. Siddiqui Asi 519. Russian Threat 46, 47. Sign China Border 383. Index 611. Sikri Rajiv 203. Sali Iba 262. Silk Road Cooperation 36, 42, 303. Somalia 456. Silk Road Economic Belt 304, 315, 344. Sun Jingling 65, 66. Simla Agreement 1914. 68. Sun Nightling 67, 71. Singapore 436. Executive Education Program Sun TV 75, 19. Strategic Partnership Level 444. Sulfanipto Salate Nexavar 585. Singapore Armed Forces 444. South Africa 505. Singh Manmohan 5, 159, 190, 202, 203, 467. South Asia India's Balancing Efforts in 10. Sino 471, 493. Maritime Security 253. Meet Win India Positive Engagements in 422. Jabal 195. Meet Xi Jinping 195. South Asian Association for Regional Singh Swearin 383. Cooperation SAARC 173, 322, 422. Singh V K 185. South Asian Nuclear Test 505. 6 Singh Zara War 91, 97. South Asia Policy 415. Sina BRMNR 72. South China Morning Post Newspaper 122, 209. Sina U K 210, 211. 374. Sino-African Relations 466. Southeast Asia China and India Presence 435. 7. Sino-Indian Buddhist Studies for China's Strategy in 437. 40. India Reacts East Sino-Indian Cold War Competition 425. 444. Politico-Economic Significance 435. Sino-Indian Conflict 99. South to North Water Transfer SNWT Sino-Indian Cultural Society 71. Project 211. Sino-Indian Economic Interdependence 151. Soviet Intercosmos Program 525. Sino-Indian Economic Relationship 159. Soviet-sponsored Asian Collective Security Sino-Indian Military Equation 228. System 383. Sino-Indian Painting Exhibition 72. Soviet Union 88. America's Cold War Rivalry Sino-Indian Rapprochement 384. 365. China's Military Actions 99. 1953. India Sino-Indian River Water Treaty 215, 217. First Trade Agreement 89. India MiG Fighter Sino-Indian Tibet Agreement 1954. 94, 95. From 228. Military Equipment India 157. Sino-Indian War 1962. 2, 6, 30 and 23. Nehru Non-Alignment Policy 89. Nuclear Sino-Indian Water War 209. Technology Support China 99. Quasi-Alliance Sino-Japanese War 48. 141. Security Threat to China 173. 1962. Sino-Nepalese Transit Transport Agreement 306. Sino-Indian War 172. Vietnam Issue 97. Sino-Pakistan Agreement 1963. 185. Special Frontier Force 157. Sino-Pakistani Border Settlement 411. Spheres of Influence Concepts 253. Sino-Pakistani Nuclear Nexus 235. Spice Route 308. Sino-Soviet Crisis 1969. 233. Neveson T P 510. Sino-Soviet Relationship 98. 100. 381. Sri Lanka 262. 305. Chinese Foreign Direct Sino-Soviet Split 1957. 1978. 119. 519. 522. Investment 296. Civil War in 2006. 2009. 424. Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship Alliance Colombo Port City Project 306. Hamban Total Mutual Assistance 88. Port to China 320. Norway's Mediation Sino-Tibetan Relations 90 and 424. Port Sector 426. 2015 Presidential Sino-US Rapprochement 383. Elections 428. Tamil Insurgents 424. Sino-US Security Collaboration 142. Sri Lanka Ports Authority 306. Sino-US Trade War 127. Stalin Joseph 97. Sino-US Understanding 157. Starbucks in China 26. Sino-Vietnamese War 1979. 7 State Bank of India 110. Sitherman Nirmala 270. State-Centric Approach 588. Slave Mentality 54. 57. State Council Working Committee 583. Small and Medium Enterprises SMEs 295. State Grid Corporation Corporation of China, SGCC. 559 Small, Andrew 9 2019 States of Southeast Asia Survey 440, 444 Smith, Jeff 9 State-owned enterprises, SOS 335, 337 Smoke-free environments and health. State Tobacco Monopoly Administration Education 583, SDME 581 Smoking, Health Risk Factors 579 Stockholm Conference 554 SNWT Project 220 Stockholm International Peace Research, Socialist Pattern of Society 90 Institute, SIPRI 470 Soft Global Health Norms 583 4 Stovepipe Structure in India 266, Soft Power 151, 152, 161 Strait Times, Singapore 27 612 Index Strategic Autonomy, Conception of 369 Three Gorges Dam 212, Strategy for Korea 47 Three Idiots, Indian Film 115, 130, 299, Strict Anti-British Boycott 76 Three-Way Test War 67, String of Pearls Strategy 259, 307, 423 Year Action Implementation Plan 274 Sub-Regional Bodies 488 3 Years of the Eastern Question, Mikhail 47 Suez Canal Crisis 451 Thugs of Hindustan, Indian Film 130 Swetang Unification 40 Thumb Equatorial Rocket Launch Site, India Sullivan to Estrada, Kate 3, 12 520, 522 Sultan Iltutmish 40 Tiananmen Crisis 339 Sundaram Crisis 172, 175, 185, 230, 385 Tianjin Medical University, TMU 111 Sundaram, Lanka 96 Tibet 2, 4. Border Issue 6, China-India Sun Yat-sen 65 Agreement on 93-6, 1951, China's action in Sun Yat-sen 201 316, China's behavior in 91, China's military supersonic cruise missile, India 122 infrastructure in 228, People's Liberation Survey of the Development of Liquid Rockets in Army, PLA 891, 94 Germany and their future prospects, Kian 521 Tibetan Autonomous Region, TAR 231, Sustainable Connectivity 426 Tibetan Autonomy 155 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs 586 Tibetan Cabinet, Kashid 67 Sutlej Rivers 218 Tibetan-inspired Lamism 43 Sudju University in 2004 111 Tibetan Revolutionary Party 78 Swaraj, Sushma 204 Tibetan Wool Trade 76, Symposium on Work in Tibet 198 Tibet Autonomous Region, TAR 195, 198, Syrian and Yemen Crises 456 201, 318 Syrian Civil War 458, 459, Tibet Card 204 Sony, Michael 18, 2991, Tibet Independence 198 9 Tibet India Border 198 Tagore, Rabbi Indranath 4, 55 8, 63, 70, 71 Tibet Issue 7, as Bargaining Chip 202 3, China Tai Aisu 1890 1947, 66, 72 India Daytime 202, China India Joint Ambulance Surgeons 424 Statements 196 7, China's Veil Policy Tanchung 2 and 197 9, China's White Papers on 198, Tanja, Brati 8, Cultural Genocide in Tibet 202, Human Tang Dynasty 43 Rights Violations in 197, India's Special Status Tang Emperor 39 on 200, Non-Interference Approach 200 and 2 Tan, Y, 69, 71 Tibet Problem, Temporary Solution 491 Ta Rapport, Rs and 3, 7 The Times, Newspaper 28 Tariff Policy 2006 559 Times of India, Newspaper 115, 121, 122, 124 Tata Consultancy Services Limited, TCS 297, 298 Tino, Joseph Ross 524 Tata Group of India 22 Tiwari, N. D. 183 Tejas Light Combat Aircraft 243 Topich Khanov, Peter 353 Tellis, Ashley 229 Trade-related aspects of intellectual property, Tent Confrontation, Standoff 203 Rights, Trips 584 MP, Maldavi 2 Transcultural Exchanges 36, 37, Thank You India, Events 204 Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP 488 The Meadows of Gold and Mines of Gems Trans-Siberian Railway 46, 50, 52, Al Masudi 41, Travelogue, Style 24, The 19th Century, Mackenzie 48 Treaty of Peace 157, Think West, Policy 454 Treaty Ports in China 53, Third Force, Formation 90 Triangular Diplomacy 2/3 National Conference, Mumbai 92 Triangular Relationship, Approach 811, 10, Third Plenary Session of the 18th CPC 482, 484 Central Committee 304 Trivedi, Adman 373 13th 5-Year Plan 274, Drusal System 450 Thomas, Catherine 2998 Trump, Donald 9, 126, 127, 367, 368, 460 and 1, Thomas, Raju G. C. 156-7, 228-528, China-U.S. Rivalry 370, Section 301, Thornburg, Karen 29-1 Investigation against India 371, Sino-U.S. The Threatened Pacific, Ottawa 51 Trade War 127, Traditional Military Realm 415, Threatened Public Health in China 585, Microsecond Embassy in Israel 458, Index 613 Trust, Creating the Foundation for Entrepreneurship in Korean War 88, Nehru, Non-Alignment in Developing Countries, Khana 24 Policy 89, Oil exports to India 371, Pakistan Saudi-Arabia, Bavan 297 Alliance with 89, Quasi-Alliance 142, Strategic Turkey-Arabia, Divyang 297 Disengagement of 449, Troops in Afghanistan Turkestan Islamic Party, TIP 412-231, U.S. Monroe Doctrine 253 Turco-Persian Delhi Sultanate 45 Universal Health Coverage, UHC 586 Turco-Persian Seljuk Empire in 1091 41 Unmanned Aerial Vehicles, UAVs 244, 2 Dominions of India and Pakistan 77 Unmanned Surface Vehicles, USVs 272, Tycoon Capitalism 337 Unmanned Underwater Vehicle, UUV Platforms 280 Euro Agenda 412 UN Peace and Development Trust Fund 532 UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable UN Peacekeeping Operations 12, China as Development 491 Troop Contributor 532 4, India as Troop UN Conference on Trade and Development Contributor 534 6, 2011 Libya Crisis 532, UNCTAD 469 Responsibility to Protect 536 41, 2005 World UNESCO, United Nations Educational, Summit 532 Scientific and Cultural Organization 345 UN Security Council 11, 122, 155, 353, 356 UN General Assembly Meetings in 2003 Upahaya, Dean Dale 156 352, 536 Upriver Water Related Cooperation 200 215 Union budget, 1991 341 upstream downstream constellation 219 Union of Soviet Socialist Republics USSR US China Pakistan Alliance 157 380 US Europe Japan Alliance Networks 391 Unipolar Moment 157 Oshiba Nobuhiko 400 United Arab Emirates UAE 451 US India Civilian Nuclear Deal 506 United Front Work Department UFWD 322 for US India Relationship 157 United Nations Development Program US Intervention in Lebanon 1958 451 163 and 20 US led Southeast Asia Treaty Organization United Nations Educational, Scientific, and SEATO 89 140 Cultural Organization UNESCO 471 US led Western Camp 89 United Nations Framework Convention on US Monroe Doctrine 253 Climate Change UNFCCC 554 Microsecond Public Health Service 589 United Nations Mission in South Sudan USSCI NCOM Policy 397 UNMISS 533 534 US Soviet Confrontation 90 United Nations Multidimensional Integrated US USSR China Strategic Triangle 384 Stabilization Mission in Mali MINUSMA 533 542 Vajpayee Otal Bihar 158 9 186 505 Carefully United Nations Operation in the Congo Calibrated Approach 341 Visited China in OMUC 534 2003 201 United Nations Security Council UNSC Religion Sidar 507 372 383 404 Varela Juan Carlos 489 United Nations UN Security Council Visas 152 412 532 Venezuela 482 United Nations Transitional Authority in Venkataraman and K 74 Cambodia UNTAC 532 VFS Global 116 United Service Institution USI 308 Vidish Limited OVL 473 474 United States after World War II 552 Heir to Vietnam War 157 229 383 436 India 75 Al Qaeda 9/11 387 Banning Vivalparati 71 A2N15 See also China Nuclear Tests 99 Against China 220 with Bavana China Military Competition 235 China Vivo 294 Threat 366 Diplomatic Autonomy of 398 Voroshilov Clemens 97 Domino Theory 89 Food Aid and Fuel for India 89 Foreign Policy 387 Foundational Wagner Rudolph 34 Military Cooperation Agreements 369 Gulf Wang Dan 2991 2992 War 173 Indian Threat 366 India Radar Wang Guo 49 50 Acquisitions from 228 India US Geopolitical Wang Hongwei 95 96 98 Cooperation 126 International Center for Wang Jiaxiang 97 Transformational Artificial Intelligence 269 Wang Qingfeng 72 614 Index 1 Guogong Bao 47 Wu Taishan 39 Wang Yi 204 306 423 Wu Hieling 71 72 War Dugouts 66 Wu Zeshan Empress 39 40 War Preparation Lines 122 Wu Zeng Emperor 40 Wartime Political Collaboration 67 War Wastage Reserves WWR 242 Xavier Constantino 10 Washington Post Report 355 Xiamen Summit 2017 355 356 Wassenaar Arrangement in 2017 390 Hiao Bao 112 Water Heedsman in South Asia 218 Hiaomi 294 Water Management Sharing Arrangement 209 Xi L 209 Water Related Cooperation China and India 216 Xi Jinping 5 6 139 143 4 160 175 189 243 Water Scarce India 220 295 299 308 319 321 366 7 388 390 Water War 6 209 410 414 422 437 467 469 470 472 532 Weber Max 18 Ecosystem 273 Belt and Road Initiative BIBO Website 125 7 129 130 132 and 303 Centerpiece Foreign Policy of 343 Vent Alexander 145 Chinese Military 245 Developments in Wangtong 48 Tibet 198 Doklum Standoff 144 Formal in Winjiabao 107 142 201 213 292 303 309 Informal Engagements 190 Informal Summit 467 510 Meet Man Mohan Singh 195 Meeting in Wuhan 370 Modi Narendra Western Communes Opinio 44 Meeting 143 Paris Climate Summit in 2015 Western Liberal Camp 403 555 Space Cooperation Mechanism 526 Western Route Project 211 19th Party Congress Speech 273 Trade and Westward Strategy 304 311 and 1 Investment Relations 299 Westward Strategy What China and India once were Pollock 304 World Economic Forum Speech 351 Elman 2018 Wuhan Summit 262 Wuhan Summit Wheel Turning Emperor 39 in 2018 310 Whippermissing Ronil 262 Xinhua News Agency 122 Wilhelm Richard 56 Zhiji Record of Westward Mission 42 Wilson Dominic 159 Zhuangzhang Monk 39 59 Winning in Emerging Markets Kana 296 Zhuanzong Emperor 40 Win-Win Approach 429 430 Zhu Baihong 71 72 74 Wolf Aaron 209 Zhu Fancheng 71 74 World Anti-Imperialist League 65 Zhu Jiu 45 World Bank 475 World Bank and the Inter-American Yatang Chummy Valley 172 175 176 Development Bank IADB 498 Yishe 298 World Economic Forum WEF 295 298 351 Yumin Abdullah 262 306 307 428 World Guru Vishnu Guru 153 Yan 66 World Health Assembly WHA 580 588 Yang Yichi 203 308 World Health Organization WHO 578 582 Yarlum Sen Program Putra YTB 5 6 588 210 11 World Heritage Committee 344 94, Yatong Lhasa Road 74, World Investment Report 2018, 469, Yuan Law 132, N1 World Peace Council 92, Yigong 52, World Summit 2005, 532, 537, Yi Halen 147, World Summit 2015, 534, Ye, Catherine 51, World Trade Organization, WTO 107, 109, Yu Jianming 66, 292, 413, 584, Yellow Springs 38, World War 156, 450, Yumin 3, 8, World War 2 4, 35, 64, 67, 72, 76, 77, 79, 90, Yukon 72, 396, 398, 400, 519, 521, 552, Young, Bernard 29 and 1, WDOIP regime 585, Yunyan 111, 112, Wu Fuzuo 3, 11, 562, Yoda 108, 115, Wu, Gordon 338, Yoda Day 161, Wuhan Spirit 369, 70, Young China 49, Wuhan Summit in 2018, 6, 262, 310, 370, Yu Yunshan 72, 74, 373, 422, Yuan Dynasty 42, 199, Index 615, Yunnan Minzu University 115, Zhao Yancheng 145, 148, Yunnan Sichuan Region 76, Zhao, J, 460 into Use a new e-commerce company 344, Jijiang Pai 52, Yu Zhengsheng 199, Zheng He 43, 59, 255, 451, Juan Lai 35, 88, 90, 92, 95, 97, 98, Zaman, Moham 29 and 110195, 140, 171, 187, 382, 383, 398, Zhang Mudam 211, 399, 422, 587, Bandung Conference of Zhengyi 277, 1955, 316, Zhongfeng 5, Jikuluping 256, Zhongjiaoli 304, Ju 65, Zhongjianhua 526, Jurongyi 297, 298, 391, Zhongrumen 22, Juaicheng 198, Zhongshan 90, ZTE Corporation 278.